Chapter 1 The Crossing. Gu Qinjiang stirred from the filthy straw heap, sitting up abruptly, spitting Gouda mouth fuel off blood-tinged saliva, his entire body atching. Before him lay the dilapidate earthen walls, the air thick with the Senko flive stock the swasnoslish chalet bode, boot clearly at a backwater. Havivid lie recalled burning themed night toil, engrossed in writing is novel how had a student lift, found himself in thighs rent place? What had happened to the promised beginner's gift package from the system? Ding! The sign-in system has been activated. Please find a suitable location to sign in. Host. The mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind. Rather than feel elated, Gu Qinjiang found the absurdity of the situation even more pronounced. What treasure rescued possibly found in these wretched place? Was she expected to sign next to a latrini, and receive a lump excrementasserword? Just as she was grumbling inwardly, Aragidi young girl, clutching a rusted iron sword, wayzing him warily. Thagirl Bori and arrow resolve, Buthergay Zua slay, said with caution, as if Shure poised to draw her sword at in a moment. Were you? Her voice wascled, tinged with a barely detectable tremor. Gu Qinjiang managed a bitter smile himself wasing curtain of hoi was, or other, Hohui's in this world. My name is Gu Qingyang, and I am a traveler. Thagirl appeared unconvinced, tightening her grip on the sword. At that moment, a sharp-faced man came rushing from afar, shouting Gasharin, Wang Hu is coming. Wang Hu has come to collect protection fees again. The man, known as Lin Laosan, seized Gu Qinjiang's arm, speaking in a hurried tone, Quick, hide. That bully Wang Hu is a mid-stage martial artist, ruthless and merciless. Before Gu Qinjiang could process what was happening, Lin Lao Sanyang Kethaminto at I lapidated woodshed. Thagirl hesitated for a moment before his lapingine swell. Thu woodshed wisdom lilith. The air thick with thescent toff mildew. A thought struck Gu Qingyang, and hesitantly intoned sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in the dilapidated wujin evid the foundational cultivation technique. Huang Yuanju. A wavy of fury surged within you at last. Heffelt semi what like a transmigrator. Just then, the door of Twood shed was skickadapin, and a Berlimin with a fast fool-off blubber stood in the doorway, grinning menacingly at them. Oh, hiding here, Aru? Lin Laosan, it's them forth his month's protection fee. Wang Huska's landed on the girl, a glimmer of grid flashing across his eyes. And this little girl, let's ski for Harito Dato. Thagirl tightened her grip on the sword, a glint of cold resolve flashing in her eyes. Gu Qingyang stood up, brushing fetist off his clothes, a bar lip recepti blesmila curling at the corners off his mouth. Protection fee? Ha! Wang Hus lackeys burst into laughter, brandishing their weapons, surrounding the dilapidated wood shed liabco wolves. Thaw their clothing was teared, thiachek sudi denera ferocity, the blades in their hands gleaming gamina sly in the dim light. Wang Hus sneered, stepping closer to Gu Qingyang. Kid, iver duvi acquired my cultivation technique? Hand it over. Anna might spiri orlafi femina good mud. Gu Qinjiang remained composed, concealing Wang Yuanj within his robust highs was his first treasury in this world, and would not part with hidacily. Feigning fear, he took a step back, stammering, What cultivation technique? I don't know wadi our Italcan gabo. Stop laying dumb. Wang Hu's eyes Gu Qinjiang by the collar. Lin Lao Sansai under this woodshed, and you've been acting gal mysterious. You must be hiding some ethigud, search him. Several lackeys slung Gu Qinjiang like hungry wolves, rummaging through his belongings. Seeing this, Thagir lunged sheathed here and sword in a flash, the cold glint forcing back 12 approaching men. What do I think you're doing? Wang hured, Heizie's fierce. Daring to ruin my plans? You're risking for death. Thegor remained silent, mere lipo inting the swords to Pat Wang Hu, Harrius resolute indice. Gu Qinjiang word lie admired her she peered delicatai possessed a certain courage. Forget her, grab hot of her thiskidas. Wang Hu commanded, and Dizamin surged forward in Smurry. Gu Qinjiang smindraced, devising gastrichi. Suddenly, Hesh hovid the girlassidi and bowl, Ted for the woodshed sexit. After him, Dauntlethimescape. Wang Hu bellowed, pursuing him. Gu Qinjiang intentionally veered toward Thenarawa Street in the small town, where Ethi buildings were close Lapacadan Theroad twisted an ideal setting to execute his plan. He glanced back, seeing Wang Huan disgong barreling toward him, Mischievous grins and their faces. Gu Qinjiang weaved through Hanero wally waste like animbly eel. Wang Hus lackeys fumbled in their pursuit, curses flying gas they clumsily navigateth the tight space, pushing gone colliding with only another, resultant in bruised faces. Asha turned a corner, Gu Qinjiang deliberately slowed his space, waitin' for that wobberlim trilling close libby end. They grenade maliciously, raising fire wooden clubs to strike at Gu Qinjiang's back. In a split second, Gu Qinjiang darted Toth aside. That women, unable to halt their momentum, collided violently, producing her sounding thud, their heads is pinning from the impact, their clubs clattering to the ground. The pursuing lackeys, unable to react in time, crashed into another, resulting in chaotic of bodies. Thean Lucas from the nearby resident ses couldn't help but burst into laughter, pointing gan gossiping. That kid is surprisingly clever. Wang Hu has real made full off himself tis time. Hiding in the crowd, Lin Lao sans secretly heard at Wang Hu's embarrassing predicament. Wang Hu, his face flushed with her, finally extricate himself from the pool, pointing at Gu Qinjiang's retreating figure, cursing, "Kid, you better wait. Don't think you can escape." Gu Qinjiang said back at the furious Wang Hu, as Murkoff disdain gracing, slips a Shevanashiden to the depth soft heely. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd towards the girl Hayden countered outside the woodshed. She gazed in the direction Gu Qinjiang disappeared, a flicker of fun note of admiration in her eyes. Sheshi that hers were Dan turned Taliv, her garments billowing like a blossoming snalatus. Having shaken off Wang Hu, Gu Qinjiang remained on high alert. Heck knew that Wang Hu would not let this matter rest easily. He needed to quickly enhance his strength to survive in this perilous world. Recalling Lin Lao's sans mention offer a medicinal herb sent the forest outside the town, Heppendered that they might tassis thyme improving his cultivation. As night fell, the stars twinkled above. Gu Qinjiang took a deep breath and headed towards the forest beyond the town, his figure gradually fitting into the darkness. Chapter 2 Secret Soft Forest. Night enveloped the forest outside small town shadows did among the trees, and the chorus of insects filled the air with thess and toft amperth. Gu Qinjiang treaded cautiously in tothwoods, the sound off Bertet wigs, napping under Fukawing, sharply in thestilness of tonight. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled pacheso flight in the ground, resembling ghostly ice-watching intruder. Let's show pike and find some as fulerbshira, Gu Qinjiang muttered to himself, gripping his dagger tight lie she vigilant, lie skin of the surroundings. The foundational inner cultivation technique Hate acquired from the system's igniniarly coursed, through him like a warm current, albeit faint, instilling in him a glimmer of hope for the future. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Wang Huandave wo fislaki shadel so infiltrateth woods. Thewi wielded torches, rudla pushing aside obstructing brand cases relentless live followed the tray left by Guqingyang. Damn that little brat, how to make Malos face sane front off some in a people. Wang huspit venomously, today, I must capture him and teach him a lesson. Tiger brother, that kid is soft Tandweek has probably never been in the forest before. Hes likely terrified du toffees wit salridi, a sycophanty clacky chimden with a sly grin. Once we catch him, we— Shut up, Wang husho thimiglare. Let's find him first. If he discovers anything valuable, it must belong to him. They followed the tray left by Gu Qinjiang and finally spotted him in a relatively open area. Kid, let's see wary ow think you can run. Wang Hu bellowed, shattering the tranquility of the forest. Gu Qinjiang spun around, seeing Wang Huan discrew bearing down on him, a sense of foreboding settle in Jin his shiart. Here lies the fierce battle is inevitable. Hmph, a defeated foe, Andudra Kamato seek diath. Gu Qinjiang maintained a facade of calm, sneering as she supply summoned the meager internal energy within him. Wang Hu, incensed by his words, signalidonio fislakis. Airby, Godia Kaimalison. Thalaka grined malevolently, drawing his knife and charging Gak. Kid, prepare to die. Airbay cackled, brandishing his blade, the just leasing through the air with a slice at timid erect lifer Gu Qinjiang's face. Gu Qinjiang did not dare to be careless. He sidestepped swiftly, while channeling the faint internal energy within him into his arms, barely managing to deflect the blow. Is the tally you've got? Airbay mocked, swinging his knifigan. Gu Qinjiang gritted his teeth, realizing that brute forsooth not the solution. Ash dodged, He searched for an opportunity to counterattack. That will exchange blows, punches sand kicks fleeing, the surrounding tree shootering with the force of their clashes, leaves cascading to the ground. Thika motion attracteth the attention of some tier magical beast, sent the forest, several shadow wolves, resembling dogs, peeked out from thunderbrush, their greeny as fixate on Thibodeau, poised to strike. Kid, I wonder how long Okanki ep dodging, frustration mounting, Airbe intensifit assault, Gu Kinjiang was forced to retreat repeatedly, on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Hekatalem co phasmal stone in the ground, and a thought flickered in his mind. Feigning defeat, Hestigard backward asp, simultaneous sly-flicking istoe, Popperpelthistone towards thigh soft Thesican subordinate. Ah, Thesicon subordinate, caught off guard, was-strucken Thiabithistone and immediately clutched his face, howling in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Kinjiang lunged forward Danland at a powerful puncto ease con subordinates abdomen. Thesican subordinatelitau takri, bending govera shekalapsi to the ground, groaning in pain. Wang Hu, witnessing the downfall of Fiesenderling, turned dash an android, useless trash. Hito woke a step forward, confronting Gu Kinjiang with a fire seglair. You brat, you have successfully enraged me. Slowly, he drew a sword from behind him, its blood-emanating gackle glimmer. Theory cold light flickered in Wang Hushendal thought a sword was so fallower grade. To Gu Kinjiang athatment, it appeared as menacing gas thesai thief death. Wang Hus lackeys, upon seeing this, immediately puffadoop with arrogance. The previous slide fetid second subordinate, still clutching Hyzes, maliciously shouted, Brat, this to me you're doomed. Brother Hus wordus nato betrifled with. Gu Kinjiang Shiart sank heavily. Hecklin Chetis fists, feeling the faint pulse of his internal energy understood, that the gap between him and Wang Hu was insurmountable. Previously he had barely managed to defeat Thesicon subordinate. Through surprise tactics Sansamek cleverness, Butant the face-off Wang Hu wielding Gassard, his chances were nearly non-existent. You think you're so tough? Why aren't you out dodging no? Wang Hu sneered, advancing step by step, his sword slicing through the air, conjuring gusts soft killing wind. Gu Kinjiang Kuden liberal yevade, thespied off to sword satic succeeding, his expectations, soon leaving several gashes in his body, blood seeping through his garments. Hegrited his teeth, enduring the pain, a wavy of despair rising within him. The surrounding tree seemed to mock a helplessness, their fallen leaves drifting down as if mourning for him. Wang Hu's followers shouted with excitement, cheerleader their leader, as if they could already envision Gu Kinjiang Victor into shreds. Deep in the forest, Zhuangya was practicing her sword play beneath an ancient tree when Suden lie sensitive feint of battle, her brows furrowing slightly. This Sarah feels somewhat familiar, she murmured, casting her gaze towards the source of tenergy. Gu Kinjiang narrow ladajadano therof Wang Hu strikes, tumbling awkwardly to the ground. He looked up the approaching Wang Hu, his art fled with despair. At that moment, he noticed a concealed cavern not far behind him, its sintrancy obscured by vines, making it difficult to detect. You brat, die! Wang hissed his word high, preparing to bring it down upon Gu Qingyang. Suddenly, a prompt echoed in Gu Kinjiang's mind ding, rare sources detected within the cavia head, Wudio alike to signine immediately, at the same time, Heffel to powerful presence emanating from deep within the cave, sending chills down his spine. Gu Kinjiang seedeth this word sedge Marian ches from him, the nath mysterious cave. Gritting his teeth, Harrow led to Isid with his Zuden burst off determination. Chapter 3. The hidden cave. Gu Qingyang suddenly rolled to the side, narrowly evading Wang Hu's forceful strike. He fell to the ground, dust swirling around him, a mouthful of metallic sweetness surging up his throat, which he resolutely swallowed down. The cave lay before him, its entrance obscured by dense vines, making it nearly impossible to detect without careful scrutiny. Planning to flee? It would not be so simple, Wang Hu bellowed, raising his sword once more to lunge at him. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, Gu Qingyang scrambled and rolled to dodge Wang Hu's assault, all the while quickly devising a strategy in his mind. The cave housed rare resources as confirmed by the system, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from it filled him with trepidation. Wang Hu's sword missed its target and struck the ground with a resounding crash. Sending shards of stone flying, he gasped for breath, his gaze greedily fixating on the cave behind Gu Qingyang. Boy, Do you think hiding in that cave will allow you to escape your fate? I will drag you out today. Wang Hu sneered, recklessly charging toward the cave. He was convinced that Gu Qingyang was merely a worthless coward who would not dare contest him, and the treasures within the cave were as good as his. Gu Qingyang, witnessing this, allowed a glimmer of cunning to flicker in his eyes. He gritted his teeth against the pain, struggling to rise, deliberately slowing his pace as he ventured deeper into the cave, simultaneously shouting, "Stay back! It's dangerous inside." Wang Hu, however, was deafened by his own greed, blind to any warning, fixated solely on claiming the cave's treasures. He quickened his pace, relentlessly pursuing, roaring, "Danger? I fear no danger. Whatever is inside, I shall claim it today." A faint smile curled at the corners of Gu Qingyang's mouth. He knew his plan was about to succeed. He cast a glance over his shoulder at the unyielding Wang Hu, a frigid glint flashing in his eyes. "Let us see how you fare against this danger." Gu Qingyang swiftly entered the cave, a cold smile playing on his lips. He had set up a few rudimentary traps near the entrance, camouflaged with dry twigs and leaves. Knowing Wang Hu's insatiable greed, he anticipated that the man would charge in recklessly, as expected. Wang Hu stepped on air, tumbling forward and landing in a heap. He scrambled to his feet, spitting out dirt and cursing. "Damn it! What kind of hellish place is this?" His subordinates rushed forward to assist him, indignation coursing through them as they shouted, "Who dares to ambush our brother Hu? Do they seek death? Pursue him. That brat must be inside. Catch him!" Wang Hu pointed angrily at the cave, issuing his command with venomous fury. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the cave, followed by a shadow darting out like lightning. A sleek, black leopard emerged at the entrance, its agile form exuding ferocity, its sharp claws glinting ominously. It was the guardian beast of the cave, the shadow leopard. Wang Hu's subordinates were instantly paralyzed with fear. Retreating in panic, one unfortunate soul struck by the leopard's claw, crashing against the stone wall, lifeless. The shadow leopard paid no heed to the others, its gaze locking onto Gu Qingyang, letting out a low growl as it lunged toward him. Gu Qingyang was prepared. He inhaled deeply, channeling the meager energy within him to execute a basic technique, barely managing to withstand the shadow leopard's assault. "Come at me, beast," in the narrow confines of the cave. A fierce battle erupted between man and beast. The shadow leopard's speed was astonishing, its claws striking with relentless force, leaving Gu Qingyang struggling to defend himself. Bang! The leopard's claw struck Gu Qingyang's chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Pain surged through his chest, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The shadow leopard pressed forward, its eyes gleaming with predatory intent. It leapt high once more. Its sharp claws aimed for Gu Qingyang's throat. Wait! Gu Qingyang suddenly noticed that the leopard's gaze was not entirely fixed on him. It occasionally flickered toward a jade pendant hanging at his waist. This pendant, the shadow leopard's attacks were like a torrential storm, and Gu Qingyang gradually felt his strength waning. Wiping the blood from his lips, he kept his eyes trained on the leopard, his mind racing. He observed that during the brief moments between the leopard's attacks, its gaze would invariably drift toward the ancient pendant. Could it be this pendant? A bold idea sparked in Gu Qingyang's mind. He feigned vulnerability, staggering backward a few steps while subtly extending the pendant forward. As anticipated, the leopard's attention was entirely captivated by the pendant. It emitted a low growl, abandoning its pursuit of Gu Qingyang to approach the pendant slowly. Its eyes sparkled with an unusual light, seemingly filled with yearning for the jade. A surge of joy flooded Gu Qingyang's heart, confirming his suspicions. He gritted his teeth against the pain, pretending to panic as he sprinted toward the cave's entrance, swaying the pendant in his hand to lure the shadow leopard. The leopard took the bait, roaring as it lunged at Gu Qingyang. Anticipating the moment, he sidestepped, narrowly escaping the attack. The shadow leopard missed, its massive form falling straight into the trap Gu Qingyang had previously set. With a thunderous crash, the trap collapsed, ensnaring the shadow leopard within, its furious roars echoing. Gu Qingyang, witnessing this, knew he could not delay. The shadow leopard would not remain trapped for long, and he had to act swiftly. Ignoring the agony in his body, he dashed deeper into the cave. "Boy, stop right there!" A voice filled with venomous resentment called out from behind. Gu Qingyang glanced back to see Wang Hu, disheveled and furious, clawing his way out of the trap, seething with rage. Chapter 4. The leopard demon Gu Qingyang understood that the shadow leopard could not be confined for long. He did not look back as he raced deeper into the cave. The interior was dark and damp, a putrid odor assaulting his senses, causing him to frown. "Boy, stop!" Wang Hu's roar echoed behind him, laden with intense malice. Having finally extricated himself from the trap, he was furious to see Gu Qingyang nearing the depths of the cave. Stealing a glance over his shoulder, Gu Qingyang noticed Wang Hu brandishing his sword. Stumbling as he pursued him, a cold smile crept across Gu Qingyang's face as he quickened his pace. "You little brat, if you dare to go in there, I will make you regret it," Wang Hu shouted, swinging his sword with increasing ferocity, desperate to cleave Gu Qingyang in two. Gu Qingyang dodged Wang Hu's attacks while edging closer to the cave's depths. The ground was uneven, and debris occasionally tumbled down, forcing him to tread carefully. "Don't run," Wang Hu shouted, his speed slightly slower than Gu Qingyang's, frustration evident in his voice. "Yo, you think you can escape?" Gu Qingyang paid no heed to Wang Hu's taunts, deftly maneuvering through the cave while maintaining a safe distance from him. Just as Wang Hu was about to catch up, Gu Qingyang abruptly turned, using the surrounding trees for cover, swiftly vanishing from Wang Hu's sight. Bang! Wang Hu's sword struck a tree trunk with a dull thud. He yanked at it forcefully, only to find it lodged tightly, rendering him momentarily helpless. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingyang increased the distance between them. Glancing back at the ensnared Wang Hu, a smirk gracing his lips. "Wang Hu, it seems luck is not on your side," he murmured. "Now, let me see what treasures lie within this cave." He turned away, advancing into the dark recesses of the cave. "Wait!" Wang Hu's voice echoed from behind, tinged with a hint of fear. Just as Wang Hu was closing the gap, Gu Qingyang swiftly turned, using the trees as cover. Disappearing from Wang Hu's sight once more. "Damn it!" Wang Hu cursed, swinging his sword in frustration, the blade embedding itself deeply into the wood. He pulled with all his might, but it remained stuck, causing him to stumble backward unsteadily. Useless. Can't even fell a tree. At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the cave, shaking the ground violently. Wang Hu's expression shifted to one of terror as he gazed into the darkness. "It's the shadow leopard. It's coming out!" Roar! The shadow leopard finally broke free from the trap, its furious roar echoing as it charged toward the entrance. It emanated an overwhelming aura, its sharp claws glistening ominously. Its crimson eyes fixated on both Gu Qingyang and Wang Hu. Wang Hu's subordinates were already paralyzed with fear, scattering in panic, shouting, "The leopard demon has emerged! Run for your lives!" They, who had once reveled in their might and malice, now fled like frightened dogs, devoid of any fighting spirit. Wang Hu, too, retreated in terror, his face pale, lips trembling, struggling to form coherent words. "A monster." Yet Gu Qingyang remained composed, inhaling deeply as he maximized the energy within him. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the oncoming shadow leopard. The leopard's speed was blinding, closing the distance in an instant. It slashed its claws toward Gu Qingyang with ferocious intent. Bang! The impact of the leopard's claws against Gu Qingyang's fist sent shockwaves through the air. The surrounding trees swayed violently in response to the immense force, leaves cascading down. Gu Qingyang was pushed back several steps, his arm tingling slightly, yet he felt no fear. Instead, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. "Come at me!" He let out a low growl and charged forward once more. Each assault from the shadow leopard unleashed a fierce gust of wind, slicing through the surrounding trees with its razor-sharp claws, leaving deep gashes in their wake. Wang Hu stared in terror at this scene, his heart brimming with despair. He never imagined that he would find himself in such a dire predicament. "Kid, you're done for." Wang Hu stammered, trembling as he spoke. "The shadow leopard will kill you." Gu Qingyang paid no heed to Wang Hu's rants, his focus entirely consumed by the dance of combat with the shadow leopard. Seeking an opportunity to counterattack, with a mighty roar, the shadow leopard lunged again, its claws slicing through the air as it pounced towards Gu Qingyang. A subtle smile graced Gu Qingyang's lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Now's the moment," he murmured. With keen insight, Gu Qingyang began to discern the pattern of the shadow leopard's attacks. A fierce leap, a swipe of its claws, a lash of its tail. This cycle repeated itself. Though lightning fast and immensely powerful, its technique was somewhat predictable. He consciously began to evade according to this rhythm, waiting for his chance to strike back. "Beast, is that all you've got?" Gu Qingyang taunted. The shadow leopard seemed to comprehend his provocation, letting out an enraged roar as it lunged once more. Gu Qingyang deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. The massive creature stumbled, its balance compromised, and for a brief moment, it was vulnerable now. Gu Qingyang seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen. With a resounding thud, the shadow leopard was sent staggering backward, emitting a pained howl. Wang Hu stood by, dumbfounded. He never anticipated that this boy, whom he regarded as little more than an insect, could face the shadow leopard head-on and even gain the upper hand. The glint of greed intensified in his eyes. This boy must possess some secret. Ignoring Wang Hu, Gu Qingyang pressed his advantage, his gaze fixed on the depths of the cavern. Ding! A notification echoed in his mind. Host detected at the sign-in location. "Would you like to sign in?" Gu Qingyang silently thought. "Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. Rewards: Advanced Skill Manual, Celestial Gang Technique, and Boundary-Breaking Pill." A golden light flickered in Gu Qingyang's hand, revealing an ancient tome and a fragrant pill. Wang Hu's eyes turned crimson with envy. "Kid, hand over those items," he bellowed, drawing his sword and charging at Gu Qingyang. Just then, the shadow leopard roared again, its foul breath washing over Gu Qingyang's face. Clutching the pill and the manual, Gu Qingyang coldly regarded both the charging shadow leopard and Wang Hu, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Chapter 5. Boundary breaking. The stench of the leopard's breath assaulted Gu Qingyang, yet he remained unervingly calm. He swiftly swallowed the boundary-breaking pill, a warm current coursing through him as his inner energy surged, awakening a slumbering dragon within. This newfound power bolstered his confidence against both the shadow leopard and Wang Hu. The shadow leopard lunged again, its claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Gu Qingyang stood firm, channeling his inner energy as a formidable force surged from his dantian, converging in his right fist. With a resounding crash, his fist collided with the shadow leopard's claws. The creature staggered back, bewildered, letting out a pitiful whimper as it struggled to comprehend how this seemingly weak human could possess such strength. "Is this all you've got?" Gu Qingyang scoffed, flexing his wrist as determination ignited in his eyes. Wang Hu, witnessing Gu Qingyang's ability to withstand the shadow leopard's attack, felt his greed swell further. He signaled to his minions, who quickly drew their weapons and surrounded Gu Qingyang. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the treasures, and perhaps I'll spare your life." Wang Hu sneered, already envisioning the riches in Gu Qingyang's possession. Gu Qingyang cast a disdainful glance at them, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "You think you rabble can steal from me?" He slowly opened his palm, revealing the ancient Celestial Gang technique. The golden light shimmered across the pages, exuding a mysterious aura, as if it contained boundless secrets. "The Celestial Gang technique, you say?" Wang Hu's eyes widened, his breath quickening. He recognized the power of this manual. Possessing it would catapult his strength to new heights. "Charge. Kill him. Whoever seizes the Celestial Gang technique will be generously rewarded." Wang Hu screamed, his greed completely clouding his judgment. The henchmen surged forward, swords glinting and bloodlust in the AI art. Gu Qingyang's gaze sharpened as the light of the Celestial Gang technique intensified in his grasp. Bathed in golden radiance, he appeared as a celestial being descended from the heavens, and no longer the bullied youth. He exuded a formidable presence that dared not be challenged. The essence of the Celestial Gang technique flowed within him, transforming into palpable power, invigorating every inch of his being. In a flash, he vanished from the encirclement, reappearing behind the shadow leopard. With a powerful punch, he struck the creature squarely on the head. The leopard let out a chilling cry, its massive body collapsing to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. This transpired so swiftly that Wang Hu and his underlings were left in stunned disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the boy they had pursued moments ago had transformed into such a formidable force. Wang Hu, witnessing the demise of his prized beast, was seized by a mix of shock and fury. He drew his sword, his face contorted with rage as he charged at Gu Qingyang, ear-seeking death. Gu Qingyang's lips curled into a cold smile, unperturbed by Wang Hu's fury. He nimbly evaded the attack and retaliated with a swift punch to Wang Hu's chest. Wang Hu spat blood, staggering back in disbelief, his eyes wide with terror. Gu Qingyang relentlessly pressed the attack, each blow a lethal strike, leaving Wang Hu struggling to defend himself as the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. The onlooking henchmen trembled in fear. They had never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. To them, Gu Qingyang resembled an invincible war god. Suddenly halting his assault, Gu Qingyang gazed mockingly at Wang Hu. "Weren't you eager to seize my treasures? Why the hesitation now?" Wang Hu clutched his chest, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Gu Qingyang, unable to muster a single word. Gu Qingyang let out a cold laugh, vanishing once more. Reappearing behind Wang Hu, he raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to Wang Hu's wrist, creating a sharp crack. The sword fell from Wang Hu's grasp, reflecting a glint of light in the sun. A sudden wave of pain coursed through Wang Hu's wrist, draining the color from his face. His henchmen stood frozen, watching the sword fly from their leader's hand, instinctively desiring to rush forward and retrieve it. However, Gu Qingyang had anticipated this. He casually kicked a branch, tripping the two henchmen at the front. The others, witnessing this, skidded to a halt but collided due to inertia, resulting in chaos. Gu Qingyang disregarded the commotion as he approached Wang Hu, towering over him with cold fury in his eyes. "You tyrant, preying upon the weak and oppressing the innocent. Today I shall deliver justice." Before his words could fully resonate, Gu Qingyang unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Each strike infused with overwhelming power, rendering Wang Hu utterly defenseless. Wang Hu's anguished cries echoed throughout the town as he writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to evade Gu Qingyang's relentless onslaught. But to no avail. The townspeople, initially cowering in fear, could no longer resist the urge to peek at the unfolding scene. Their eyes sparkled with shock and exhilaration. They had never imagined that someone would dare to stand up against Wang Hu's tyranny, let alone defeat him so thoroughly. Gu Qingyang did not deliver a fatal blow. Instead, he left Wang Hu battered and bruised, seizing him by the collar and lifting him up. "Remember this. If you dare to bully others again, I shall not show you mercy." With that, Gu Qingyang hurled Wang Hu to the ground and turned to leave. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, surrounding Gu Qingyang to express their gratitude. He offered a modest smile. Aware that this victory was merely a stepping stone, he raised his gaze to the horizon, determination burning within him. "Martial artist realm, Tianling mountain range," he murmured. Stepping towards the town's exit, a fleeting white figure darted around the corner. Chapter 6. Making a name in the town. Bathed in the adoration of the townspeople, Gu Qingyang felt an exhilarating sense of heroism wash over him. However, he understood that he must not allow this fleeting triumph to cloud his judgment. In the realm of martial artists, it was a world governed by the law of the jungle. Only through relentless self-improvement could he truly establish himself. Wang Hu was but a minor obstacle. Greater challenges awaited him. "Young brother, thank you. Thank you for driving away that tyrant Wang Hu." An elderly woman approached, her voice trembling with gratitude as tears shimmered in her eyes. "Indeed, young brother, you are the hero of our town." Others chimed in, echoing her sentiments. Gu Qingyang humbly smiled. It was merely a small effort. There's no need for such formality. The bustling crowd gradually dispersed, leaving Gu Qingyang to wander alone through the streets of the quaint town. His mind awash with myriad thoughts, he realized he must swiftly elevate himself to the realm of a martial master to survive in this perilous world. The Tianling mountain range, he murmured to himself, was the destination of his journey, rumored to be rich in cultivation resources. Suddenly, he recalled the inebriated man named Lin Laosan from the tavern, who had mentioned an abandoned relic outside the town, said to possibly contain treasures that could enhance one's strength. However, Lin Laosan had also cautioned that it was fraught with danger, and even seasoned warriors would not dare to tread there lightly. Gu Qingyang fell into contemplation regarding the relic. Should he opt for the relatively safe yet resource-scarce Tianling mountain range, or dare to venture into the unknown perils of the forsaken relic? To take a chance, to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Ultimately, Gu Qingyang resolved to embrace his adventurous spirit, which rendered him unable to resist the allure of the relic. He turned resolutely towards the town's exit, his steps firm. "Wait, young hero!" A voice tinged with urgency called from behind. Gu Qingyang halted and glanced back, observing several townsfolk rushing towards him, while a fleeting white figure darted around the corner, seemingly watching the unfolding scene. As Gu Qingyang reached the town's threshold, a few residents caught up, panting and filled with anxiety. "Young hero, please stay," a middle-aged man implored. "What if Wang Hu returns after you leave? We are terrified." The others echoed his sentiments, their eyes brimming with fear and unease. Although they were grateful that Gu Qingyang had driven off Wang Hu, they remained apprehensive about potential retaliation. Seeing their worried expressions stirred a warm feeling within Gu Qingyang. He understood that while he had chased away Wang Hu, the problem had not been truly resolved. Only by becoming stronger could he genuinely protect these kind-hearted residents. "Rest assured, everyone," Gu Qingyang asserted with determination. "I will return. Moreover, I shall grow even stronger, ensuring that no one will ever bully you again." His aura of confidence and responsibility garnered the residents' admiration, gradually dispelling their initial fears, replaced instead by a glimmer of hope. As they watched Gu Qingyang's retreating figure, an elderly woman murmured, "This young man is truly a dragon among men." With resolute determination, Gu Qingyang strode towards the relic. He was acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and danger. Yet he felt no fear. Only by continually challenging himself could he surpass his limits and safeguard all that he held dear. Not long after departing the town, Gu Qingyang entered a foreboding forest. The shadows of the trees danced, obscuring the sun, and the air was thick with an odor of decay. Suddenly, a deep beastly growl shattered the silence of the woods. A massive gray wolf sprang from the thicket. Bared fangs aimed directly at Gu Qingyang. Just in time. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Gu Qingyang's eyes as he nimbly evaded the wolf's charge. "Thunderclap fist!" he exclaimed, energy crackling around his fist as he struck the wolf's abdomen with tremendous force. "Aroo!" The wolf let out a pitiful howl. Its massive body sent tumbling to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling stilled. Gu Qingyang exhaled a breath of relief, feeling the surge of power within him. A smile creeping across his lips. It seemed the thunderclap fist was indeed formidable. Suddenly, a rustling noise echoed from the depths of the forest, as if something were approaching. Gu Qingyang's gaze sharpened, fists clenching. More? The rustling grew louder as 3 black wolves, each larger than the gray wolf, emerged from the shadows, their eyes gleaming with menace, surrounding Gu Qingyang. 3. Just the opportunity to test my newly learned Wind Shadow Sword. A slight smile graced Gu Qingyang's lips as a long sword, emanating a faint azure glow, materialized in his hand. He moved like the wind, the sword's light flickering as he weaved between the 3 black wolves. The blade sliced through the air, creating gusts of wind that sent leaves swirling down. Though the black wolves attacked fiercely, they could not touch the hem of Gu Qingyang's garments. With a swift arc of his sword, he severed one wolf's throat, blood sprang forth. Aroo! The remaining 2 wolves, now frenzied, lunged at him. But Gu Qingyang's swordsmanship became increasingly lethal, each strike finding its mark. Moments later, all 3 black wolves lay lifeless, and Gu Qingyang stood, sheathing his sword, unscathed. "The Wind Shadow Sword is indeed powerful," Gu Qingyang nodded in satisfaction, feeling his mastery of the technique deepen. Pressing further into the woods, he encountered several waves of magical beasts, all dispatched with ease. Each battle enriched his understanding of the new techniques, enhancing his strength in the process. After a considerable time, the trees began to thin, revealing a vast expanse. However, what lay before Gu Qingyang was not a relic, but a tumultuous river. The waters roared as they crashed against the rocky banks, producing a deafening cacophony. There were no bridges to cross, and the swift current rendered swimming impossible. standing at the riverbank. Gu Qingyang gazed at the rushing waters, brow furrowed in contemplation. He surveyed the surroundings, seeking a means to cross. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a tall ancient tree on the opposite bank, where something appeared to dangle, a slender figure leaping down from the branches. "Is it her?" Gu Qingyang murmured softly. Chapter 7. The River Crossing, the Relic in Sitaru. The remaining two black wolves attacked with renewed vigor, but Gu Qingyang's swordplay grew increasingly fierce, each move lethal. Moments later, all three black wolves lay defeated, and Gu Qingyang stood victorious, not a scratch upon him. The Wind Shadow Sword is indeed formidable. Gu Qingyang nodded in approval, sensing his proficiency with the technique had advanced further. Continuing deeper into the forest, he faced several more waves of magical beasts, each easily dispatched. With every encounter, his understanding of his new skills deepened, thus augmenting his power. After a lengthy journey, the trees grew sparse, and the landscape opened up before him. Yet, instead of a relic, he was confronted by a raging river. The waters surged and roared, crashing against the rocks on either side, creating a thunderous din. There were no bridges in sight, and the swift current made crossing impossible. Gu Qingyang stood by the riverbank, scrutinizing the tumultuous waters, his brow knitted in concern. This river was unfathomably deep, and hidden within its depths could lurk dangerous beasts. He could not be certain. Forcing a crossing would entail immense risk. He cast his gaze around, searching for a way to navigate the river. As his eyes scanned the trees lining the banks, he contemplated whether it would be feasible to fell some trees to construct a rudimentary bridge. However, the surrounding trees were either too slender to bear weight or too robust for him to fell with his current strength. Gu Qingyang attempted to chop down a relatively slender tree with his sword, embedding the blade deep into the trunk, yet he could not sever it completely. With a sigh, he abandoned that idea. "It seems I must seek another solution," Gu Qingyang murmured to himself, his gaze once more drawn to the surging river, anxiety gnawing at him. He began to walk slowly along the riverbank, hoping to find a spot where the current was gentler or some other clue to cross. Suddenly, he noticed a slender figure descending from a towering ancient tree on the opposite bank. It was the young woman he had encountered previously, Zhuangyu. She seemed to have noticed him as well. Casting a cold glance his way before speaking, "You wish to cross as well?" Her voice was frosty, laced with a subtle hint of mockery. Gu Qingyang, retracting his gaze, nodded. "Indeed, this river obstructs my path," he observed Zhuangyu. Noting her attire was neat, seemingly devoid of any evidence of having crossed the river herself. Did she possess some special method for crossing? As he pondered this, Gu Qingyang's gaze fell upon several stones protruding from the water's surface, varying in size and scattered across the river, seemingly forming a path to the opposite bank. A bold idea ignited in his mind. "Perhaps I can," Gu Qingyang whispered, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. Channeling his inner energy, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leapt gracefully, landing securely on the first stone. The river's tumultuous waters splashed against his clothing, but he felt no fear. Instead, exhilaration surged within him. Zhuangyu watched Gu Qingyang's movements, her eyes wide with astonishment. This seemingly impossible method of crossing the river was indeed being realized. Gu Qingyang leapt from stone to stone, his movements agile and fluid. Though some stones were spaced far apart, his powerful bursts of energy and precise landings allowed him to navigate each gap with ease. The river battered the stones, producing a deafening roar, as if cheering for his bravery. Finally, after a final, precarious leap, Gu Qingyang landed firmly on the opposite bank. He exhaled deeply, a sense of accomplishment flooding his heart. It seems this was not such a daunting task after all. Gu Qingyang turned his gaze towards Zhuangyu, a hint of pride gracing his features. However, scarcely had he spoken when he felt an overwhelming presence bearing down upon him. A colossal intermediate magical beast had appeared behind him, its gaping maw opening wide as it emitted a deafening roar, lunging ferociously towards him. Startled, Gu Qingyang quickly sidestepped to evade the onslaught. The beast's talons grazed the edge of his garment, stirring up a gust of wind. Not daring to hesitate, he promptly activated the advanced technique he had recently mastered, the Wind Thunder Palm, and struck at the creature's head. With a resounding crash, the surrounding leaves were swept away by the turbulent air of battle. The magical beast was momentarily repelled by Gu Qingyang's blow, yet it did not retreat. Instead, it charged at him with renewed ferocity. An intense conflict was on the verge of erupting, with a thunderous roar. The beast once again launched an assault, its claws swinging menacingly toward Gu Qingyang. Agile in his movements, he deftly avoided the creature's attacks, all the while seeking an opportunity for counterattack. His gaze sharpened. Focusing intently on the beast's vulnerable abdomen, Gu Qingyang recognized it as the weakest point in its defenses. Taking a deep breath and suppressing the agonizing pain from his arm, he bided his time. As the beast lunged forward once more, reeking of blood and accompanied by a chilling roar, Gu Qingyang skillfully rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the strike. Across the riverbank, Zhuangyu, observing the skirmish, clenched her fists and murmured to herself. This reckless fool should not overestimate his capabilities. Though she appeared indifferent, a flicker of concern for Gu Qingyang stirred within her. This lad has little skill yet dares to challenge the earth-shattering bear. Sneered a hidden figure, his voice dripping with disdain. He was a spy from the Black Wind Gang, having shadowed Gu Qingyang in hopes of seizing the treasures he possessed. Unbeknownst to Gu Qingyang, who remained wholly focused on the beast before him, the earth-shattering bear momentarily faltered in its assault, exposing its vulnerable abdomen. Now, seizing this fleeting opportunity, Gu Qingyang propelled himself off a rock, soaring through the air like an arrow released from a bow. He summoned all his internal energy, concentrating it in his right fist, and struck fiercely at the bear's midsection. With a dull thud, the bear emitted a piercing howl, staggering back as blood gushed from its wounded belly. Yet, the creature's death throes were not without consequence. Its razor-sharp claws raked across Gu Qingyang's arm, leaving a deep gash that revealed bone. Blood instantly soaked his sleeve, and the excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan from him. Cursing under his breath, Gu Qingyang pressed a hand to his wound, his complexion paling. The earth-shattering bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The hidden spy, witnessing the scene, cursed his ill fortune and turned to leave, deeming an injured warrior as no threat. Gu Qingyang quickly bandaged his wound, his gaze resolutely fixed on the direction of the ruins. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Far greater challenges awaited him. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward towards the ruins, the air thick with a faint metallic scent mingled with the fragrance of earth, an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloping him. The grand entrance of the ruins lay ahead. He extended his hand and slowly pushed open the ancient, heavy stone door. Chapter 8. Ruins Exploration. The ancient stone door creaked ominously as it opened, unleashing a wave of cold, damp art. As Gu Qingyang stepped into the ruins, the sight before him left him breathless. The interior was shrouded in darkness, with only a few feeble rays of light filtering through the cracks in the stone, barely illuminating the surroundings. The air was thick with dust and the scent of decay, creating a stifling atmosphere. Gu Qingyang proceeded cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, aware that within this ancient edifice lay countless dangers and unknown challenges. Suddenly, a faint sound shattered the silence of the ruins. Gu Qingyang's heart tightened with apprehension. Almost simultaneously, a barrage of arrows erupted from the walls, raining down upon him like a torrential storm. His expression shifted as he hurriedly executed his evasive maneuvers. The arrows whizzed past, producing sharp whistling sounds. Several even tore through his clothing, leaving shallow, bloodied streaks. "Damn it," Gu Qingyang muttered under his breath, silently grateful for his swift reaction. He meticulously observed the pattern of the arrows. Realizing they were not randomly shot but followed a distinct rhythm and sequence, in the fleeting intervals of the arrow rain, he focused intently and identified a safe gap. Drawing a deep breath, he propelled himself forward like a darting arrow. As the arrows descended once more, Gu Qingyang nimbly dodged and weaved, narrowly evading every attack. At last, he successfully traversed the rain of arrows, arriving at a relatively secure location. Exhaling in relief, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling fortunate for his narrow escape. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears from behind. "Who goes there?" Gu Qingyang spun around sharply, his voice commanding. Emerging from the shadows was a figure clad in form-fitting attire, brandishing a long sword with an air of confidence. It was Zhuangyu. A smirk played upon her lips, her gaze piercing as it locked onto Gu Qingyang. "It appears you have also uncovered this secret," Zhuangyu reiterated, her tone laced with provocation. Gu Qingyang regarded her warily, pondering her intentions. He could tell that this woman possessed formidable strength, far from ordinary. "What secret?" he inquired, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Zhuangyu scoffed lightly. "Do you truly believe I would divulge such information? Young man, if you possess any sense, you would leave this place at once, or else," before she could finish her sentence. Gu Qingyang felt the ground tremble beneath him. Suddenly, a massive silhouette emerged from the darkness. It was a towering, 3-meter-tall puppet guardian, forged entirely from bronze, wielding a colossal cleaver that radiated an icy malice. "Humph, utterly foolish," Zhuangyu scoffed, seemingly unfazed by the appearance of the puppet. The guardian swung its massive blade towards Gu Qingyang with lethal intent. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Gu Qingyang had no time to lose. He swiftly evaded the attack. The blade struck the ground with a thunderous crash, shaking the very earth beneath him. Gu Qingyang was taken aback by the immense strength of the puppet guardian. He dared not confront it head-on, instead opting to evade and maneuver, searching for any openings in its defense. The guardian's strikes were rapid, each swing accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that bore down on Gu Qingyang. Intensifying the pressure he faced, he deftly avoided the guardian's attacks. Gu Qingyang meticulously scrutinized its movements. He soon realized that while the puppet possessed great power, its motions were somewhat rigid, lacking agility. After a narrow escape, Gu Qingyang seized the opportunity to retreat, widening the gap between himself and the guardian. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhuangyu mocked, her tone dripping with condescension. Gu Qingyang ignored her, continuing to observe the guardian's actions, contemplating how he might overcome it. The puppet guardian charged at him once more, its blade swinging down with deadly precision. Gu Qingyang inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. "Now!" He surged forward. Just as the guardian's blade was about to cleave him in two, he ducked, slipping beneath the blade, and positioned himself behind the guardian, raising his sword to strike at its joint. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out as the blade pierced the bronze, leaving only a shallow scratch. Sparks flew, and the recoil sent a numbing shock through Gu Qingyang's hands. The guardian's defense was far beyond his expectations. "Humph, utterly foolish." Zhuangyu stood by, arms crossed, her tone laden with undisguised ridicule. "With skills like yours, do you truly believe you can challenge the guardians of the ruins?" Unbeknownst to Gu Qingyang, several figures clad in black had appeared, all possessing mid-tier warrior prowess, standing respectfully behind Zhuangyu. One stepped forward, his tone disdainful. "Miss Zhuangyu speaks the truth. This lad is merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot." Clenching his teeth, Gu Qingyang resumed his assault, this time targeting the joints of the puppet guardian. Despite failing to inflict critical damage, his relentless strikes began to slow the guardian's movements. "Interesting," Zhuangyu raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. "This boy has actually discerned the guardian's weakness?" The black-clad figures behind her mirrored her astonishment, one exclaiming, "He is quite fortunate to have found its weak point, but even so, he cannot prevail." Gu Qingyang's strikes grew increasingly rapid, while the guardian's movements became sluggish. Just as victory seemed within reach, the guardian suddenly swung its blade with ferocious force. Gu Qingyang, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely in the chest. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Utterly foolish." Zhuangyu let out a cold snort, seemingly unperturbed by the outcome. The men in black also displayed expressions of disdain. One of them remarked, "With such meager abilities, they dare to trespass into the ruins? Truly a case of ignorance to the point of folly." Gu Qingyang struggled to rise, his entire body racked with pain. Nearly rendering him breathless, he lifted his gaze towards the depths of the ruins, aware that the sign-in point lay just beyond. Yet he questioned whether he could persevere. Summoning every ounce of strength, he trembled as he extended his hand, pointing towards the depths of the ruins, his hoarse voice barely audible. I can still." Chapter 9. The ruins counterattack. The joy of Sinan, Gu Qingyang gritted his teeth and fought to rise from the ground. His chest burned with agony, as if several ribs had fractured. Yet, he paid it no mind. An inexplicable force compelled him, guiding him deeper into the ruins. He staggered forward, each step akin to walking on the edge of a blade. How resilient, Zhuang Yu observed Gu Qingyang's retreating figure, a flicker of complex emotion crossing her eyes. The black-clad individuals behind her grew somewhat impatient. "Miss, shall we?" Zhuang Yu raised her hand, halting them. "Wait a moment," she said, eager to witness what this seemingly ordinary youth might still possess. Gu Qingyang felt his strength waning, darkness encroaching upon his vision. Yet within him, clarity blossomed. The pulling force intensified, as if just ahead. He clenched his teeth, summoning his last reserves of energy, charging forward. Turning a corner, a vast expanse opened before him, and an ancient altar emerged, radiating a gentle glow from its center. Gu Qingyang's heart leaped with joy. He recognized this as the sign-in point he sought. However, at that moment, several shadowy figures materialized around the altar, blocking his path. These puppet guardians were even more formidable than those he had encountered previously. Wielding weapons of superior craftsmanship, a sense of dread filled Gu Qingyang. He understood he had stumbled into greater peril. "Looks like your luck has run out," a chilling voice emanated from behind the puppet guardians. A man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a menacing mask, slowly emerged. He wielded a black longsword, its blade emanating a chilling aura. Gu Qingyang fought to maintain his upright stance, his gaze resolute as he faced his adversary. "You wish to thwart my sign-in? Let us see if you possess the capability." Gu Qingyang inhaled deeply, his internal energy surging as he unleashed the full potential of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique. His figure became a blur as he darted between the puppet guardians, leaving trails of afterimages. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, pinpointed the vulnerabilities of each guardian, delivering lethal strikes with both fists and feet. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Gu Qingyang shattered a puppet guardian's head with a single kick, metal shards scattering. Bang! Another guardian's chest was punctured by Gu Qingyang's fist, emitting a dull thud. In mere breaths, several puppet guardians lay vanquished at his feet, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. This unforeseen turn of events left the men in black and the masked man in stunned silence. "How is this possible? He is so strong," one of the black-clad men exclaimed. The masked man's eyes darkened. He had not anticipated this seemingly inconspicuous youth to possess such formidable strength. "Incompetence, a bunch of useless fools," he bellowed, the black longsword vibrating with an ominous hum as a powerful aura erupted from his being. The last puppet guardian, seemingly invigorated by the masked man's presence, let out a deafening roar, swinging a massive iron hammer towards Gu Qingyang with fervor. Its speed was astonishing, and its strength overwhelming, leaving Gu Qingyang momentarily at a loss. However, he remained composed, keenly observing the guardian's attack trajectory and deftly utilizing the surrounding environment for cover. The stone pillars encircling the altar became his optimal shield as he nimbly maneuvered between them, evading the guardian's onslaught. At that juncture, he noticed a flickering red device on the guardian's back. He realized this must be the core mechanism of the puppet guardian. A glimmer of determination ignited in Gu Qingyang's eyes. He inhaled sharply, his form suddenly darting away from another attack, swiftly circling behind the guardian. Clenching his right fist, he concentrated his energy at his fingertips, launching a fierce blow towards the red device. "Perish!" he shouted. Gu Qingyang's fist, imbued with the full force of the Nine Heavens Thunder technique, struck the red device with tremendous impact. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as the red device shattered, halting the guardian's movements. Its massive frame collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The men in black recoiled in horror, their faces pale. The masked man's expression darkened, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated this youth could indeed obliterate a puppet guardian. As the dust settled, Gu Qingyang stood amidst the wreckage. Breathing heavily, he raised his gaze to the altar's center, where a softly glowing golden disc awaited, his intended sign-in point. He hastened to the disc, mentally reciting, "Sign in, ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host." You have obtained a breakthrough pill, which will aid in your ascension to the martial master realm. Additional reward: a Xuanwu shield, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. The system's voice resonated within Gu Qingyang's mind, as a pill exuding a rich herbal aroma and a shield adorned with the Xuanwu emblem appeared in his grasp. Overwhelmed with elation, Gu Qingyang swiftly consumed the breakthrough pill. The pill dissolved instantly, a surge of potent energy coursing through him, his meridians reverberating with a thunderous sound as his true energy surged. Shattering his cultivation bottleneck, he clenched his fists, feeling the tidal wave of power within, knowing he had successfully ascended to the martial master realm. Stowing the Xuanwu shield in his storage ring, he cast a glance at the incapacitated black-clad men and the sullen masked figure. A cold smile gracing his lips. Ignoring them, he turned and made his way toward the exit of the ruins. Upon exiting the ruins, Gu Qingyang returned to the small town. He sought out an inn, reserving a room to rest and consolidate his newly achieved cultivation. He pushed open the door, stepping inside, and closed it behind him. Chapter 10. A setback at the academy pushing open the inn's window. The morning sunlight bathed Gu Qingyang's face as he stretched, invigorated and brimming with strength. After breaking through to the martial master realm, he found himself with an even firmer grasp on his power. Today, he intended to visit Tianyuan Academy to study advanced techniques and further augment his abilities. Tianyuan Academy, located in the heart of Tianyuan City, was an imposing structure sprawling over vast grounds. Standing at the academy's entrance, Gu Qingyang gazed up at the towering sign, anticipation swelling within him. He envisioned himself within the academy, mastering powerful techniques, engaging in exchanges with other talented students, and gradually advancing on his path to strength. With confident strides, he approached the academy's grand entrance, only to be halted by two guards. "Young sir, may I inquire as to your purpose at the academy?" One of the guards inquired. "I wish to join Tianyuan Academy and become a student." Gu Qingyang replied with a smile, pride evident in his tone. The guard scrutinized him from head to toe. One stated, "To join the academy, a recommendation letter from an elder or instructor is required." "Do you possess one?" Gu Qingyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a recommendation letter was necessary for admission. Throughout his journey, he had triumphed over countless obstacles through his strength and the sign-in system. Never considering he could be turned away for lacking a recommendation, "I do not have a recommendation letter," Gu Qingyang admitted candidly, "but I am a martial master, and I believe my abilities suffice for entrance into Tianyuan Academy." The guard shook his head, replying, "Without a recommendation letter, regardless of your strength, entry into the academy is not permitted. This is the academy's rule." That moment, a flamboyantly dressed youth emerged from within the academy. Flanked by several attendants, he cast a glance at Gu Qingyang, his tone dripping with arrogance as he remarked, "And you think you can enter Tianyuan Academy? Have you considered your own standing?" Gu Qingyang recognized this youth as Zhao Xian, the one he had encountered in the ruins. He hadn't anticipated their paths would cross again. "Zhao Xian, what do you mean by that?" Gu Qingyang inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhao Xian sneered, "What do I mean?" "Quite literally, you, a country bumpkin without connections or a recommendation letter, wish to enter Tianyuan Academy? What a delusion!" An elder emerged from the academy, none other than Elder Sun, who was responsible for admissions. Hearing Zhao Xian's words, he turned to Gu Qingyang and asked, "Young man, do you truly lack a recommendation letter?" Gu Qingyang took a deep breath and replied, "I do not have a recommendation letter, but I—" Elder Sun raised a hand, interrupting him. "Without a recommendation letter, you cannot participate in the entrance examination. This is the academy's regulation. No one is exempt." Gu Qingyang wished to say more, but Zhao Xian interjected, "Elder Sun, this sort of person is not worthy of entering Tianyuan Academy. Please do not waste your time." Elder Sun cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Xian, then shifted his gaze to Gu Qingyang, and spoke slowly, "Young man, without rules, there can be no order." Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, striving to suppress the discontent brewing within him, and replied earnestly, "Elder Sun, I fully comprehend the Academy's regulations, yet I have traveled a great distance to Tianyuan Academy solely to learn more advanced techniques and enhance my prowess. Although I lack a recommendation letter, I am confident that my talent and diligence will not disappoint you." Elder Sun stroked his beard, maintaining a serious tone, "Young man, while talent and effort are indeed vital, rules are rules. Without a recommendation letter, you simply cannot proceed. Zhao Xian, arms crossed and a mocking expression on his face, interjected, "Did you hear that, country bumpkin? Elder son has spoken. It's impossible. You'd best return to your farming and avoid embarrassing yourself here." His entourage echoed his derision, laughter rippling through the air. Even Zhuangyu, who had quietly stood behind Gu Qingyang, now furrowed her brow slightly, concern evident in her eyes. She was aware of Gu Qingyang's exceptional abilities. Yet the strict regulations of Tianyuan Academy made entry without a recommendation letter exceedingly difficult. Gu Qingyang's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated such a formidable obstacle. He realized that without access to the Academy's advanced techniques, his progress would be significantly hampered, widening the gap between him and the gifted disciples with resources and connections. Had he truly chosen the wrong path? Silently, he turned to leave this stifling place. Just then, a thought struck him, causing him to halt abruptly and instinctively reach for the storage pouch at his waist. Gu Qingyang's fingers explored the pouch. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. He recalled his sign in space. Perhaps there was still hope. Casually, he approached the stone tablet at the Academy's entrance, feigning admiration for the inscription while inwardly reciting his sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing an Tianyuan Academy entrance and receiving a mysterious recommendation letter. The system's voice resonated in his mind, filling him with delight. He retrieved the letter, noticing that the envelope bore no signature, only a few archaic characters radiating an air of mystery. Taking a deep breath, he turned back to Elder Son, presenting the recommendation letter with both hands. "Elder Son, please take a look." Elder Son accepted the letter, his brow slightly furrowing. The inscription on the envelope was unfamiliar to him, which surprised him. He opened the envelope and extracted the letter inside, which contained only a few words, each draped in formidable weight. The letter's conclusion was an unfamiliar signature that struck him with a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Elder Son's expression shifted through various emotions before he slowly raised his gaze, regarding Gu Qingyang with newfound scrutiny. "Where did you acquire this recommendation letter?" "It was gifted to me by a predecessor." Gu Qingyang replied calmly, neither servile nor arrogant. Zhao Xian, unable to contain himself, scoffed, "What a charade! I wager that letter is a forgery." "Elder Son, do not let him deceive you." Ignoring Zhao Xian, Elder Son pondered for a moment before stating, "Young man, although the origins of this recommendation letter are unclear, I can make an exception and grant you an opportunity. You must participate in a special selection competition. If you succeed, you may enroll officially." Gu Qingyang's heart leapt with joy as he quickly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Son." Zhuangyu, relieved, moved closer to Gu Qingyang and whispered, "I believe in your abilities." At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young man approached Zhuangyu, nonchalantly twirling a folding fan. "This young lady, I am young Master Li. Might I have the honor of inviting you?" Gu Qingyang's gaze turned icy as he stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhuangyu. Before young Master Li could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gu Qingyang's frigid stare. With a disdainful glance at young Master Li, Gu Qingyang warned, "This young lady does not appreciate being disturbed." Young Master Li's expression soured, yet upon noticing Zhuangyu's evident reliance on Gu Qingyang, he begrudgingly turned away. The special selection took place at the Academy's martial arts arena. Sunlight streamed across the expansive ground, illuminating the towering structures surrounding it, lending an air of solemnity. Hundreds of contestants gathered, each brimming with energy and eager anticipation. Gu Qingyang surveyed the unfamiliar faces, feeling a twinge of pressure. Countless hidden experts lurked within the crowd, causing a flutter of apprehension in his heart. Elder Son ascended the platform and announced the competition rules. A one-on-one elimination match, with strikes only to be acknowledged. Lethal techniques were strictly prohibited. With the sound of a gong, the selection commenced. Gu Qingyang's first opponent was a brawny figure, muscles rippling, unmistakably a strength-oriented fighter. His name was Shi Lei, a standout from the Academy's external division, already at the advanced stage of martial artist. "Kid, I advise you to surrender early to avoid unnecessary pain." Shi Lei sneered, brandishing his massive fists, stirring up a gust of wind. Gu Qingyang remained calm. Undeterred by his opponent's imposing presence, He inhaled deeply, adopting a defensive stance. Shirley's attacks came like a tempest, each punch laden with immense force, as if intending to crush Gu Qingyang into oblivion. Gu Qingyang found himself dodging continuously, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Is this kid only capable of evasion? What a disgrace! Zhao Xian jeered from the crowd. Lin Wan, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, a hint of concern in her eyes. She could tell that while Gu Qingyang was agile, he remained on the defensive, and if this continued, defeat was inevitable. After several evaded strikes, Gu Qingyang gradually found his composure. He noted that while Shirley possessed great strength, his speed was relatively sluggish, and his attacks were predictable. Seizing an opening, Gu Qingyang swiftly dodged a heavy punch, delivering a palm strike to Shirley's abdomen. Shirley grunted, his form wavering slightly. Now's my chance. Gu Qingyang's eyes gleamed with determination as he surged forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon Shirley. The spectators, initially expecting a swift defeat for Gu Qingyang, gasped in astonishment as he not only retaliated but gained the upper hand. This kid has potential, Elder Sun mused, stroking his beard with a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Shirley, battered by the relentless onslaught, seethed with rage. He bellowed and charged forward once more, fists swinging. A confident smile graced Gu Qingyang's lips as he chose not to meet Shirley's brute force head-on, instead continuing to use his agility to find openings amidst Shirley's attacks. It seems I must take this seriously, Gu Qingyang murmured to himself. Shirley's strikes became increasingly ferocious, the wind from his punches howling and kicking up clouds of dust. Gu Qingyang darted like a specter, narrowly evading each blow, yet beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and his breath grew heavier. This kid is quick, but alas, his strength is lacking. He cannot escape defeat. An external academy student scoffed. Go, Shirley. Teach him a lesson. Another student chimed in. Lin Wan watched anxiously as Gu Qingyang navigated the perilous arena. Her fists clenched tightly, palms damp with perspiration. In the midst of evasion, Gu Qingyang's gaze sharpened. He noticed that while Shirley's attacks remained fierce, his speed had noticeably diminished, and his breathing had turned labored, a clear indication of fatigue. A cold smirk crept across Gu Qingyang's lips, no longer content to simply dodge. He began actively seeking counterattack opportunities. As Shirley swung a punch that missed, his balance faltered slightly. Gu Qingyang capitalized on the moment, slipping behind Shirley and delivering a palm strike to his back. Bang! Shirley staggered several steps, nearly toppling over. Gasps erupted from the audience, astonished that Gu Qingyang could exploit Shirley's vulnerability to strike back. Fuming with humiliation, Shirley spun around to attack Gu Qingyang again. Gu Qingyang employed the same tactics, relentlessly wearing down Shirley's stamina. After several exchanges, Shirley was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. This ends now, Gu Qingyang shouted, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him. Unleashing a formidable aura, he flickered forward, arriving before Shirley and unleashing a powerful punch. Thunderclap fist. A flash of lightning erupted as Shirley howled in agony, sent hurtling backward to crash heavily onto the ground. Unconscious, a stunned silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was left in awe of Gu Qingyang's sudden and overwhelming display of strength. They had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous youth possessed such formidable prowess. Elder Sun's eyes gleamed with newfound respect as he stroked his beard, murmuring, "This young man is truly remarkable." Zhao Xian stood among the crowd, his face darkened and fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. He glared at the triumphant Gu Qingyang, a blaze of jealousy igniting within him. Gu Qingyang, just you wait. As the dust settled, Gu Qingyang gradually reined in his breath, a faint smile gracing his lips. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, cheers rising and falling like waves. Lin Wan let out a sigh of relief, a radiant smile of liberation illuminating her face. Among the crowd, Shuang Yu's gaze remained fixed on Gu Qingyang, her eyes shimmering with unabashed admiration. Unable to contain herself, she whispered, "So impressive." This subtle remark was caught by several male students nearby, who followed Shuang Yu's gaze toward Gu Qingyang, their expressions rife with jealousy and hostility. One of them snorted disdainfully, "What's so impressive about him? It's merely luck." Zhao Xian observed the scene with a darkened expression, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. He had initially dismissed Gu Qingyang as a mere clown, only to discover his formidable prowess. Damn it! This brat has stolen my spotlight. Zhao Xian cursed inwardly, a fierce flame of jealousy igniting within him. With a sullen face, he turned and walked toward a corner where several close associates awaited. "You lot, come here," he murmured, plotting how to sabotage Gu Qingyang in the upcoming matches. As Gu Qingyang descended from the stage, he was met with Lin Wan's concerned gaze. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" she asked, meticulously inspecting his body. "Rest assured, I'm fine," Gu Qingyang replied with a smile, feeling warmth swell in his heart at Lin Wan's care. His eyes swept through the crowd, landing on Zhuang Yu's unabashed admiration, stirring a gentle response within him as he offered her an encouraging smile. Elder Sun approached Gu Qingyang, nodding in appreciation. "Well done, your strength has exceeded my expectations. Keep up the effort in the next matches." Gu Qingyang respectfully bowed, expressing his gratitude for the elder's praise. As the competition continued, Gu Qingyang triumphed over several formidable opponents, advancing with unwavering momentum. However, he gradually sensed an unusual atmosphere around him. The rules seemed increasingly stacked against him. As the next round approached, Gu Qingyang stood on the stage, feeling several malicious gazes fixated upon him. Taking a deep breath, his expression sharpened. It appeared that the real drama was about to unfold. He mused quietly, his fists clenching tightly. The piercing voice broke the tension. "In the next match, Gu Qingyang faces Zhao Xian." The sharp announcement sliced through the air, landing in Gu Qingyang's ears like a clap of thunder. Frowning slightly, he turned to face the smug Zhao Xian, understanding dawning upon him. The strange atmosphere of recent days, the increasingly unfavorable rules, it had all been leading to this moment. Zhao Xian had long sought this opportunity to eliminate him. "Gu Qingyang, did you ever think this would happen? This time, I'll see how you can win," Zhao Xian smirked, his eyes brimming with provocation. Whispers of the crowd reached Gu Qingyang's ears, mostly praising Zhao Xian while belittling him. "Young Master Zhao is merely at the early stage of a martial master. Gu Qingyang stands little chance this time." "Indeed, I've heard young Master Zhao sought guidance from family elders specifically for this match, significantly boosting his strength. Gu Qingyang reaching this point is already a miracle. He is unlikely to progress further." Among the crowd, Zhuang Yu clenched her fists, worry etched across her face. "Gu Qingyang, you must be careful," she murmured, her concern palpable. Lin Wan joined her, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. "Don't worry, Gu Qingyang will be fine." Yet, despite her words, anxiety lingered in her heart. On the stage, Elder Sun announced the commencement of the match. Gu Qingyang inhaled deeply, channeling his internal energy into his long sword. However, the moment he swung the sword, a wave of unease washed over him. The blade felt light and powerless, as if it had lost its former edge. Alarmed, he quickly realized that someone had tampered with his weapon. Each attack fell just short of its mark, its power severely diminished. Despicable! Gu Qingyang seethed inwardly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, seeing the dismay on Gu Qingyang's face, laughed triumphantly. "Gu Qingyang, you never saw this coming, did you? You are destined to lose this match." He wielded his sword with fervor, unleashing a barrage of fierce sword energy directed at Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang struggled to defend himself, hampered by the compromised weapon. After several exchanges, wounds adorned his body, blood staining his attire. Zhao Xian pressed forward relentlessly, mockery dancing in his eyes. "What's wrong? Is this your strength?" Truly disappointing, grinding his teeth, Gu Qingyang's eyes flashed with determination. Even with a sabotaged weapon, he would not concede easily. "Zhao Xian, the outcome remains uncertain," he snorted coldly, once more swinging his long sword. Gu Qingyang was forced back by Zhao Xian's strike. Staggering before regaining his footing, a trickle of blood escaping his lips, he glanced down at the feeble sword in his hand, fury boiling within him. "Ha ha, Gu Qingyang, weren't you quite arrogant? Now you seem like a stray dog." A sycophant of Zhao Xian jeered, eliciting laughter from the crowd. "Young Master Zhao is formidable. Gu Qingyang is nothing but a fool to challenge him." Another follower chimed in. Hearing the ridicule, Zhuang Yu's heart twisted with anxiety. Her fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her skin. "Do you Qingyang?" she whispered, worry evident in her voice. Lin Wan sighed softly, grasping Zhuang Yu's hand in comfort. "Don't fret, I believe in him." Yet, her eyes betrayed her unease. After all, Zhao Xian was at the early stage of a martial master, backed by his family, placing Gu Qingyang's situation in jeopardy. On the stage, Zhao Xian's arrogance escalated as he executed his sword techniques with ferocity, relentlessly pressing Gu Qingyang, each move aimed at his vital points. "Surrender, Gu Qingyang. You are no match for me." In the face of Zhao Xian's aggressive onslaught, Gu Qingyang remained calm, his gaze sharp as he deftly evaded the attacks. Though his sword lacked strength, he relied on his extensive combat experience and precise timing to deflect Zhao Xian's strikes. No longer attempting to overpower him directly, Gu Qingyang utilized agility and technique. Searching for an opportunity to counterattack, Elder Sun observed Gu Qingyang's performance on the stage, his brow furrowing slightly, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. Zhao Xian, noticing Gu Qingyang's resilience, felt his confidence waver. He had expected an easy victory, only to find Gu Qingyang unexpectedly tenacious. Anger simmered within him, and he intensified his assault but still failed to breach Gu Qingyang's defenses. "Damn it," Zhao Xian cursed inwardly. His frustration mounting with each failed attempt. In that moment, he spotted a fleeting opening in Gu Qingyang's stance. A glint of malice flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes as he thrust his sword, infused with fierce energy, straight at Gu Qingyang's chest. "Die!" Gu Qingyang's lips curled into a cold smile. This opening was intentional. Just as Zhao Xian's blade was about to pierce him, Gu Qingyang vanished like a specter, evading the lethal strike. Simultaneously, the seemingly feeble sword in his hand burst forth with blinding brilliance, swiftly striking Zhao Xian's abdomen. Zhao Xian screamed, his body hurtling back, crashing heavily at the edge of the stage, blood erupting from his mouth. The audience gasped in astonishment, stunned by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the moment, Gu Qingyang charged forward, disregarding his injuries, unleashing his full might. His movements were like lightning, each strike imbued with formidable force, driving Zhao Xian back step by step. "How is this possible? Your sword." Zhao Xian stared in horror at Gu Qingyang, unable to fathom how the previously weak sword had transformed into such a lethal weapon. "Did you think you were the only one capable of underhanded tricks?" Gu Qingyang retorted coldly, his sword once again aimed at Zhao Xian's throat. "Stop." Just as the tension reached its peak, Elder Sun's voice rang out. Halting the impending clash, he approached the center of the stage, scrutinizing both Gu Qingyang's and Zhao Xian's weapons, his expression darkening. "Zhao Xian, your sword has been coated with a debilitating agent?" Elder Sun's voice was grave and authoritative, sending a shiver down Zhao Xian's spine. Zhao Xian's face drained of color, stammering, I didn't know." "Humph." Elder Sun scoffed, the evidence glaring before him, leaving no room for denial. His gaze swept over the audience as he declared, "In this match, Gu Qingyang is the victor." Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, who were captivated by Gu Qingyang's resilience and courage. Zhao Xian glared at Gu Qingyang, his eyes filled with resentment. Clutching his abdomen, he staggered to his feet and spat defiantly, "Gu Qingyang, you wait." Lin Wan watched Gu Qingyang, battered yet victorious on the stage, her heart brimming with concern. Biting her lip, her gaze flickered as she clutched a healing elixir tightly in her hand. Chapter 13. Breaking through the predicament, Zhuang Yu in crisis below the stage. Lin Wan anxiously watched Gu Qingyang, clutching the healing elixir tightly. She yearned to rush to him but was restrained by Elder Sun beside her. This lad, Gu Qingyang, truly has extraordinary fortune, managing to defeat Zhao Xian once again. Elder Sun stroked his beard, a hint of barely perceptible admiration lacing his tone, quickly supplanted by concern. He feared that Zhao Xian, that narrow-minded fellow, would not let the matter rest. Lin Wan nodded anxiously, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Qingyang, terrified that he might encounter further mishaps. The surrounding disciples buzzed with chatter, some expressing admiration for Gu Qingyang's victory, while others reveled in Zhao Xian's defeat. Among them, a few ostentatiously dressed disciples mocked Zhao Xian with disdainful remarks. "I thought Zhao Xian was formidable. Yet here he lies defeated by Gu Qingyang. Snickered a portly disciple. Indeed, I wonder where he found the audacity to challenge Gu Qingyang. Another tall, lanky disciple chimed in. They were Zhao Xin's lackeys, typically wielding their influence with bravado, and now, witnessing Zhao Xin's downfall, they naturally seized the opportunity to kick him while he was down. Standing on the arena, Gu Qingyang felt the myriad of gazes upon him, but remained unyieldingly vigilant. He understood that Zhao Xin would not concede so easily. The forthcoming matches would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. He scanned the surroundings warily, seeking to unearth Zhao Xin's next scheme. At that moment, he noticed Zhuang Yu cornered by several male disciples. These young men, clad in finery, were evidently the scions of affluent families within the academy. Their words were lewd, and their hands roamed inappropriately, while Zhuang Yu's face contorted with disgust, yet she found it difficult to extricate herself from the situation. A surge of dread gripped Gu Qingyang's heart. He could not afford to linger on the ongoing preparations for the match and dashed towards Zhuang Yu. "What are you doing?" he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder amidst the crowd. The male disciples surrounding Zhuang Yu turned to see Gu Qingyang, their faces morphing into expressions of scorn, though. "If it isn't Gu Qingyang, what, do you aspire to be the gallant hero?" mocked the tallest among them. Clad in lavish attire. His name was Li Ming, notorious in the academy as a debauched scion, who wielded his familial influence with impunity. "I advise you to mind your own business." Otherwise, Li Ming's threat was cut short as he blinked in astonishment. Gu Qingyang had already closed the distance between them. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Li Ming was sent sprawling by a single punch, crashing to the ground with a pained cry. The surrounding disciples were rendered speechless. They had not anticipated Gu Qingyang's formidable prowess, capable of downing Li Ming with a mere blow. The other male disciples, witnessing this, hastily drew their weapons and converged on Gu Qingyang. He let out a cold laugh. Moving with the swiftness of a phantom amidst the throng, his fists and feet raining down with relentless force, each strike imbued with a fierce gust of wind. Cries of agony erupted as several male disciples collapsed. Clutching their stomachs in torment, they could hardly fathom that Gu Qingyang's strength was so terrifying, defeating them all in mere moments. Zhuang Yu watched in astonishment and gratitude, never imagining that Gu Qingyang would risk offending Li Ming and his ilk on her behalf. Below the arena, Zhao Xin seethed with jealousy at Gu Qingyang's display of prowess. His face darkened as he approached Elder Sun, murmuring, "Elder Sun, Gu Qingyang has violated the competition rules by leaving the match to engage in a brawl. His eligibility should be revoked." Elder Sun furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between Gu Qingyang and Zhao Xin, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Lin Wan hurried to Elder Sun's side. After a slight bow, she spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone. "Elder Sun, the situation is not as Zhao Xin has portrayed. The earlier male disciples insulted and behaved inappropriately towards Sister Zhuang Yu. Gu Qingyang intervened to uphold the academy's dignity. If left unaddressed, would it not embolden such ruffians and tarnish our academy's reputation?" Elder Sun stroked his beard, his gaze darting between Lin Wan and Zhao Xin. Lin Wan was well regarded within the academy for her exceptional medical skills and her gentle demeanor. Lending weight to her words, Zhao Xin's complexion darkened, yet he dared not refute Lin Wan in Elder Sun's presence. They were the ones who harassed Sister Zhuang Yu first. Qingyang merely acted in defense. Zhuang Yu interjected, her tone tinged with a subtle note of grievance. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Sun finally waved his hand, declaring, "Very well. Let this matter rest. Jiu Qingyang, exercise caution in your future actions. Do not act impulsively." As Gu Qingyang returned to the competition arena, he cast a cold glance at Zhao Xin, his voice dripping with disdain. "You, who can only resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, are utterly unworthy of being my opponent." Zhao Xin's face flushed with anger, yet he could only glare furiously at him, unable to retort. As the match resumed, the atmosphere was palpably tenser than before. Gu Qingyang stood resolute in the center of the arena, his gaze sharp and unwavering, aware that Zhao Xin would not relent. The upcoming contest would surely be more treacherous. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin stood opposite him, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his lips, as if concocting some nefarious plot. "Jiu Qingyang, perceiving Zhao Xian's smug expression, knew that a more formidable scheme awaited him in this round. His fists tightening slowly, Zhao Xian discreetly retrieved a talisman shimmering with an eerie light from his sleeve, stealthily affixing it to his weapon. Chapter 14. The turn of the match as the match recommenced. Zhao Xian wore a chilling smile, as if victory was already in his grasp. He deftly attached the talisman, radiating an ominous glow, to his weapon. The spectators, particularly Zhao Xian's sycophants, began to murmur derisively, dripping with contempt for Gu Qingyang. This kid, how dare he offend young Master Zhao? Truly reckless. Young Master Zhao is a martial artist at the initial stage. His wealth is immense, overflowing with treasures. What could this lad possibly use to contend against him? Just look at that pitiful appearance. He likely lacks even a decent weapon. This match is devoid of suspense. These whispers reached Zhuang Yu's ears, causing her to fret for Gu Qingyang. She turned to Lin Wan, only to find her wearing a worried expression, her brows furrowed tightly. Sister Lin Wan, do you think Qingyang can win? Zhuang Yu asked in a hushed tone, anxiety evident in her voice. Lin Wan shook her head gently, sighing. Zhao Xian's strength already surpasses Qingyang's. Now that he has employed an unknown talisman, I fear. She left her thought unfinished, but her concern was palpable as the match commenced. Zhao Xian lunged at Gu Qingyang with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains, launching a relentless assault. His sword glimmered ominously, each swing accompanied by a chilling gust of wind that sent shivers down one's spine. Gu Qingyang, momentarily distracted by Zhuang Yu's predicament, struggled to defend himself. Sustaining numerous injuries, his garments stained crimson with blood. Qingyang, Zhuang Yu gasped, her eyes filled with dread. Observing Gu Qingyang's disheveled state, Zhao Xian's followers erupted with exuberance, taunting, "Ha ha, this kid is nothing but mediocre, young Master Zhao. Teach him a lesson, let him understand the consequences of offending you." Gu Qingyang, noticing the worry etched in Zhuang Yu's eyes, felt an empowering surge within him. A warm current flowed from his dantian throughout his body, and the Nine Heavens Xianyang technique he had signed in for began to operate autonomously. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. A trivial skill. Gu Qingyang scoffed, his figure vanishing like a specter, deftly evading Zhao Xian's attack. Unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black dagger materialized in his hand, exuding an icy aura. This was the exquisite Xian rank weapon, the Nether Blade, obtained through his earlier sign-in. What? Zhao Xian gasped in shock, unable to fathom Gu Qingyang's astonishing speed. Before he could respond, Gu Qingyang closed the distance, the Nether Blade slicing through the air, aimed directly at Zhao Xian's throat. Zhao Xian hastily retreated, narrowly escaping the lethal strike. Yet a crimson line marred his face. He gazed at Gu Qingyang in terror, disbelief flooding his eyes. The spectators around them were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, silence enveloping the arena. How is this possible? Zhao Xian's followers stared in shock, their previous bravado evaporating. Gu Qingyang paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment, relentlessly advancing, the Nether Blade transforming in his grasp into the scythe of death. Each swing suffused with lethal intent. Zhao Xian, battered and bruised, ultimately found himself propelled through the air by a powerful kick from Gu Qingyang, crashing heavily to the ground. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Elder Sun, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingyang harbored such formidable strength. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Gu Qingyang is the victor." After the match concluded, Zhuang Yu hurried to Gu Qingyang's side, disregarding the onlookers as she embraced him tightly. Her body pressed against his, her eyes brimming with affection and concern. "Are you all right? You scared me to death," she whispered, her voice trembling. Gu Qingyang felt her heartbeat against him, the fragrance of her hair wafting into his senses, causing his own heart to race. He gently patted her back, reassuringly speaking, "I'm fine. I didn't mean to worry you." At that moment, a chilling gaze shot over. Zhao Xian stood at a distance, his face ashen and fists clenched tightly. He watched in disbelief as Zhuang Yu leapt into Gu Qingyang's embrace. The two entwined in a tight embrace, igniting a raging fire of jealousy within him. He tightened his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Damn Gu Qingyang, just you wait. In the final round, I will make you pay, he muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with a venomous intensity akin to that of a viper. Qingyang, you're hurt. Lin Wan traversed through the crowd, reaching Gu Qingyang's side. Her slender fingers gently brushed against the abrasions on his arm, her tone laced with concern. A faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted through the air as Lin Wan carefully applied ointment to Gu Qingyang's wounds. Her movements were tender, her gaze focused and gentle, akin to a spring breeze, bringing warmth to Gu Qingyang's heart. Thank you, Lin Wan, Gu Qingyang said, looking at the gentle woman before him, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. Lin Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, softly replying, "It was but a trifling matter. You needn't be so courteous." She stole a glance at Gu Qingyang, only to quickly lower her eyes again, her long eyelashes fluttering softly. Meanwhile, Zhao Xian's followers surrounded him, incessantly flattering him. Young Master Xian, in the next round, you must teach that Gu Qingyang a lesson, so he knows your true prowess. Indeed, a mere nobody daring to compete with young Master Xian, utterly deluded. Zhao Xian listened to their sycophantic praise, his anger flaring even more. He recalled a forbidden technique documented in his family's secret arts, powerful yet burdensome to the body. To defeat Gu Qingyang, he resolved to take the risk. He inhaled deeply, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. The final round of the competition, Elder Sun's voice resonated across the square. We'll see Gu Qingyang face off against Zhao Xian. The crowd erupted in excitement, this match undoubtedly the highlight of the selection tournament. Gu Qingyang ascended the stage slowly, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down upon him. Zhao Xian stood opposite, emanating a heart-stopping aura, his gaze cold and sharp, reminiscent of a beast ready to pounce. A layer of dark red light subtly enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of danger. Gu Qingyang's heart sank. He understood that this time, Zhao Xian was serious. Gu Qingyang. Zhao Xian's voice was low and hoarse, laced with a hint of sinister amusement. Prepare to receive my blood fury rampage. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glowing a menacing red. Chapter 15. The final showdown. Breaking limits. His eyes, now a blood red, radiated a predatory light, and the dark red aura surrounding Zhao Xian intensified, filling the air with a suffocating pressure. Below the stage, Zhuang Yu clenched her fists tightly, her brow furrowed in worry. Zhao Xian is actually using blood fury rampage. Gu Qingyang is in grave danger. Lin Wan bit her lip, anxiously watching the figures on the stage. Her hand gripping a vial of healing medicine, her palm damp with sweat. Surrounding students were abuzz with chatter, most not holding out hope for Gu Qingyang. This kid is doomed. Blood fury rampage is a forbidden technique of the Zhao family. This will be quite the spectacle, a burly student proclaimed gleefully. Indeed, utterly delusional. Young Master Xian is a peak martial artist in the initial stage, and with the enhancement of blood fury rampage, how could a mere initial stage martial artist like Gu Qingyang possibly withstand it? Another student chimed in, their words dripping with flattery for Zhao Xian and disdain for Gu Qingyang. Go, young Master Xian, finish him with one blow. Zhao Xian's followers shouted boisterously, as though victory were already assured. Elder Sun furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the two on stage, inwardly lamenting. This Zhao Xian, willing to resort to forbidden techniques just to win, is truly begin the match? Elder Sun commanded. And in an instant, Zhao Xian transformed into a blur, engulfed in the frenzied aura of blood fury, charging straight at Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang barely registered the movement before Zhao Xian's fist was upon him. He quickly dodged but was still a moment too late, Zhao Xian's punch connecting with his chest, sending him flying backward to crash heavily onto the stage. A mouthful of blood erupted from Gu Qingyang as he struggled to rise, a sharp pain radiating through his chest, feeling as though his insides had been displaced. Zhao Xian's speed and strength, amplified by blood fury rampage, had escalated to an entirely different level. Gu Qingyang found himself entirely on the defensive. Zhao Xian's attacks rained down upon him like a tempest, leaving Gu Qingyang to desperately fend off the onslaught. New wounds continually marring his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Knowing he could not afford to fall, with such meager skills, you dare compete with me? Zhao Xian's lips curled into a cruel smirk. His eyes filled with contempt. He swung his fist once more, aiming directly for Gu Qingyang's face. It's over. Zhao Xian's followers erupted in boisterous excitement, their shouts deafening. Useless. With such paltry abilities, he dares challenge young Master Xian? Surrender quickly to avoid further suffering. The taunts pierced Gu Qingyang's ears like daggers, yet he gritted his teeth, defiance flickering in his eyes. He recalled the hardships faced since his arrival. The sweat and effort poured into becoming stronger. A fierce fighting spirit igniting within him. It's not over yet, Gu Qingyang roared, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In a sudden burst of energy, he dodged Zhao Xian's ferocious strike just in the nick of time. No longer content to remain on the defensive, he launched a counterattack, executing a series of intricate footwork combined with fierce punches, assaulting Zhao Xian like a violent storm. Clearly taken aback by Gu Qingyang's resurgence, Zhao Xian found himself forced to retreat. Enraged and humiliated, the blood fury within him surged even more violently, his strikes becoming increasingly ruthless. "Damn it! You dare resist?" he bellowed, raining down punches upon Gu Qingyang like a torrential downpour. The two figures on the stage exchanged blows, the sound of their strikes echoing like thunder. Zhao Xian's attacks were wild and ferocious, each blow carrying the force to topple mountains. Gu Qingyang, however, utilized his agile movements and refined techniques to deftly evade Zhao Xian's onslaught while seeking openings in his defenses. With each dodge and counterstrike, Gu Qingyang pushed his body to its limits. Feeling as though he had transcended some barrier, his strength and speed continuously escalating. Zhao Xian's attacks became harder to predict, yet Gu Qingyang's resolve only grew stronger, excitement glimmering in his eyes. In a fierce clash, Gu Qingyang keenly noticed a slight pause in Zhao Xian's movements. Now's my chance. He seized the fleeting opportunity, channeling all his strength into his right fist, launching a devastating strike. Gu Qingyang's fist, charged with a fierce gale, struck Zhao Xian squarely in the chest. A dull thud echoed as Zhao Xian staggered back, as if struck by lightning, a torrent of blood spilling from his mouth. The once raucous arena fell into a stunned silence. Zhao Xian's followers rendered speechless, as if paralyzed. How is it possible? He actually injured young Master Xian. One follower murmured, disbelief etched across his face. Without pausing, Gu Qingyang pressed his advantage. Like lightning, he surged forward again, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Zhao Xian. The earlier bravado of Zhao Xian had vanished, leaving him struggling to defend himself. Each blow he blocked sent shockwaves through his body, as if his very organs were about to rupture. "Stop! I concede," Zhao Xian shrieked, his voice thick with indignation and humiliation. However, Gu Qingyang had no intention of relenting. His eyes shone with fierce determination as he delivered one final, powerful blow to Zhao Xian's abdomen. With a pained cry, Zhao Xian was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily at the edge of the stage. Unconscious, silence reigned, an oppressive stillness enveloping the arena. Moments later, thunderous applause and cheers erupted, filling the air. "Excellent! Well done, Gu Qingyang, Gu Qingyang!" The crowd erupted in raucous applause, celebrating Gu Qingyang's brilliant performance and his audacity to challenge authority. Standing in the center of the arena, Gu Qingyang basked in the cheers, his heart swelling with joy and pride. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging strength within him. He knew he had finally broken through his limits and proven his worth. Yet, Gu Qingyang's elation was short-lived. Eagerly anticipating the Academy's announcement regarding enrollment, he watched his elder son ascended the stage, his expression grave. "Jiyu Qingyang," elder son's voice resonated, deep and authoritative. "Your performance was indeed remarkable." But he paused, surveying the crowd, his tone growing more serious. According to the Academy's latest regulations, the victor of the selection competition must also pass the Academy's knowledge assessment to enroll officially. At this proclamation, the audience erupted in uproar. A knowledge assessment? This has never been a requirement before. Clearly, this is aimed at Gu Qingyang. What is the Academy trying to do? Intentionally making things difficult. The murmurs of dissent and disbelief filled the air, echoing the sentiments of the crowd. Even the ever-loyal Zhuangyu, standing beside Gu Qingyang, could not help but furrow her brows, casting a worried glance at him. A sense of unease enveloped Gu Qingyang's heart. He had never encountered such a regulation before, and a wave of mockery washed over him. He turned to Elder Sun, striving to suppress the anger boiling within, and inquired as calmly as possible. Elder Sun, may I ask what the specific content of this knowledge assessment is? When will it take place? Elder Sun stroked his beard, a flicker of barely concealed smugness flashing in his eyes. As he slowly replied, the assessment will encompass various aspects, including martial arts theory, herbal identification, and the fundamentals of formations. As for the timing, it shall be set for 3 days, hence 3 days. Gu Qingyang scoffed inwardly. Such a brief period would render it impossible for him to grasp such intricate knowledge, even with incessant study. It was evident that this was a deliberate attempt to bar him from passing the assessment. He inhaled deeply, striving to rein in his emotions, though his face betrayed a sense of helplessness and despair. He understood that this so-called knowledge assessment was merely a scheme orchestrated against him. From the crowd, a shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. Gu Qingyang, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why the silence now? Are you afraid? The speaker was a lackey of Zhao Xian, wearing a smug expression, mocking Gu Qingyang with a taunting tone. Indeed, a country bumpkin thinks he can enter our Tianyuan Academy? Such delusions, echoed another lackey in agreement. Some who had previously supported Gu Qingyang began to waver in their allegiance. It seemed that Gu Qingyang was not as formidable as they had thought. Fearing the knowledge assessment was truly embarrassing. What a pity. I had hoped he would surprise us, they murmured. Listening to the murmurs around him, Gu Qingyang clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. He lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed Elder Sun, enunciating each word with conviction. Elder Sun, I accept the assessment. A faint, cold smile graced Elder Sun's lips as he replied, very well. Then we shall meet at the martial arts arena in 3 days. He turned away, leaving Gu Qingyang with a meaningful glance. The strained smile on Gu Qingyang's face finally faltered, and feelings of helplessness and frustration surged within him like a tide. He had anticipated that this victory would open the doors of Tianyuan Academy, only to find himself confronted with another insurmountable obstacle. This was utterly contrary to his expectations. The joy of triumph was extinguished, replaced by a profound sense of powerlessness. Zhuang Yu gently tugged at Gu Qingyang's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. She was acutely aware that Gu Qingyang hailed from a remote town and was undoubtedly unfamiliar with the profound knowledge of the academy. 3 days was hardly sufficient to bridge such a vast chasm. Yu Qingyang, I think you should give up while you still can, one of Zhao Xian's lackeys boasted, approaching him with an air of superiority. Dripping with sarcasm, with your meager skills, you still aspire to enter Tianyuan Academy? Stop dreaming. Another lackey chimed in. That's right. Those who know their place should hastily retreat to their humble little village and spare us the embarrassment. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, and even some who had once supported Gu Qingyang began to whisper among themselves, their gazes filled with doubt and disappointment. Alas, it appears Gu Qingyang is nothing extraordinary. Merely a country bumpkin after all. Indeed, fearing a knowledge assessment is truly a waste of the cheers we just gave him. These words pierced Gu Qingyang's heart like needles, leaving him feeling akin to a beast trapped in a cage. Subjected to ridicule and derision, he tightened his fists, his nails embedding deeper into his flesh, yet he found himself powerless to retort. Even Lin Wan, who had previously treated him kindly, now stood silently by, her eyes brimming with sympathy and regret. She understood that given Gu Qingyang's current circumstances, passing the assessment was nearly impossible. Elder Sun observed Gu Qingyang's despondent figure, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned to leave, casting one last remark, in 3 days, we shall meet at the martial arts arena. I hope you do not disappoint me then. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Suddenly, he recalled the vast array of books he had acquired in the Sign-In space, which naturally included various texts from Tianyuan Academy. Closing his eyes, he began to swiftly sift through his mind. As the obscure and complex characters flowed like water through his thoughts. 3 days? 3 days would suffice. Gu Qingyang's eyes shot open, a confident glint illuminating them. Elder Sun scoffed, arrogant boy. If you can answer 3 of my questions correctly within 3 days, then you may consider yourself successful. He twirled his beard, slowly presenting the first question, a challenging conundrum regarding the laws of the operation of celestial energies, which even seasoned students at the academy might struggle to answer. Zhao Xin's lackeys erupted into unabashed laughter. Ha, this kid is doomed. This is a question I cannot even answer. Zhuangyu looked at Gu Qingyang with worry, knowing the difficulty of the question, silently praying for him. However, Gu Qingyang merely smiled faintly and, without hesitation, articulated the answer. His voice was clear and resolute, each word resonating with power, echoing in the ears of the crowd like a resounding bell. Elder Sun's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He had not anticipated that Gu Qingyang would indeed answer correctly. He posed an even more intricate question about ancient formations, one that would require considerable contemplation even for himself to resolve. Yet, Gu Qingyang remained unfazed, delivering the correct answer with increasing speed, as though this knowledge had been deeply etched in his mind. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief and admiration as they gazed at Gu Qingyang. Lin Wan's eyes sparkled with a unique light. She had not expected that this seemingly ordinary youth possessed such profound knowledge. Beads of sweat formed on Elder Sun's forehead as he inhaled deeply. Presenting the final question, his trump card, a riddle pertaining to the highest secrets of Tianyuan Academy, one that even the dean might struggle to decipher. The arena fell into a hushed silence, all eyes fixed on Gu Qingyang. Awaiting his response, a subtle smile graced Gu Qingyang's lips, confidence gleaming in his eyes as he began to articulate his answer, unfolding it with eloquence. Elder Sun's face turned pale, his body trembling slightly. He could hardly believe that this boy from a remote town had indeed provided the correct answer. Though Elder Sun felt a sense of reluctance, he found no grounds to refuse Gu Qingyang's admission and could only solemnly announce, "Gu Qingyang, you have passed the assessment." Gu Qingyang smiled lightly, turning towards Zhuangyu and whispering in her ear, "I told you, 3 days would be enough." Zhuangyu gazed at Gu Qingyang, her eyes brimming with admiration. After completing the enrollment procedures, Gu Qingyang arrived at the venue for the new student class allocations, curious about which class he would be assigned to. Surrounding new students were engaged in whispered conversations. One voice particularly grating, "I heard this year's prodigies have all been assigned to Class Tian." Chapter 17. Class Allocation, Malicious Provocation. The allocation venue was bustling with activity as new students eagerly discussed their respective placements. Gu Qingyang stood amidst the crowd, his expression tranquil, as if detached from it all. He surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the massive stone tablet displaying the class information, densely inscribed with names organized by class. "I heard this year's prodigies have all been assigned to Class Tian," murmured a nearby student, envy coloring their tone. "Indeed, Class Tian has the best resources and the strongest instructors. How wonderful it would be to gain entry." Another student chimed in. Listening to their discussions, Gu Qingyang felt a flicker of anticipation within him. The teacher responsible for allocations was a kind-looking elder, who, with a roster in hand, began to call out names, inscribing the corresponding classes on the stone tablet. When the elder called out Gu Qingyang, he looked up, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Class Tian, 1." Instantly, the surrounding new students cast envious glances at him. Class Tian, 1 was indeed the most prestigious class. Gu Qingyang offered a slight smile. Just as he was about to step forward to confirm, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. "Hold on!" The newcomer, adorned in resplendent attire and exuding arrogance, was none other than Senior Brother Li, who had previously lost to Gu Qingyang during the assessment. Senior Brother Li? The surrounding new students recognized the figure, their tone tinged with reverence. Senior Brother Li had a modest reputation at Tianyuan Academy, possessing initial stage martial prowess and a commendable background. Senior Brother Li cast a disdainful glance at Gu Qingyang, declaring, "He is unqualified to enter Class Tian." "Well?" The elder furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, "Senior Brother Li, why is that?" Senior Brother Li scoffed, "He merely won the assessment by luck. His strength is fundamentally insufficient to qualify for Class Tian." "Well, I suspect he employed some underhanded means." The surrounding new students erupted into a flurry of discussion, their gazes towards Gu Qingyang becoming increasingly complex. A surge of anger welled within Gu Qingyang. He struggled to suppress it, asserting, "Senior Brotherly, you are slandering me." "Slander?" Senior Brotherly sneered. "Do you dare to compete with me once more? If you lose, you shall obediently exit Tianyuan Academy." Gu Qingyang clenched his fists, poised to respond, when a cool voice interjected, "Senior Brotherly, you are being excessively unreasonable." Zhuang Yu was unaware of when she had approached Gu Qingyang's side. Coldly fixing her gaze upon Li Shixiang, Li Shixiang cast a disdainful glance at Zhuang Yu, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Zhuang Shimi, this is a matter among men. What business do you have in interjecting?" The few lackeys behind him echoed his sentiment, bursting into raucous laughter. One particularly gaunt individual added with a mocking tone, "Exactly, Gu Qingyang, are you afraid? Hiding behind a woman hardly counts as bravery." The atmosphere around them grew tense as the new students whispered among themselves, casting dubious glances at Gu Qingyang, their words laced with skepticism and disdain. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, striving to contain the anger that threatened to erupt. "I did not cheat. The results of the assessment are testament to my abilities," he stated emphatically, each word pronounced with conviction. Zhuang Yu let out a soft scoff and stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Qingyang. "Li Shixiang, your words are profoundly unfair." Gu Qingyang performed exceptionally well during the assessment, defeating numerous opponents, even you. Now you dare to claim he cheated. What evidence do you have? Zhuang Yu's voice was cool and assertive, each word striking at Li Shixiang's vulnerabilities. The surrounding new students began to murmur, some recalling Gu Qingyang's brilliant performance during the assessment, their admiration for him growing. Li Shixiang's complexion shifted from green to pale, rendered speechless by Zhuang Yu's defense of Gu Qingyang. He had not anticipated her ardent support for Gu Qingyang, which only fueled his fury. Shooting Gu Qingyang a venomous glare, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well, just wait with that." He stormed off, his lackeys trailing behind him, their spirits deflated. The allocation instructor observed this scene with a gentle sigh. Approaching Gu Qingyang, he patted him on the shoulder and advised, "Young man, do not act impulsively. Focus on your own growth." Gu Qingyang nodded, his gaze resolute. The elder continued, "Class Tianzi." The allocation instructor paused, scanning the crowd before finally settling his gaze on Gu Qingyang, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Gu Qingyang, you are assigned to Class Tianzi." The announcement sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. Class Tianzi was the most prestigious class in the academy, reserved for those with exceptional talent and formidable strength. Li Shixiang's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. He had intended to humiliate Gu Qingyang by relegating him to the lowest class, but instead, it had backfired, benefiting Gu Qingyang instead. He glared at Gu Qingyang, his eyes brimming with malice, silently vowing to make him pay for this affront. After the crowd dispersed, Zhuang Yu approached Gu Qingyang, gently patting his shoulder, her gaze filled with encouragement. "Congratulations, Gu Qingyang." As Gu Qingyang looked into her clear eyes, feeling her sincere concern. Warmth surged within him, and a faint smile graced his lips. "Thank you." He turned to make his way to the classroom of Class Tianzi, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. Upon entering the classroom, he discovered several individuals already seated, each exuding an air of confidence, clearly the elite among the elite. He found an empty seat and began to assess his fellow classmates. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. "You there? Are you Gu Qingyang?" Gu Qingyang turned to see a burly man with a face full of rough features standing behind him. His gaze hostile, a few lackeys flanked the man, each exuding an intimidating aura, unmistakably troublemakers. "I am Gu Qingyang." "And you are?" Gu Qingyang inquired nonchalantly. "Humph. I'm one of Li Shixiang's followers. You'd best know your place." "In Class Tianzi, just obey our words, or else," the man threatened, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Gu Qingyang's lips curled into a cold smile. "Or else what?" "Or else you won tea last in Class Tianzi." The man boasted, his lackeys chiming in with jeers. Gu Qingyang merely scoffed, ignoring them as he strode to his seat. Over the next few days, Gu Qingyang began his training in the cultivation room of Class Tianzi. However, he soon realized that his progress was alarmingly slow. Regardless of his efforts, he could not break through the bottleneck. "Strange. Why has my cultivation speed diminished so drastically?" Gu Qingyang pondered, puzzled. He tried various methods to no avail. Doubts crept into his mind, leading him to suspect that someone was sabotaging him, yet he could not ascertain who it might be. One day, Zhuang Yu visited the cultivation room to check on Gu Qingyang and noticed his furrowed brow. "Qingyang, what troubles you? You seem rather unhappy." Gu Qingyang sighed and shared his predicament with Zhuang Yu. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yu frowned slightly and comforted him. "Don't worry. Perhaps it's just a temporary setback. I'll ask senior sister Lin Wan for you. She has considerable knowledge about cultivation and might be able to assist." Senior sister Lin Wan was a skilled healer at the academy and a mid-tier martial artist with profound insights into cultivation. With her help, Gu Qingyang examined the environment of the cultivation room but found nothing amiss. Could it be that someone is deliberately targeting you? Senior sister Lin Wan speculated. Gu Qingyang's mind raced. Recalling Li Shixiang and his entourage, yes, possible, he nodded, suspicion beginning to form. After days of fruitless training, Gu Qingyang felt increasingly anxious, fearing he would fall behind his peers and be surpassed. One day, while meditating in the cultivation room, he suddenly heard a cacophony of laughter outside. With his qualifications, he thinks he can survive in Class Tianzi? What utter arrogance, indeed. I doubt he can even break through to early martial artist level. He'll be eliminated soon enough. Gu Qingyang recognized the voices of Li Shixiang and his lackeys, and fury ignited within him. He abruptly opened his eyes, rose, and flung the door of the cultivation room wide open. Li Shixiang stood at the entrance, a mocking expression plastered on his face. "Li Shixiang, what do you mean by this?" Gu Qingyang asked coldly. Li Shixiang smirked. "What do you think? I'm merely stating the truth. Are you not convinced?" Gu Qingyang clenched his fists, struggling to suppress his rage, and spoke each word deliberately. "Do you dare to face the consequences of your actions?" Gu Qingyang glared at Li Shixiang, his fists cracking with tension. Li Shixiang scoffed disdainfully. "What have I done? I merely passed by and noticed your gloomy demeanor, so I kindly inquired." "What? Is your lack of progress my fault?" His lackeys erupted in laughter. One of them adding with a sarcastic tone, "Gu Qingyang, are you jealous of Li Shixiang's talent? He is a mid-tier martial artist. What about you? You haven't even broken through yet." Gu Qingyang forced down his rising fury. Knowing that arguing with these individuals was futile, he coldly retorted, "Whether it was you or not, you know in your heart." He turned back into the cultivation room, meticulously inspecting it once more, and finally discovered an anomaly in the corner. The flow of spiritual energy there was exceedingly sluggish, nearly stagnant, clearly tampered with. Could it be this? Gu Qingyang murmured to himself. Absorption? Senior student Wang, who had approached, contemplated aloud. Could it be some special formation or material? Gu Qingyang's eyes brightened as he recalled how Li Shixiang had inadvertently brushed against the wall of the cultivation room before leaving. "Let us check the wall again." They meticulously examined every inch of the wall until they finally uncovered a stone block with a slightly darker hue hidden in a corner. Gu Qingyang touched it and felt a faint pulling sensation. "This must be it," he asserted with certainty. Wang, a fellow student, also detected the anomaly. This stone seemingly possessed an essence-absorbing quality. According to the texts, certain unique materials indeed have the capacity to absorb spiritual energy, but they are typically utilized in advanced formations or specialized cultivation tools. How could it possibly be found here? Gu Qingyang immediately realized that this was a deliberate setup by senior brother Li. Intended to obstruct his cultivation. It appears that we must devise a method to break this. Wang proposed. They resumed their perusal of the books, seeking a way to counteract it. Effort finally bore fruit, as they discovered a technique utilizing specific frequencies of spiritual energy fluctuations to neutralize the stone's essence-absorbing effect. The two carefully controlled their own spiritual energy, guiding it to vibrate at the designated frequency, striking against the essence-absorbing stone. Gradually, the stone's color began to fade, and its pulling force diminished. Ultimately, the essence-absorbing stone lost its efficacy entirely, restoring the normal flow of spiritual energy within the cultivation chamber. Gu Qingyang sat cross-legged, activating his cultivation method, and felt an immediate surge of spiritual energy, flowing unobstructed. He opened his eyes, which gleamed with brilliance. "We succeeded." He looked gratefully at Wang, saying, "Thanks to you, Wang, I am truly grateful." Wang smiled and waved his hand, replying, "We are classmates. It is only natural. I am also glad to see you resume your cultivation." This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Zhuangyu, who had been quietly observing Gu Qingyang. Seeing him reinvigorated, a faint smile of relief appeared on her lips. Gu Qingyang's cultivation was back on track, and his strength steadily increased. However, was senior brother Li's scheme truly at an end? He gazed at the notice regarding the Academy's martial arts competition in his hands, his expression gradually firming. "The martial arts competition," he murmured, gripping the notice tightly. In the distance, a figure flashed past. Chapter 19. The journey to the spiritual mine. The biting mountain winds howled, stirring up dry leaves and producing a rustling sound. Outside the spiritual mine, in the hastily erected camp, the atmosphere was tense. Gu Qingyang tightened his fur coat and gazed at the distant, misty mountains, an unsettling feeling rising within him. This cursed place is eerily unsettling, he thought. Xu Yao rubbed her hands together, huddling close to Gu Qingyang, whispering. Gu Qingyang nodded, scanning the surroundings. The low tints were scattered among the rubble, and the flickering firelight illuminated the anxious expressions on everyone's faces. He sensed that a pair of eyes lurked in the shadows, silently watching their every move. "Everyone, remain vigilant and refrain from acting alone," Gu Qingyang urged in a low voice. "This spiritual mind-gathering mission is unlikely to be peaceful." Li Ming scoffed dismissively. "What is there to fear about merely collecting spiritual crystals? Qingyang, you are far too cautious." Gu Qingyang frowned, about to speak, when Li Ming strode boldly toward the mine's edge. "Li Ming, come back," Gu Qingyang called out sharply, but it was too late. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed, and the ground trembled violently, engulfing Li Ming in a cloud of dust. What happened? Chaos erupted in the camp, with everyone gasping in alarm. As the dust settled, a massive pit appeared at the mine's edge, and Li Ming lay at the bottom, disheveled and groaning in pain. "Damn it, it's a trap!" someone shouted, and the atmosphere grew even more tense. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have run off." Li Ming struggled to climb out of the pit, his face pale. "What is the use of saying that now?" another team member retorted angrily. "If it weren't for your recklessness, we wouldn't have revealed our location." The team members began to blame each other, the tension mounting. Gu Qingyang attempted to intervene, but found that no one was listening to him. He sighed in exasperation, feeling increasingly uneasy. Just then, a cold voice echoed from a distance. "Hee hee, it seems our little mice have taken the bait." The team members continued to hurl accusations, spittle flying. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for your rashness, how could we have been discovered?" A burly team member pointed an accusing finger at Li Ming. "I didn't know there would be traps here." Li Ming protested, clutching his injured leg, feeling wronged. "What is the point of saying that now?" Another team member joined the fray, lamenting that not only had they failed to collect spiritual crystals, but they had also fallen into the enemy's ambush. What bad luck. Gu Qingyang surveyed the chaotic team, his anxiety mounting. He tried to persuade everyone to calm down and discuss a strategy together, but his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of disputes. Falling silent as if cast into the depths of the ocean, leaving no ripple behind, he felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if he were merely an outsider, unable to control the situation at hand. At that moment, Gu Qingyang's gaze fell upon a nondescript stone at the edge of the trap. The stone was a slightly darker hue, standing out among the surrounding rocks. A thought sparked in his mind. He hurried to the edge of the pit, scrutinizing the stone and discovering what appeared to be a mechanism connected beneath it. "Everyone, quiet down," Gu Qingyang bellowed, finally overpowering the din of arguments. He pointed at the stone, his tone resolute. "The key to disarming the trap lies here." The crowd fell silent, all eyes turning towards the direction Gu Qingyang indicated. Ignoring their skepticism, he took a deep breath and carefully pressed down on the stone. With a soft click, the sound of mechanisms shifting echoed from the bottom of the trap. Gradually, the deep pit began to close, returning to its original state. The onlookers stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Li Ming was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stumbled over his words. "Qingyang, how did you do that?" Gu Qingyang smiled faintly, offering no explanation. He scanned the area, his gaze resting on the distant mist-shrouded mountains, and spoke solemnly. Everyone, be cautious. The real danger has only just begun. From afar, a cold chuckle rang out from the mountaintop. Humph, interesting. You managed to disarm my trap. However, do you think you can escape my grasp so easily? A man clad in a black robe, his face sinister, slowly emerged, followed by dozens of men in black, each exuding a fierce aura and an air of menace. The man cast a disdainful glance at Gu Qingyang and the others, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you have come, you shall all remain. The black-clad figures descended from the mountain like phantoms, brandishing sharp blades, pressing menacingly toward Gu Qingyang and the rest. Li Ming was the first to confront them, swinging his massive axe to engage in battle with a black-clad assailant. The clash of blades sparked fiercely, producing a jarring metallic sound. The other team members also engaged their respective foes, cries of battle filling the air as blades clashed amidst the chaotic scene. Gu Qingyang moved with agility, weaving through the enemy's attacks with ease. He refrained from rushing into the fray, instead cleverly utilizing the surrounding trees and rocks as cover. Evading the onslaught and waiting for the opportune moment to strike, as a black-clad figure swung a blade at him, Gu Qingyang sidestepped, the blade grazing his clothing and stirring a gust of wind. Seizing the opportunity, he countered with a palm strike to the chest of the black-clad assailant, sending him staggering back. A cry of pain pierced the air as Su Yao was grazed on the arm by a black-clad attacker. Blood flowing from the wound, Gu Qingyang's heart tightened at the sight, and he quickly rushed to Su Yao's side, supporting her faltering body. "Are you all right?" His tone carried a subtle note of concern. Su Yao bit her lip and shook her head, yet her eyes brimmed with reliance. The surrounding team members witnessed this moment, exchanging knowing glances. Gu Qingyang gently helped Su Yao lean against a sturdy tree before turning back to the fray. His gaze sharpened, and his strikes became fierce, pushing back the nearby black-clad assailants one by one. The battle raged on for a while, and seeing no success after prolonged attacks, the black-clad figures began to retreat. Vanishing into the forest, Gu Qingyang did not pursue, knowing this was merely a test from the enemy. The true danger lay ahead. He approached Su Yao, inquiring with concern. "How is your wound?" Su Yao gently shook her head, forcing a faint smile. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Gu Qingyang observed her pallid complexion, worry flooding his heart. He lifted his gaze toward the distant spiritual mine shrouded in mist, a hint of gravity flickering in his eyes. He understood that they needed to enter the mine as swiftly as possible to obtain spiritual crystals, ensuring they possessed sufficient strength to confront the challenges ahead. "Let us go," Gu Qingyang said in a low voice. "We must quicken our pace." He turned and headed toward the mine, his figure gradually disappearing into the fog. Su Yao and the other team members followed closely behind, cautiously venturing deeper into the mine. The strange glimmers of light in the darkness casting a shadow over their hearts. Li Ming swallowed hard, murmuring, "This place feels a bit eerie." Chapter 20. Initial exploration of the spiritual mine. The shadow assassin completed the hand seals, unleashing a beam of black light that shot toward Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang dared not confront it head-on, springing back with a swift motion. The black light grazed his clothing, carving a deep gash into the ground. "Close call," a team member remarked, still shaken. Gu Qingyang's expression grew grave. The shadow assassin's strength exceeded his expectations. "Everyone, be cautious. This assassin is formidable," Gu Qingyang reminded the group, who nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly and vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The shadow assassin sneered, launching another attack. After a fierce battle, the shadow assassin fled, wounded. After a brief moment of respite, Gu Qingyang and the others finally stepped into the entrance of the spirit mine. Inside the mine, it was dark and damp, with winding tunnels, and a faint scent of sulfur pervaded the air. The spirit crystal veins emitted a soft glow, illuminating a small area around them. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may lurk here," Gu Qingyang cautioned. Su Yao nervously trailed behind him, stealing glances at him from time to time. Li Ming noticed Su Yao's subtle actions, his heart burning with jealousy. "Gu Qingyang, why don't you check over there?" Li Ming suggested, pointing to a deep tunnel that appeared particularly perilous, with chilling winds and unsettling sounds echoing from within. Su Yao immediately protested. "Li Ming, that place is too dangerous. Let me go instead. Jiu Qingyang stopped Su Yao gently, shaking his head to signal her not to act impulsively. It's fine. I'll take a look, he said calmly, turning to enter the dark tunnel. Worrying for him, Su Yao wanted to follow, but was held back by Li Ming. Su Yao, you needn't fret over him. He is incredibly capable and will be fine, Li Ming remarked with a forced smile. Su Yao shot Li Ming a glare, her heart filled with helplessness and concern. Jiu Qingyang walked alone into the depths of the tunnel, his steps light and devoid of fear. He sensed a mysterious force pulsing deeper within the tunnel. As if something was drawing him in, suddenly, a cold wind swept through, accompanied by a low growl from the depths. Jiu Qingyang understood Li Ming's intentions and knew this tunnel likely held no treasures. Merely a ploy to distract him. However, he chose not to expose it, casting a reassuring glance at Su Yao before resolutely stepping into the dark passage. Su Yao opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately swallowed her words at Gu Qingyang's silent urging. A weight bore down on her heart, filled with worry for Gu Qingyang and disdain for Li Ming's ulterior motives. The mine was cold and damp, rife with a pungent smell of sulfur, with water droplets occasionally falling from the rocky walls, resonating with a distinctly sharp sound in the stillness of the tunnel. Jiu Qingyang advanced cautiously, aided by the faint light of the spirit crystals. He meticulously observed his surroundings, keenly detecting a peculiar aura emanating from a seemingly inconspicuous crack in the rock deep within the tunnel. Intrigued, he brushed aside the debris covering the crack, revealing a narrow passage. Within the passage, brilliant light flickered, revealing a hidden vein of spirit crystals. This vein was purer and denser than those found outside, with a more potent spiritual energy. Jiu Qingyang felt a surge of joy. This was truly an unexpected boon. He carefully collected the spirit crystals, stowing them in his storage bag. Before long, his bag was filled with high-quality spirit crystals exuding rich spiritual energy. Jiu Qingyang estimated it was time to return to the team. Just then, he heard a rustling sound from deeper in the tunnel, as if something were approaching. He held his breath, concealing himself in the shadows, vigilantly watching the direction of the noise. He wouldn't be in any trouble. Would he? Su Yao asked anxiously, her gaze fixated on the spot where Gu Qingyang had disappeared. Li Ming scoffed dismissively. What could possibly happen to him? He is merely scouting the path. Perhaps he'll even stumble upon some treasure. Another team member chimed in. Exactly, Su Yao. There's no need to worry. Gu Qingyang is a genius from our academy. He can handle this minor issue with ease. Their tone laced with sarcasm. Su Yao ignored them. Her unease growing at that moment, Gu Qingyang reappeared at the entrance of the tunnel, his expression grave, holding a fist-sized high-quality spirit crystal. Look, what is this? Gu Qingyang exclaimed, the dazzling crystal instantly captivating everyone's attention. The disdain on Li Ming's face froze, replaced by disbelief and greed. Other team members gasped, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. High-quality spirit crystal? Su Yao gasped, but her concern was not for the crystal itself, but for Gu Qingyang's safety. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Gu Qingyang smiled faintly, signaling that he was unharmed. I just encountered a few minor troubles. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp screech echoed from the depths of the tunnel, and several dark figures darted toward Gu Qingyang like lightning. These shadows resembled low-tier spirit creatures, akin to leopards, moving with astonishing speed, their claws glinting ominously. They were clearly drawn by the energy emanating from the high-quality spirit crystal. Gu Qingyang was prepared. He swiftly dodged the creature's attacks. Instead of retaliating immediately, he cleverly used the narrow tunnel to lure the creatures into a more open area. Then, like a phantom, he weaved between them, striking precisely at their weak points with each punch and kick. His attacks were not mere brute force. He skillfully utilized the environment, enticing the creatures toward sharp rock formations to inflict self-harm. The observing team members were left in awe, astonished by Gu Qingyang's exceptional combat skills, managing to fend off multiple foes with apparent ease. Su Yao could no longer contain her worry and dashed toward Gu Qingyang. Disregarding the danger, Qingyang, be careful. Gu Qingyang sidestepped a lunging spirit creature, countering with a blow that sent it flying. Seeing Su Yao approach warmed his heart. I'm fine. There's no need to worry. Su Yao grasped Gu Qingyang's hand tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Are you really okay? This intimate gesture left the other team members stunned, while Li Ming's face turned a shade of pale. His fists clenched tightly. At that moment, the last spirit creature fell to the ground, defeated. Gu Qingyang patted Su Yao's hand reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. He then looked deeper into the tunnel. A serious expression crossing his face. Seems we have encountered some uninvited guests, he murmured, his gaze fixed on a hidden corner where a pair of eyes coldly observed them. Li Ming approached Gu Qingyang, his tone grim. We should split these spirit crystals evenly. Gu Qingyang smirked coldly, saying nothing as he stored the high-quality spirit crystal in his bag. Just as Li Ming was about to erupt, a sudden noise echoed from the depths of the tunnel, and the ground began to tremble slightly. Chapter 21. A trap-laden path. The strange noises from deep within the mine grew louder, and the ground tremors intensified. Gu Qingyang's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition washing over him. Everyone, be cautious. There is likely something amiss here. No sooner had he spoken than Li Ming, walking at the front, let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell into a bottomless pit. Li Ming. Su Yao cried out, reaching out to help, but Gu Qingyang pulled her back. Don't go near. It's a trap. As soon as Gu Qingyang finished speaking, a multitude of runes suddenly appeared on the ground, emanating an eerie blue light. It's a restriction. Gu Qingyang's expression changed. These restrictions held tremendous power, and carelessness could trigger them. The group carefully avoided the runes, the atmosphere turning tense. Li Ming crawled out of the pit, covered in dirt and fury, pointing an accusing finger at Gu Qingyang. It's all your fault. If you hadn't led us astray, we wouldn't have fallen into the trap. Other team members exchanged doubtful glances, their eyes betraying a hint of suspicion. Gu Qingyang felt aggrieved, but had no time to explain. As the traps continued to activate, putting everyone in peril, he focused entirely on observing his surroundings, searching for a safe route. Everyone, follow me. Do not stray. Gu Qingyang commanded, leading the way. He took each step with utmost caution, scrutinizing the ground for any changes to avoid hidden traps. However, the traps seemed ubiquitous, some disguised as ordinary stones, others concealed in vines, ready to spring upon the unwary. Another team member triggered a trap, a sharp wooden spike piercing through his foot. Damn it! What kind of place is this? Li Ming's expression darkened further as he glared at Gu Qingyang with hostility. Do you even have a plan to get us out of here? Ignoring Li Ming's accusations, Gu Qingyang swiftly retrieved some medicinal powder from his storage bag, applying it to the injured team member's wound. We need to staunch the bleeding. We must leave this place as quickly as possible. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed from the depths of the mine. I never expected anyone could reach this far. The voice seemed to rise from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Gu Qingyang abruptly looked up, his gaze hardening as he directed it toward the source of the voice. Who dares to play tricks in my domain? The cold laughter resounded again from the depths of the mine, reverberating in the narrow space, sending a chill through their bones. How foolish of you to trespass into my territory. As the last words faded, a man clad in black, his countenance dark and foreboding, slowly emerged from the shadows. He was enveloped by a dense aura of black energy, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Behind him trailed several formidable warriors, each bearing a disdainful expression as they looked down upon Gu Qingyang and his companions. Li Ming's face turned pallid. He could not suppress a gulp and muttered in a trembling voice, "It's over. It's truly over. He is an elder of the Black Sha sect, a formidable late-stage martial artist. We stand no chance against him." His voice quivered, laden with despair. The other team members also exhibited expressions of terror. The strongest among them was merely a mid-stage martial artist, utterly powerless in the face of a late-stage powerhouse. Su Yao cast a worried glance at Gu Qingyang, gently tugging at his sleeve as she whispered, "Gu Qingyang, perhaps we should escape." The man in black contemptuously swept his gaze over the group. Sneering, "Escape? You think you can leave my territory alive? Such delusions." The warriors behind him erupted in mocking laughter, as if they could already envision Gu Qingyang and his companions being trampled beneath their feet. In stark contrast to the fear and skepticism surrounding him, Gu Qingyang remained remarkably composed. His eyes were fixed intently on the runes beneath his feet, His mind racing through countless possibilities, he discerned that the seemingly chaotic arrangement of runes concealed profound mysteries. Adhering to a specific pattern. Everyone, do not panic, Gu Qingyang declared solemnly. Though these traps are intricate, they are not without clues. If we can uncover the pattern, we shall pass through safely. As he spoke, he stepped forward, appearing to move casually, yet each stride was meticulously calculated, deftly avoiding all lethal traps. Observing Gu Qingyang's calm demeanor, the previously panicked team members gradually regained their composure, following closely behind him as they cautiously evaded the traps. Humph! Such pretentiousness! The man in black scoffed, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Let us see how long you can maintain this charade. With a swift motion, he signaled the warriors behind him to surround Gu Qingyang and his companions. Undeterred by the provocation, Gu Qingyang's gaze remained fixed on the runes, as he quietly calculated his next move. 3 steps to the left, 2 steps forward, then 1 step to the right, he murmured to himself. His feet in constant motion, guiding his teammates through the trap-laden tunnel. Witnessing Gu Qingyang's adept navigation, the man in black's expression darkened, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. A bit of skill, I see. He coldly remarked, his form suddenly vanishing as he lunged towards Gu Qingyang like a shadow. The man in black moved with otherworldly swiftness, his palm winds howling as they surged toward Gu Qingyang's face. Arrogant wretch, prepare to die. Gu Qingyang's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced, evading the attack with a sidestep and commanding, defensive formation. Yao Yao, assist! Su Yao's voice rang out, wielding her staff which shimmered with light, enveloping Gu Qingyang in a protective aura. The other team members quickly fell into a defensive formation, safeguarding Su Yao at the center. Li Meng brandished his massive axe, vigilantly watching for any threats, ready to lend support. Child's play. The man in black scoffed disdainfully, his figure flickering with astonishing speed. His palm strikes rained down like a tempest upon Gu Qingyang. Yet Gu Qingyang, agile as a wisp of smoke, navigated through the barrage with precision, each dodge executed perfectly. As if he had anticipated the man's assault trajectory, he struck with fists and kicked with legs, his technique straightforward and effective, a stark contrast to the man's relentless onslaught. Go, Qingyang brother, you can do it. Su Yao shouted from within the formation, her eyes brimming with trust and admiration. Her voice, clear and resolute, flowed into Gu Qingyang's heart like a warm current, fortifying his resolve. A faint smile graced Gu Qingyang's lips, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Seizing upon a minor flaw in the man in black's defense, he surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the adversary's chest. With a resounding thud, the man was forced back several steps. Astonishment flickering across his face. He had not anticipated Gu Qingyang's strength to be so formidable, capable of standing his ground against him. Interesting, the man in black muttered, his expression turning grave as his aura intensified. Signaling a shift to earnest combat, as the battle escalated, Gu Qingyang adeptly dodged and counterattacked, gradually discerning the patterns in the man's offensive strategy. Despite the opponent's formidable prowess, Gu Qingyang maintained an upper hand through his cool-headedness and exquisite footwork. The team members, witnessing Gu Qingyang's valor, felt their initial trepidation dissolve, replaced by admiration and trust. Li Meng, brimming with excitement, wielded his axe and cheered loudly. Yet this confrontation was merely the beginning. The mysterious forces loomed, poised to unleash even greater adversaries. Chapter 22. The truth. The man in black emitted a muffled grunt, staggering backward. Gu Qingyang pressed his advantage, his fists flying like the wind, compelling the black-clad figure to defend desperately. In the fray, a black token inscribed with strange runes slipped from the man's sleeve. Quick as lightning, Gu Qingyang snatched it up. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he let out a low growl, abandoning the confrontation to vanish into the darkness. Trying to escape, Gu Qingyang sneered, about to pursue when suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him, his internal energy in disarray. Taking a deep breath to quell his discomfort, he examined the token in his hand. Had he seen this rune before? Upon returning to camp, Su Yao rushed to him, concern etched on her face. Qingyang, are you all right? Gu Qingyang shook his head and handed her the token. Take a look. Do you recognize this? Su Yao scrutinized it for a moment, her expression shifting. This is the emblem of the Black Sha Alliance. The Black Sha Alliance, a nefarious organization infamous across the continent for plundering resources and wreaking havoc upon lives. Could the anomalies in the spirit mind be connected to them? Gu Qingyang shared his suspicions with the team, but Li Ming scoffed dismissively. That's merely a coincidence. Perhaps the man in black stole it. His tone carried a barely perceptible tension. Li Ming, why are you always defending them? Su Yao challenged, her gaze filled with skepticism. The other members nodded in agreement with her viewpoint. Li Ming's face flushed as he stammered. I am just stating facts. He glanced around, noticing his teammates' doubtful looks, a sense of isolation creeping into his heart. Jiyu Qingyang placed a reassuring hand on Li Ming's shoulder, speaking meaningfully to Li Ming. Some truths cannot remain hidden. He paused, his gaze landing on Li Ming's tightly clenched fist. Think about it carefully. Li Ming's hand trembled slightly, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. As night deepened, the atmosphere in the camp grew heavy. Alone by the fire, Li Ming stared vacantly into the flames, Gu Qingyang's words echoing in his mind. Gradually, he loosened his grip, revealing a black token identical to Gu Qingyang's, resting quietly in his palm. The firelight illuminated the turmoil on Li Ming's face. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, he recalled his jealousy towards Gu Qingyang's talent and popularity among girls, the underhanded tricks he had played, spreading rumors and nearly jeopardizing the entire team during this expedition. Shame and regret scorched his heart like a raging fire. He clutched the token tightly, as if grasping a searing brand. Finally, he inhaled deeply, rising to approach Gu Qingyang, lowering his head as he spoke hoarsely. Qingyang, I was wronged. I should not have been envious of you, nor should I have acted as I did. Observing Li Ming's anguish, Gu Qingyang felt no sense of triumph. He had long sensed Li Ming's distress, merely waiting for him to confess. To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a noble virtue, Gu Qingyang said, patting Li Ming's shoulder. We are a team. Do not let this happen again. Li Ming lifted his head. His eyes reddened with gratitude. Nodding appreciatively, he handed the token to Gu Qingyang, a wave of relief washing over him. Perhaps this token will help us locate the Black Sha Alliance's stronghold. Jiyu Qingyang closely examined the two tokens, observing the softly glowing runes that seemed to point in a particular direction. Utilizing the token's guidance and his exceptional intellect, Gu Qingyang led the team to a secluded valley, the valley's entrance. Two black-clad guards stood watch. Spotting Gu Qingyang and his companions, they immediately raised an alarm. Who dares to trespass into the Black Sha Alliance's forbidden grounds? One guard shouted arrogantly, You'd best leave now. Or else, before he could finish, Gu Qingyang sprang into action, his form a blur as he swiftly incapacitated both guards. The team followed closely behind, charging into the valley. Deep within the valley, in a colossal cavern, the Black Sha Alliance was engaged in some sinister ritual. The center stood a man clad in black robes, his visage twisted with malice, presiding over the ceremony surrounded by dozens of Alliance members. Who dares to interrupt our ritual? The robed man bellowed, a powerful aura emanating from him, suffocating the team members. The Black Sha Alliance, your crimes have been exposed. Gu Qingyang's voice reverberated throughout the cavern. Today marks your demise. His gaze was piercing, and the energy within his hand surged with vitality. Su Yao looked upon Gu Qingyang's valiant figure, her heart swelling with an uncontrollable mix of excitement and affection. He faced formidable foes without a shred of fear. His resolute eyes and upright posture resembled a majestic mountain, instilling in her an endless sense of security. After the battle concluded, Gu Qingyang surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no adversaries remained, before exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, Su Yao could no longer restrain her emotions. She dashed forward and threw herself into his embrace. Jiyu Qingyang was momentarily taken aback, but then he tenderly held her, gently stroking her hair. With her face buried in his chest, Su Yao listened to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a warm current coursing through her entire being. The other team members witnessed this scene, their faces lighting up with benevolent smiles. Sharing in their joy, Li Ming scratched his head awkwardly, turning his face away, secretly relieved that he had awakened in time to avoid a grave mistake. Qingyang, are you all right? Su Yao raised her head, concern etched across her features. Jiu Qingyang smiled faintly, playfully brushing her nose. Silly girl, how could I be? Before he could finish his words, a formidable pressure suddenly enveloped them. The air in the cave seeming to solidify, causing suffocating dread. A chilling aura spread forth, sending involuntary shivers through everyone present. Who is it? Li Ming scanned the surroundings warily. Gripping his weapon tightly, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. Clad in a flowing black robe and masked, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yet, his eyes glimmered with a cold light, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit from the abyss. He emanated an overwhelming presence, an oppressive force that obscured the depths of his power. You should not have come here, the masked man spoke in a frigid tone, his voice echoing as if it were born from the depths of a dark chasm, sending chills down their spines. He slowly raised his hand, a sphere of black energy coalescing in his palm, pulsating with a disquieting aura. The team members tensed, gripping their weapons as if facing imminent danger. Jiu Qingyang shielded Su Yao behind him, his gaze sharp as he confronted the masked figure, his voice steady. Who are you? The masked man sneered. Who am I? I am the master of this spirit mine. He paused, his tone growing more sinister. You have taken what belongs to me, and now I shall reclaim it. As he spoke, the black energy sphere shot forth. Jiu Qingyang's eyes narrowed, channeling his spirit energy into both palms, thrusting forward with great force. Chapter 23. The mysterious leader, resisting the tide. Gu Qingyang thrust forward, golden spirit energy forming a barrier that collided with the black energy sphere in a thunderous clash. The explosion sent shockwaves through the cave, dust and debris cascading down, obscuring everyone's vision. When the dust settled, the masked man had vanished. Where is he? Li Ming scanned the area warily, nerves taut. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of pressure bore down from behind. Gu Qingyang spun around to find the masked man had somehow appeared behind them, a blade of black energy coalescing in his hand, lunging forth. Watch out! Gu Qingyang shoved Su Yao aside, bracing himself to absorb the blow. He let out a muffled grunt, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back a few steps. Qingyang! Su Yao cried out, rushing to support him. Stay back! Gu Qingyang barked, gritting his teeth against the pain. Knowing that the masked man's strength far surpassed theirs, her intervention would only lead to her demise. The masked man sneered. You overestimate yourselves? He swung the energy blade once more, unleashing a relentless assault upon Gu Qingyang. Li Ming attempted to assist, but the masked man effortlessly flicked his wrist, sending a wave of black energy crashing into Li Ming's chest, sending him flying to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Li Ming! The other team members gasped, yet dared not act recklessly, overwhelmed by the masked man's terrifying prowess. Under the onslaught of the masked man's attacks, Gu Qingyang found himself retreating, sustaining several injuries. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. Qingyang, Su Yao's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching for him. She longed to rush to his side, but was halted by the intensity of his gaze, which conveyed the gravity of the situation. The masked man advanced relentlessly, a mocking tone lacing his words. Is this truly your strength? Pathetic. He raised the energy blade high, preparing to deliver the final blow. Is this the end? Gu Qingyang lamented internally. Yet he refused to relinquish his fight. He summoned every last vestige of spirit energy within him, bracing for a desperate final stand. The masked man regarded him, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Die. The black energy blade descended with lethal intent. As it approached, Su Yao closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her cheeks. The surrounding team members bore expressions of anguish, the atmosphere thick with tension. Li Ming struggled to rise, battered and bruised, yet powerless to intervene, his heart heavy with despair. The leader is magnificent. That boy is doomed. One of the masked man's subordinates exclaimed, fawning with disdain for Gu Qingyang. Another echoed, so foolish to challenge the authority of the leader. He is merely seeking his own demise. The masked leader's smirk deepened, relishing the thought of Gu Qingyang being cleaved in two before him. He reveled in the power he wielded, savoring the terror that radiated from the weak before him. Just as the blade was about to strike, Gu Qingyang suddenly felt a surge of extraordinary energy coursing through him. Instinctively, He opened his sign-in space. A flash of golden light revealed a gleaming armor adorned with golden runes materializing in his grasp. There was no time for contemplation. He quickly donned the armor. The black energy blade struck fiercely against the armor, producing a deafening roar. Yet, contrary to expectations, no gruesome scene unfolded. Jiu Qingyang stood firm, the armor shimmering with golden light, completely unscathed. The masked leader's smile froze in an instant. Disbelief flooding his eyes, his subordinates stared, dumbfounded, as if witnessing an impossible occurrence. Even Su Yao and Li Ming were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their own eyes. How is this possible? The masked leader gasped, astonishment and confusion lacing his voice. Jiu Qingyang's lips curled into a confident smile. This is just the beginning, he whispered, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the masked leader, a brilliant sword materializing in his hand. Cloaked in golden light, Gu Qingyang stood as an indomitable warrior. The leader's shock was fleeting, replaced by a more ferocious onslaught. Kid, you have some skill, but do you think this will stop me? Delusional, he roared, forming seals with his hands, causing the surrounding spirit energy to surge violently, coalescing into a torrent of black energy blades, raining down like a storm. Jiu Qingyang did not dare to underestimate the assault. His feet moving with unpredictable grace, weaving like a phantom through the blades, each dodge executed with precision, both perilous and composed. Jiu Qingyang, go for it. You can do it. Su Yao shouted anxiously, her clear eyes shimmering with determination and admiration. Though her voice was soft, it reached Gu Qingyang's ears, infusing him with newfound strength. Don't worry, I won't lose, Gu Qingyang replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. As he evaded attacks, he searched for the leader's vulnerabilities. He understood that a direct confrontation was futile. Only by identifying the opponent's weaknesses could he seize victory. Childish tricks. The leader's fury intensified as his assault yielded no result. He altered his approach. Hands pressed together, chanting incantations, a massive black energy sphere formed above his head, exuding a suffocating aura. Not good, Gu Qingyang's heart sank, a strong sense of impending doom washing over him. He recognized this as the leader's ultimate move. One of immense power. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his inner energy to its zenith, the sword in his hand radiating blinding light. Just then, Li Ming struggled to rise, his body battered, yet his resolve unyielding. Captain, I'm here to help, he shouted, charging towards the leader. The leader scoffed dismissively, flicking his wrist, and a wave of black energy sent Li Ming hurtling backward. Li Ming, Su Yao cried out, attempting to rush forward. But Gu Qingyang stopped her. Take care of him. I will handle this. Gu Qingyang's gaze remained fixed on the leader, his sword pointed skyward, a powerful intent surging forth. Come, let me see just how strong you truly are. The leader's face bore a sinister smile, as if to say, as you wish. The black energy orb in his hand suddenly swelled, emanating an air of destruction that threatened to annihilate everything. Chapter 24. United Efforts. The dark energy sphere expanded to its limits, as if it sought to devour all existence, the oppressive atmosphere rendering the very air stagnant. Jiu Qingyang gritted his teeth, the long sword in his hand humming with energy. Its blade shimmering with a brilliant light, resembling a star on the verge of an explosion. Overreaching. The leader scoffed coldly, hurling the energy orb violently towards Gu Qingyang. Boom. Deafening roar erupted as the energy orb detonated. A terrifying shockwave sweeping across the vicinity, sending sand and stones flying, and snapping trees in half as the dust settled. Gu Qingyang's figure emerged, tattered and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Captain! Li Ming struggled to rise, disregarding his injuries, and charged once more at the leader. Together, the other team members rallied in response, knowing that if they did not fight with all their might now, they would truly have no chance left. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the cries of battle. However, their assaults were mere child's play to the leader. With a ghostly agility, he effortlessly evaded all attacks, countering with disdain and sending several members flying once more. You pitiful ants dare to challenge my authority? The leader sneered, a flash of contempt flickering in his eyes. The team members fell to the ground, groaning in agony, their morale plummeting to an all-time low. Captain Su Yao looked at Gu Qingyang with deep concern, anxiety etched in her eyes. She knew that while Gu Qingyang was powerful, facing such a formidable foe would likely prove overwhelming. It seems you have exhausted your tricks. The leader approached Gu Qingyang step by step, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Now, it is time to send you on your way. He slowly raised his right hand, gathering a mass of black energy in his palm. Exuding a chilling aura, "It is over," the leader sneered, preparing to deliver the final blow to Gu Qingyang. Suddenly, he halted, his brow furrowing slightly as he gazed into the distance. "What is happening?" he murmured, sensing a powerful presence drawing near with alarming speed. "It appears someone is coming to disrupt my plans." The leader's lips curled into a strange arc. "Yet this is also favorable. The game has only just begun." Li Ming clutched his chest, blood seeping through his fingers as he coughed painfully. "Captain, are we—" Before he could finish, Su Yao interrupted, "Don't speak nonsense. We will surely win." Her tone was resolute, yet her trembling hands betrayed her inner fear. The other team members fell silent, the atmosphere thick with suffocating tension. Fear spread like a plague, despair written on each face. Useless, a burly man, his face a mask of brutality, stepped forward from behind the leader, loudly mocking the fallen team members. "You think you can challenge the leader? Utterly deluded." Another voice chimed in sharply. "Exactly. They don't even realize their own insignificance." The leader crossed his arms, a condescending smile playing on his lips as he regarded the group of jesters before him, clad in resplendent attire that starkly contrasted with the tattered garments of the team members. He epitomized a position of superiority, casually toying with a jade ring on his finger. Each gemstone glinted with a value that could purchase the entirety of the team members' lives. "Ants, despair, tremble." The burly man laughed arrogantly. As if victory were assured. At that moment, Gu Qingyang made his move. Previously, while the leader toyed with the team's attacks, Gu Qingyang had keenly detected a subtle flaw. During the leader's evasive maneuvers, his left side would briefly expose a vulnerable gap. A fleeting opportunity. Gu Qingyang inhaled deeply, channeling his energy into the tip of his sword, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Thunderous strike. The blinding sword light sliced through the air, aiming directly at the leader's exposed side. What? The leader, clearly caught off guard by Gu Qingyang's fierce counterattack, was grazed by the sword's aura. A trickle of blood seeped from his side, staining his opulent garments crimson. The smile on the leader's face froze, replaced by shock and fury. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at the bloodstains on his attire, his voice icy. "You have succeeded in enraging me." Gu Qingyang's sword tip trembled slightly, the bloodied blade glinting ominously in the firelight. The leader's eyes sharpened, no longer underestimating his opponent, as powerful energy surged around him, an invisible pressure enveloping the battlefield. "You, boy, possess remarkable courage to dare wound me." The leader's voice was low and gravelly, like a demon from the depths of hell. Gu Qingyang scoffed. "Merely a scratch, and you make it out to be such a spectacle." Before his words could fade, Gu Qingyang launched another assault, his figure shifting like a wraith, the long sword transforming into streaks of silver light, relentlessly targeting the leader's vital points. The leader, unyielding, evaded each strike with precision, swiftly countering with his own attacks. The two clashed back and forth, the dance of blades and the collision of energies creating a tempest that stirred the very air, sending debris flying and blotting out the sun. "Captain, how incredible!" Li Ming, clutching his chest, struggled to sit up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Su Yao, while tending to the injured members, anxiously watched the unfolding battle. Her gaze remained fixed on Gu Qingyang, unwavering in her belief that he would prevail over the leader. Her hands trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. "Gu Qingyang, you indeed possess some skill. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant," the leader remarked, parrying Gu Qingyang's strikes with a cold smile. "However, do you truly believe this is enough to defeat me? You are terribly naive." Gu Qingyang remained silent, focusing intently on the battle. He understood that this confrontation was merely the beginning, with the true test yet to come. Suddenly, the leader let out a low growl, his hands forming seals as he chanted incantations. The surrounding space began to warp, a sinister energy permeating the air. Not good. He is about to unleash a forbidden spell, Li Ming exclaimed. Xu Yao's heart sank. Sensing an unprecedented danger approaching, the leader's lips curled into a chilling smile as he whispered, "Feel despair." Chapter 25. The Dawn of Victory, the Harvest of Spirit Crystals. Feel despair. The leader's cold voice echoed in the distorted space. As if it were a whisper from the abyss, an invisible pressure enveloped everyone, rendering them breathless. The space contorted as though gripped by a colossal hand, perpetually reshaping and folding. What was once clear became obscured. Trees contorted into grotesque shapes, and the ground undulated unpredictably. The team members stumbled, struggling to maintain their balance, let alone mount an attack. Li Ming nearly toppled over. "What in the world is this?" he cursed. Striving to steady himself, Xu Yao supported an injured team member, her complexion pale. This bizarre spell filled her with dread, an unprecedented terror surging within her. Seeing this, the leader cackled with glee in a flash. He appeared before Li Ming like a phantom, his blade slicing through the air with lethal intent aimed at Li Ming's chest. "Watch out!" Xu Yao cried out. In a critical moment, Gu Qingyang positioned himself as a shield before Li Ming. He swung his sword to deflect the attack, the harsh clang of metal reverberating through the air. "Captain!" Li Ming's heart jolted. "Focus on your enemy," Gu Qingyang commanded, blocking the leader's relentless onslaught. Yet, in the warped space, Gu Qingyang found his movements severely restricted. The leader's assault rained down like a tempest, forcing Gu Qingyang to barely defend himself as his body quickly accumulated wounds. "Jiu Qingyang, do you believe you can protect them?" The leader taunted, his tone dripping with derision. "You are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Gu Qingyang clenched his teeth, remaining silent. He understood he must persevere, even if only a glimmer of hope remained. Xu Yao watched Gu Qingyang fight valiantly, her heart aching. She yearned to rush in to assist, but Gu Qingyang's stern command halted her. "Protect the others." The leader's onslaught grew increasingly ferocious, and Gu Qingyang's wounds multiplied. Blood dripped from his arms, staining the ground beneath him. Tears welled in Xu Yao's eyes, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh. "Jiu Qingyang." Her voice trembled with concern and helplessness. Beside her, Li Ming's expression turned grim as he clenched his fists in frustration. Feeling powerless, as a mid-level martial artist, he knew his interference would only be a burden in such a grand conflict. The mood among the team members turned bleak. One muttered despondently, "It's over. It's all over. How could the leader lose to such a minor character?" Another chimed in, "Exactly. This kid is merely a late-stage martial artist. How could he possibly contend with the leader?" Their words dripped with disdain for Gu Qingyang and blind adoration for the leader, only serving to highlight Gu Qingyang's isolation in this dire moment. The leader looked down upon Gu Qingyang, his tone laced with contempt. "You are utterly deluded. How dare you challenge my authority? What you possess is merely the remnants of my playthings. My wealth and my status are realms you shall never reach in your lifetime." The followers behind him erupted in a chorus of taunts, their arrogance suggesting that victory was already within their grasp. At that moment, Gu Qingyang smiled. His smile bore a hint of madness and resoluteness. A formidable aura erupted from him, instilling fear across the arena. The wounds on his body seemed to vanish, replaced by an unprecedented power. He had transcended, breaking through the shackles of the late martial master stage, reaching an entirely new realm. "Is that so?" Gu Qingyang's voice was deep and powerful, akin to a proclamation from the depths of hell. In a flash, he moved, his speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. A scream pierced the air as the leader's forbidden spell was instantly shattered. He gazed in disbelief at the gaping wound that revealed bone on his chest, blood gushing forth. How could this happen? Gu Qingyang offered no reply. Instead, he slowly drew his blood-soaked sword, coldly regarding the leader sprawled on the ground. "It appears that what you discarded is still quite effective." The leader collapsed, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Witnessing this, the followers he brought scattered like birds startled from their roost, fleeing in all directions. "We have won!" Li Ming shouted in exhilaration, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The others joined in the jubilation, The joy of having survived their ordeal permeating the AIR. Su Yao rushed to Gu Qingyang's side. Saying nothing as she embraced him tightly, Gu Qingyang's body stiffened momentarily before he gently patted her back, feeling the warmth and tremors radiating from her. He understood that Su Yao's hug was not merely one of relief, but also an expression of profound concern and affection. "Are you all right?" Su Yao lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she carefully examined his injuries. "I'm fine. Just a minor wound." Gu Qingyang reassured her with a smile, even though pain coursed through him. He did not wish to burden Su Yao with worry. Li Ming and the other team members gathered around, clamoring to inquire about Gu Qingyang's condition, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "Brother Gu, you are truly remarkable. If it weren't for you, we would surely have perished here today. Brother Gu, from now on, you shall be my elder brother." Surrounded by their sincere praises, Gu Qingyang felt a warmth swell within him. He realized that this experience had not only granted them precious spirit crystals, but had also forged a deeper bond among them, solidifying their friendship as true comrades in life and death. Subsequently, they began to gather spirit crystals with all their might. With ample time at their disposal, they swiftly collected the required quantity set by the Academy, burdened with their bountiful harvest and joy. They set forth on their journey back to the Academy. Upon their return, they submitted the spirit crystals, successfully completing their task. However, they had little time to celebrate, for the Academy's annual martial arts tournament was about to commence. Gu Qingyang stepped onto the tournament stage, where a throng of formidable opponents had gathered, their powerful presences weighing heavily upon him, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression. He scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate his first opponent. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure. Ouyang Yu, standing amidst the crowd, casting a malevolent gaze in his direction, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ouyang Yu slowly raised his right hand, gesturing a throat-cutting motion towards Gu Qingyang. Chapter 26. Entering the tournament, facing provocation, the arena was teeming with spectators, the cacophony of voices rising with each passing moment. As Gu Qingyang entered the arena, an invisible pressure assailed him, making his breath feel constricted. Surrounded by skilled fighters exuding overwhelming energy, he felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure, scanning the unfamiliar faces in search of his first opponent. Just then, a hostile gaze locked onto him. Turning, Gu Qingyang saw Ouyang Yu standing in the crowd, a mocking glint in his eyes, a chilling smile playing on his lips. Ouyang Yu was flanked by several disciples, all of whom carried themselves with an air of superiority, as if their master were already the champion of the tournament. Ouyang Yu deliberately approached Gu Qingyang, sneering derisively. "Oh, isn't this Gu Qingyang? What brings a nameless nobody like you to the tournament? Don't be embarrassed when you're eliminated in the first round." Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. Some, upon hearing Ouyang Yu's words, pointed fingers at Gu Qingyang, deeming him unworthy of participation. A surge of anger welled within Gu Qingyang, but he inhaled deeply, suppressing his rage. He knew that this was not the time for impulsiveness. "Ouyang Yu, do not be so arrogant." Qin Shuang, having approached Gu Qingyang unbeknownst to him, shot a cold glare at Ouyang Yu. "The tournament shall reveal the truth. Who prevails remains to be seen." Ouyang Yu cast a disdainful glance at Qin Shuang. Sneering, "Qin Shuang, you ought to worry about yourself. With your meager abilities, do you truly believe you can achieve anything in the tournament? What a delusion." His gaze returned to Gu Qingyang, his tone dripping with contempt. "As for you, I advise you to concede early, lest you embarrass yourself on stage." Gu Qingyang clenched his fists, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. He recalled the hardships he had endured, the goals he aspired to achieve. And those who supported him, he could not falter here. He had to prove himself. "Ouyang Yu," Gu Qingyang enunciated each word deliberately, "we shall meet on the arena." His voice was icy, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. Ouyang Yu scoffed and turned away, leaving behind a chilling remark. "You will regret this." Gu Qingyang's friend Wang Cheng tugged at his sleeve, concern evident in his tone. "Ouyang Yu is a martial master at the early stage, and he is notoriously treacherous. Are you truly intent on confronting him head-on? Perhaps we should lay low for a while." Wang Chang's hushed words fell like a cold shower upon Gu Qingyang. The surrounding whispers intensified his unease. He heard murmurs like, "This kid truly does not know the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. Ouyang could crush him with a single finger." Others echoed, "Indeed, he does not possess the qualifications to provoke Ouyang. It is a path to self-destruction." Ouyang's followers strutted about, one of them boldly declaring, "Our young master is a genius of the Ouyang family. How could someone like him be compared to mere rabble? Wise up and step down before you suffer a beating." The Ouyang family's wealth and influence were renowned throughout the continent, and it was common knowledge that Ouyang had been pampered since childhood. With endless resources at his disposal for cultivation, in stark contrast, Gu Qingyang was an obscure figure. How could he possibly contend? Qin Shuang furrowed her brow slightly. Although she had faith in Gu Qingyang's strength, Ouyang's ruthless reputation was well known, and concern crept into her heart. She clasped Gu Qingyang's hand, whispering, "Be careful. Do not force a confrontation in the face of the surrounding skepticism and ridicule." A fierce battle spirit surged within Gu Qingyang. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. "Ouyang, you deem me a nameless nobody? Today, this so-called nobody shall trample the so-called experts beneath my feet." The light in his eyes gleamed sharp as a blade. Directed at Ouyang, is the Ouyang family truly so formidable? In my eyes, it is nothing more than that. Ouyang's expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly. "You are a fool seeking death. Since you are so eager, I shall grant your wish." He strode to the edge of the arena and addressed the elder referee. "Elder, we may begin." The elder referee nodded, announcing loudly, "The tournament begins." With the sound of the gong, Ouyang sprang into action, like a leopard pouncing on its prey. His true energy surged within his palm, coalescing into a sharp azure wind blade aimed directly at Gu Qingyang's throat. The wind blade cut through the air with a piercing whistle, as if tearing the very fabric of the atmosphere. The audience erupted in gasps, many predicting Gu Qingyang's imminent defeat. Gu Qingyang's gaze sharpened, his steps light as he evaded the lethal strike with an ethereal grace, like a specter slipping through the shadows. Ouyang's assault missed its mark, his eyes widening in surprise, yet his onslaught showed no signs of relenting. The gusts of his palm, like blades, relentlessly surged towards Gu Qingyang. Each attack was imbued with lethal intent, as if seeking to utterly shred Gu Qingyang apart. "Excellent! What a splendid display!" The followers of Ouyang shouted with exhilaration. As if they had already glimpsed the dawn of victory, Gu Qingyang danced deftly amidst the relentless onslaught, his agile form evading Ouyang's strikes with impeccable timing, akin to leaves caught in a tempest, seemingly erratic, yet always managing to turn peril into safety. While evading, he meticulously observed Ouyang's techniques, searching for any weaknesses. Among the spectators, Qin Shuang quietly watched Gu Qingyang on the arena, her gaze devoid of worry, filled instead with unwavering trust. She knew that Gu Qingyang would never be easily defeated. This look of faith flowed into Gu Qingyang's heart like a warm current, as Ouyang struggled to land a blow. His anger intensified. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous challenger would prove to be such a formidable opponent. With a fierce roar, he escalated his attacks, the gusts of his palm strikes becoming ever more ferocious, carving deep grooves into the blue stone surface of the arena. Gu Qingyang remained composed, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of his lips. He felt the surge of power within him, aware that the opportunity he had long awaited was approaching. Suddenly, Ouyang's offensive shifted. He retracted his violent strikes, his hands forming an intricate seal before his chest. An eerie aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding air to thicken with tension. The audience fell into stunned silence, all taken aback by this sudden transformation. "What technique is this?" Someone whispered that a glint of malice flickered in Ouyang's eyes as he coldly declared to Gu Qingyang, "Prepare to witness the Ouyang family's ultimate skill." Chapter 27. The Grueling Battle, Heart-Corroding Palm. No sooner had Ouyang spoken than he unleashed his palms, sending forth two dark green palm prints that surged towards Gu Qingyang like specters. The air crackled with a hissing sound as it seemed to corrode in their wake. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, the formidable power of the heart-corroding palm evident to all. Diu Qingyang dared not be negligent. He swiftly mobilized his internal energy, evading with great urgency. However, the speed of the heart-corroding palm was astonishingly swift. Although he managed to evade the direct assault, the residual force grazed his arm, leaving a charred mark. The piercing pain shot through him, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Humph, having fallen victim to my heart-corroding palm, prepare for your meridians to shatter and your cultivation to be rendered void. Ouyang Yu proclaimed with a triumphant sneer. He advanced step by step towards Gu Qingyang, his tone dripping with mockery. What do you think you are? How dare you challenge the authority of the Ouyang family? The surrounding followers of the Ouyang family began to jeer. What an arrogant fool! How dare he oppose our young master? It's tantamount to seeking death. Indeed, young Master Ouyang is a once-in-a-century genius. You aren't even worthy of being an ant in his presence. Clenching his teeth, Gu Qingyang endured the searing pain in his arm, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. He coldly stared at Ouyang Yu and stated, word by word, the outcome is yet to be determined. It is still uncertain who will fall. Qin Shuang, witnessing Gu Qingyang's predicament from below the stage, felt a surge of anxiety. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her palms. The nearby disciples of the same sect offered words of comfort. Sister Qin, do not worry. Brother Gu will surely prevail. Yet, these reassurances felt utterly powerless, even to themselves, as the underlying uncertainty was palpable. The malevolence of Ouyang Yu's heart-corroding palm was exceedingly sinister, and it appeared that Gu Qingyang had no means to defend himself on the arena. Gu Qingyang narrowly evaded yet another of Ouyang Yu's attacks. But his body bore an increasing number of wounds. The poison of the heart-corroding palm was gradually spreading, causing his movements to grow sluggish. What is this? Are you already faltering? Ouyang Yu's voice dripped with derision. It seems you are not as impressive as you claim. He unleashed another heart-corroding palm, and this time, Gu Qingyang was unable to evade entirely. The dark green palm print struck his chest with a resounding force, sending him staggering back several steps, blood spurting from his mouth. Yu Qingyang. Qin Shuang could not help but exclaim in alarm. Ouyang Yu Lo Gu Qingyang scoffed coldly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He deliberately exposed a weakness, enticing Ouyang Yu to draw closer. Ouyang Yu, true to form, took the bait, believing Gu Qingyang to be defenseless. A glint of greedy malice flickered in his gaze as he lunged forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow. At that very moment, Gu Qingyang sprang into action. He vanished in an instant, appearing like a specter behind Ouyang Yu, striking forcefully at his back. Alarmed, Ouyang Yu's heart raced as he attempted to evade. But it was too late. Gu Qingyang's palm struck him with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. He crashed heavily onto the arena, blood spurting from his mouth. Struggling to rise, he felt utterly drained, his internal energy in disarray. Pointing at Gu Qingyang, Ouyang Yu's eyes burned with resentment and venom. Ignoring him, Gu Qingyang turned to survey the suspicious figures below the arena. Though you believe this will succeed, he spoke with a chilling tone. Filled with murderous intent. One among them opened his mouth to respond, only to suddenly turn pale, shouting in terror, "Watch out!" A flash of cold light darted across, and Qin Shuang appeared on the arena. Her silhouette was as swift as lightning, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Qingyang in her hand. A long sword gleamed ominously, aimed directly at the assailant. Dare to harm my brother Qingyang? You seek death. Qin Shuang cried out, unleashing a sword strike like a silken thread. Qin Shuang, be careful. Gasps arose from the crowd below, many recognizing the young female martial artist, their words laced with concern. They understood that despite her extraordinary talent, she was merely at the early stage of martial arts, while the assailant's restrained aura hinted at a danger far surpassing her own. Humph, a foolish girl. The assailant sneered, evading Qin Shuang's swordplay with ghostly agility. Countering with a swift palm aimed at her chest, Qin Shuang stifled a grunt, staggering backward, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qin Shuang. Gu Qingyang's eyes widened in horror. He hadn't anticipated her injury in her attempt to protect him. The surrounding murmurs grew louder, This fool is utterly useless, relying on a woman for protection. He can't even defeat Ouyingyu, let alone this mysterious expert. Qin Shuang is in for a rough time. These taunts pierced Gu Qingyang's heart like daggers. Ouyingyu clutched his chest, pale-faced, watching Gu Qingyang and Qin Shuang with eyes filled with venom. "You will all die," he screamed. His followers echoed his threats. "Dare to harm our young master Ouyang? You are doomed. Once our master recovers, we will tear you apart." They strutted about, as if victory were assured. Drawing a deep breath, Gu Qingyang suppressed the searing pain in his shoulder. A glint of icy resolve in his gaze, he whirled around, charging at the individuals disrupting the formation. His speed was astonishing, almost a blur. Before they could react, Gu Qingyang was upon them, raining down blows like a torrential downpour. "Ah, ah!" Cries of agony echoed as they fell one by one, powerless to resist. Gu Qingyang showed no mercy. He knew these individuals were Ouyingyu's accomplices, and failing to teach them a lesson today would only invite more trouble in the future. After dismantling their scheme, Gu Qingyang returned to the arena in the blink of an eye, standing beside Qin Shuang. His speed left everyone astonished. Even Ouyingyu wore an expression of fear. "Now, it is your turn." Gu Qingyang's voice was frigid, his gaze brimming with murderous intent as he regarded Ouyingyu. His aura shifted dramatically, a chilling, killing intent pervading the AI art, no longer concealing his strength. His internal energy surged forth like a mountain torrent. "Since you seek death, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." In a flash, he vanished, appearing before Ouyingyu in an instant, launching a devastating punch. The wind howled as his fist surged forward, aimed squarely at Ouyingyu's face. Ouyingyu's expression turned to one of terror as he hastily raised his arms to defend himself. Yet, Gu Qingyang's strength surpassed his wildest imagination. A sharp crack echoed as Ouyingyu's arms crumpled, and he was thrown back, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, blood gushing from his mouth. "Ouyingyu!" His followers gasped, attempting to rush onto the arena, only to be halted by the elder referee. In this martial arts tournament, life and death are of no concern, but interference is not permitted. The elder's voice was stern and unyielding. Seeing this, Qin Shuang's heart raced with worry as she disregarded the danger and dashed onto the arena. Reaching Gu Qingyang's side, "Brother Qingyang, are you all right?" Her eyes were filled with concern. Gu Qingyang shook his head, about to speak when suddenly, a shadow bolted from the crowd, heading straight for Qin Shuang. The figure moved with blinding speed, a dagger glinting ominously in hand, clearly intent on ambushing her. "Watch out!" Gu Qingyang's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Qin Shuang behind him, using his body to shield her from the lethal strike. The dagger plunged into Gu Qingyang's back, blood instantly staining his garments. He stifled a groan, enduring the searing pain as he retaliated, sending the assailant flying. "Brother Qingyang!" Qin Shuang cried out, tears welling in her eyes. "I'm fine." Gu Qingyang forced a reassuring smile. Though his face was ashen, he turned, his gaze icy as it swept over Ouyingyu and his followers. "You will all pay the price." He inhaled deeply, channeling his internal energy to suppress his injuries. Despite the agonizing pain, he stood tall, a steadfast spear upon the arena. The elder referee announced Ouyingyu's defeat, and Gu Qingyang labored to descend from the arena. The next opponent was about to make their appearance. He looked toward the figure slowly ascending the arena, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Here we go again. Chapter 29. A clash with a stalwart foe. The bloodstains on the arena had yet to be cleaned, and a faint metallic scent hung in the AI ard. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumult within him. He gazed at the figure making its way onto the arena. Tall and slender, clad in dark attire, a pitch-black sword hanging at his waist, its scabbard adorned with intricate dark patterns that emanated a chilling aura. The crowd below buzzed with conversation. Isn't that the chief disciple of the Xianjian sect? The cold-faced reaper, Xiao Yi? I've heard he's already a mid-stage martial artist at such a young age, and his shimming sword technique is said to be unparalleled, nearly invincible among those of the same realm. Gu Qingyang found himself in a dire predicament. Although he had triumphed over Ouyingyu, he was now injured, and facing Xiao Yi would likely spell disaster. Qin Shuang clenched her fists tightly, her eyes fixed on Gu Qingyang on the arena, her heart racing with anxiety. She understood better than anyone the toll that the previous battle had taken on him. Having endured Ouyang Yu's strike to save her, he was now at his limit. Xiao Yi stepped onto the arena, his gaze sharp as a blade, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Jiu Qingyang, your reputation precedes you, but today, you are nothing remarkable. Jiu Qingyang managed a bitter smile. Flattery, flattery. I merely got lucky. Luck? Xiao Yi scoffed. Soon, you will understand what true strength entails. I will make you comprehend the chasm that separates us. Is that so? Gu Qingyang's eyes narrowed as he began to circulate his internal energy. Even in his wounded state, he would not yield easily. Xiao Yi ceased his verbal sparring, vanishing in a blur, his sword slicing through the air with a menacing intent, aimed directly at Gu Qingyang's chest. The cold light flashed, the blade's tip was upon him. Gu Qingyang swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Xiao Yi's sword energy grazed his clothing, leaving a shallow wound. TSK, quick reflexes, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yi's eyes, soon replaced by a mocking grin. But how many more times can you evade? Below, Xiao Yi's followers erupted in laughter. Is this it? We thought he was some formidable opponent, but he's merely a lucky fool. Xiao, finish him off already, don't waste time. Qin Shuang's heart nearly leapt from her chest. She could feel the immense pressure bearing down on Gu Qingyang. He had already depleted too much of his energy in the prior battle. And now, facing the more powerful Xiao Yi, it seemed grim. Jiu Qingyang, surrender. You are no match for me. Xiao Yi's voice was cold and merciless, like a death sentence. Jiu Qingyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, chuckling lightly. It's not over yet. How do you know I will lose? No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Yi launched another attack, a flurry of sword shadows descending like a tempest. Gu Qingyang dodged left and right, barely fending off the onslaught. Yet his wounds multiplied, his garments drenched in blood. He can't hold on much longer. Xiao, you're magnificent. The crowd below, emboldened by Xiao Yi's prowess, reveled in their confidence. Just when everyone believed Gu Qingyang was on the verge of defeat, a spark ignited in his eyes. Now, Gu Qingyang suddenly unleashed a tremendous force, his figure darting like a specter, evading Xiao Yi's lethal strike while delivering a powerful punch to Xiao Yi's abdomen. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and Xiao Yi staggered backward, disbelief etched across his face. How is this possible? The audience, once lively, fell into an immediate silence, all staring in astonishment at the scene before them. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingyang pressed the advantage, his fists striking like the wind, each blow aimed directly at Xiao Yi's vital points. Ah! Xiao Yi let out a pained cry as Gu Qingyang sent him flying with a kick, crashing heavily at the edge of the stage. Clutching his chest, Xiao Yi's face turned pale, his eyes brimming with anger and resentment. Gu Qingyang advanced step by step, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips. I told you, it's not over yet. Xiao Yi struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze filled with venomous hatred. You forced my hand, he roared, swiftly forming hand seals, a strange chill emanating from his body, the surrounding air dropping several degrees, even causing a thin layer of ice to form on the stage. Ice Soul Cold Light Technique? A gasp arose from the crowd. Recognizing the formidable technique, it was said that mastering this technique could freeze vast expanses, wielding terrifying power. Qin Shuang's heart tightened. She had heard of this technique before. Known for its sinister coldness, capable of freezing meridians with a moment's carelessness, even endangering life. She clenched her fists tightly, whispering a prayer. Gu Qingyang, please be cautious. Gu Qingyang felt the sudden drop in temperature around him, his brow furrowing slightly. This chill was indeed peculiar, imbued with an unsettling cold that penetrated to the bone. Yet, he remained unflustered, calmly observing Xiao Yi's movements and the trajectory of the chill. Xiao Yi sneered coldly, thrusting his hands forward with force, sending several ice spikes shooting toward Gu Qingyang like arrows released from a bow. Gu Qingyang's figure flickered, weaving through the ice spikes with an unusual agility. As nimble as a swimming fish, every evasion perfectly timed, devoid of any superfluous movement. What kind of movement technique is this? The spectators gasped in admiration. Such exquisite footwork was unheard of. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Qin Shuang's eyes. But she felt more pride and gratitude. She knew Gu Qingyang would always astonish her. After eluding the ice spike assault, Gu Qingyang did not pause. He continued to close in on Xiao Yi. Seizing the moment when Xiao Yi's technique faltered, he unleashed a punch, striking squarely at Xiao Yi's chest. Poof! Xiao Yi spat out another mouthful of blood, staggering backward, the malice in his eyes intensifying. Gu Qingyang offered him no respite. Relentlessly pursuing, his fists and feet raining down like a torrential downpour, each strike landing with precision on Xiao Yi's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, Xiao Yi could no longer withstand the onslaught, collapsing onto the stage, unconscious. The elder referee announced Gu Qingyang's victory, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Gu Qingyang's name once again resonated throughout the arena. As he descended from the stage, Qin Shuang rushed to meet him, concern etched in her eyes. Are you all right? Gu Qingyang smiled gently. Don't worry, I'm fine. He felt a warm surge of affection at Qin Shuang's concerned eye in the resting area. While Gu Qingyang recuperated, he overheard discussions around him. Suddenly, he caught a few men talking about Qin Shuang. Their words laced with frivolity and malice. That Qin Shuang is truly a beauty. The well-groomed man sighed dramatically, his voice neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Gu Qingyang to hear. His companions chimed in, chuckling lewdly. Gu Qingyang frowned. He knew they were referring to him. He paid little heed to their gossip, but when it came to Qin Shuang, he could not remain indifferent at a tea that moment. A man clad in a brocade robe approached Gu Qingyang, a jade pendant with intricate carvings hanging from his waist, clearly of significant value. He cast a disdainful glance at Gu Qingyang, his tone arrogant. So? You are Gu Qingyang? Gu Qingyang raised his eyes to meet him, remaining silent. I hear you defeated Xiao Yi? The brocade-clad man continued, a mocking smile curling his lips. Quite fortunate, aren't you? Gu Qingyang remained silent, his expression growing colder. I am Li Yuanhao, a disciple of the inner sect of Tianyuanzong. Li Yuanhao introduced himself, a hint of pride in his voice. Qin Shuang is a paragon of beauty, deserving of a better man. He paused, provocatively glancing at Gu Qingyang. Someone like me, for instance. Gu Qingyang clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury within, and coldly replied, This has nothing to do with you. Li Yuanhao chuckled lightly, a glimmer of scorn in his eyes. Is that all you can do? Merely talk big, and I advise you to keep your distance from Qin Shuang. As he spoke, he patted Gu Qingyang's shoulder, his tone warning, or else you will bear the consequences. Li Yuanhao turned and departed, his companions following suit, leaving Gu Qingyang standing alone, his expression dark. He felt an invisible pressure. He knew this was only the beginning. At that moment, Qin Shuang approached. Noticing Gu Qingyang's expression, she asked with concern, What's wrong? Gu Qingyang shook his head, not wanting to worry her. It's nothing. He cast a glance in the direction where Li Yuanhao had left. A glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. However, Li Yuanhao was not done. He approached other contestants, whispering, Do you know that Gu Qingyang is actually? Li Yuanhao leaned closer to several contestants, lowering his voice, feigning secrecy. I tell you, Gu Qingyang is only here due to his relationship with Qin Shuang. His true strength is nothing to speak of, so be wary of him. The contestants exchanged glances, initially incredulous about Gu Qingyang's progress. Now, with Li Yuanhao's words, their doubts deepened. Their gazes towards Gu Qingyang began to shift, filled with scrutiny and disdain. A burly contestant stepped forward, sneering. So you're just a man who climbed the ranks on a woman's coattails. No wonder you're so weak. Another contestant chimed in. Exactly, you're a disgrace to us men. The atmosphere turned tense, with some who had previously supported Gu Qingyang now wavering, whispering among themselves. Gu Qingyang felt isolated, a wave of grievance rising within him. He clenched his fists tightly, striving to control his emotions. He knew he could not falter here. Qin Shuang, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger. She approached Gu Qingyang, grasping his hand, offering silent support. Li Yuanhao watched this unfold, a smug smile creeping onto his face. He aimed to ruin Gu Qingyang's reputation, stripping him of everything. As the next match commenced, Gu Qingyang's opponent was a tall man named Zhao Kuan, one of Li Yuanhao's lackeys. Upon stepping onto the stage, Zhao Kuan looked down at Gu Qingyang with arrogance, his tone derisive. "You, I hear you climbed the ranks on a woman's coattails? Today, let me teach you a lesson on what true strength is." Gu Qingyang inhaled deeply, converting his anger into power. He fixed his icy gaze on Zhao Kuan, enunciating each word. "My strength needs no one to validate it." No sooner had he spoken, Gu Qingyang's figure flickered, lunging toward Zhao Kuan like an arrow released from a bow. Li Yuanhao observed Gu Qingyang's imposing presence on stage, a glimmer of malice flickering in his eyes. He whispered to his companion, "It seems we need to show him a thing or two." Zhao Kuan grinned wickedly, wielding a massive axe, striking down at Gu Qingyang with the force of a mountain. "You think you can escape? A waste like you, relying on a woman, doesn't he deserve to stand here?" He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring everyone heard his mockery. Gu Qingyang's gaze sharpened, his movements ghostly as he deftly evaded Zhao Kuan's assault. "What is mere verbal bravado worth?" he retorted coldly, enraged. Zhao Kuan intensified his attack, swinging the axe with ferocious wind, every strike imbued with lethal intent, as if aiming to shred Gu Qingyang to pieces. The spectators gasped in terror, some even beginning to sweat in worry for Gu Qingyang. However, Gu Qingyang remained unfazed. His steps were light, his movements fluid, weaving effortlessly through Zhao Kuan's onslaught. He dodged and countered, each strike precise and ruthless, pushing Zhao Kuan back relentlessly. Surging dragon steps, Gu Qingyang shouted, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow, suddenly appearing behind Zhao Kuan. He struck with a powerful palm to Zhao Kuan's back, the immense force sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Those who had believed Gu Qingyang would succumb to Zhao Kuan stood, wide-eyed and incredulous. Zhao Kuan struggled to rise, only to find himself utterly spent. His face turned pale, fear and resentment clouding his eyes. "You?" Gu Qingyang looked down at him, his tone icy. "The victor has been decided. Do you have anything left to say?" Zhao Kuan hung his head in defeat, fully aware of his utter loss. The elder referee declared Gu Qingyang the victor, and the arena erupted into thunderous applause. Gu Qingyang descended from the arena, and Qin Shuang immediately approached him. "Qingyang, are you all right?" she asked, gazing at him with deep concern in her eyes. Gu Qingyang offered a faint smile and shook his head, responding, "I'm fine. I didn't mean to worry you." Qin Shuang grasped Gu Qingyang's hand tightly and said softly, "I know you faced unfairness, but you must believe in yourself. You are the best." The warmth spread through Gu Qingyang's heart as he reciprocated her grip. Feeling the warmth of her palm, he understood that, regardless of what transpired, Qin Shuang would always stand silently in support of him. Yet, would those who envied Gu Qingyang truly relent? What challenges awaited him in the upcoming matches? Chapter 31. The finals. The deafening cheers gradually subsided as Gu Qingyang stood on the semi-final stage, his clothes soaked with sweat. Opposite him stood a figure shrouded in a black robe, their face obscured, yet emanating a disquieting aura. This individual was his next opponent, a mysterious master who had never before appeared. The air was thick with tension, and the whispers from the audience buzzed like flies. "This kid is merely lucky. Encountering such a master means he will likely stop here." A sharp voice cut through the crowd. "Indeed, he only won against Zhao Kuan by chance. Does he truly believe himself invincible?" Another chimed in. Qin Shuang clenched her fists, each word piercing her heart like a needle. She knew Gu Qingyang was strong, yet she also recognized that this opponent was extraordinary. The aura radiating from the black-robed figure even made her feel a twinge of unease. The chief judge announced the commencement of the match. No sooner had the words left his lips than the black-robed figure sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Closing the distance to Gu Qingyang in an instant, a peculiar, constraining force accompanied his assault, causing the protective talismans on Gu Qingyang to flicker uncertainly. "What is this power?" Gu Qingyang felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and hastily summoned his true essence to defend himself. The black-robed figure's attacks came like a torrential storm, unrelenting. Each strike was imbued with formidable constraining force, steadily eroding Gu Qingyang's defenses. He sensed his true essence rapidly depleting, and his injuries worsening. Below, Qin Shuang's heart raced. Her anxiety palpable. She could feel Gu Qingyang's plight, the sense of powerlessness tearing at her heart. "Qingyang," she murmured softly, her eyes filled with worry. The black-robed figure sneered, intensifying his onslaught. The black sword in his hand traced eerie arcs, forcing Gu Qingyang to retreat step by step. Clenching his teeth, Gu Qingyang fought to withstand the barrage. He understood that he could not falter. He still had to protect Qin Shuang and fulfill his goals. The black-robed figure's gaze was icy as he swung his sword downwards, a fierce sword energy aimed at Gu Qingyang's throat. "It's over." His cold voice resonated. As the sword energy closed in, Gu Qingyang's expression suddenly hardened with unwavering resolve. He abruptly lifted his head, revealing a shimmering golden talisman in his hand, the life-saving talisman he had obtained in the signing space. "What other tricks does this kid have?" The black-robed figure scoffed, thrusting his sword mercilessly. Just as the sword tip was about to make contact with Gu Qingyang, the golden talisman blazed with radiant light, and Gu Qingyang's figure vanished from sight. "Where is he?" The black-robed figure was momentarily taken aback, scanning his surroundings, but Gu Qingyang was nowhere to be found. Teleportation? A glimmer of surprise flickered in the judge's eyes. Below, the previously despondent Qin Shuang witnessed this scene, a flicker of hope igniting within her. "Qingyang, you must win." In that instant, Gu Qingyang's figure materialized behind the black-robed figure, eye in his hand. He brandished a dagger radiating a chilling light, plunging it fiercely into the back of the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure reacted swiftly. At the moment the dagger was about to strike, he spun around, deflecting Gu Qingyang's attack with his sword. How is this possible? Feeling the immense force from the dagger, the black-robed figure was filled with shock. Just moments ago, he had been dominating Gu Qingyang, who now unleashed such formidable strength. Gu Qingyang smirked. "Now it's my turn." The dagger in his hand moved like a venomous snake, relentlessly targeting the weaknesses of the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure found himself retreating, his robe slashed open, revealing his pale visage. "Is this the backlash of the constraints?" The chief judge immediately discerned the anomaly enveloping the black-robed figure. "How can this be? How could he counter my constraints?" The black-robed figure exclaimed in terror. Ignoring his bewilderment, Gu Qingyang intensified his assault. The dagger in his hand left behind a flurry of afterimages, rendering the black-robed figure powerless to retaliate. Below, the audience erupted in thunderous cheers. "Gu Qingyang, Gu Qingyang." Qin Shuang stood up in excitement, her eyes brimming with joy and pride, as the black-robed figure teetered on the brink of defeat. A glint of ferocity crossed his gaze. "Kid, you've forced my hand." He suddenly howled to the heavens, a powerful force erupting from within him. The black-robed figure's cry reverberated as a tempestuous wave of black, spiritual energy swept across the arena, stirring dust and obscuring the sky. The defensive array at the edge of the arena emitted a strained hum, threatening to shatter at any moment. "Kid, die!" The black-robed figure's face contorted in rage as he formed seals with his hands, coalescing the black spiritual energy into a massive ghostly claw, descending upon Gu Qingyang with suffocating pressure. Gu Qingyang's expression grew grave, yet he remained unperturbed. He keenly sensed the fluctuations of the arena's protective array at the edge and, in a daring maneuver, leaped toward the terrifying ghostly claw. Just as the claw was about to make contact, he crouched low, sliding along its force toward the edge of the arena. The ghostly claw slammed down on the defensive array, triggering a violent explosion. "What is he doing?" the chief judge exclaimed, bewildered by Gu Qingyang's reckless gamble. Seizing the momentum of the explosion, Gu Qingyang soared into the air, akin to an arrow released from a bow. The dagger in his hand shimmered, unleashing a razor-sharp sword energy directed skyward, before plummeting downwards, striking decisively upon the black-robed figure's crown. The black-robed figure, already weakened by the backlash of the constraints and injured by the force of the ghostly claw, found himself utterly defenseless against Gu Qingyang's lethal strike. With a roar of defiance, he crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious and unresponsive. "Gu Qingyang wins." The chief judge announced the outcome, his tone laced with disbelief. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers, and Qin Shuang, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed onto the stage, throwing herself into Gu Qingyang's embrace, tears streaming down her face. "Qingyang, you were incredible," she exclaimed, her voice choked with emotion, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Jiyu Qingyang gently patted Qin Shuang's back, savoring the warmth of her presence, a smile gracing his lips. However, his smile quickly faded, replaced by a look of solemnity. He sensed an inexplicable danger looming closer. Days later, as the finals of the martial arts tournament approached, Gu Qingyang walked alone through the bustling streets of the city, absorbing the lively atmosphere around him. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. He halted abruptly. Someone was following him. Chapter 32. The assassin amidst the bustling streets, filled with the sounds of vendors and laughter. The vibrant atmosphere could not dispel the inexplicable chill that gripped Gu Qingyang's heart. The victory in the martial arts tournament had not brought him the anticipated joy. Instead, it heightened his vigilance. For days, the sensation of being watched had lingered, as though unseen eyes were fixed upon him. He came to a stop, discreetly scanning his surroundings, seeking the source of the impending danger. The passers-by appeared oblivious to any threat, lost in the festive ambience. The shouts of vendors, the laughter of children, and the whispers of couples intertwined into a symphony of noise that only accentuated Gu Qingyang's sense of isolation. "Young Master Gu, why have you stopped?" Zhou Shiya's voice emerged from behind, tinged with concern. His frail figure, pale complexion, and unassuming presence made him blend seamlessly into the background. "I feel as though someone is following us," Gu Qingyang replied in a hushed tone, his gaze remaining vigilant. Zhou Shiya's expression shifted, a look of alarm crossing his face as he glanced around nervously. "Surely not. We are in the city. Who would dare?" His words were abruptly cut off by a chilling laughter that echoed through the crowd. "Kakik, Gu Qingyang, your time has come." From within the throng, several figures clad in black emerged, exuding an intense aura of menace, their icy gazes locking onto Gu Qingyang. At the forefront stood a tall figure, his face marred by a gruesome scar. "Blood Wolf, Blood Wolf," Zhou Shiya gasped, his face paling further as he cowered behind Gu Qingyang, trembling with fear. Blood Wolf cast a disdainful glance at him, sneering, "A mere lowly figure at the early stage of martial sovereign dares to be brazen before me?" He turned his gaze to Gu Qingyang, a glint of greed in his eyes. "Gu Qingyang, I shall graciously accept the treasures upon you." Blood Wolf slowly drew the long knife from his back, its blade glinting ominously. The air around them seemed to freeze, a palpable aura of death hanging heavy. Just as Blood Wolf was about to strike, an icy voice rang out from the crowd. "Who dares to move against him?" The cold light flickered suddenly, and a slender figure appeared like a specter, blocking Gu Qingyang's path. The blade of Blood Wolf nearly grazed Gu Qingyang's nose, yet it came to an abrupt halt mid-air. The assailant was none other than Chu Li, her gaze icy, and the dagger in her hand emanated a faint, chilling glow. "Who dares to harm him?" Chu Li's voice was as frigid as a mountain spring, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Blood Wolf's attack missed, and a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by fury. Where did this little girl come from, daring to thwart my plans? The surrounding assassins, witnessing the scene, quickly encircled Gu Qingyang and Chu Li. Jiyu Qingyang, taken aback by Chu Li's sudden appearance, was filled with astonishment. He had never encountered a woman with such agility, yet her frigid eyes and sharp aura instilled a sense of unease within him. "Who are you? Are you here to kill me as well?" Gu Qingyang inquired warily, his tone laced with hostility. Chu Li did not respond, merely casting a cool glance at him before returning her focus to Blood Wolf. "You insolent girl, refusing my hospitality!" Blood Wolf bellowed, swinging his blade once more at Chu Li. Simultaneously, the other assassins launched their attacks, swords and daggers glinting ominously, a palpable aura of death hanging in the air. "Wait!" Gu Qingyang shouted anxiously. "Is there some misunderstanding between us?" Chu Li remained indifferent to his pleas, her figure darting like a phantom, evading Blood Wolf's strikes while her dagger struck true, piercing the vital points of several assassins. "Stop fighting!" Gu Qingyang cried out in desperation. He was unsure of Chu Li's intentions, but instinctively felt that she was not his enemy. Chu Li continued her relentless assault, moving with increased speed and ferocity. "Since you seek death, Do not blame me for being merciless, Blood Wolf, incensed by Chu Li's disregard, roared, unleashing his full power as his longsword transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, hurtling towards her. Chu Li's gaze sharpened, and she accelerated. With a swift motion, Chu Li's dagger glimmered as it clashed with Blood Wolf's sword. The sound of metal ringing through the night, sparks flying. Blood Wolf's strength was evidently superior. Yet Chu Li adeptly countered his onslaught with her intricate footwork and agility. The other assassins, witnessing this, altered their approach, coordinating their attacks in groups to overwhelm both Chu Li and Gu Qingyang. Though Chu Li handled the situation with ease, Gu Qingyang felt like a burden. Lacking martial prowess and mistaking Chu Li for an enemy, he dared not draw near, instead evading the assassin's strikes in a state of disarray. "Miss, we have no grievances. Why do you attack me?" Gu Qingyang shouted amidst his dodging. Chu Li offered no reply, a hint of helplessness flickering in her eyes. She had intended to resolve matters swiftly, but Gu Qingyang's presence had disrupted her plan. Occasionally, she glanced at Gu Qingyang, concern evident in her gaze, yet her icy demeanor and fierce aura only solidified his belief that she was an adversary. "Stay away from me," Gu Qingyang warned Chu Li, his evasion of the assassin's attacks compounded by his wariness of her, rendering him increasingly flustered. With a sigh in her heart, Chu Li recognized his misunderstanding but was unable to clarify. All she could do was protect Gu Qingyang with utmost vigilance, preventing any assassin from approaching him. Blood Wolf, seeing Gu Qingyang's predicament, sneered, "Boy, you might as well accept your fate." He swung his blade once more at Gu Qingyang. In a flash, Chu Li interposed herself in front of him, her dagger clashing against Blood Wolf's sword again. This time, Chu Li was pushed back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. Gu Qingyang, witnessing her injury, was struck with shock. It dawned on him that Chu Li had been defending him all along. "Run," Chu Li commanded, seizing Gu Qingyang's hand as they fled towards an abandoned temple on the outskirts. Gu Qingyang remained wary, his guard still up. "Who exactly are you?" Chapter 33. Misunderstanding deepens. The dilapidated temple lay in ruins, its roof caved in, cobwebs weaving through the crumbling walls, and the air thick with dust and mildew. Gu Qingyang pressed his hand against the wound on his arm, watching Chu Li with suspicion. Moonlight filtered through the broken roof, illuminating her stern features, enhancing her enigmatic aura. "Who are you? Why did you help me?" His tone was rife with skepticism. He struggled to recall any connection to this woman before him, but his mind yielded nothing. Chu Li remained silent, quietly producing a vial of powdered medicine from her sleeve and sprinkling it on Gu Qingyang's wound. The cooling sensation caught him off guard, and he instinctively recoiled. Yet he noted the absence of malice in her eyes, only a hint of concern. "Do not move," she instructed, her voice low and hoarse, akin to the night wind sweeping across the desolate plains. Gu Qingyang observed her deftness in dressing his wound, his confusion deepening. Her movements were swift and assured, devoid of hesitation, as though she had weathered countless battles. "Are you an assassin?" he ventured cautiously, recalling her efficient and ruthless methods of killing, as well as the chilling aura that surrounded her. Chu Li's hands paused momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure, continuing to tend to his injury without confirming or denying his query. Silence enveloped them, punctuated only by the mournful sound of the wind through the broken temple. Gu Qingyang studied Chu Li, searching her expression for answers, but encountered only indifference. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. Blood Wolf, accompanied by the remaining assassins, had tracked them down, surrounding the abandoned temple, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. "Boy, let's see where you can run now." Blood Wolf's voice dripped with mockery as he reveled in Gu Qingyang's disheveled state. "This time, no one can save you," a burly assassin cackled, brandishing a massive axe as he advanced menacingly towards Gu Qingyang. Chu Li rose, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Qingyang, her icy gaze sweeping over the surrounding assassins, the dagger in her hand glinting ominously. "If you wish to kill him, you must first pass through me." Blood Wolf's laughter echoed, "You overestimate yourself." He gestured for the assassins to charge. Amidst the ruins of the temple, the clash of swords and daggers erupted. Chu Li moved like a specter, her dagger radiating a chilling light. each strike precise and lethal. Though the assassins outnumbered her, they found it challenging to close in. They had anticipated an easy victory, only to discover that this striking woman was far more formidable than they had initially presumed. This woman possesses some skill. One scarred assassin gritted his teeth, swinging his blade, but Chu Li deftly evaded, her dagger slicing through the air, blood splattering. Why hasn't Lord Blood Wolf intervened yet? This woman is not to be trifled with. Another assassin cried out, clutching his wound in fear. Blood Wolf, arms crossed, watched the unfolding chaos with a cruel smile, his lips curling in a sadistic ARC. No need to rush. Let her have her fun. Once she is exhausted, we shall strike. His voice was low and gravelly, laced with a thrill for bloodshed. Jiu Qingyang watched the fierce struggle between Chu Li and the assassins, his heart a whirlwind of confusion. Her agility and ferocity starkly contrasted with her previous demeanor of silent protection. He yearned to escape and uncover the truth, but the perilous atmosphere around him rendered him immobile. Who are you really? He could not help but ask again, his voice trembling. Yet Chu Li seemed oblivious to his inquiry, her focus unwavering as she battled the assassins. Her eyes were cold and sharp, devoid of any emotion. At that moment, Blood Wolf sprang into action. He moved like a cheetah, leaping towards Chu Li, a formidable presence enveloping the dilapidated temple, the very air seeming to freeze. Little girl, it's time to end this game. His claws glimmered with an eerie green light, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Chu Li swayed slightly, narrowly avoiding Blood Wolf's strike, yet she felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. Her breath quickened, and the dagger in her grip trembled. Jiu Qingyang, witnessing the scene, felt a deeper conflict within. He clenched his fists, his gaze filled with turmoil. Stop! Blood Wolf struck, swift as lightning, leaving behind numerous afterimages. Each blow carried a chilling intent to kill. Aimed directly at her. The temple walls trembled under the force of his strikes, dust swirling around them. Chu Li, nimble as a butterfly, danced through Blood Wolf's assaults. The dagger in her hand transformed into silvery streaks, clashing against Blood Wolf's claws, producing a jarring metallic resonance. Initially, Chu Li could hold her ground against Blood Wolf, but as time passed, she began to feel the strain. His attacks intensified, both in speed and ferocity, leaving less room for her to evade. The beads of sweat forming on her brow and her increasingly labored breaths signaled her growing fatigue. Little girl, your skills are impressive, but unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me. Blood Wolf sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. Yield, and perhaps I shall grant you a swift end. Chu Li gritted her teeth, remaining silent as she focused intently on fending off the Blood Wolf's relentless assault. Her gaze was frigid, yet inadvertently, she cast a fleeting glance toward Gu Qingyang, her eyes betraying a subtle plea for help. Jiu Qingyang caught this look entirely, yet misinterpreted its intent, believing that Chu Li was mocking him, taunting his impotence. His fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his flesh. As his heart swirled with conflicting emotions and turmoil, he yearned to assist her, but the shadows of previous misunderstandings held him back from advancing. The ferocity of the Blood Wolf's strikes intensified, and Chu Li's defenses began to falter. Her garments were torn in several places, revealing her fair skin beneath. The Blood Wolf's claws left a deep gash on her arm, blood instantly staining her sleeves crimson. Stop! Gu Qingyang finally cried out, but his voice was barely a whisper, drowned in the cacophony of battle. The scales of his inner turmoil swayed precariously. Reason urged him to trust Chu Li, yet the myriad signs from before left him in indecision. A cruel smile curled at the Blood Wolf's lips. Little girl, it seems your helper is not much of a help after all. He lunged forward with a powerful swipe, aiming directly for Chu Li's chest. Chu Li, unable to evade in time, seemed destined to be struck, while Gu Qingyang's gaze remained fixated on her, his lips moving silently. You! In that critical moment, as the Blood Wolf's claws threatened to shred Chu Li's clothing, she narrowly dodged a fatal blow. Yet her left arm was still sliced open, revealing bone beneath, blood gushing forth. Ah! Chu Li gasped, staggering dangerously close to collapse. The Blood Wolf, witnessing her plight, became increasingly arrogant, laughing maniacally. Little beauty, I wonder how much longer you can endure." The surrounding assassins joined in the fray, shouting, "Blood Wolf is mighty. Kill this woman!" Zhou Shiya, cowering behind Gu Qingyang, turned pale and trembled. "Young master, what shall we do? We must flee." His words were laden with fear, lacking the calmness expected of a strategist. Gu Qingyang paid no heed to Zhou Shiya's pleas. His focus unwaveringly locked onto Chu Li, his heart a tumult of emotions. Chu Li's complexion grew ever paler, yet she remained resolute, teeth clenched, her eyes radiating determination. Their gazes met briefly, and within hers, there seemed to linger a hint of desperation. Gu Qingyang felt a stir within him, beginning to question his earlier judgments. If Chu Li truly intended to kill him, why would she fight so fiercely against the Blood Wolf? Why did her eyes reflect a plea for assistance? At that moment, the Blood Wolf launched another assault, his speed and ferocity surpassing before. Chu Li, exhausted, found herself unable to evade, her life hanging by a thread. Gu Qingyang suddenly realized that Chu Li might be protecting him. Protecting the young master. With a command from the Blood Wolf, the surrounding assassins surged forth, encircling Chu Li. Blades flashed ominously, and her figure began to be engulfed. Gu Qingyang clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, and murmured, "Chu Li," with a thunderous roar. He dashed into the fray like lightning. His internal energy surged, and with a powerful punch, he sent several assassins hurtling away. Gu Qingyang moved like a wisp of smoke amidst the assassins, each strike of his fists and feet imbued with devastating force. The young master is surprisingly formidable, Zhou Shiya observed from a distance, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had assumed Gu Qingyang merely a debauched youth, only to discover the depths of his strength. Seeing Gu Qingyang enter the fray sparked a glimmer of joy in Chu Li's eyes. She bore the pain, synchronizing her attacks with his, her sword flashing with lethal precision. The assassins, once confident of victory, were now taken aback by Gu Qingyang's formidable prowess, compounded by Chu Li's collaboration, causing them to retreat. The Blood Wolf's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Gu Qingyang's hidden strength. With a disdainful snort, he altered his strategy, now targeting Gu Qingyang. "You seek death," the Blood Wolf bellowed, transforming into a blur, charging toward Gu Qingyang. His strikes grew fiercer, each move dripping with lethal intent. The surrounding assassins cheered for the Blood Wolf, exclaiming, "Blood Wolf is mighty. Kill this brat." They strutted about, envisioning Gu Qingyang's imminent demise. Feeling the Blood Wolf's murderous intent, Gu Qingyang's eyes glinted coldly. Drawing a deep breath, he cautioned, "Chu Li, protect yourself." Chu Li nodded, swiftly retreating to the side. The Blood Wolf's claws howled through the air, aiming for Gu Qingyang's throat. Unfazed, Gu Qingyang sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a punch to the Blood Wolf's chest. "Is this all you've got?" Gu Qingyang taunted with a cold chuckle. The Blood Wolf's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected Gu Qingyang to evade his attack so effortlessly. Just as he prepared to strike again, he felt a sudden chill at his back. Before he could react, Chu Li seized the moment, her sword piercing his shoulder. The Blood Wolf roared in fury, whirling to unleash his claws at Gu Qingyang. Seeing this, rushed forward to intercept the attack. "Your opponent is me," he declared firmly. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once more, with Gu Qingyang employing his agile movements and immense strength to evade the Blood Wolf strikes and seek opportunities to counter. Chu Li, meanwhile, looked for openings to exploit, her precise swordplay targeting the Blood Wolf's vulnerabilities. Despite the Blood Wolf's formidable power, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage under their combined onslaught. "Damn it!" the Blood Wolf roared in frustration. He had not anticipated these two youths would prove so tenacious. He had thought to dispose of them easily, yet now he found himself cornered. Chu Li's gaze toward Gu Qingyang brimmed with gratitude and affection. She had not expected him to fight so fiercely to protect her. Having concealed her identity all along, silently safeguarding Gu Qingyang, she never anticipated being saved by him today. Gu Qingyang, in turn, gained a newfound understanding of Chu Li. He had not expected this seemingly cold assassin to possess such a tender side. Amid the fierce battle, an ambiguous atmosphere began to emerge between them. "Watch out!" Gu Qingyang suddenly shouted, pulling Chu Li behind him. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, the Blood Wolf launched a deadly strike. Ji Qingyang shielded Chu Li with his body, grunting as blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Ji Qingyang, Chu Li exclaimed, her eyes brimming with concern. Ji Qingyang shook his head, signaling he was unharmed. Wiping the blood from his lips, his gaze sharpened with renewed ferocity. Today, you must die. The Blood Wolf glared at the two before him, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. You want to kill me? It's not that simple. He renewed his assault, each move lethal and desperate. After a fierce exchange, the Blood Wolf's onslaught began to wane, his body marked with several wounds. Realizing he was outmatched, he feigned an attack before turning to flee. After him, Gu Qingyang and Chu Li pursued relentlessly, tracking the Blood Wolf into a secluded alley. Where his figure vanished into the shadows, Ji Qingyang surveyed his surroundings, brow furrowing as unease washed over him. He grasped Chu Li's hand, murmuring, "Be cautious, this place." Before Gu Qingyang could finish his warning, a dozen figures clad in black leapt down from the rooftops on either side of the alley, surrounding them. Each assassin exuded an icy aura, their sharp weapons glinting ominously in the dim light. Zhou Shiye, cowering behind Gu Qingyang, turned pale, his voice trembling as he uttered, "It's over. It's really over. So many assassins, how can we escape?" Gu Qingyang tightened his grip on his sword, forcing himself to remain calm as he reassured. "Don't fear, I am here." Yet even as he spoke, anxiety gnawed at him. He sensed that these assassins were more powerful than those before, and their numbers were overwhelming. He and Chu Li would likely struggle to withstand them. A burly figure emerged from the crowd of black-clad assassins, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he addressed Gu Qingyang. "Gu Gongzi, we meet again. I didn't expect you to escape the Blood Wolf's grasp. You truly are fortunate. However, your luck ends here." Gu Qingyang recognized the man as He Xiong, the Blood Wolf's right-hand man, whose strength was second only to that of the Blood Wolf himself, an undeniably ruthless character. "Who are you? Why are you pursuing me?" Gu Qingyang demanded, his voice steady. He Xiong chuckled coldly, "Who we are is of little importance. What matters is that someone has placed a high bounty on your head." "Who?" Gu Qingyang pressed. "That is not for you to know." He Xiong waved a hand, signaling his subordinates, "Attack!" The figures cloaked in black surged forward, brandishing their weapons and unleashing a fierce assault on Gu Qingyang and Chu Li. The two stood back to back, valiantly resisting the onslaught of their assailants, yet they were outnumbered and gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Zhou Shiye, terrified, cowered in a corner, trembling in fear, as he beheld the besieged Gu Qingyang and Chu Li. Despair filled his heart that it's over. He muttered to himself, "This time it's truly the end." Chu Li's expression turned grave, and she whispered to Gu Qingyang, "This cannot continue. We must devise a way to break through." Gu Qingyang gritted his teeth and replied, "I know," but before he could finish his sentence, a chilling aura of death crept in from behind. The sinister grin of the black bear froze on his face. Suddenly, one of the black-clad men behind him collapsed silently, a thin line of blood oozing from his neck. Then, the second and third fell, as if marked by the hand of death, one after another. Fear spread like a plague among the remaining black-clad figures. They looked around in terror but could find no trace of their enemy. Ji Qingyang was also taken aback, clearly sensing that this was beyond his capability. The speed of the attacks, the eerie method of killing, reminded him of one person. Chu Li. A shadow flickered, and Chu Li appeared beside Gu Qingyang, her dagger still dripping with blood. Her icy gaze swept over the remaining assailants, her tone devoid of emotion. "Leave." Ji Qingyang looked at Chu Li, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. She had saved him once again, yet her mysterious arrival and exceptional assassination skills only deepened his suspicions about her identity. He recalled how Chu Li had always appeared just in time, yet maintained a distance that made her elusive. "Who exactly are you?" Gu Qingyang could not help but ask. Chu Li did not respond but merely reiterated, "Leave." Ji Qingyang hesitated. He was unsure whether to trust Chu Li, but the current situation left no room for contemplation, as the black-clad men had already regained their composure and surrounded them once more. "We must leave together," Zhou Shiye exclaimed as he dashed out from his hiding spot, clutching Gu Qingyang's sleeve tightly. He was utterly terrified and simply wished to escape this perilous place. Gu Qingyang glanced at Chu Li, then at Zhou Shiya, his heart torn in conflict. Trust and doubt entwined within him, leaving him uncertain of his choice. Sensing Gu Qingyang's hesitation, Chu Li furrowed her brow, grasped his wrist firmly, and coldly admonished. "If we don't leave now, it will be too late." Just then, a manic laughter echoed. "Want to leave?" "Not so easily." Amidst the raucous laughter, a burly man with a face full of brutishness emerged from the woods. It was Blood Wolf. He saw Chu Li and Gu Qingyang standing together, his eyes gleaming with malice. "So, you're the one I've been searching for, Chu Li, hiding here for a secret rendezvous with this brat." With a command from Blood Wolf, more black-clad assassins surged forth from the forest, encircling Gu Qingyang and Chu Li. The air thickened with a palpable aura of death, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chu Li's eyes sharpened, her dagger glinting menacingly. Ignoring Blood Wolf's provocation, she flickered into motion, weaving through the black-clad assassins like a phantom. Each swing of her dagger claimed a life. Cries of anguish filled the air as blood stained the ground. Gu Qingyang and Zhou Shiya stood dumbfounded at the sight before them. Chu Li's combat style was elegant, akin to art, yet fraught with lethal danger. Her movements were elusive, each attack precise and ruthless. The black-clad assassins before her were like lambs to the slaughter in the brief intermissions of battle. Chu Li's gaze inadvertently flicked over to Gu Qingyang, revealing a hint of concern in her otherwise cold demeanor. Gu Qingyang's heart stirred. He recalled how Chu Li had saved him time and again, and his previous misunderstandings began to waver. Could it be that she only wished to use him? "You brat, come here," Blood Wolf roared, swinging his massive axe toward Gu Qingyang. Before Gu Qingyang could react, Chu Li had already stepped in front of him. The clash of the dagger against the axe rang out with a piercing metallic screech. Chu Li staggered slightly, a trace of blood escaping from her lips, yet she steadfastly remained before Gu Qingyang, shielding him from the fatal blow. Gu Qingyang gazed at Chu Li, a whirlwind of complex emotions filling his heart. Chu Li said nothing, merely fixing her cold stare on Blood Wolf, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Humph, overestimating yourself," Blood Wolf sneered, raising his axe once more. "We must leave this place quickly," Chu Li whispered. "To a safe location." Chapter 36. Chu Li 1. "We must leave this place quickly," Chu Li reiterated softly. "To a secure haven." Gu Qingyang supported Chu Li, and under the cover of night, they swiftly fled the scene. The echoes of Blood Wolf's roars resonated behind them, akin to a hound from hell, sending chills down their spines. After evading their pursuers, they sought refuge in a secluded cave to rest. Though Chu Li's injuries were not severe, the loss of blood had left her pale. Gu Qingyang tended to her wounds, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. "Thank you," Gu Qingyang murmured sincerely, his tone earnest. The earlier doubts he harbored toward Chu Li had evaporated. Chu Li nodded slightly, remaining silent. The flickering firelight in the cave illuminated her stoic visage. "To unearth the puppeteer behind this, we must locate Blood Wolf's lair." "Which is the headquarters of the assassin organization?" Chu Li broke the silence. "Do you know where the headquarters is?" Gu Qingyang inquired. Chu Li shook her head. "The location of the headquarters is exceedingly well guarded. Even the ordinary assassins within the organization are unaware. I have executed several missions near the headquarters and possess some vague leads." Gu Qingyang's brow furrowed deeply. Given how well they concealed themselves, finding them would be no easy feat. However, Chu Li paused. "I recall seeing a unique mark during one mission. The terrain around that mark might provide clues." She closed her eyes, striving to recollect. "If we can locate that mark, perhaps it will lead us to the path to the headquarters." A flicker of hope ignited within Gu Qingyang's heart. He looked at Chu Li, resolutely stating, "We shall search for it together." Chu Li nodded in agreement. The following morning, the two began their search for the unique mark, guided by Chu Li's memory. The mountain path was rugged and overgrown with thorns, making their progress arduous. "Be careful." Chu Li suddenly seized Gu Qingyang's arm. Gu Qingyang felt his footing give way, nearly plunging into a concealed pit. The bottom of the pit was lined with sharp bamboo stakes, sending chills down his spine. Though they had evaded the trap, Gu Qingyang's ankle was still lacerated by a sharp stone, blood flowing freely. Chu Li's expression turned serious. It seems we have entered their alert zone. She scanned their surroundings, her gaze sharp. There should be other traps nearby. Chu Li crouched down, meticulously examining the ground's markings. Drawing on her extensive experience, she quickly identified several other hidden traps. "Follow me," Chu Li whispered, cautiously navigating between the traps. Jiu Qingyang gritted his teeth against the pain in his ankle. Closely trailing Chu Li.at last, on the trunk of an ancient tree, they discovered the unique mark, a vividly carved black wolf's head. "This is it," Chu Li's voice trembled slightly. Following the direction of the wolf head mark, they uncovered a hidden path that wound deeper into the unknown. "This path," Chu Li remarked softly as she gazed at the shadowy trail, "is likely more dangerous than we imagine. This is simply incredible." Gu Qingyang exclaimed, watching as Chu Li deftly disarmed one trap after another. This seemingly tranquil forest was rife with unseen perils. Had it not been for Chu Li's knowledge of the organization, they would have surely met their demise. Chu Li, focused intently, followed the nearly invisible traces onward. She occasionally parted dense underbrush to reveal hidden spikes beneath, or gently tapped tree trunks to ascertain whether traps lay within based on the echoes. She detected a subtle anomaly, pointing to a seemingly ordinary rock. "There is something beneath this stone." Jiu Qingyang stepped forward and lifted the rock, uncovering a piece of parchment hidden beneath. Chu Li took the parchment and meticulously deciphered the symbols inscribed upon it. "This is the organization's internal code. It contains information about the headquarters." She translated the contents of the parchment for Gu Qingyang, explaining that the headquarters was located deep within the Sunset Mountains, shrouded in perpetual mist, making it difficult to breach. The Sunset Mountains, Gu Qingyang thought, his expression somber. That is a place notorious for its dangers, teeming with ferocious beasts and fraught with peril. He tucked the parchment away. His demeanor grave. It seemed this journey would not be without its challenges. At that moment, Zhou Shiya, panting heavily, caught up to them, his face ashen. "Du Gongzi. Chu Gunyang. Wait for me." He had been following their trail, cautiously avoiding traps, thoroughly terrified. Delving so deeply into the tiger's den is far too dangerous, Zhou Shiya exclaimed, his face etched with worry. "If we are discovered, the consequences would be dire. Perhaps we should retreat and reconsider our strategy." "Zhou Shiya, I understand your concerns for our safety," Gu Qingyang replied firmly, "but as long as the puppeteer remains at large, we will never find peace. I have made my decision. We must locate their headquarters and eliminate them all." Zhou Shiya was about to persuade further when he was abruptly interrupted by Gu Qingyang, who declared resolutely, "No need for more words. My mind is made up." Gu Qingyang turned to Chu Li and said, "Let us depart." The pair continued on their way, leaving Zhou Shiya behind, anxiously stamping his feet. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the depths of the forest, and several dark figures flashed by. Chu Li's eyes narrowed in alarm. "We have been discovered." The shadows moved with remarkable speed, encircling the three in the blink of an eye. Clad in black and masked, only their frigid eyes were visible, glinting menacingly with the sharp blades they wielded. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending doom. "It is the Blood Wolf Guard," Chu Li murmured, her tone laced with gravity. "They are the personal guards of the Blood Wolf, and their strength cannot be underestimated." Gu Qingyang tightened his grip on his sword, acutely aware of the oppressive atmosphere surrounding them. He understood that a fierce battle was unavoidable. "Back to back," Chu Li instructed succinctly. The two quickly positioned themselves back to back, forming a defensive stance. The assassins pounced like ravenous wolves, their blades flashing ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Their assaults were swift and ruthless, targeting vital points. As Chu Li fended off the attacks, she cautioned Gu Qingyang to avoid direct confrontation and instead employ strategy to secure victory. Her movements were agile, akin to a fluttering butterfly, as she danced through the deadly onslaught, her dagger striking precisely at the enemy's vulnerabilities. Gu Qingyang swiftly grasped the tactic, abandoning his fixation on head-on clashes, opting instead to evade and seek opportunities for counterattacks. Emulating Chu Li, his strikes transformed from mere slashes into more cunning and lethal maneuvers. The duo exhibited remarkable synergy, retreating and advancing with purpose, gradually gaining the upper hand as the assassins began to suffer casualties. In the midst of the fray, A sharp blade grazed Chu Li's arm, blood gushing forth instantly. Yu Qingyang's heart clenched at the sight. He forcefully repelled one of the attackers and swiftly pulled Chu Li aside to assess her injury. "It's nothing. Merely a minor wound," Chu Li replied, her voice still icy, though a flicker of pain crossed her features. Gu Qingyang remained silent, carefully tearing a strip from his sleeve to bandage her injury. His movements were gentle and meticulous, fearful of causing her further pain. Observing Gu Qingyang's focused expression, a warm current surged within Chu Li. Though their acquaintance was brief, she could feel his genuine concern, gradually thawing her once icy heart. As he finished bandaging her, Gu Qingyang looked up, locking eyes with Chu Li. Their gazes met, and the atmosphere shifted into something nuanced. "Ahem," Zhou Shiya coughed awkwardly, shattering the brief tranquility. "Master Gu, Miss Chu, we should make our exit." It was then that Gu Qingyang recalled they were still ensnared within the enemy's perimeter. He nodded, supporting Chu Li as they prepared to break free. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air from a distance. The assassins surrounding them retreated, vanishing into the depths of the forest. "Are they withdrawing?" Gu Qingyang questioned, perplexed. Chu Li gazed toward the direction where the assassins had disappeared. Her eyes deep with contemplation. "It seems we are not far from their headquarters." She pointed ahead, her tone resolute. "Follow me." They pressed onward, traversing through a dense thicket, until an ancient castle emerged before them, ominous and enigmatic. Resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour, Chu Li halted, her expression grave. "This is the place." Chapter 37. Chu Li too. The ancient castle loomed in the night, akin to a slumbering giant, foreboding and solemn. Thick mist swirled around it, adding an air of the uncanny. The atmosphere surrounding the castle felt as if it had solidified, suffused with an oppressive aura of death. "Be cautious. This place is perilous." Chu Li's voice was low, tinged with an imperceptible tension. Yu Qingyang nodded, gripping his sword tightly. Zhou Shiya, cowering behind them, appeared pale, his legs trembling slightly. "Master Gu, Miss Chu, perhaps we should—" Zhou Shiya's voice quavered, but he was cut off by Chu Li. "Silence, stay close to us," she commanded coldly. The trio approached the castle's grand entrance with utmost caution. The heavy iron doors were rusted, exuding an aura of ancient mystery. As they stepped through the threshold, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them. Yu Qingyang and Zhou Shiya, caught off guard, teetered on the brink of a trap. In a split second, Chu Li grasped Gu Qingyang's arm, yanking him back just in time. Zhou Shiya, however, was less fortunate, plummeting into the abyss with a terrified scream. "Zhou Shiya!" Gu Qingyang exclaimed, leaning over to glimpse below, only to see the pit's bottom lined with sharp spikes, instilling a chill of dread. "Forget him. We must move," Chu Li urged, pulling Gu Qingyang onward. The castle's interior was rife with traps, poisoned arrows and concealed weapons lurking at every turn. Utilizing her extensive experience, Chu Li skillfully navigated each peril, though she sustained injuries while shielding Gu Qingyang. Feeling a pang of guilt, Gu Qingyang recognized he could do little but rely on Chu Li in this treacherous environment. "Your wound?" Gu Qingyang's eyes fell upon the blood seeping from Chu Li's arm. Concern etched on his face. "It's merely a scratch." "No need for concern," Chu Li replied, her tone icy, yet her gaze revealed a hint of vulnerability. They arrived at a study filled with books and scrolls piled high. Chu Li meticulously sifted through the contents, hoping to uncover useful clues. Suddenly, her expression sharpened as she picked up a scroll and slowly unfurled it. "What is this?" Gu Qingyang leaned closer, noting the scroll was densely inscribed with text. Without responding, Chu Li's focus remained locked on the scroll, her demeanor growing increasingly grave. "Blood Wolf," she pronounced each syllable with deliberate clarity, shock lacing her voice. "Blood Wolf?" Gu Qingyang inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What does that mean?" Chu Li lifted her gaze, her expression complex as she regarded Gu Qingyang. "The Blood Wolf is—" Her words trailed off as she noticed a tall figure materializing at the doorway. "The Blood Wolf is my father." Chu Li's voice trembled, as if every ounce of her strength had been expended. The figure at the entrance was indeed the Blood Wolf, towering and fearsome, his countenance menacing. With hawk-like eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Two figures clad in black flanked him, their chilling presence unmistakable. Ha! I never expected you would find your way here, the Blood Wolf sneered, his voice resonating like a demon from the depths of hell. It seems I underestimated you. His gaze settled on Chu Li, a complex emotion flickering within. Why, dear daughter, you dare to betray me? Chu Li clenched her fists, nails digging into her flesh, yet she remained silent. Betrayal? You imprisoned me for years, training me to be a cold-blooded assassin. I asked that, not betrayal. Chu Li's voice was frigid, laced with suppressed fury. The Blood Wolf laughed heartily, in the game of kings and pawns. This has always been the way. I bestowed upon you power and status, and yet you choose to betray me. How foolish! You are mistaken. Gu Qingyang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Li. Power and status should never be wielded as instruments of enslavement and control. The Blood Wolf cast a contemptuous glance at Gu Qingyang. What are you? How dare you speak so boldly before me? You will soon discover what I am, Gu Qingyang retorted, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The Blood Wolf's eyes narrowed, and his two black-clad accomplices surged forward, encircling Gu Qingyang and Chu Li. Do you truly believe you can escape my grasp with just the two of you? The Blood Wolf's voice dripped with mockery. This is my domain. You cannot hope to flee, back to back. Gu Qingyang and Chu Li stood resolute, aware that the impending confrontation was inevitable. Attack! With a commanding cry, the Blood Wolf unleashed his minions, who lunged at Gu Qingyang and Chu Li like feral beasts. Chu Li deftly evaded an attack from one of the black-clad figures, her dagger striking like a viper, finding its mark in the throat of one assailant. Gu Qingyang swung his sword fiercely, engaging another attacker in a furious clash. His strikes were precise and lethal, leaving the black-clad figure struggling to close the distance. The Blood Wolf observed coldly, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He recognized that Gu Qingyang and Chu Li were formidable opponents, yet they remained no match for him. It appears I must intervene personally, the Blood Wolf said, slowly drawing a long knife from his waist. Its blade glinting ominously, exuding a terrifying aura, he advanced toward Gu Qingyang, each step like a hammer striking against his heart, amplifying the pressure he felt. Today, none of you shall leave this place alive. The Blood Wolf's voice was icy, a death sentence pronounced. He raised his long knife high, preparing to strike down upon Gu Qingyang. Let me see just how capable this so-called son of heaven truly is. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek as Gu Qingyang raised his sword to block the impending blow. The clash of metal echoed thunderously, the force of the impact numbing his grip and nearly dislodging the sword from his hand. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Li lunged at the Blood Wolf's side with her dagger. The Blood Wolf scoffed, sidestepping her attack and retaliating with a swift strike that forced Chu Li back. Overestimating your abilities. A glimmer of disdain flickered in the Blood Wolf's eyes. Back to back, Gu Qingyang and Chu Li panted heavily, their bodies marred with wounds. The Blood Wolf's relentless onslaught was akin to a tempest, overwhelming them with its ferocity. His attacks were flawless, devoid of any openings. There must be a flaw, Chu Li murmured, her tone tinged with urgency. No, there is definitely a weakness. Gu Qingyang's gaze was resolute as he endeavored to capture every subtle movement of Blood Wolf amidst the relentless clashes. Blood Wolf's knife techniques were formidable and fierce, with an extensive range of attack. However, before each strike, his right shoulder would slightly dip. Eureka! A flicker of joy ignited within Gu Qingyang's heart. At the precise moment Blood Wolf swung his blade once more. He seized the opportunity, crouching low to evade the edge, while simultaneously thrusting his sword towards Blood Wolf's right shoulder. Caught off guard, Blood Wolf was astonished that Gu Qingyang could perceive his flaw, and a crimson line appeared on his shoulder from the sword's tip. With a furious roar, he intensified his assault, plunging Gu Qingyang and Chu Li into perilous circumstances. In the heat of battle, Chu Li pressed closely against Gu Qingyang, feeling the power and determination radiating from him. She remained silent, fighting alongside him in quiet solidarity, her eyes brimming with affection and trust. Suddenly, Gu Qingyang's gaze fell upon a particular tile in the corner of the hall. Its color slightly distinct from the others, Blood Wolf launched another ferocious attack. Gu Qingyang leveraged his position, stepping onto the peculiar tile. With a soft click, the tile sank, revealing a concealed entrance to a hidden chamber. What lies beyond? Chu Li also noticed the secret entrance. Perhaps we can uncover the answers we seeked. Jiu Qingyang's expression hardened. Prevent them. Blood Wolf's face shifted dramatically as he bellowed, lunging towards Gu Qingyang. Chapter 38. The Truth. Counterattack. Blood Wolf's roar echoed like a trapped beast, his blade weaving a deadly net that ensnared Gu Qingyang and Chu Li. Block them. Blood Wolf barked at his subordinates. And several assassins in black immediately charged recklessly forward. Chu Li swiftly darted in front of Gu Qingyang, her sword glinting coldly as she danced through the fray, forcing several assailants back. You go. I will hold him off. Chu Li's voice was icy yet imbued with unwavering resolve. Jiu Qingyang cast a deep gaze at her, knowing that hesitation was not an option at this moment. He had to enter the hidden chamber swiftly and uncover the truth. Gritting his teeth, he turned and leaped into the chamber. As the entrance sealed behind him, Blood Wolf's onslaught grew even more ferocious. The blade carrying a chilling intent aimed directly at Chu Li's vitals. You underestimate me, Blood Wolf sneered, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A mid-level martial sovereign woman dares to obstruct him? Chu Li moved like a wraith, gliding amidst the flashing blades. Yet, ultimately, she was outnumbered, and wounds began to mar her body. Vivid crimson stained her garments, but she gritted her teeth, staunchly guarding the entrance to the hidden chamber. Coughing, Chu Li let out a stifled groan, blood spilling from her mouth as Blood Wolf's blade carved a deep wound across her chest. She staggered, nearly collapsing. Inside the hidden chamber, Gu Qingyang ignited a fire stick. Its dim glow illuminating the cramped space, he scanned the surroundings and discovered a portrait hanging on the wall. The figure depicted was none other than Brother Qingyang. Be careful. A piercing cry rang out from beyond the chamber. Gu Qingyang's heart tightened, knowing that Chu Li must be in danger. He forcefully flung open the hidden chamber door, only to find Chu Li sprawled in a pool of blood, her complexion pale and breath faint. Blood Wolf loomed beside her, his long blade still dripping with crimson. Chu Li, Gu Qingyang's eyes bulged with rage, an inferno igniting within his chest. You will pay for this, he charged from the chamber. The flickering flames illuminating the portrait of Elder Fang Zheng on the wall. Beneath the portrait was a concealed compartment. He opened it to reveal a letter, wherein Fang Zheng detailed his plot to hire an assassin to eliminate Gu Qingyang. The words dripping with jealousy and resentment. The truth was laid bare. Holding the letter, he burst forth from the hidden chamber, finding Chu Li lying weakly on the ground, her chest drenched in blood. Brother Qingyang, she called out feebly. Yu Qingyang's heart twisted in anguish as he gently propped her up, his gaze icy as it swept over all the assassins present, raising the letter high. This is the evidence. It was Fang Zheng. He was envious of my reputation and plotted my demise. The assassins exchanged glances, momentarily thrown into disarray. Some were terrified, others skeptical, while a few began to stealthily retreat, seeking to escape amidst the chaos. Blood Wolf's expression darkened. He realized the situation had unraveled beyond repair. Kill Gu Qingyang. Silence him, Blood Wolf roared, swinging his blade towards Gu Qingyang. In that critical moment, a powerful aura erupted from Gu Qingyang. Golden light radiating, enveloping him entirely. He had activated the hidden skill of the sign in space. Heavenly Gang Battle Body. No longer fraught with worry for Chu Li, Gu Qingyang's gaze sharpened, exuding a dread-inducing murderous intent. He seized Blood Wolf's descending blade, crushing it effortlessly. How is this possible? Blood Wolf's pupils constricted in disbelief as he stared at Gu Qingyang. Jiu Qingyang smirked coldly. Now it is time to settle our scores. Rising slowly, the golden light fluctuated around him like a celestial deity descending. He turned to Chu Li, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. Wait for me. Bathed in golden light, Gu Qingyang resembled a war god. Moving with such swiftness that he was nearly imperceptible, he appeared before Blood Wolf in an instant, delivering a punch that carried the force of thunder. Blood Wolf, caught off guard, attempted to block but was sent staggering back. His arm numb. Leer, cover me, Gu Qingyang commanded firmly. Chu Li, enduring her pain, brandished her dagger like a venomous serpent, targeting Blood Wolf's vital points. Blood Wolf, overwhelmed by Gu Qingyang's relentless assault, momentarily faltered and was grazed by Chu Li's dagger on his arm. "Damn it!" Blood Wolf howled, his eyes glinting with malice. He understood he was outmatched against the two, especially since the surrounding assassins had already scattered, leaving him with no escape. Thinking to flee? Gu Qingyang chuckled coldly, his figure flashing once more as he delivered a kick that sent Blood Wolf crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The remaining assassins, witnessing this, had long lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. Gu Qingyang did not pursue, his gaze remaining fixed on Blood Wolf. "Speak. Who orchestrated your plot against me?" Gu Qingyang's voice was as frigid as ice, akin to a judgment from the depths of hell. Blood Wolf struggled to rise, his eyes filled with resentment. "Even if I tell you, what can you do to me?" I have backing. His words were cut short as Chu Li's dagger pressed against his throat. "Speak," she commanded coldly, without a hint of hesitation. Blood Wolf's face paled, and he ultimately revealed the truth. It was Elder Fong Zheng. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Gu Qingyang's eyes as he helped Chu Li to her feet, gently cradling her in his arms. "Lier, are you all right?" Chu Li's complexion was pale, yet she forced a smile. "I am fine, Brother Qingyang. You have finally avenged me." She nestled against Gu Qingyang, feeling his warmth, her eyes filled with love and reliance. Gu Qingyang held her tightly, his heart brimming with tenderness. "Silly girl, protecting you is my duty." He lowered his head, softly kissing her forehead. Their figures appeared particularly warm under the moonlight. However, the matter of Elder Fong Zheng hiring assassins had already spread, sparking fervent discussions among the major sections. Was this truly merely a personal vendetta of Elder Fong Zheng, or did it conceal a deeper conspiracy? All signs pointed towards a mysterious organization known as the Demon Sect. Chapter 39. Shadows of the Demon Sect. Blood Wolf's confession rippled through the calm surface of the lake like a stone cast into it, stirring tumultuous waves. The Demon Sect, an evil organization that had almost become a mere legend, now emerged from the shadows, casting a dark pall over the entire continent. Gu Qingyang understood that a great battle was inevitable. Armed with Blood Wolf's confession and the evidence gathered from Elder Fong Zheng, he arrived at the assembly of the leaders of the major sections. The atmosphere in the conference hall was tense, with the leaders displaying a spectrum of expressions. Some wore looks of concern, while others appeared dismissive. As Gu Qingyang entered the hall, he immediately felt several scrutinizing gazes upon him. Presenting the evidence, he spoke with unwavering composure. "Esteemed leaders, remnants of the Demon Sect are rearing their heads once more. The evidence is irrefutable. We must unite against them, lest we face dire consequences." However, his words did not elicit the anticipated response. An elderly man with hair as white as snow snorted derisively. "Gu Zongzhu, you are still quite young. Could it be you have been deceived? The Demon Sect has been silent for centuries. How could they possibly resurface?" Another burly leader chimed in. "Indeed, Gu Zongzhu, your evidence seems rather flimsy. To assert that it is the work of the Demon Sect based solely on Blood Wolf's confession and Elder Fong Zheng's personal vendetta is rather hasty." Gu Qingyang's heart sank. He realized these old-timers had their own agendas and were not genuinely interested in combating the Demon Sect. They were more concerned about their own interests and Gu Qingyang's burgeoning power. Meanwhile, Su Yao, who had infiltrated the Demon Sect, was discovered. Her clever disguise was unveiled, and she suffered brutal torture. Yet, she gritted her teeth, refusing to divulge anything about Gu Qingyang or their plans. Nevertheless, her body was growing increasingly frail, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The news reached Gu Qingyang's ears, igniting a fire of urgency within him. He was acutely aware of Su Yao's character. She would never easily capitulate, yet she must be enduring tremendous suffering at this moment. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, with Gu Qingyang feeling isolated and vulnerable. As though ensconced in a sea of hostility, he sensed the pressure mounting from all directions. Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li gazed at him with concern, fully aware of the arduous predicament he found himself in. "Gu Sect leader, you should return for now. We need to deliberate further on this matter." One of the sect leaders waved his hand dismissively. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingyang recognized that this could not continue. He had to devise a means to persuade these individuals, or else Su Yao would be in peril. Quietly, he activated the sign in space, silently reciting, "Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have acquired the Lotus Tongue technique." A surge of joy welled within Gu Qingyang. For this was precisely what he needed at that moment. He immediately channeled the technique, feeling an extraordinary power coursing through his entire being. When he spoke again, his voice was no longer the steady tone it had been previously. Instead, it brimmed with charisma, each word seemingly imbued with magic that struck at the hearts of those present. Esteemed colleagues, the calamity of the demonic sect is not a baseless rumor. If we do not unite today, we will surely regret it in the days to come. His voice reverberated throughout the hall, causing the expressions of several sect leaders to waver. Just then, a figure clad in black hurriedly entered the hall. Whispering urgently into one of the sect leader's ears, the leader's countenance changed dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. "This is bad. The demonic sect has already." His words trailed off abruptly, his gaze filled with terror as he stared towards the entrance of the hall there. A malevolent aura surged forth as a figure cloaked in black, its face concealed beneath a hood, slowly made its entrance. Dark energy swirled around him, emanating a palpable oppressive force. It was none other than the leader of the demonic sect. His chilling gaze swept across the crowd, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. "It seems you are deliberating on how to deal with me?" The sudden appearance of the demonic sect leader rendered the previously cacophonous hall utterly silent. Several sect leaders, who had been swayed by Gu Qingyang's words, now recoiled in fear, their faces etched with terror. "Demonic sect leader, you dare to come in person?" One sect leader exclaimed, his voice trembling despite its fierce tone. The demonic sect leader let out a cold laugh. "Why should I not? You so-called righteous individuals are nothing but self-serving pretenders. It would be a mere trifle for the demonic sect to overturn this continent." No sooner had he finished speaking than dozens of black-clad demonic disciples surged forth behind him, each exuding a formidable aura, brimming with murderous intent. These disciples roamed the hall with impunity, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. One of the demonic disciples even approached a sect leader, condescendingly patting his shoulder. "Old man, if you know what's good for you, just surrender peacefully to avoid unnecessary suffering." The concerns of allies, the brazen arrogance of the adversaries, and the conflicting dynamics among the sect leaders starkly highlighted the overwhelming might of the demonic sect leader. The atmosphere in the hall grew unbearably oppressive. The sect leaders fell silent, acutely aware that they were likely facing imminent doom. Overturn the continent? Such audacity! Gu Qingyang stepped forward, confronting the demonic sect leader directly. "I, Gu Qingyang, will not allow your schemes to succeed." "Gu Qingyang?" The demonic sect leader scrutinized him, a flicker of contempt flashing in his eyes. "I have heard that you are currently in the limelight, but to me, you are nothing remarkable. Today, I shall show you what true power entails." Before Gu Qingyang could respond, the demonic sect leader vanished in a flash, appearing before him like a specter, and struck out with a powerful palm. The force of the blow, imbued with dark energy, surged towards Gu Qingyang's chest. In that critical moment, Gu Qingyang activated the sign-in space once more. "Sign in. Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have acquired the indestructible diamond technique." A brilliant golden light enveloped Gu Qingyang, forming a protective shield around him. The demonic sect leader's forceful strike was completely thwarted by this barrier. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyang retaliated. He channeled the indestructible diamond technique, launching a punch that radiated golden light like a streak of lightning, aimed directly at the demonic sect leader's face. Clearly taken aback by Gu Qingyang's unexpected resilience and rapid counterattack, the demonic sect leader could only muster a hasty defense. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the demonic sect leader was forced back several steps. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Shock flickered in his eyes, revealing his underestimation of Gu Qingyang's capabilities. Just as the demonic sect leader opened his mouth to speak, Gu Qingyang surged forward again, raining down punches and kicks like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with the formidable power of the indestructible diamond technique. The demonic sect leader found himself retreating in defeat, utterly unable to counter. His followers, witnessing this, rushed to his aid, but Gu Qingyang swept them aside with a single move, sending them sprawling. Some sect leaders, who had previously held reservations about Gu Qingyang, now felt their doubts waver as they saw him suppressing the demonic sect leader. Gu's sect leader, one sect leader began, but was interrupted by another. Humph, he is merely using the situation with the demonic sect to solidify his own position. We must not allow him to exploit us. Once again, the sect leaders began to bicker, but Gu Qingyang paid them no heed. His sole focus was on defeating the demonic sect leader and rescuing Su Yao. Zhuangyu stood by, her eyes filled with unwavering trust. She gently grasped Gu Qingyang's hand, imparting strength to him. Warmth surged within Gu Qingyang. He knew that regardless of what transpired, he was not fighting alone. Turning his gaze towards the demonic sect leader, a steely resolve flashed in his eyes. Today, you shall find no escape. Gu Qingyang felt the warmth and determination radiating from Zhuangyu's hand. Though small, it seemed to contain boundless strength, flowing into his body. Dispelling weariness and igniting his fighting spirit, he tightened his grip in response, exchanging a steadfast look with her, the unspoken bond between them palpable. He understood that no matter how perilous the road ahead, he would not be solitary. Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the hall. Several ragged disciples stumbled in, panic-stricken, crying out, "The demonic sect is back." What? The faces of the sect leaders paled, still reeling from the earlier shock, and now confronted with a new crisis. Though this time it was merely a small faction of the demonic sect, it was akin to a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring up even greater turbulence. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shuang and Chu Li sprang into action. Their figures flitting away. One exuded a frosty beauty, while the other radiated serene grace. Two entirely disparate auras melded seamlessly in that instant, transforming into a sharp blade of sword energy that surged towards the encroaching foes. The demonic minions employed vicious and underhanded tactics, each strike aimed at vital points. They wielded bizarre weapons that produced a cacophony of jarring sounds, the air thick with a metallic tang of blood. Qin Shuang's sword danced like a swimming dragon, its gleam chilling and formidable. With every swing, it left a trail of bloodshed in its wake. Her form was agile and her strikes fierce, akin to a blooming ice lotus, defiantly flourishing amidst the storm of blood and carnage. Chu Li moved like a specter, her form elusive and difficult to pin down. The dagger in her hand was silent yet lethal, always appearing at the most unexpected moments to deliver a fatal blow. She was like an assassin from the shadows, silently reaping the lives of her enemies. Their coordination was impeccable. One took the offensive while the other defended, effectively suppressing the demonic minions. Onlookers were left awestruck, marveling at the breathtaking spectacle of combat, as if they were witnessing a thrilling martial arts tournament. Within the hall, Gu Qingyang and the demonic sect leader were still locked in fierce battle. Cloaked in the protective aura of the indestructible diamond technique, Gu Qingyang resembled a deity of war, unyielding against any assault from the demonic sect leader. Each punch and palm strike he delivered brimmed with earth-shattering power, forcing the demonic sect leader to continuously retreat. Damn it! A flicker of fear flashed in the demonic sect leader's eyes. He had not anticipated Gu Qingyang's strength to be so formidable. Cursing under his breath, he summoned dark energy once more, attempting to turn the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyang's thoughts remained fixated on Su Yao's safety. While he continued to engage the demonic sect leader, he sent a thread of his consciousness to search for Su Yao's location. Suddenly, he detected a faint fluctuation. Her presence. A surge of joy filled his heart. But he quickly realized that the energy was waning, as if it might vanish at any moment. Su Yao. A tightening sensation gripped Gu Qingyang's heart, an ominous premonition washing over him. Concurrently, the battle outside the hall intensified. Though Qin Shuang and Chu Li held the advantage, the demonic minions clung to them like leeches, refusing to be shaken off. Not good. Qin Shuang's expression shifted suddenly. She sensed a powerful aura approaching. Before she could react, a shadow descended from above, seizing someone and landing before the crowd. Stop! Gu Qingyang immediately recognized the person. It was Su Yao. The demonic sect leader looked at Gu Qingyang, a cold smile creeping across his face. Gu Qingyang, your woman is in my grasp. If you dare to make a move. His words trailed off as a dagger appeared in his hand, pressing against Su Yao's throat. You dare? Gu Qingyang roared, his eyes blazing with fury. The demonic sect leader coldly laughed. Do you think I would hesitate? Chapter 40. The struggle for unity. The atmosphere in the grand hall became palpably tense as the leader of the demon sect held Su Yao hostage. The heads of the major sects exchanged glances, some revealing their apprehension, while others concealed their delight, seemingly eager to witness the unfolding drama. Jiu Qingyang suppressed the fury boiling within him. He understood that Su Yao's life dangled by a thread, and any impulsive action could lead to irrevocable consequences. What do you want? Gu Qingyang's voice emerged low and gravelly. The demon sect leader erupted into a maniacal laughter. It's quite simple. Surrender your sign in space, and I shall release her. Around him, the sect leaders began to murmur among themselves, some urging Gu Qingyang to prioritize the greater good, to sacrifice the small for the larger cause. Others, with a sardonic tone, remarked, Gu Xiaoyu, what does a true man fear? It's merely a woman. Why cling to her so desperately? Gu Qingyang cast a cold glance over the assembly, a wave of desolation washing over him. These individuals, ostensibly united against the demon sect, were in truth harboring ulterior motives, even wishing for him and the demon sect to mutually annihilate, so they might reap the benefits. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. He knew this was not the time for reckless emotions. The fate of Su Yao, alongside the safety of the world, rested heavily upon his shoulders. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall. A disciple rushed in, panic-stricken and pale, stammering, Not good, Senior Sister Lin. What has happened to Lin Wan? Gu Qingyang's heart sank, a premonition of dread creeping over him. Senior Sister Lin was ambushed by the demon sect while tending to the injured. Her life is now uncertain. The disciple finally managed to convey the complete message, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Jiu Qingyang felt a resounding thud in his mind, as if something had shattered within him. Lin Wan's gentle kindness, her smile and laughter flashed vividly before his eyes. Damn it! He roared, his eyes ablaze with fury, an overwhelming murderous intent radiating from his being. He could no longer tolerate the situation or heed the objections of the other sect leaders. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the hall. The demon sect leader's expression shifted slightly, and he barked, Stop him! However, Gu Qingyang's speed was astonishing, and the minions of the demon sect could barely graze his hem. In his heart, he chanted, Sign in space, tracking spell. A beam of golden light flickered before him, revealing a glimmering trail, the distress signal left by Lin Wan. Without hesitation, he pursued the trail, his mind singularly focused on one thought: rescue Lin Wan. Meanwhile, the demon sect leader watched Gu Qingyang's retreating figure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. He slowly raised his hand, clutching a black jade pendant that emanated a bizarre aura. Jiu Qingyang, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? The demon sect leader murmured, his tone laced with confidence. Beside him, a figure clad in black appeared silently, respectfully inquiring, Master, shall we initiate the plan? The demon sect leader nodded slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. It is timed. Jiu Qingyang's speed was like lightning as he navigated the dense thickets, the glow of the tracking spell guiding his path. He knew Lin Wan's life hung in the balance. His heart ablaze with anxiety. The tracking spell precisely indicated Lin Wan's location, drawing nearer, yet simultaneously revealing her life force waning, heightening his urgency. Lin Wan, you must hold on, Gu Qingyang silently prayed. Meanwhile, the other sect leaders remained stagnant. Engaged in heated debate about Gu Qingyang's actions, Jiu Qingyang is far too impulsive. What can he accomplish alone? He'll only meet his demise. Indeed, the demon sect leader is cunning. For him to go alone is akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. His actions disregard the greater picture. One leader scoffed, I suspect he is not going to save anyone but rather intends to flee in fear. He must be terrified, abandoning us to save his own skin. These words reached the ears of Zhuangyu, who had just arrived, igniting her fury as she retorted, You speak nonsense. Gu Qingyang is not that kind of person. He is surely going to rescue Lin Wan. Humph, rescue? Such a noble pretense. I see only a coward, fearful of the demon sect leader, clinging to life. Another leader sneered. You hypocrites! All you do is cast disparaging remarks here. If anything happens to Lin Wan, I will not forgive you. Zhuang Yu glared at the assembly, her eyes brimming with indignation and disappointment. Audacious! You, a junior, dare to speak to us in such a manner? An elder leader bellowed, as the argument escalated. A voice suddenly rang out, enough! Everyone turned to see Qin Shuang standing at the entrance, her expression frigid, her eyes glinting with steely resolve. This is not the time for discord. We must urgently rescue Su Yao and Lin Wan. Her voice resonated powerfully, carrying an undeniable authority. Qin Shuang speaks wisely. We should unite against the demon sect, Zhuang Yu echoed. Yet, the other sect leaders remained self-serving, unwilling to collaborate earnestly. They hesitated, delaying any decisive action. Qin Shuang surveyed their duplicitous faces, filled with disdain and contempt. She recognized that their intentions were not genuinely aimed at opposing the demon sect. They simply sought to capitalize on the chaos, eagerly awaiting the downfall of both Gu Qingyang and the demon sect to profit from the aftermath. Qin Shuang's gaze followed Gu Qingyang's departing figure, worry and admiration swelling within her. She understood the peril he faced. Yet she believed wholeheartedly that he would return safely. Jiu Qingyang, you must come back unharmed, she silently prayed, gripping her sword tightly as the glow of the tracking spell intensified. Gu Qingyang finally beheld Lin Wan. She lay on the ground, gravely injured, her breath faint. Surrounding her were several cloaked figures, poised to strike her down. Stop! Gu Qingyang shouted, appearing like a wraith beside Lin Wan, striking several of the assailants away with a single blow. Lin Wan, how are you? He asked urgently. Lin Wan weakly opened her eyes, a flicker of relief crossing her face upon seeing Gu Qingyang. You came? He gently lifted Lin Wan, his gaze coldly scanning the surrounding figures clad in black. You will all die, he declared with chilling conviction. The assailants, witnessing his fierce determination, drew their weapons, ready to overwhelm him. One of them sneered, You think you can take us all on alone? You underestimate yourself. Gu Qingyang returned the sneer, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Today, you will learn what it means to underestimate an opponent. He carefully laid Lin Wan down, then rose, an overwhelming force radiating from him, suffocating the surrounding attackers. Kill, Gu Qingyang commanded, his figure darting forward like a ferocious tiger descending upon its prey. Do you truly believe that mere insects like you can obstruct my path? Gu Qingyang's words barely escaped his lips before he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The gust of his palm swept through the air, infused with fierce energy, toppling several assailants to the ground. His strikes were merciless, each one aimed to be fatal, as though death itself had descended to reap the lives of these insignificant adversaries. Witnessing Gu Qingyang's valor, Qin Shuang felt waves of admiration swell within her. She gripped her sword tightly, her gaze steadfastly fixed upon Gu Qingyang's fierce battle. Each of his moves, each evasive maneuver etched itself into her memory. He stood as a towering mountain, shielding her from the storm, a radiant star illuminating her path forward. She silently prayed for his safe return, beseeching fate to grant him triumph over all adversities. A profound emotion surged within her, transcending mere camaraderie and friendship, evolving into a deeper, more profound attachment in her mind. She envisioned Gu Qingyang amidst the smoke of battle, turning back to offer a warm and steadfast smile, dispelling all shadows from her heart. Gu Qingyang raced forward but was abruptly halted at the mouth of a canyon. A figure in a black robe, face ashen, stood before him, an icy aura emanating from him. You are Gu Qingyang? Today marks your demise, the black-robed figure rasped, his voice echoing as though calling from the depths of hell. The canyon's steep cliffs loomed menacingly, jagged rocks making it a formidable stronghold. Jiu Qingyang scanned his surroundings. Rapidly formulating a strategy, he feigned weakness, staggering as if drained of energy. You think you can kill me? He chuckled nonchalantly, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. The black-robed figure, emboldened by Gu Qingyang's apparent vulnerability, sneered, mistaking him for a cornered beast. With a maniacal laugh, he swung his black blade, the sharp air slicing towards Gu Qingyang. Just as the blade was about to make contact, Gu Qingyang's form shimmered and vanished like a wraith. In the next instant, he reappeared behind the black-robed figure, conjuring a brilliant golden light that struck with ferocity at the back of his foe. The figure clad in a black robe let out a blood-curdling scream, spewing forth crimson liquid as he was sent hurtling backwards. The minions of the demonic sect, lying in ambush along the canyon's edges, gaped in terror, unable to comprehend the unfolding spectacle. They had believed victory was assured. Yet they were taken aback by Gu Qingyang's formidable strength. Ignoring the ruffians, Gu Qingyang's gaze was solely fixed on Lin Wan, his heart consumed by one singular thought: save her. He once again employed his agility, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed toward Lin Wan's location. He finally arrived at the sinister underground dungeon where Lin Wan and Su Yao were held captive. The entrance to the cage was riddled with various traps, glimmering ominously with a chilling light. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingyang's eyes turned steely calm as he crouched down to closely examine the trap layout. His fingers lightly tracing the ground, sensing the lethal intent concealed within it. Seems the demonic sect has indeed gone to great lengths to deal with me, he murmured to himself, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Chapter 41. The Demon Lord's Escape. Gu Qingyang's fingers lightly tapped the ground, and the arrangement of traps gradually crystallized in his mind. The intricate patterns and deadly designs presented themselves as a chessboard awaiting resolution. Imbued with the thrill of challenge, a mere display of skill, he chuckled softly, his form a blur as he weaved through the traps with uncanny precision, as if he had foreseen the lurking dangers. Deep within the dungeon, Lin Wan and Su Yao were imprisoned behind cold iron bars. Lin Wan's complexion was pale and her breath shallow, yet she mustered the strength to comfort the weakened Su Yao beside her. Su Yao's condition was even more dire. Once spirited and lively, she now hovered on the brink of consciousness, her breath barely a whisper. Suddenly, a faint clicking sound echoed from the mechanism before the cell door, causing their hearts to leap into their throats. In the next moment, Gu Qingyang's figure appeared before them, wearing his characteristic easygoing smile. "Qingyang!" Lin Wan and Su Yao exclaimed in unison, tears welling in their eyes. Upon seeing Gu Qingyang, they felt as though they had grasped the last lifeline, hope rekindling within their hearts. "Fear not, I have arrived." Gu Qingyang's gentle voice caressed their fears like a spring breeze. He looked at their frail forms with a surge of indescribable anger swelling within him. Approaching the cell door, he swiftly formed hand seals, and a flash of golden light burst forth, severing the chains binding the door. He helped Lin Wan and Su Yao to their feet, concern etched on his face. "How are you both?" "I'm fine. It's just Su Yao," Lin Wan replied weakly, her gaze filled with worry for Su Yao. Su Yao managed to force a smile. "I'm also all right, just a bit tired." Gu Qingyang, observing their brave faade, felt an even deeper ache in his heart. He understood that they were saying this to spare him further worry. Just then, a chilling laugh resonated from outside the cage. "Gu Qingyang, you truly came. But do you really think you can save them?" The figure of the demonic sect leader materialized at the entrance of the cage, flanked by a group of menacing disciples. "Dio, you think these insignificant minions can hinder me?" Gu Qingyang scoffed, a glint of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. The disciples behind the demonic sect leader exchanged disdainful glances. Perceiving Gu Qingyang merely as a junior in the late stages of martial arts, while their leader was a formidable opponent at the initial stage of martial honor, an insurmountable chasm lay between them. "Boy, don't be too arrogant. Our leader could crush you with just a finger," one disciple declared, puffing out his chest. "Is that so? Then I shall see how strong your leader's finger truly is." Gu Qingyang retorted, a cold glint flickering in his eyes as he gripped his sword tightly. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. "Sign-in successful. Obtained divine-grade healing elixir. 9-turn reviving pill." Gu Qingyang's heart leapt with joy. The 9-turn reviving pill was a legendary remedy capable of instant recovery from injuries, even resurrecting the dead. He immediately produced the pill, administering it to both Lin Wan and Su Yao. As the elixir dissolved upon contact, a surge of warmth coursed through their bodies. Lin Wan, feeling the power surging within, exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of pill is this? It's astonishing." "This is the 9-turn reviving pill," specifically designed to restore injuries. Gu Qingyang replied with a slight smile, relieved to witness their vitality returning. The demonic sect leader's expression darkened upon witnessing this scene. He had assumed victory was certain, yet Gu Qingyang had revealed such miraculous elixirs. Humph, even if you have recovered, what of it? None of you shall leave here alive today. The demonic sect leader hissed, his eyes brimming with malice. Oh? Then I shall see who dies here. Gu Qingyang's eyes glimmered with cold resolve as his sword emitted a crisp ringing sound. Kill! At the leader's command, the disciples surged forward, encircling Gu Qingyang and the others. Jiu Qingyang sneered, his figure a blur as he charged into the throng. His sword became a streak of icy light. And wherever it passed, demonic disciples fell one after another. Lin Wan and Su Yao followed closely behind, their synergy as harmonious as two deadly mandala flowers blooming amidst the chaos. Though the demonic disciples were numerous, they crumbled before Gu Qingyang and his companions as if they were mere chickens and dogs. In less than a moment, a large number lay defeated. The demonic sect leader's countenance grew even darker as he observed the unfolding carnage. He had not anticipated the trio's remarkable prowess, and a twinge of regret gripped him for underestimating them. A bunch of useless fools. The sect leader spat in fury, his form flickering as he joined the fray. True to his reputation, the demonic sect leader was powerful. His initial strikes quickly subdued Gu Qingyang and his companions. The demonic blade in his hand radiated a chilling light, each swing accompanied by a fierce, murderous aura. Gu Qingyang and his companions did not dare to underestimate him, pouring their full strength into fending off the leader's onslaught. Despite having regained their vitality, the pressure of facing a martial honor master still weighed heavily upon them. At that moment, a voice resonated in Gu Qingyang's mind. Sign-in successful, obtained divine-grade skill, teleportation. A surge of elation washed over him. This teleportation skill was a life-saving technique, enabling instantaneous movement to any location. He promptly activated the skill, evading a lethal strike from the demonic sect leader and appearing behind him to thrust his sword towards his back. The sect leader, caught off guard by Gu Qingyang's unexpected ability, staggered back with a cry of agony. Seizing the advantage, Gu Qingyang launched another strike, his sword aimed at the leader's throat. Realizing he was no match for Gu Qingyang, the demonic sect leader's eyes flashed with fear as he turned to flee. Trying to escape? Not so easily, Gu Qingyang sneered, activating teleportation once more to pursue the leader. Stop! At that moment, a voice rang out, halting Gu Qingyang in his tracks. Turning to look, he saw the leaders of various factions had arrived at the scene. With Lin Wan and Su Yao in tow, Gu Qingyang laid bare the demonic sect schemes and presented the evidence he had seized. The various factions finally recognized the true nature of the demonic sect and united to launch a collective assault against them. To the demonic sect's stronghold, they shouted in unison, their spirits soaring as they marched toward the ominous fortress shrouded in dark clouds and suffused with murderous intent. Banners fluttered violently, and the clash of blades and swords wove a tapestry of death. The disciples of various factions engaged in fierce combat with the demonic disciples, the cries of battle reverberating through the air. The demonic sect leader stood atop a high platform, enveloped in a shroud of black mist, resembling a demon descending from the underworld. With each swing of his demonic blade, a gust of bloody wind followed, claiming lives with every strike. A horde of ants dares to challenge my authority. The demonic sect leader's voice echoed like a chilling whisper from the depths of hell. Jiu Qingyang, wielding his sword, moved with the grace of a dragon amid the battlefield. The glint of his blade sparkled, scattering cold light as demonic disciples fell before him. Zhuang Yu and Qin Shuang followed closely behind. One moved with ethereal grace, her sword strikes sharp as ice, while the other attacked with fiery fervor, her blade domineering like a war deity. Lin Wan, Su Yao, and Chu Li provided support from the rear. Their attacks, while not as ferocious as their frontline companions, were well coordinated, repelling the demonic disciples attempting to launch sneak attacks. Qingyang, be careful, Zhuang Yu cried out, her sword transforming into a beam of cold light to intercept a strike aimed at Gu Qingyang from the demonic sect leader. The clash of blade against sword resounded with a deafening roar, causing Zhuang Yu to stagger back several steps. a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Jiu Qingyang's expression sharpened as he turned to her with concern. "Are you all right?" Zhuang Yu shook her head, suppressing her pain as she softly replied, "I'm fine. Just be careful." The leader of the demon sect, frustrated by the prolonged stalemate, let out a furious howl that echoed through the heavens, with both hands forming intricate seals. An overwhelming surge of dark energy erupted from his being, transforming into a colossal black serpent that surged toward the crowd. "Die, all of you!" The serpent, imbued with a cataclysmic force, sent shockwaves through the onlookers, who paled in terror and desperately summoned their full might to resist. However, the serpent's power proved insurmountable, rendering their efforts futile as they were swallowed into the abyss. Just as the serpent prepared to engulf them, a glimmer of determination flickered in Gu Qingyang's eyes. He inhaled deeply, his hands swiftly forming seals, and a radiant golden light burst forth from within him. Heavenly Gang Divine Formula, break. The golden light coalesced into a massive beam that soared skyward. Colliding fiercely with the dark serpent, the atmosphere trembled, winds howled, and dust was sent swirling. Ultimately, the golden beam shattered the serpent, causing the demon sect leader to suffer a backlash, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. His complexion as pale as a ghost. Witnessing this, the morale of the crowd surged, and they rallied to launch a fierce assault against the demon sect leader. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, he was ultimately forced to retreat in disarray. After the battle, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted a crimson hue. Jiu Qingyang stood at the center of the battlefield, his figure towering and imposing. Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li surrounded him, their eyes brimming with affection and admiration. Jiu Qingyang gazed at them, his heart swelling with warmth. He reached out, gently caressing their faces, and softly spoke, "You have all worked hard. For you, we fear nothing," Zhuang Yu replied, her gaze laden with deep emotion. The others nodded in unison, expressing their profound bond with Gu Qingyang. Yet, just as they basked in the glory of victory, a figure clad in black silently appeared amidst the ruins of the demon sect's headquarters. He cast his gaze toward the fleeing demon sect leader, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Rest assured, master, I shall avenge you," he murmured, his voice laced with murderous intent. Chapter 42. The shadow re-emerges. The blood-red remnants of the setting sun gradually faded into twilight, and the silence following the great battle felt particularly oppressive. The headquarters of the demon sect lay in ruins, the air thick with the scent of blood and scorched earth. Jiu Qingyang stood amidst the wreckage, his brow furrowed. Despite having repelled the demon sect leader, he felt no sense of relief. "Qingyang, what troubles you?" Zhuang Yu approached him, gently linking her arm with his. Her voice tendered. Jiu Qingyang sighed, gazing at the dimming sky. The demon sect leader is cunning and resourceful. Although he has sustained grave injuries, I fear he will not rest until he seeks revenge. His concerns were not unfounded. In the days that followed, strange occurrences began to surface. Livestock in remote villages mysteriously perished. Disciples from smaller sects vanished without a trace, and even towns exhibited signs of dark energy surging. All these signs indicated that the demon sect leader had not truly been defeated, but was instead scheming in the shadows, plotting a greater conspiracy. "Brother Qingyang, do not worry. We shall face this together," Su Yao said, her fists clenched with determination. Lin Wan stepped forward, gently grasping Gu Qingyang's hand, offering silent comfort. Qin Shuang and Chu Li stood resolutely beside him, their unwavering gazes reflecting their resolve. However, the situation was far more dire than they had imagined. Some smaller sects, feeling the threat of the demon sect, began to waver, fearing they would become targets for retaliation. They sent messengers to Gu Qingyang, their words hinting at a desire to withdraw from the united front. "Young Master Gu, we small sects cannot withstand the turmoil wrought by the demon sect." A portly leader, his face etched with worry, said cautiously, "Indeed, young Master Gu, we are not cowards, but the disparity in strength is too great," another leader echoed. Jiu Qingyang understood their fears yet recognized the principle of mutual dependence. If these smaller sects chose to abandon the alliance, the entire coalition would crumble, allowing the demon sect leader to pick them off one by one, with catastrophic consequences. Observing the anxious leaders before him, Gu Qingyang felt a surge of frustration. How could he stabilize their spirits and unite them against the demon sect? He gazed up at the darkening night sky, his heart heavy with anxiety. Just then, a man in black appeared silently behind Gu Qingyang, whispering, "Young master, the space has been opened." The man's words struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating Gu Qingyang's thoughts. He inhaled deeply, determination flashing in his eyes. "I understand." Jiu Qingyang composed himself, bowing to the crowd to signal his need for a brief retreat to contemplate strategies, before turning and entering a dilapidated building within the ruins. The man in black followed closely, shutting the door behind them. Inside the room, a softly glowing portal shimmered in the air. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyang stepped through it. Within the portal, spiritual energy swirled, and treasures of all kinds dazzled the eye. Gu Qingyang walked directly to the central signing platform, silently invoking his registration. "Registration successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the spell Insight into the Heart." Gu Qingyang's heart soared with joy, for this was precisely what he needed. He immediately learned the spell and returned to the real world. Once more facing the anxious leaders, Gu Qingyang's gaze transformed into one of profound resolve. Employing his newfound ability to perceive their thoughts, he instantly grasped each person's concerns and fears. "Esteemed leaders," Gu Qingyang's voice resonated with steadiness and strength. "I understand that you are all worried about retaliation from the demon sect. Your concerns are not unfounded. We have all witnessed the ruthlessness of their leader." He paused, scanning the crowd with a reassuring tone. "However, I wish to convey that if we fight individually, we will only provide the demon sect with opportunities. Only by uniting can we stand against this formidable foe." Gu Qingyang's words struck with conviction, each syllable resonating within the hearts of those present. He continued, "I assure you, as long as we work together, I will dedicate myself to protecting each of you from harm at the hands of the demon sect." His tone was resolute, his gaze ablaze, radiating immense confidence and strength. The spell of Insight into the Heart allowed Gu Qingyang to accurately address the psychological concerns of each leader. He made promises tailored to their apprehensions, offering tangible support such as elixirs, formations, weapons, and more. Through Gu Qingyang's efforts, the leaders who had previously wavered began to find their footing, expressing their willingness to continue following him in the fight against the demon sect. The immediate crisis had been averted, yet greater challenges loomed ahead. The questions of how to eradicate the demon sect entirely and how to confront the impending larger crisis weighed heavily on Gu Qingyang's shoulders. After stabilizing the smaller sects, Gu Qingyang summoned the leaders of the major sects to discuss the forthcoming battle plan. Though the demon sect leader was gravely injured, complacency was not an option. "We must swiftly devise an effective battle strategy," Gu Qingyang stated solemnly. However, a significant divide emerged among the sect leaders regarding the battle plan. "I believe we should take the initiative and eradicate the demon sect while they are weakened," boomed a burly leader, his temper flaring. "No? The demon sect's foundation is deep. A reckless attack would only play into their hands," an elderly leader countered, shaking his head. "We should focus on defense, consolidating our strength while waiting for the right moment to strike back." "Defense? That's nothing but cowardice," the burly leader retorted angrily. "With so many of us, do we fear a single demon sect leader? You old fool," the elder shot back, his face pale with rage. "You are gambling with everyone's lives." Tensions escalated, the atmosphere thick with hostility, as if a single misstep could ignite a brawl. Jiu Qingyang furrowed his brow, surveying the chaotic scene with a sense of helplessness. Just then, a clear voice broke the impasse. "I believe." Zhuang Yu stepped forward, her gaze resolute as she looked at Gu Qingyang. "I believe we should first ascertain the true situation of the demon sect before formulating a specific battle plan." Dressed in a delicate lavender gown, she appeared ethereal, like a rare orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Rather than directly supporting Gu Qingyang, she proposed a more prudent course of action. Yet her steadfast gaze unmistakably conveyed her faith and support for him. A warmth spread through Gu Qingyang's heart. Zhuang Yu's presence was akin to a ray of sunshine dispelling the shadows within him. He cast a grateful glance at her, then turned to the assembly, saying, "Miss Zhuang's suggestion is indeed wise. Knowing ourselves and our enemy ensures victory in every battle. I propose we dispatch small elite teams to infiltrate the demon sect and gather intelligence." "I second that." Lin Wan's gentle voice chimed in as she stepped beside Gu Qingyang, softly grasping his hand to offer silent support. Her gaze was as soothing as water, capable of calming all anxiety and unease. I agree. Su Yao sprang forth with exuberance, playfully winking as she declared, "My expertise lies in infiltration and reconnaissance. Allow me the opportunity." Qin Shuang and Chu Li nodded in agreement, their resolute gazes conveying their unwavering support despite their silence. The backing of the five heroines filled Gu Qingyang's heart with warmth and strength. That moment, a scout arrived with news. The demon sect had dispatched a small contingent to test their defenses. Without hesitation, Qin Shuang and Chu Li led a group of skilled fighters to confront the threat. As the battle commenced, the minions of the demon sect, employing their sinister techniques and ruthless methods, initially gained the upper hand. Their phantasmagoric figures flitted across the battlefield, rendering defenses nearly futile. With a long sword in hand, Qin Shuang emanated an aura as chilling as snow, her stance fierce and her swordsmanship sharp. Akin to a war deity safeguarding her comrades, Chu Li, lurking in the shadows like a venomous serpent, awaited the opportune moment to strike. Her daggers, silent yet lethal, claimed lives with each deft maneuver. Despite the ferocity of the demon sect's onslaught, Qin Shuang and Chu Li remained composed. They swiftly adapted their tactics, with Qin Shuang drawing fire while Chu Li executed stealthy ambushes, their synergy seamless as though they were one. Gradually, the aggressiveness of the demon sect's forces began to wane, their previously arrogant demeanor replaced by fear and trepidation. Ultimately, they could not withstand the combined assault of Qin Shuang and Chu Li, retreating in disarray. Though the probing attack from the demon sect had been repelled, it heightened the vigilance of all involved. The sect's leader was cunning, and this maneuver could well be merely a facet of a more sinister plot. What grand scheme was he orchestrating? Would the various factions truly unite to confront the impending crisis? Upon returning to his quarters, Gu Qingyang unfurled a map, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The intelligence gathered by Su Yao during her infiltration, along with recent clues, pointed to a mysterious location, the Valley of the Nether. On the map, the Valley of the Nether lay nestled within the heart of the demon sect, surrounded by treacherous peaks and dense forests, making it easily defensible yet difficult to assault. Reports indicated that the demon sect appeared to be conducting a malevolent ritual there, though the specific purpose remained unclear. Gazing at the map's markings, Gu Qingyang muttered, "What secrets lie hidden within the Valley of the Nether?" He picked up a pen and emphatically circled the location, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I must journey there myself." Chapter 43. The dark plot unfolds. Crisis approaches the Valley of the Nether. A name steeped in eerie foreboding appeared on the map as the gaping maw of a colossal beast poised to devour the unwary. Gu Qingyang's fingers lightly traced the circled area, yet his furrowed brow betrayed his unease. Recent disturbances from the demon sect had instilled a sense of foreboding within him. The fragments of intelligence brought back by Su Yao painted a chilling picture. The demon sect was concocting a vast conspiracy, with the Valley of the Nether at its core. "What are you pondering, Brother Qingyang?" Lin Wan inquired softly, approaching with a cup of tea, her gentle voice breaking his reverie. "It's about the demon sect." Gu Qingyang replied, accepting the cup and taking a sip, though the warmth did little to dispel the chill in his heart. "I worry for Su Yao. Little sister Su Yao is resourceful. She will be fine." Lin Wan reassured him, though the concern in her eyes belied her words. At that moment, Qin Shuang and Chu Li entered, their expressions equally grave. The demon sect's recent probe was no trivial matter. Qin Shuang intoned, "That old fox of a leader is surely scheming something nefarious." Chu Li remained silent, standing resolutely behind Gu Qingyang, her piercing gaze fixed on the map's Valley of the Nether. As if seeking to pierce through the shrouded darkness, Gu Qingyang folded the map, inhaling deeply, and declared, "I have resolved to journey to the Valley of the Nether." At his words, the women gasped in alarm. "No, it is far too perilous." Zhuangyu was the first to object. "The valley is the heart of the demon sect. Going alone is akin to walking into a lion's den." "Indeed, Brother Qingyang, let us consider alternative strategies," Lin Wan urged. Even the typically composed Qin Shuang displayed concern. "The leader of the demon sect possesses unfathomable strength. Your venture is fraught with danger." Yu Qingyang understood their fears but was resolute. As long as the demon sect's conspiracy remains unchallenged, we shall find no peace. My mind is made up, he asserted firmly. Yu Yao ventured into danger for our sake. I cannot stand idly by. At that moment, a message bird flew in, landing in Gu Qingyang's hand. Unfolding the note, his expression turned grave. Yu Yao is in peril. The brief message struck the group like a thunderclap, reverberating in their hearts. Gu Qingyang sprang to his feet, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Prepare the horses, he commanded, his voice low yet imbued with undeniable authority. I shall go to the Valley of the Nether. Meanwhile, deep within the Valley of the Nether, Su Yao found herself encircled by a throng of demon sect elites. Her complexion was pale, a trace of blood staining her lips, and her dagger lay shattered in her grasp. Humph, little girl, how dare you intrude upon the forbidden grounds of my sect? Sneered an elder cloaked in black. Surrender obediently, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Su Yao gritted her teeth in silence, aware that her situation was dire. Capture her, the elder commanded, and the demon sect warriors surged forward. Gu Qingyang and his companions galloped fiercely toward the Valley of the Nether, the landscape blurring past as they raced against time. Zhuang Yu pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with worry. Lin Wan silently prayed for Su Yao's safety. Qin Shuang clutched her long sword tightly, her gaze resolute, while Chu Li remained like a shadow, closely guarding Gu Qingyang's safety. Go! Gu Qingyang bellowed, his steed whinnying as it surged forward, increasing its speed. His thoughts were singular. He must reach the Valley of the Nether swiftly and rescue Su Yao. Within the valley, Su Yao's situation grew increasingly precarious. The demon sect elites charged at her like ravenous wolves. Their strikes lethal. Though agile, Su Yao was ultimately outnumbered, sustaining multiple wounds. The elder in black watched her struggle with a cruel glint in his eye. Little girl, your resistance is futile. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a golden light descended from above, enveloping Su Yao. The attacks from the demon sect struck the golden barrier, dissipating like mist in the wind. Who goes there? The elder exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. As the golden light faded, Gu Qingyang's figure emerged, wielding a gleaming golden sword, his gaze icy as if he were Ashura from the depths of hell. Brother Qingyang, Su Yao exclaimed, her eyes alight with surprise, quickly followed by concern. Are you unharmed? Gu Qingyang inquired with genuine care. I am fine, Su Yao replied, shaking her head and stifling her pain. That is a relief. Gu Qingyang nodded before turning to the surrounding demon sect warriors, his gaze cold. You all shall perish. No sooner had he spoken than he became a streak of lightning, plunging into the fray. His sword sliced through the air with cataclysmic force, the demon sect warriors falling like straw before a tempest. In truth, on his way, Gu Qingyang had activated a Sinan ability, acquiring a formidable defensive treasure known as the Golden Light Shield, as well as a spirit sword capable of cleaving through iron. It was this treasure that had deflected the attacks from the demon sect, and it was this spirit sword that granted him the strength to face a multitude alone. Within moments, the attackers surrounding Su Yao had been vanquished. Gu Qingyang grasped Su Yao's hand and declared, "We must depart." In an instant, their forms flickered and vanished deep within the Valley of the Nether, leaving behind a scene of fallen bodies and the elder's expression of terror. Upon returning to safety, the group breathed a collective sigh of relief at Su Yao's return. They gazed at Gu Qingyang with admiration and awe. "Qingyang, you are truly incredible," Zhuang Yu exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, brother Qingyang. You are my idol," Su Yao chimed in, equally thrilled. Gu Qingyang smiled faintly, remaining silent. However, the new intelligence Su Yao brought back swiftly extinguished their joy. According to the reports, the true objective of the demon sect was not as they had previously surmised. But rather, this revelation struck like a bolt from the blue, making it clear that their earlier strategic deployments were severely misguided and required reevaluation. The leaders of the various factions gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. "How can this be?" one sect leader exclaimed incredulously. "What do we do now? Our previous plans are in vain." Another leader fretted. Voices of dissent rose, revealing deep divisions among the factions, and the once united alliance appeared to be fracturing. Gu Qingyang observed this scene, his brow furrowed in concern, knowing that the true trial was only just beginning. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began slowly, his voice low yet powerful, "this is not the time for discord. The conspiracy of the demon sect is far more complex and perilous than we can fathom. Rather than casting blame upon one another, it is far more prudent for us to unite our efforts and navigate through these trying times together." His gaze swept across the crowd, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Wan tenderly tended to Su Yao's wounds, her eyes brimming with compassion. Though Su Yao experienced pain, she endeavored to muster a smile, saying, "Sister Wan, I'm fine. It's just a minor injury." Lin Wan's hands paused momentarily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Silly girl, why do you insist on being strong?" Zhuang Yu gently grasped Su Yao's hand, concern evident in his eyes. "Yaoer, you must rest well. The battles ahead will be entrusted to us." Qin Shuang and Chu Li also gathered nearby, silently standing guard over Su Yao. Their glances met, the bond of their friendship requiring no words. In the face of adversity, they became ever more tightly knit. Jiu Qingyang observed this scene, warmth surging in his heart. These 5 uniquely spirited women had become an integral part of his life. Upon learning that Su Yao had been rescued, the leader of the demon sect erupted in fury. "Incompetent fools! A mere girl eludes your grasp." He slammed his palm onto the table, reducing it to dust in an instant. Orders were dispatched to send the 4 great guardians forth, insisting that Su Yao be retrieved, alive or dead. Outside the Valley of Dark Shadows, a fierce battle was imminent. The 4 guardians of the demon sect, each a powerhouse of martial prowess, arrived, instantly heightening the tension in the atmosphere. The leaders of various sects also sprang into action, engaging in intense confrontations with the masters of the demon sect. The clash of blades and the collision of energies enveloped the entire valley in an air of lethal intent. One sect leader clashed with a guardian, both staggering back several steps, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. "Humph, you demon scum, do not dare to be so brazen." Another leader summoned a treasured artifact, transforming it into a streak of light that hurtled towards the guardian of the demon sect. The combat was exceptionally fierce, with each side experiencing victories and defeats, none able to claim absolute dominance. What was the sinister ritual of the demon sect? The intelligence Su Yao had brought back merely hinted at the catastrophic consequences of its completion, foretelling a devastating disaster for the entire continent. However, the specifics of this calamity remained shrouded in mystery. Once more, the heads of various factions convened, the atmosphere thick with gravity. They realized that they must swiftly devise a new strategy to thwart the machinations of the demon sect. Yet, the suspicions and conflicts among the factions acted like an invisible wall, impeding their collaboration. Jiu Qingyang took a deep breath, recognizing that he needed to take action. "Everyone," he began again, his tone resolute, "I understand that each of you harbors concerns. But now, we must set aside our prejudices and unite for the safety of the continent." His words resonated with conviction, striking like a hammer upon each heart. Just then, a disciple rushed in, breathless and pale, panic evident in their voice. "Report! The evil ritual of the demon sect has already begun." Before they could finish, they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Gu Qingyang's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." He sprang to his feet, a powerful aura emanating from him. "We must depart immediately for the site of the ritual." The others sensed the severity of the situation, rising to prepare for departure. However, just as they were about to leave, a strange aura suddenly enveloped the entire Valley of Dark Shadows. "Wait," a sect leader interjected, unease creeping into their voice. "What is this?" No sooner had they spoken than the ground began to tremble violently. Black light surging from beneath, intertwining in the air to form a colossal formation. Jiu Qingyang regarded the formation with a grave expression, muttering to himself, This is not." Chapter 44. The collapse of the dark scheme. The black light pulsated from the ground, distorting into a grotesque mockery of nature's beauty. A palpable sense of terror permeated the air. Even the very earth beneath their feet seemed to tremble in fear. Jiu Qingyang felt a chill crawl down his spine. This was no ordinary magic array. "This is the blood contract array," a voice screamed, filled with dread, An elder from a minor sect clutched their chest, their complexion ashen. It draws power from the sacrifices. Panic spread among the gathered cultivators. Whispers escalated into shouts, the carefully maintained formation beginning to unravel at the edges. Even the usually composed Qin Shuang pressed her lips into a thin line, her grip tightening around the hilt of her sword. Beside her, Chu Li stood vigilantly, her eyes scanning the ever-shifting patterns of the formation, a flicker of concern evident within her gaze. Jiu Qingyang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. He could feel the weight of their gazes upon him. Their unspoken pleas for help clear in their eyes. He recognized that they were all relying on him, this so-called savior, the one endowed with a miraculous system. Yet even he felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his stomach. "Silence," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the valley. The chaos subsided, replaced by a tense stillness. "We will act according to plan. Shuang, Li, follow me. We shall lead the charge. Elder son, your understanding of the formation is crucial. Guide us from the rear. The rest of you, heed their instructions. We shall dismantle this array and thwart the ritual. Do you understand?" His words were met with a chorus of resolute affirmations. He could see the fear in their eyes, but also an unwavering determination. He offered a reassuring nod, even though his heart raced wildly within his chest. He knew his words sounded more confident than he truly felt. He was merely putting on a brave front, praying that his false courage would not falter in the face of this terrifying unknown. As they advanced, the ground beneath them pulsated with a nauseating rhythm. Tendrils of dark energy slithered from the formation, striking at the cultivators with ferocity. When some inexperienced disciples were hit, their screams pierced the air as their bodies disintegrated into wisps of black smoke. This scene ignited a wave of despair among the cultivators. Lin Wan, the ever-compassionate healer, rushed forward to assist the F without a moment's hesitation. He swallowed the elixir of immortality. A surge of pure energy coursed through his veins, washing away fatigue and invigorating his spirit. Power, primal and untamed, pulsed within him. He felt unstoppable. Under Elder Sun's guidance, the cultivators strategically placed the array disruptors at critical points. The air crackled and trembled as the rhythmic pulse of the formation was disrupted for the first time. Gu Qingyang let out a thunderous roar and charged forward, encircled by a blazing aura of energy. He moved with a ferocity and speed he had never possessed before, each of his strikes shattering the dark tendrils that lashed out at him. He forged a path through the formation, with his allies closely following, inspired by his unwavering strength. As their combined assault shook the ground, the pulsing darkness of the array flickered and began to wane. The outer layers of the formation crumbled one after another, revealing a bizarre altar at its core, emanating malevolent energy. Standing before it, bathed in a sinister glow, was the leader of the demonic sect. A cruel smile distorting his lips. "So, the little heroes have finally arrived," he sneered, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity. "But you are too late. The ritual is nearly complete." The battle erupted with a deafening roar. Zhuangyu, her face a mask of icy determination, unleashed a flurry of ice shards that fell like raindrops upon the leader of the demonic sect. Lin Wan, while tending to the wounded, manipulated vines to ensnare the little demons surrounding them. Su Yao darted through the chaos, her movements unpredictable, disrupting the enemy's formation with meticulously placed explosive talismans. Qin Shuang, like a whirlwind of steel and fury, clashed with the elite guards of the demonic leader, each of her strikes imbued with chilling power. Chu Li, like a silent shadow, protected Gu Qingyang's flank, deflecting attacks with astonishing precision. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing swords, the roar of spells, and the shouts of allies and foes alike. The ground was stained red with the blood of fallen warriors. Despite the chaos, Gu Qingyang and his allies fought with unwavering resolve, their actions resembling a symphony of destruction. He could feel the elixir's potency surging within him, bestowing immeasurable strength. Locking eyes with the leader of the demonic sect, a cold fire burned in his gaze. "It ends now," he roared. He raised his hand, a dazzling light emanating from his palm. "Let us conclude this." Chapter 48. The demonic scheme shattered. A new journey awaits. A brilliant beam of light erupted from Gu Qingyang's palm, coalescing into a searing pure energy ray that struck the demonic altar like a meteor. The ground trembled violently, cracks spider webbing across the stone floor. The malevolent glow surrounding the leader of the demonic sect flickered and extinguished. The ritual interrupted at its climax. An enraged roar erupted from the leader's throat. "No, my plan is ruined." He lunged at Gu Qingyang, his attacks fueled by despair and fury. Yet, empowered by the elixir, Gu Qingyang met the assault head-on, their clash sending shockwaves through the chamber. The battle raged fiercely, light and shadow intertwining chaotically. Zhuang Yu's ice shards sliced through the air, disrupting the enemy's movements, while Lin Wan's healing energy sustained their allies in the fight. Su Yao whirled like a mischievous tempest, constantly unsettling the enemy lines, her laughter echoing across the bloody battlefield. Qin Shuang's blade danced with lethal grace, each strike reflecting her unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Chu Li remained vigilant, silently guarding Gu Qingyang, her movements swift and deadly. At last, with a desperate cry, the battered and bloodied leader of the demonic sect broke free from the encirclement. "This is not over, Gu Qingyang," he screamed, venomous hatred dripping from his voice. "I will return. When I do, I will soak this land in your blood." With a flash of dark energy, he vanished, leaving only the remnants of his shattered ambitions. The remaining demons, demoralized by their leader's defeat, were swiftly dispatched. The chamber fell silent, the only sounds being the heavy breaths of the survivors and the crackling of the dying flames. Despite the pain coursing through his body, Gu Qingyang felt invigorated as he surveyed the scene. The demonic scheme had been thwarted, and a great calamity averted. Yet, the leader's ominous words hung heavily in the air, a cold reminder that the battle was far from over. As the dust settled, the leaders of the various sects approached Gu Qingyang, their faces a blend of gratitude and awe. They expressed their thanks, acknowledging his pivotal role in the victory. Gu Qingyang humbly nodded, accepting their praise, his thoughts already shifting towards the future. "This victory is a testament to our collective efforts," he proclaimed, his voice laced with newfound authority. "Yet, the threat of the demonic sect persists. We must remain vigilant and prepare for the battles that lie ahead." He cast his gaze upon the shattered altar, curiosity flickering in his eyes. The ritual had been interrupted, yet the energy it had generated lingered, hinting at a power he could not yet comprehend. He sensed an opportunity, a chance to delve deeper into the mysteries of this world. "There is still much we do not understand," he murmured, his eyes fixed on the altar's remnants. "The secrets of this place must be unveiled." With a renewed sense of purpose, Gu Qingyang turned his attention to the ancient ruins beyond the chamber. A new adventure awaited, a new path beckoning, and he, along with his loyal companions, stood ready to embrace the unknown. Chapter 45. The ruins. The entrance to the ancient ruins loomed like the gaping maw of a colossal beast, foreboding and mysterious. The air was thick with dampness and decay, prompting an instinctive breath hold. At the threshold, ancient ruins glimmered with an ethereal light, as if harboring endless secrets. Zhuang Yu furrowed her delicate brows, gently tracing the runes with her slender fingers, attuning herself to the ancient power flowing within. She cast a glance back at her companions, a flicker of concern in her eyes, and softly cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. The aura here is quite peculiar." Lin Wan nodded slightly, gripping her staff tightly, a newfound seriousness gracing her gentle features. Just as Zhuang Yu prepared to lead the way into the ruins, a raucous commotion shattered the stillness of the entrance. Jiu Yin swaggered in, flanked by a troop of adventurers, a scornful grin plastered across his face. "Ah, if it isn't the beloved ones of Brother Qingyang. What, are you interested in this ruin too?" Gu Yin remarked with a mocking tone, his gaze flitting over the female protagonists before settling provocatively on Zhuang Yu. Laughter erupted from the adventurers behind him, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Zhuang Yu and her companions' expressions darkened. Although their strength was formidable, the number of adventurers led by Gu Yin was overwhelming, and each was exceptionally skilled. If a confrontation arose, they might find themselves at a disadvantage, especially with Gu Qingyang absent from their side. "Jiu Yin, what are you up to?" Qin Shuang asked coldly, her sword trembling slightly in her grip. Poised for action, Jiu Yin sneered, "What do I want? The treasures within these ruins naturally belong to those capable of seizing them. You little girls ought to head back to safety, lest you surrender your lives in vain. Just as both sides bristled with hostility, Zhuang Yu and the others steeled themselves and stepped into the ruins. Inside, the atmosphere was dim and deep, a labyrinthine complexity unfolding before them. Cautiously, they advanced, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. After traversing a short distance, Su Yao suddenly halted, pointing excitedly at an inconspicuous corner ahead. "I feel like there is something there," she exclaimed, dashing toward the corner on her own. Lin Wan, sensing a flicker of doubt, grasped Qin Shuang's sleeve and whispered, "Do you think Su Yao intends to claim the treasure for herself?" Qin Shuang's brow furrowed tightly. Though she remained silent, a hint of skepticism flickered in her eyes. Chu Li stood silently to the side, her hands clenched, revealing her inner unease. Just then, Su Yao returned, disappointment etched across her face. "There's nothing there," she lamented. Lin Wan and Qin Shuang exchanged glances, their doubts becoming more pronounced. Seeing their expressions, Su Yao protested, "I truly found nothing. Why don't you believe me?" The atmosphere among the group grew delicate, seeds of suspicion sown. In that moment, Zhuang Yu spoke up, "I believe Su Yao." She approached Su Yao, gently patting her shoulder in reassurance. "Don't mind their words. We are a team, and we should trust one another." Su Yao looked gratefully at Zhuang Yu, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. That moment, an unusual sound echoed from ahead. The noise grew increasingly closer, accompanied by the heavy thuds of footsteps, as if some colossal creature were approaching. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, gripping their weapons tightly, preparing to confront the impending challenge. Just then, a figure darted out from the depths of the labyrinth like a flash of lightning, landing firmly before them. It was Gu Qingyang, his face adorned with the same relaxed smile as always. As if he had everything under control. "Qingyang," the women exclaimed in delight, their anxious hearts finally at ease. Gu Qingyang scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering for a moment on Su Yao's slightly aggrieved expression, before shifting to Lin Wan and Qin Shuang, smiling as he inquired, "What has transpired?" Lin Wan and Qin Shuang recounted the events that had just unfolded, expressing their doubts about Su Yao. Upon hearing their account, Gu Qingyang did not immediately offer his opinion. Instead, he retrieved a compass emanating a soft glow from his storage ring. "This is the treasure-seeking compass I obtained in the sign in space. It can detect treasures within a 100-mile radius," he explained, directing the compass towards the direction Su Yao had indicated earlier. The needle of the compass slowly rotated, eventually settling on a blank scale, yielding no response. "It appears there truly are no treasures there," Gu Qingyang stated calmly, his tone imbued with an undeniable certainty. Upon witnessing this, Lin Wan and Qin Shuang's faces displayed expressions of guilt. They had not anticipated that they had wronged Su Yao. Their hearts brimming with remorse, Su Yao, in turn, cast a grateful glance at Gu Qingyang, her grievances dissipating. Gu Qingyang's arrival not only quelled the suspicions within the group, but also instilled a greater sense of faith in his strength and wisdom. He resembled a stabilizing anchor amid the turmoil, providing a semblance of safety for them in the perilous ruins. Just as the group was about to proceed, a massive stone suddenly obstructed the passage ahead. Gu Yin, accompanied by a contingent of followers, stood at the other end of the corridor, a sinister smile gracing his face. "Qingyang brother, what a coincidence, we meet again," Gu Yin said with a mocking tone, his voice laced with provocation. "What do you mean by this, Gu Yin?" Qin Shuang retorted angrily, her sword clanging ominously. "Oh, nothing much. I merely wish to engage in a game with Qingyang brother," Gu Yin replied. Snapping his fingers, instantly, the explorers behind him dispersed, setting various traps and obstacles throughout the maze to hinder Gu Qingyang and his companions' advance. "Gu Yin, you are courting death." Gu Qingyang's eyes turned icy, a powerful aura erupting from him, causing the surrounding air to feel almost suffocating. Rather than being intimidated, Gu Yan's excitement only intensified. "Qingyang brother, no need to be angry. The game has only just begun," he said, vanishing into the depths of the maze. With a cold snort, Gu Qingyang turned to his companions and commanded, "Follow closely." He then dashed into the labyrinth, his figure weaving through the traps and obstacles with ghostly speed, leaving everyone astonished. Qin Shuang gazed at Gu Qingyang's composed figure, Her eyes filled with admiration. She hastened to his side and softly declared, "Qingyang, I will always support you." Feeling Qin Shuang's trust warmed his heart, Gu Qingyang turned to her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just then, a thunderous noise erupted ahead. "Be careful." After the deafening crash, dust filled the art. Jiu Qingyang swiftly shielded Qin Shuang behind him, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. As the dust settled, they beheld the passage ahead collapsed, rubble blocking their path, while Gu Yan's subordinates, like lurking serpents, sprang from the shadows, launching a fierce attack. Qin Shuang, observing Gu Qingyang's broad back, felt a surge of warmth within her. She understood that no matter the dangers that lay ahead, as long as he was present, she would fear nothing. Gripping her sword tightly, her gaze resolute, she prepared to fight alongside him. Chu Li swiftly engaged the enemy, her movements light and agile, akin to a nimble swallow. Her dagger glinting as she weaved through the throng of foes, each strike precise and decisive. However, the sheer number of adversaries began to overwhelm her, and she accumulated several wounds. "Lear, be careful," Lin Wan cried out, waving her staff, casting healing light upon Chu Li to mend her injuries. Just as Chu Li neared her breaking point, Gu Qingyang joined the fray. His form was like that of a dragon, his strikes rapid and powerful. He employed a unique skill, golden light gathering in his palm to form a colossal energy sphere, which he hurled at the enemy ranks. With a resounding boom, the energy sphere detonated, a powerful shockwave scattering the foes, their screams echoing in the aftermath. Jiu Yan's face paled, astonished at the formidable strength Gu Qingyang displayed. "Damn it!" He gritted his teeth, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. The other female protagonists beamed with satisfaction at this development, while Su Yao clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Qingyang is amazing." Unfazed by Gu Yan's astonishment, Gu Qingyang continued to strike down the remaining enemies one by one. After the battle concluded, he approached Chu Li, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" Chu Li shook her head, gratitude in her eyes. "I'm fine. Thank you, Da." Jiu Qingyang smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward the collapsed passage ahead. He sensed a powerful fluctuation of energy emanating from deep within the ruins. Could it be the location of the crucial treasure? At that moment, he detected an unusual aura, and as he whirled around, he caught only a glimpse of Gu Yan disappearing around a corner in the maze, leaving behind a chilling proclamation. "Gu Qingyang, this is merely the beginning." Jiu Qingyang narrowed his eyes, aware that Gu Yan, having suffered a setback, would not relent easily. What schemes might he devise next? He looked to his companions. "Let us proceed." Leading the way down another passage, he failed to notice that this route felt eerily familiar. Chapter 46. Entangled in the labyrinth, breaking the trap, the corridor twisted and turned, resembling a colossal serpent devouring their progress. After traversing for quite some time, Gu Qingyang and his companions realized that the surroundings felt oddly reminiscent. The grayish stone walls, the cold touch, and the faint scent of decay mirrored the path they had previously traversed. "Have we somehow circled back?" Su Yao's voice trembled, her whimsical features now etched with unease. Zhuang Yu furrowed her brows, her delicate hand brushing against the icy stone wall, the familiar roughness sending a chill through her heart. "How can this be possible? We have been moving forward all this time." A grave expression crossed Qin Shuang's striking face as she unsheathed her long sword, its tip carving a deep mark into the ground. "I remember this place. We have been here before." Lin Wan sighed softly, attempting to ease the tension. "Everyone, do not panic. Perhaps it merely looks similar." Yet her uncertain tone betrayed her inner apprehension. Chu Li silently guarded the rear, vigilantly observing their surroundings, remaining wordless. She keenly sensed the unsettling atmosphere permeating the air. "This is Gu Yan's trap," Su Yao asserted angrily, her eyes flashing with rage. "He must be utilizing some formation to ensnare us here. But how do we break free?" Zhuang Yu asked anxiously, and no one could provide an answer. They felt akin to prey ensnared in a spider's web, struggling futilely to escape. As time progressed, the resources they carried began to dwindle, food and water became precious commodities, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The suspicions that had previously arisen over the distribution of treasures now spread like wild weeds, infiltrating the hearts of each individual. Su Yao, did you secretly hide something earlier? Qin Shuang's tone was frigid. Her gaze sharp as it pierced through Su Yao's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. I did not. I have hidden nothing. Even now, you still wish to conceal the truth. Qin Shuang pressed relentlessly. Her long sword humming ominously in her grip. Enough. Lin Wan interjected, her gentle countenance revealing a hint of fatigue. This is not the time for internal strife. We should unite and seek a way out together. However, her persuasion bore little fruit. Once the seeds of suspicion are sown, they take root with alarming swiftness, devouring all trust and hope. Jiyu Qingyang remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. In times past, he would have devised a strategy to lead everyone out of peril. Yet this time, he appeared unusually reticent, even somewhat despondent. He watched helplessly as the group disintegrated, as doubt and mistrust spread among them like wildfire. At that moment, a sound of footsteps echoed from afar. Growing ever clearer as they approached, the crowd turned warily towards the source of the noise, and soon the figure of Gu Yin materialized at the end of the passage, flanked by several subordinates. Each wearing a mocking expression, Jiyu Yin regarded the beleaguered Gu Qingyang and his companions, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. Jiyu Qingyang, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? He paused, retrieving a pile of resources from his storage ring and carelessly tossing them onto the ground. Consider this a parting gift. Jiyu Qingyang's gaze fell upon the resources, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He slowly spoke a phrase that left everyone momentarily dumbfounded. This is insufficient. His actions were akin to casting a boulder into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through the crowd. Even Gu Yin was taken aback, while his subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had misheard. What did you say? Gu Yin narrowed his eyes, looking at Gu Qingyang as if he were a fool. You intend to share your resources with us? Have you lost your mind? Gu Qingyang smiled faintly, disregarding Gu Yan's derision, and instead produced some precious medicinal herbs and spirit stones from his storage ring. Presenting them before Gu Yin, surely, this should suffice to convey my sincerity? Gu Yan's eyes glinted with avarice as he beheld the resources. Despite his skepticism regarding Gu Qingyang's motives, the allure of these resources was undeniable. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out to accept them, a smug smile spreading across his face. Jiyu Qingyang, it seems you are not as clever as you think to make such a foolish decision. His subordinates echoed their agreement, deriding Gu Qingyang as if he were already theirs to claim. They lowered their guard and began to divide the resources Gu Qingyang had bestowed, with some even mocking his perceived cowardice and folly. Boss is brilliant. This kid must be terrified to surrender his resources so readily. Indeed, challenging our leader is akin to seeking one's own demise. With these resources, we will surely uncover the treasure of the ruins faster. Amidst the cacophony of their jeers, Gu Qingyang maintained a serene smile, as though all of this unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Observing the triumphant Gu Yin and his cohorts, he inwardly chuckled. At that moment, an ancient parchment suddenly appeared in Gu Qingyang's hand. This parchment was none other than the map of the ruins, acquired through a recent signing in the space. It dawned on him that he had foreseen Gu Yan's reaction. His feigned submission and the distribution of resources were deliberate ploys to lull them into complacency, granting him precious time to procure the labyrinth's map. Jiyu Qingyang discreetly tucked the map away and addressed Gu Yin. Gu Yin, I appreciate your generosity. Now, it is my turn to reciprocate. As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from him, engulfing the entire passage in an instant. His gaze sharpened, akin to a drawn sword, aimed directly at Gu Yin. Now, the game is over. Before Gu Yin and his subordinates could fully comprehend the shift, they were overwhelmed by Gu Qingyang's sudden outburst of energy. Realization struck them. They had fallen for his ruse. Gu Qingyang took a decisive step forward, his figure vanishing like a wraith, only to reappear before Gu Yin, a shimmering longsword materializing in his hand. Jiyu Yin stared in terror at Gu Qingyang. His voice caught in his throat, unable to utter a sound. In a flash, the blade gleamed, and blood sprayed forth. Jiyu Yan's scream echoed through the passage, filled with dread and despair. Gu Qingyang stood poised. Emanating a fearsome killing intent, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. He looked down at the fallen Gu Yin and coldly stated, "Did you truly believe I would continue to tolerate you?" He turned to his companions, his eyes softening with warmth. Zhuangyu, witnessing Gu Qingyang's wisdom and decisiveness, gazed at him with adoration, hurrying to his side and entwining her arm with his, feeling her gentle presence. Gu Qingyang's heart swelled with a protective instinct. He gazed down at Zhuangyu and spoke softly, "It is all right." Lin Wan, Su Yao, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li gathered around, their eyes reflecting admiration and gratitude. "Qingyang, you are truly remarkable," Su Yao exclaimed excitedly. "I knew you would find a solution," Lin Wan added gently. Despite her silence, Qin Shuang's eyes conveyed a hint of appreciation. Chu Li remained steadfastly by Gu Qingyang's side, her gaze filled with tenderness and concern. Gu Qingyang surveyed his companions, warmth flooding his heart. He understood that, regardless of the challenges they faced, they would remain by his side. He lifted his gaze towards the depths ahead, a glimmer of determination igniting within his eyes. "Let us proceed." Deep within the passage, something seemed to be awaiting them. "Wait," Chu Li suddenly interjected, her voice soft yet laced with an imperceptible tremor. "I sense." Before she could finish, an immense pressure surged forth from the depths of the passage, accompanied by a low, rumbling growl that caused the ground to tremble slightly. The expressions of the group shifted. Clenching their weapons tightly, they remained vigilant as they peered into the shadows of the passage. Zhuangyu, feeling Gu Qingyang's wisdom and resolve, gripped his arm tightly, as though wishing to meld into him. Gu Qingyang, sensing her delicate form against him, felt an overwhelming urge to protect. He gently patted Zhuangyu's hand, whispering, "Do not fear, I am here." His voice, though soft, carried a reassuring strength. A deafening roar erupted again. As a colossal figure emerged at the end of the passage, it was a monstrous beast, its body sheathed in black scales, eyes glowing with a sinister crimson light, exuding an oppressive force, the guardian of the ruins. Upon witnessing the guardian's emergence, Gu Yin, far from being frightened, broke into a grotesque grin. "Ha ha! Gu Qingyang, did you think you had triumphed? Now, we shall all perish." In a fit of rage, he launched another assault. A massive battle axe appearing in his hands, slicing through the air toward Gu Qingyang with lethal intent. "Protect Qingyang!" Qin Shuang shouted, her long sword sweeping forth to conjure an ice wall that intercepted Gu Yan's strike. Lin Wan quickly activated the mechanisms within the ruins, unleashing a barrage of arrows that rained down upon Gu Yan's subordinates, leaving them scrambling for cover. Su Yao diligently sought clues to unravel the maze, confident that discovering the correct path would allow them to evade the guardian and unveil the treasure. Chu Li, ever vigilant, remained by Gu Qingyang's side, her dagger glinting with lethal promise, ready to respond to any unforeseen threats. Together, Gu Qingyang and the 5 heroines repelled Gu Yan's assaults. They shifted tactics seamlessly, alternating between offense and defense, rendering Gu Yan's strategy inscrutable. Zhuangyu's swordplay was graceful and ethereal, Lin Wan's mechanistic prowess unpredictable. Su Yao's formations profoundly intricate, Qin Shuang's strikes fierce and relentless, and Chu Li's stealthy assassinations utterly unforeseen. These 5 distinct forces coalesced to form an impenetrable barrier. As the fierce battle raged on, Gu Qingyang and his allies gradually gained the upper hand. Jiu Yan's subordinates, seeing their leader falter, succumbed to panic. They had anticipated an easy acquisition of the treasure, only to find themselves ensnared in this dire predicament. "Damn it!" Gu Yin bellowed, swinging his axe once more, a colossal arc cleaving toward Gu Qingyang. Jiu Qingyang nimbly dodged the attack, his long sword transforming into a streak of lightning that pierced Gu Yan's chest. Thud! The blade breached Gu Yan's defenses, blood erupting forth. Jiu Yin clutched his chest, pallor washing over his face, eyes brimming with defiance. "I refuse to accept this." Gu Qingyang paid no heed to Gu Yan's lamentations, his gaze shifting towards the depths of the passage, a solemn expression crossing his features. Though he had temporarily thwarted Gu Yan's onslaught, the labyrinth's enigma remained unsolved, and the guardian's presence loomed ever closer. He unfurled the parchment, studying it intently in the dim light, his finger finally resting upon an inconspicuous mark. "This way," Jiu Qingyang spoke in a low voice, taking the lead as he walked towards a dimly lit passage. Zhuang Yu closely followed, her hand instinctively tightening its grip. Chapter 47. The radiance of treasure shines forth. The crisis finally breaks. The dark corridor wound its way downward, the air thick with an ancient and mysterious aura. Gu Qingyang held a parchment, cautiously leading the way by the faint light it provided. Behind him, Zhuang Yu followed closely, her heartbeat rising and falling in rhythm with his steps. This unknown path seemed to symbolize their intertwined fates. Lin Wan meticulously observed the walls on either side of the passage, trying to uncover any hidden mechanisms. Su Yao bounced along in the middle of the group, occasionally gasping in wonder, seemingly brimming with curiosity about everything around her. Qin Shuang gripped her sword tightly, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings, ever prepared to confront any sudden dangers. Chu Li silently guarded the rear of the group, her figure flickering like a wraith. At last, a massive stone door appeared at the end of the passage, intricately carved with complex runes that radiated a faint golden glow. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath and slowly pushed the stone door open. Behind it lay a spacious chamber, at the center of which floated a dazzling orb, surrounded by intricate prohibitions. The orb's light illuminated the entire chamber, and the murals carved on the walls appeared vivid and lifelike, as if narrating an ancient legend. "This is the treasure we seek," Su Yao exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. However, Qin Shuang furrowed her brow, stating, "The prohibitions appear quite complex. Obtaining the orb may not be easy." Lin Wan nodded in agreement, adding, "Moreover, we remain unaware of the orb's true function. Recklessly touching it could invoke danger." Just then, Gu Yan and his subordinates arrived at the chamber. Upon seeing the orb, a glint of greed flashed in Gu Yan's eyes. "Ha! Truly, I have traversed endless paths only to find this treasure without effort. This orb belongs to me." Gu Yan's subordinates clamored in agreement, exuding an air of arrogance as if the orb were already theirs. Seeing this, Zhuang Yu and the others felt a wave of concern wash over them. Though their strength was formidable, they felt somewhat powerless against such a formidable adversary. "How shall we divide it?" Qin Shuang asked coldly, her gaze sweeping over the group before finally landing on Gu Qingyang. Lin Wan chimed in, "Indeed, there is only one orb. How should we allocate it?" Su Yao crossed her arms. Her expression displeased as she declared, "I discovered the orb first. It should rightfully belong to me." Qin Shuang and Lin Wan immediately countered, and the atmosphere within the team grew tense. Chu Li stood silently to the side, not uttering a word, though concern filled her eyes. Gu Qingyang surveyed the chaotic scene before him, feeling a sense of helplessness. He retrieved an ancient stone tablet from his spatial ring, upon which were inscribed obscure characters. "This," Gu Qingyang pointed to the text on the tablet and spoke slowly, "is the allocation rule for the treasure." The ancient inscriptions shimmered with an unusual brilliance under the orb's light. Gu Qingyang translated the contents of the tablet. "This treasure is known as the Star Soul Orb, which harbors immense celestial power and can aid individuals in comprehending the laws of the stars, thereby enhancing their cultivation. However, the energy of the Star Soul Orb is vast and requires 5 individuals to refine it together in order to absorb its essence. Furthermore, the 5 must possess complementary attributes to achieve optimal results." Upon hearing this, silence fell over the group. The requirement to refine it together indicated they would need to cooperate, and the need for complementary attributes further restricted their choices. Gu Yan sneered, "What nonsense rules? This orb is clearly mine." With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately encircled the group, ready to seize the orb by force. Gu Qingyang's expression darkened at this sight. "Gu Yan, do you intend to make an enemy of us?" Gu Yan disdainfully glanced at him. "Make an enemy of you? What do you amount to? If you know what is good for you, get lost quickly, or don't blame me for being rude. It seems you prefer punishment over courtesy." A glint of coldness flashed in Gu Qingyang's eyes. Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li all stood beside Gu Qingyang, their gazes resolute, showing no signs of fear. "Qingyang, we trust you," Zhuang Yu said softly, her eyes brimming with faith. The other women nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Gu Qingyang's decisions. A faint smile appeared on Gu Qingyang's lips as he turned back to the stone tablet and continued to interpret the next piece of information. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 elements generate and restrain one another. Only with a balanced force of the 5 elements can the true power of the Star Soul Orb be unlocked. Jiyu Qingyang surveyed the group. Formulating a plan in his mind, he pointed at Zhuangyu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li, slowly stating, Zhuangyu, you cultivate wood attribute techniques. Lin Wan, you practice water attribute techniques. Su Yao, you harness fire attribute techniques. Qin Shuang, you wield metal attribute techniques. And Chu Li, you cultivate earth attribute techniques. Your 5 attributes complement one another perfectly, enabling you to jointly refine the Star Soul Orb. Upon hearing Gu Qingyang's words, the 5 women exhibited expressions of astonishment. They had not anticipated that Gu Qingyang was so well informed about their cultivation statuses. Qingyang, Zhuangyu's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Jiyu Qingyang smiled slightly. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Gu Yin, overhearing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. He had not expected Gu Qingyang to truly devise a method for allocating the treasure, and such a method was remarkably sound. He shot Gu Qingyang a fierce glare before leading his subordinates away in defeat. Gu Qingyang observed Gu Yan's retreating figure, a cold smile gracing his lips. He turned to the 5 women and declared, All right, let us begin. Just as everyone prepared to take the Star Soul Orb, the ground suddenly shook violently. The stone platform in the center of the chamber began to crack, and a colossal figure slowly emerged from the depths below. It was covered in hard scales, exuding a terrifying pressure, and its blood-red eyes fixated on the group, unleashing a deafening roar. Who dares disturb my slumber? The guardian of the ruins had appeared. The guardian, resembling a giant lizard, was clad in bronze-colored scales that radiated an oppressive aura. Its crimson eyes swept across the group, and with a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames, hurtling towards Gu Qingyang and the others. Scatter! Gu Qingyang shouted, his figure flashing as he evaded the fiery onslaught. The other 5 women reacted swiftly, each employing their agility to dodge the deadly attack. The flames collided with the stone wall, producing a thunderous explosion and sending debris flying. Jiyu Yin and his followers, caught off guard, were hurled back by the shockwave, left in a disheveled state. Damn it! Why is this beast so powerful? Gu Yin cursed, dread filling his heart. The guardian of the ruins let out a deafening roar, its massive form charging towards Gu Qingyang and the others. Its enormous claws swiped through the air, conjuring fierce winds that were nearly impossible to withstand. Qin Shuang, brandishing her sword, cried out, Metal Light Sword Formation. Countless sword energies descended like raindrops, striking the guardian's scales, yet only producing sparks without inflicting any harm. Its defenses were too formidable. Regular attacks were ineffective against it. Qin Shuang's brows furrowed in anxiety. I'll give it a try, Su Yao exclaimed, forming seals with her hands. A fiery phoenix apparition emerged behind her, radiating intense heat as it surged towards the guardian. However, when the phoenix collided with the guardian, it was as if a cow had plunged into the sea, causing no damage whatsoever. Infuriating. Su Yao stomped her foot in frustration, her proud fire attribute attack yielding no effect against the guardian. Amidst the battle with the guardian, Gu Qingyang keenly discerned its weakness, a dark red scale located on its abdomen. This scale was darker than the others, seemingly possessing relatively weaker defenses. Everyone, target the dark red scale on its abdomen. Gu Qingyang shouted, deftly dodging the guardian's strikes while directing the others. Upon hearing Gu Qingyang's command, the 5 women immediately comprehended his intent. They unleashed their powers, concentrating their attacks on the dark red scale. Zhuangyu's would attribute energy transformed into vines, ensnaring the guardian's limbs and restricting its movements. Lin Wan's water attribute energy morphed into ice spikes, relentlessly assaulting the dark red scale. Su Yao's fire attribute energy manifested as fireballs, striking the guardian's abdomen. Qin Shuang's metal attribute energy coalesced into sharp blades, accurately piercing the dark red scale. And Chu Li's earth attribute energy formed earthen walls, shielding the group from the guardian's counterattacks, buying precious time for her companions. Under the combined assault, the dark red scale finally began to crack. The guardian of the ruins emitted a pained roar, its attacks becoming even more frenzied. Jiyu Qingyang recognized the opportunity and took a deep breath, channeling all his energy as he delivered a powerful punch to the already cracked scale. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the dark crimson scales shattered, revealing a gaping wound on the Guardian's abdomen, from which blood gushed forth. The Guardian let out a heart-wrenching scream, its colossal form crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, Gu Qingyang and the others were seized with terror. Turning to flee in a panic, however, they refrained from pursuing, knowing that their gains from this encounter were already more than sufficient, as the group prepared to depart the ruins with their treasures. Zhuang Yu suddenly sensed something amiss as they passed through a narrow passage. She cautiously halted, urging the others to wait. Chapter 48. A turning point, Zhuang Yu's delicate brows furrowed as she subtly raised a slender hand, signaling for everyone to stop. An inexplicable chill crept up her spine, spreading throughout her body and causing her to shudder involuntarily. "Wait," she whispered, her voice betraying a barely detectable tremor. Lin Wan approached her with concern, asking, "What's wrong, Zhuang Yu? Is something amiss?" Zhuang Yu shook her head, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. The rough stone walls flanking the narrow passage were etched with ancient runes, appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. "I can't quite articulate it, but I feel something is off," Xu Yao, clutching an archaic box, said impatiently. "Oh, stop being so paranoid. Let us hasten our departure. This place gives me the creeps." Qin Shuang concurred. Indeed, it would be wise to leave quickly to avoid unnecessary complications. Only Chu Li stood quietly behind Gu Qingyang, gripping her dagger tightly and watchfully surveying their surroundings. Just then, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, and before anyone could react, numerous sharp spikes shot out from the walls, raining down like a storm of daggers. "Be careful," Gu Qingyang shouted, yanking Qin Shuang behind him. Taken by surprise, her arm was grazed by a spike, instantly leaving a trail of blood. "Qin Shuang," Gu Qingyang exclaimed in distress, guilt flooding his heart as he observed her wound. "I'm fine," Qin Shuang replied, shaking her head and suppressing her pain. "It's merely a scratch." The sight of her injury rendered the other women's expressions grave. They understood that this was no ordinary trap, but rather a deliberate ambush. "Damn it, it's Gu Yin," Su Yao gritted her teeth. "He must have set this up while we were leaving." Lin Wan looked anxiously at Gu Qingyang. "What should we do now? We're trapped here." The passage was narrow, and the spikes were densely packed, leaving them nowhere to hide. As the spikes drew closer, despair filled their hearts. In this critical moment, Gu Qingyang suddenly recalled something. "Sign in," he silently urged himself. "Ding! Congratulations, host. Sign in successful. You have obtained a defensive barrier." Elation surged within him as he unhesitatingly activated the barrier. A translucent shield materialized around the group, blocking all the spikes from reaching them. They collectively exhaled in relief, the joy of survival washing over them. "Thank goodness you're here." Zhuang Yu looked at Gu Qingyang, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Don't celebrate too soon." A chilling voice echoed from the depths of the passage. The transparent barrier shimmered, effectively repelling the relentless barrage of spikes. The clanging sounds of impact resonated, resembling a death knell. Inside the barrier, the group remained in shock, their relief abruptly frozen by the sudden turn of events. A sinister laughter reverberated through the narrow corridor, akin to a venomous serpent's hiss. Gu Yin's figure emerged slowly from the shadows, flanked by several menacing subordinates, each exuding a palpable aura of malice. "Jiu Qingyang, do you truly believe that hiding within your little shell will grant you escape?" Gu Yin sneered, his eyes gleaming with avarice. "Hand over the treasures you acquired in the ruins, and I might consider granting you a swift end." His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, as if he held the power over life and death. The menacing figures behind him grew increasingly arrogant, with one stepping forward to point at Gu Qingyang, brazenly declaring, "Our boss is giving you a chance. If you're wise, surrender the goods immediately," or else he mimicked a throat-slitting gesture, his eyes glinting with malice. Lin Wan and Su Yao's faces turned pale as they huddled closer together, trembling slightly. Though Qin Shuang attempted to maintain her composure, her clenched fists and quivering lips betrayed her anxiety. Chu Li remained silently positioned behind Gu Qingyang, her grip on the dagger tightening, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Gu Yin and his lackeys. Zhuang Yu nestled closely beside Gu Qingyang, looking up at him with eyes full of trust and reliance, as if his presence could dispel any danger. Jiu Qingyang gently patted Zhuang Yue's shoulder, offering her a reassuring glance before turning to face Gu Yin. A hint of disdain curving his lips. Jiu Yin, do you truly believe that these pitiful trinkets can ensnare me? His tone was calm, yet it radiated formidable confidence. You underestimate me far too much. As soon as his words fell, a radiant long sword appeared in his hand, emanating a brilliant golden light, with a faint dragon's roar echoing from its blade. What is this? Gu Yin's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld the long sword in Gu Qingyang's grasp. His subordinates instinctively retreated, their eyes filled with dread. They recognized the legendary artifact, the Dragon Roar Sword. Today, you shall witness the might of the Dragon Roar Sword. Gu Qingyang bellowed, swinging the sword fiercely. A flash of golden light erupted, and a razor-sharp sword aura surged forth, hurtling directly towards Gu Yan. Jiu Yin's complexion paled as he hastily raised his weapon to defend himself. With a resounding crash, his weapon shattered under the force of the sword aura, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Jiu Yin struggled to rise, but found himself gravely injured, utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Jiu Qingyang advanced step by step towards him, the Dragon Roar sword glowing brilliantly, resembling the scythe of death, poised above Gu Yin's head. Now, do you still think you can seize my possessions? Gu Qingyang's voice was frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of the underworld. Gu Yin's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with terror as he opened his mouth to speak. Yet no words escaped his lips. Wait! A feeble voice called from the depths of the passage. The frail voice trembled with fear as it emerged, revealing an elderly man in tattered clothing, his pallor stark and his steps unsteady, as though he might collapse at any moment. The old man approached Gu Yin, trembling as he helped him to his feet, concern etched upon his face. Yinner, are you all right? Gu Yin weakly shook his head, pointing at Gu Qingyang with gritted teeth. Grandfather, kill him, avenge me, the old man, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to Gu Qingyang, a flicker of clarity flashing in his murky eyes. He ignored Gu Yin's plea, instead speaking slowly, young man, one should show mercy. When grievances are settled. When will it end? Perhaps it would be better to cease hostilities here. Gu Qingyang regarded the old man with a cold smile. This old fool was clearly stalling for time, likely gathering strength for a sudden strike. Zhuang Yu clung tightly to Gu Qingyang, her eyes filled with trust and dependence. Jiu Qingyang gently patted her shoulder, offering her an assuring gaze as he whispered, "Do not fear. I will handle everything." His tone was resolute, as if it could dispel all fears. At that moment, Gu Yin's subordinates launched their attack, prompting Chu Li and Qin Shuang to spring into battle. The enemy outnumbered them and appeared well prepared. A cacophony of clashing blades and war cries filling the air. Chu Li and Qin Shuang fought in perfect harmony, their movements swift and precise, momentarily fending off the onslaught. Observing this, Gu Yin personally joined the fray, his formidable strength and ruthless techniques bringing forth a lethal aura with every strike. As the battle intensified, Chu Li and Qin Shuang began to struggle. Their breaths grew labored, trickles of sweat forming on their brows. Lin Wan and Su Yao prepared to join the fight, Lin Wan's hands glowing as she readied an array for assistance, while Su Yao retrieved various strange projectiles, poised to strike. Amidst Gu Yin's overwhelming assault, Gu Qingyang chose not to intervene immediately. His gaze was sharp, calmly assessing the battlefield for the opportune moment. As he observed Chu Li and Qin Shuang's techniques becoming increasingly disordered and their movements sluggish, he realized that waiting any longer was not an option. Jiu Qingyang inhaled deeply, a resolute glimmer flashing in his eyes. He discreetly activated the sign in space, seeking a means of counteraction. The prompt echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, sign in successful. You have obtained the Nine Heavens mysterious thunder technique. Would you like to begin cultivating it immediately? Overjoyed, Gu Qingyang recognized that the Nine Heavens mysterious thunder technique was a powerful lightning attribute skill that would grant him mastery over the very forces of nature. However, glancing at Chu Li and Qin Shuang, still embroiled in their fierce battle, he understood that cultivation required time, and they needed his support urgently. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, Commence Cultivation. Chapter 49. The Array of Defeat. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, his entire being resonating with spiritual energy. The Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder art required one to draw the power of heavenly thunder into the body. A slight misstep could lead to the shattering of one's meridians. Yet at this moment, he had no alternative. He sat cross-legged, fingers weaving intricate seals, silently reciting the mental formula in an attempt to commune with the thunderous forces of heaven and earth. Still trying to conjure illusions. Gu Yin scoffed. Having discerned Gu Qingyang's intentions, he would naturally not permit Gu Qingyang this opportunity. With a swift motion of his blade, a fierce gust of sword energy surged toward Gu Qingyang. "Be careful, brother Qingyang," Lin Wan exclaimed in alarm, her hands deftly altering the incantations, conjuring a green luminescent barrier that barely deflected the oncoming sword energy. "Humph! Mere parlor tricks," Gu Yin sneered, disdain evident on his lips as he swung his blade again, unleashing a torrent of sword energy upon Gu Qingyang. Lin Wan's complexion grew increasingly pale, as maintaining the barrier consumed much of her spiritual energy. "Waner, I shall assist you," Su Yao cried out, launching silver needles that repelled several advancing foes, simultaneously tossing a talisman that transformed into shimmering starlight, reinforcing Lin Wan's shield, fortifying it further. Qin Shuang and Chu Li also valiantly resisted the attacks of other adversaries, yet their gazes remained anxiously fixed upon Gu Qingyang, their hearts brimming with trepidation. They understood that should Gu Qingyang fail to successfully cultivate the Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder art, their fates today would likely be dire. Gu Yan's subordinates, witnessing the siege upon Gu Qingyang, erupted into raucous jeers. "That brat is doomed. How foolish to oppose our boss. Indeed, our boss is a mid-stage martial sovereign, while this kid is merely at the early stage. He stands no chance. Once our boss deals with this brat, we shall capture these few girls and enjoy ourselves." Hearing the foul taunts of his subordinates, Gu Yan's face blossomed with pride. He advanced step by step toward Gu Qingyang, murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. "Brat, prepare to die." While deftly evading the attacks, Gu Qingyang strained to maintain his cultivation state. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, his complexion paling further. To summon the thunderous energies of heaven and earth was no simple task. Even the slightest miscalculation could lead to irreversible consequences. Just as Gu Yan's strike was about to land on Gu Qingyang, he suddenly felt a powerful force surge into his being. He abruptly opened his eyes, lightning flickering within them. "I did it," Gu Qingyang exclaimed softly. With a flash of lightning enveloping him, he resembled a deity descended from the heavens. In an instant, he propelled himself toward Gu Yin with blinding speed, condensing a sphere of lightning in his hand, which he struck fiercely against Gu Yan's chest. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Gu Yin was sent soaring, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth. He stared incredulously at Gu Qingyang, his eyes filled with terror. He could not fathom how the Gu Qingyang he had been suppressing moments ago could transform into such a formidable force in an instant. Gu Yan's subordinates, witnessing their leader's defeat, became panicked, retreating hastily, no longer daring to take a step forward. Their earlier bravado evaporated, replaced by profound fear. "Boss, we must flee. This brat is too sinister," one of the subordinates shouted in panic. "Useless fools," Gu Yin roared, struggling to rise, his eyes filled with resentment. How could a mid-stage martial sovereign like him be defeated by a mere early-stage kid? This was a blow to his pride. Gu Qingyang approached Gu Yin step by step, each footfall seeming to press upon Gu Yan's heart, suffocating him with pressure. "What do you want?" Gu Yin stammered, voice quivering with fear. Gu Qingyang regarded him coldly, icy glints dancing in his eyes. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why the fear now?" With that, Gu Qingyang struck again, delivering a powerful punch to Gu Yan's abdomen, sending him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Unconscious. As the crowd witnessed Gu Yan's defeat, they collectively sighed in relief, believing the crisis had been averted. However, just then, Lin Wan's voice shattered this fleeting calm. "Qingyang, we have only one Xian Yuan Dan. How shall we divide it?" Lin Wan looked at Gu Qingyang, her tone calm yet laced with an imperceptible firmness. The Xian Yuan Dan was the most crucial treasure discovered during this exploration, capable of aiding a martial sovereign in breaking through to the martial saint realm. With only one available, it meant that but one person could benefit. Once these words were spoken, the atmosphere became subtly charged. The previously jubilant spirits of the group grew heavy. Qin Shuang spoke first. The Xian Yuan Dan should be mine. My cultivation has reached the pinnacle of martial sovereign. I am but a step away from breaking through to martial saint. If I consume the Xian Yuan Dan, I can immediately advance, which would greatly benefit our future endeavors. Though Chu Li remained silent, her eyes revealed her yearning. Having silently protected the team, her sacrifices were no less than anyone else's. She too longed for an elevation in strength to better safeguard the group. Su Yao appeared quite aggrieved, murmuring softly, I want it too. In an instant, divisions regarding the use of the Xian Yuan Dan emerged within the team, and the atmosphere tensed once more. Yu Qingyang gazed at the unfolding situation. Feeling a headache coming on, he had initially believed that resolving the issue with Gu Yin would alleviate the crisis, yet a far greater conflict had erupted within the team. Su Yao tugged at Gu Qingyang's sleeve, looking at him with doe-like eyes, reminiscent of a wounded fawn, hoping he would resolve the dilemma. Seeing Su Yao's expression stirred compassion within Gu Qingyang. Yaoer, do not fret. I shall find a fair solution. He gently patted her head, his voice soothing. His gaze swept across the other female protagonists. Their expressions varied, some hopeful, some anxious, and others subtly dejected. He understood that the Xian Yuan Dan was of paramount importance to them all, each yearning for its benefits. Everyone, Gu Qingyang spoke solemnly, I recognize the significance of the Xian Yuan Dan to us, but we are a team and should advance or retreat together. I have an idea that may resolve this matter. He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. I recall seeing a formation called Hua Yuan Zhen in the sign in space, which can divide the potency of one Xian Yuan Dan into 5 portions. Although the effectiveness may be slightly diminished, it would allow 5 individuals to benefit simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the women brightened. Lin Wan smiled gently. Qingyang, this is indeed a splendid idea. It not only elevates everyone's strength but also prevents discord caused by contesting the elixir. Though Qin Shuang remained aloof, her tone softened considerably. This method is certainly commendable, maximizing the value of the Xian Yuan Dan. Chu Li nodded in agreement, indicating her support. She had always silently safeguarded the team, indifferent to personal gain. As long as it benefited the collective, she was willing to accept. Su Yao, brimming with joy, leaped up and embraced Gu Qingyang's arm, exclaiming, Brother Qingyang, you are so clever. I knew you would have a solution. Gu Qingyang chuckled as he ruffled Su Yao's hair, internally relieved. He reopened the sign in space and indeed found the formation diagram for Hua Yuan Zhen. After signing in 1,000,000,000 times, Gu Qingyang not only experienced a meteoric rise in strength but also acquired countless rare resources and formidable techniques. With Hua Yuan Zhen being but one among them, he extracted the formation diagram, meticulously studying it, and upon confirming its accuracy, he began arranging the formation. Under his guidance, everyone worked in unison, swiftly completing the setup. As Gu Qingyang placed the Xian Yuan Dan at the center of the formation, it activated, 5 beams of light shooting toward the 5 female protagonists. They sat cross-legged, absorbing the medicinal power of the Xian Yuan Dan, powerful energy circulating within them as their cultivations steadily advanced. Watching the 5 female protagonists steadily enhance their prowess filled Gu Qingyang with gratification. He sensed their reliance, and trust in him deepened further. All right, everyone has gained some strength. Let us proceed, Gu Qingyang declared. The group rose, following Gu Qingyang deeper into the ruins. As they neared the exit, the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie. A chilling aura enveloped the air, sending shivers down their spines. Suddenly, Su Yao halted, pointing at peculiar runes on the ground, her face slightly pale. Brother Qingyang, look, her voice trembled, foretelling the imminent peril. What are these? Gu Qingyang approached Su Yao, bending to inspect the runes. His brow furrowing, he sensed a powerful force concealed within these symbols, igniting a flicker of unease within him. Chapter 50. The path away from danger. Hope ahead. Su Yao's delicate finger trembled as it pointed to the ground, her voice laced with fear. Brother Qingyang, look. Gu Qingyang swiftly moved to Su Yao's side, following her gesture. On the ground, crimson runes coiled like serpents, exuding an unsettling aura, appearing particularly sinister in the dim light. A formidable power lay in hiding within them, causing his heart to sink. These runes seemed to form an ancient seal. Lin Wanqiu furrowed her brows, her tone laden with gravity, and I sensed that the seal's power was waning. As soon as the words left her lips, a colossal energy barrier suddenly materialized ahead, shimmering with blinding light, entirely sealing their path. The surrounding air began to warp, invisible forces surged like blades, accompanied by piercing howls. "Be careful," Gu Qingyang shouted, shielding Su Yao behind him. The group hastily summoned their weapons, bracing against the unexpected assault. However, these attacks seemed to disregard their defenses, directly impacting their bodies, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. These strikes harbor some peculiar force that our vital energy cannot withstand, Qin Shuang remarked, her complexion pale, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. "What should we do?" Chu Li's voice trembled slightly as she silently guarded the group from behind. Fending off the strikes, though it was evident she was nearing her limit, Jiyu Yan's expression darkened. He had anticipated that this expedition into the ruins would yield tremendous benefits, only to find himself ensnared in such dire straits. He glanced at Gu Qingyang, a hint of dissatisfaction lacing his words. "Gu Qingyang, do you have any solutions?" Gu Qingyang paid no heed to Gu Yan's inquiry, his gaze fixated on the energy barrier ahead. His mind racing, he understood that if they did not swiftly discover a means of breaking through, they would all be trapped here. The group attempted various methods, yet none could even budge the energy barrier. Anxiety began to proliferate within the ranks. "Are we truly destined to perish here?" Su Yao's voice quivered with a hint of tears. "No," Gu Qingyang declared firmly, "there must be a way." Drawing a deep breath, he activated the sign in space. After a thorough search within the space, a prompt indicated that the group needed to unite the powers of the treasures they had previously acquired to shatter the barrier. Gu Qingyang swiftly relayed the prompt to everyone, directing them to act accordingly. "Everyone, do not panic. Follow my instructions." Though fear gripped their hearts, they chose to place their trust in Gu Qingyang. They retrieved their respective treasures and, under Gu Qingyang's guidance, began to converge their powers. A brilliant beam of light shot skyward. This radiant glow, akin to the nascent sun, pierced the darkness of the ruins, scattering a kaleidoscope of brilliance into every corner. The united power of their treasures transformed into a pillar of light, striking fiercely against the energy barrier. The barrier trembled violently, emitting a resonant hum as if straining under the pressure, ultimately shattering with a thunderous crash. Reminiscent of broken glass, "We did it!" Su Yao exclaimed with joy, her face aglow with the relief of survival. Lin Wan and Chu Li also exhaled in relief, while Qin Shuang maintained her stoic demeanor. Though her clenched fists gradually relaxed, even Gu Yin, who had harbored animosity towards Gu Qingyang, could not help but acknowledge his leadership, a complex look flickering in his eyes. "Let us proceed," Gu Qingyang smiled faintly, leading the way through the shattered barrier. However, just as the group believed they could depart unimpeded, the ground trembled again, an oppressive force sweeping over them. Crimson runes ignited once more, flashing ominously. A deafening roar reverberated throughout the ruins. And the group was horrified to discover that the guardian of the ruins, previously repelled, had returned. Its wounds had miraculously healed partially. Although its aura was less stable than before, it still exuded a chilling pressure. "How is this possible?" Gu Yin cried out in terror. "How did it come back?" The guardian's massive form loomed like a mountain, its scarlet eyes fixated on the group, as if intent on devouring them whole. It swung its enormous claws down upon them with ferocity. "Dodge!" Gu Qingyang shouted, pushing Su Yao away from him. Boom! The ground where the claw struck caved in instantly, debris scattering. The group narrowly evaded this assault, but their expressions turned grave. "Its strength has increased." Qin Shuang gritted her teeth, her sword humming ominously in her grasp. "It seems we must fight once more." Gu Qingyang inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. "Everyone, be cautious. This time it will not afford us any chances." The guardian let out another earth-shattering roar, its crimson eyes brimming with savage intent. Its colossal form surged towards them like a bolt of black lightning. "Prepare for battle." Gu Qingyang's voice echoed within the ruins, his sword gleaming with a brilliant light, an overwhelming aura erupting from him. Chu Li stood silently behind Gu Qingyang, her dagger glinting with cold light. Her eyes filled with determination. A more brutal battle was about to commence. Ji Qingyang cast a glance at the diverse expressions of his companions behind him, a confident smile gracing his lips. This time, let me bring it to an end. Like a flash of lightning, Gu Qingyang moved, his sword leaving trails of afterimages, each swing imbued with lethal sword energy aimed at the Guardian's vital points. He astutely tracked the Guardian's every attack, searching for weaknesses in its defenses amid the chaos. Strike at its left hind leg joint. Gu Qingyang commanded, and Lin Wan intuitively responded, her whip dancing like a serpent, skillfully ensnaring the Guardian's stout hind leg, causing its massive body to falter slightly. Yower, disrupt its line of sight. Su Yao called out, her form flitting about like a nimble butterfly, scattering shimmering, peculiar dust to cloud the Guardian's vision and perception. Shuanger, target its right forepaw. A glimmer of determination crossed Qin Shuang's cold visage as she transformed her sword into a sharp beam, piercing towards the exposed forepaw of the Guardian. Chu Li remained vigilantly at Gu Qingyang's rear, her dagger poised like a striking serpent, ready to counter any sudden threats, neutralizing all attacks aimed at Gu Qingyang. The five heroines coordinated seamlessly, their assaults cascading like a relentless tide, firmly suppressing the Guardian. Gu Yin and the others watched in awe, their mouths agape. They had never witnessed such exquisite teamwork, nor had they anticipated that these seemingly delicate women possessed such formidable power. Despite the Guardian's immense strength, it began to show signs of fatigue under the onslaught of the group. It furiously swung its massive claws but struggled to hit its targets, accumulating deep, visible wounds across its body, its abdomen. That's its weak point. During the battle, Gu Qingyang keenly noted a subtle anomaly on the Guardian's abdomen. The scales there were sparse and slightly dulled in color. Everyone, concentrate your attacks on its abdomen, he commanded, and the five heroines simultaneously redirected their strikes toward the Guardian's midsection. Sword energy, whip strikes, daggers, and shimmering dust rained down like a tempest. The Guardian emitted a chilling howl, its vast form crashing to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The group cheered exuberantly, their relief palpable. They turned to Gu Qingyang, their eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. After exiting the ruins, they gathered together, treasures obtained from the ruins laid out before them. The vibrant colors illuminated each face, yet could not conceal the excitement within. Suddenly, a mysterious force enveloped them, the surrounding air seeming to freeze. Ji Qingyang furrowed his brow, murmuring, "What is this?" Chapter 51. Each displaying their talents. As the dust settled, the group sat encircled around a pile of treasures flickering with strange hues. Scales shed from the Guardian glowed with an eerie luminescence. Crystal-clear spirit stones brimmed with surging energy, and several ancient scrolls emanated an air of antiquity and mystery. This should have been a moment of celebration, a triumphant return laden with spoils. The vibrant light illuminated each countenance, yet could not mask the fervor within. Lin Wan gently caressed a spirit stone, a look of satisfaction gracing her gentle features. Su Yao curiously examined a scroll, her whimsical eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. Qin Shuang held a blade pried from the Guardian's claws, an unusual smile appearing on her typically frigid face. Chu Li quietly observed Gu Qingyang, her gaze imbued with an indescribable tenderness. "How should we distribute these treasures?" Zhuang Yu broke the silence, her eyes sweeping over the group before landing on Gu Qingyang. Her tone bore a subtle hint of reliance. Having endured this perilous battle, her trust and dependence on Gu Qingyang had deepened. Just as Gu Qingyang was about to speak, an inexplicable force suddenly enveloped them. The air around them seeming to solidify, he frowned slightly, murmuring, "What is this?" This strange force arrived abruptly, its nature inscrutable. The group was taken aback, instinctively glancing around in alarm, yet found nothing amiss. "What is happening?" Su Yao gasped, her small face etched with confusion. This force seemed to be influencing the treasures. Lin Wan observed the spirit stone before her with meticulous attention, discovering to her astonishment that the once abundant energy was gradually dissipating. Qin Shuang lifted the blade in her hand, only to find that the blade, which had been exceptionally sharp, now appeared dull and lifeless, as if it had lost its spirit. How could this happen? A hint of disbelief tinged Qin Shuang's tone. Chu Li also noticed that the dagger she held was experiencing the same phenomenon. The once glimmering blade now resembled mere mundane iron. The group began to inspect their other treasures, only to find that they too were affected by this mysterious force. Several beneficial functions that had previously aided their cultivation had vanished, leaving everyone feeling despondent. Did we risk our lives only to obtain these worthless items? Disappointment filled Su Yao's voice. Jiyu Qingyang surveyed the disheartened expressions of those around him, feeling a flicker of unease. He cast his gaze towards the sign in space before him, hoping to find a solution. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingyang silently recited the sign-in. The familiar interface materialized before him, and he scrutinized it closely, seeking any information related to this enigmatic force. After a thorough exploration, the sign in space indeed provided an answer. It turned out that this mysterious force was a self-protection mechanism of the ruins, designed to prevent outsiders from seizing the treasures by automatically diminishing their functions. The sign in space also offered a method to reactivate the treasure's abilities. Following the instructions, Gu Qingyang infused a trace of pure spiritual energy into the treasures. Instantly, the once dim and lifeless items regained their brilliance, emanating a more potent aura. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Qingyang, you are truly remarkable," Su Yao exclaimed, jumping with excitement. "I knew you would have a way." Admiration shone in Zhuoyu's eyes. Observing the joyous expressions of his companions, Gu Qingyang felt a sense of comfort. "Now, let us allocate these treasures," he proposed. The group once again gathered together to discuss the distribution plan. However, at that moment, Gu Qingyang suddenly sensed a profound sense of impending danger. "Wait!" He sprang to his feet. Drawing in a deep breath, Gu Qingyang infused pure spiritual energy into each treasure. As the energy flowed in, the previously dormant items awakened like slumbering giants, radiating dazzling light and powerful energy fluctuations that even distorted the surrounding space. The crowd stood dumbfounded, their admiration palpable. Su Yao, in an exaggerated manner, covered her mouth and gasped, "Wow, Brother Qingyang, you are nothing short of a deity. It's merely luck." Gu Qingyang replied modestly, though inwardly he rejoiced in the power of the sign in space. With the treasures restored to their former glory, the spirits of the group were lifted. Yet, just as they prepared to distribute the treasures, Qin Shuang grasped a long sword of icy blue, emanating a chilling aura with faint dragon-like roars. "This ice crystal sword is most suitable for my ice attribute techniques. I shall claim it." Lin Wan shook her head, pointing to a verdant gemstone embedded in the hilt, stating, "This heart of the azure stone contains potent life force, making it more appropriate for me to concoct healing elixirs to aid everyone in enhancing their strength." Qin Shuang's brows furrowed in anger, her tone icy. "Lin Wan, what do you mean by this? The ice crystal sword aligns perfectly with my attributes. Are you deliberately opposing me?" Lin Wan, unyielding, retorted. "Qin Shuang, I harbor no animosity towards you. The heart of the azure stone offers greater benefits to the team. Why must you cling to a mere weapon?" The two stood firm in their positions, tensions escalating palpably. The others remained silent, spectating the unfolding drama. Su Yao glanced back and forth, murmuring softly, "Oh dear, why are they arguing again?" Gu Qingyang furrowed his brow. This sudden discord was giving him a headache. At that moment, a powerful sense of foreboding surged within him, as if something dreadful were about to transpire. "Wait!" He abruptly stood up, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. An invisible pressure enveloped the group, the air thick with tension. Jiyu Yin, who had been lurking in the shadows, observed the commotion with a cold smile. Reveling in the discord, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. Once they have weakened each other, I shall make my move. Several adventurers beside him exchanged glances. Restless with anticipation, one of them brazenly shouted, "What are you arguing about? The treasures within these ruins naturally belong to the strongest." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, just as Gu Qingyang felt an overwhelming aura approaching rapidly. "It's coming," he declared, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the ruins. Zhuoyu noticed Gu Qingyang's furrowed brow and gently approached him, taking his hand and looking at him with warmth, as if to lend him strength. Jiu Qingyang felt a warmth spread through him. Gripping her hand in return, boom, a deafening roar erupted as dust billowed from the entrance, revealing a colossal figure. How dare you disturb my slumber? You seek death. As the dust settled, a towering guardian of the ruins, resembling a gigantic ape, emerged before them, its bronze-scaled body exuding a suffocating aura. How dare you disrupt my slumber? You seek death, the guardian bellowed, its roar crashing over them like a tidal wave. Zhuyu, observing Gu Qingyang's furrowed brow, gently approached him, holding his hand and gazing at him with tender eyes, as if to bolster his resolve. Gu Qingyang felt warmth in his heart, tightening his grip on her hand, the comfort dispelling some of the tension. He offered Zhuyu a reassuring look before turning to face the group, his voice steady. Everyone, be cautious. This guardian is formidable, and we must join forces to confront it. No sooner had he spoken than a greedy figure lunged from the crowd. It was Gu Yin. Seizing the distraction caused by the guardian, he aimed to snatch the treasures. With a wild laugh, he reached for the ice crystal sword, declaring, "This treasure is mine. Seek death." Qin Shuang snapped back, her figure like lightning, instantly blocking Gu Yan's path. Before he could touch the ice crystal sword, a wave of cold energy froze his hand mid-air. Do not forget our agreement. Gu Qingyang's voice pierced through like ice. As he appeared behind Gu Yin and struck him with a palm, bang! Gu Yin was sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood trickling from his mouth. A flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. Yet he dared not act recklessly again. Meanwhile, the guardian of the ruins launched its attack. Its massive fist, accompanied by a howling wind, descended upon the group, causing the ground to tremble. "Form a formation," Gu Qingyang shouted, and the group swiftly arranged themselves into a defensive formation. Lin Wan's verdant light enveloped them, forming a protective shield against the guardian's assault. Yao agilely maneuvered across the battlefield, searching for the guardian's weaknesses. Qin Shuang and Chu Li took the lead in the offense, their attacks pouring forth like a torrential storm, yet they struggled to make an impact on the guardian. The fierce battle raged on for an extended period. Despite the guardian's strength, it began to show signs of fatigue under their coordinated efforts. Ultimately, with a powerful strike from Gu Qingyang, the guardian collapsed, disintegrating into rubble. The group exhaled in relief. However, the tense atmosphere lingered in the air. Although Gu Yin had been repelled, the greed in his eyes intensified. Moreover, the mysterious force seemed not to have fully dissipated, lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Jiu Qingyang scanned the surroundings, his gaze ultimately landing on Su Yao. He noticed her face was unusually flushed, her breathing somewhat erratic. "Su Yao, are you all right?" Gu Qingyang asked with concern. Su Yao managed a strained smile, shaking her head. "I'm fine. Just feeling a bit tired." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly swayed, nearly collapsing. Jiu Qingyang's reflexes kicked in, catching her just in time. Something's not right. Jiu Qingyang sensed the chaotic fluctuations of spiritual energy within Su Yao and felt a sinking sensation in his heart, an ominous premonition rising within him. He looked up at the others, urging, "Let us find a safe place." Chapter 52. The clue. Gu Qingyang supported Su Yao as the group sought refuge in a secluded cave. Dim and damp, yet sufficient to shield them from the elements. They sat together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Jiu Qingyang retrieved several illuminating stones from his storage ring, their gentle glow dispelling the darkness within the cave. "Su Yao, how do you feel?" Lin Wan asked, holding Su Yao's hand with evident concern. Su Yao's complexion remained flushed, and she shook her head, forcing a smile. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit out of control with my power." "I feel the same," Qin Shuang replied in a low voice, gripping her sword tightly as she sensed the volatile energy within her, her brows knitted. "This power is too domineering." Others nodded in agreement. Expressing their shared sentiments, Chu Li remained silent, standing quietly behind Gu Qingyang, vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. However, her tense posture and slightly pale complexion betrayed her inner unease. Jiu Qingyang surveyed the crowd, his heart growing heavier. He understood that while the treasures they had acquired in the ruins had enhanced their strength, they also posed immense risks. This power was exceedingly savage and difficult to control, if allowed to escalate unchecked. The consequences would be dire. It seems the benefits we have gained are far from simple. Zhuang Yu spoke gravely, casting a worried glance at Gu Qingyang. Qingyang, do you have any solutions? Gu Qingyang forced a wry smile. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, yet faced with this unknown peril, he felt utterly helpless. He could only reassure everyone. Let us remain calm and think of a way together. At that moment, the previously silent Chu Li suddenly spoke up. I sensed someone approaching, and no sooner had she spoken than a chilling laughter echoed from the cave entrance. Heh, it seems I've stumbled upon you all quite effortlessly. Gu Yan's figure appeared at the cave's mouth, flanked by several menacing subordinates, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixated on the group. Gu Yan. What do you intend to do? Zhuang Yu demanded coldly. Gu Yan sneered. What do I want? Naturally, to reclaim what belongs to me. His greedy gaze swept over the crowd before settling on Su Yao. Especially you, little girl. The treasures you possess have long been the object of my desire. Su Yao's expression changed, instinctively retreating a step to hide behind Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yao, and glared coldly at Gu Yin. Gu Yin, I advise you not to act recklessly. Gu Yin laughed heartily. Gu Qingyang, do you still think you are the proud son of heaven? Now, you are merely a lost dog, daring to bark in front of me? He paused, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Today, none of you shall leave here alive. Before Gu Yan's words had fully left his lips, he struck out violently, unleashing a powerful force toward Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to defend. However, his internal energy suddenly became chaotic, rendering him unable to exert his full strength. A resounding crash echoed as Gu Qingyang was sent flying by Gu Yan's palm, crashing heavily to the ground. Qingyang! The group exclaimed in shock, rushing towards him. Gu Yan laughed triumphantly. Ha, Gu Qingyang, you're nothing special. He advanced menacingly towards the others, declaring, now, hand over your treasures, and I might consider sparing your lives. The faces of the group turned pale, their eyes filled with despair. Just then, Gu Qingyang suddenly rose to his feet, a determined glint in his eyes. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he was ablaze with fighting spirit. Gu Yan's formidable presence, the arrogance of his subordinates, and the worried gazes of his comrades all ignited a fierce resolve within him, propelling him to break free from this predicament and protect his companions. System, sign in, Gu Qingyang silently urged. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, obtaining the pure spirit pill recipe and all necessary spiritual herbs for its refinement. A rush of information flooded Gu Qingyang's mind. The pure spirit pill was precisely the key to dispelling the violent spiritual energy within him. He took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous energy surging within him, and slowly stood up. Gu Yan, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback before mockingly saying, What? Still hoping to struggle in vain? How utterly foolish. Gu Qingyang ignored Gu Yan's taunts and turned to the others, his gaze resolute. Everyone, do not worry. I have a way to resolve the hidden dangers within us. The group was momentarily stunned, but a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. Gu Qingyang quickly conveyed the method for refining the pure spirit pill to Lin Wan, who was proficient in alchemy and immediately set to work. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyang strained to harness the remnants of his spiritual energy to fend off Gu Yan's attacks. Gu Yan, incensed that Gu Qingyang still dared to resist, escalated his assault with even greater ferocity. His subordinates joined the fray, and soon the cave was filled with the tumult of clashing energies and the sounds of battle cries. Zhuang Yu, Qin Shuang, Su Yao, and Chu Li all sprang into action, engaging fiercely with Gu Yan's underlings. Though their strength was affected, they still fought valiantly to protect Lin Wan, who was busy refining the pill. Chu Li moved with ethereal grace, darting between enemies like a wraith, her dagger claiming lives with each precise strike. Her icy gaze sent shivers down the spine, reminiscent of the harshest winter. Qin Shuang fought like a war goddess, her sword dancing effortlessly as she repelled foes one after another, her face devoid of expression, save for an endless killing intent. Zhuang Yu and Su Yao coordinated seamlessly, one attacking while the other controlled the battlefield, manipulating their enemies with ease. Under the relentless resistance of the group, Gu Yan's onslaught began to wane, at long last. Lin Wan completed the refinement of the pure spirit pill. Upon consuming the pill, the group felt the chaotic energy within them gradually subside, replaced by a gentle force. Revitalized, they surged forth like tigers unleashed. Gu Qingyang took the lead, summoning a brilliant light in his hand and launching a fierce attack at Gu Yan. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Gu Yan was sent sprawling, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. How is this possible? Gu Yan stared incredulously at Gu Qingyang, his eyes wide with fear. Ignoring Gu Yan's shock, Gu Qingyang pressed on, renewing his assault. Under the combined efforts of the group, Gu Yan's subordinates were swiftly eliminated. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Gu Yan's eyes flashed with malice as he turned to flee. Trying to escape, Gu Qingyang sneered, vanishing from sight as he pursued. Meanwhile, in another concealed cave, Gu Yan was conspiring with several mysterious figures. As long as you help me eliminate Gu Qingyang, I will share half of the treasures I acquire with you. Gu Yan gritted his teeth and declared, Rest assured, young Master Gu, we will assist you in fulfilling this wish. One of the mysterious individuals replied with a sinister smile. Lin Wan coughed softly a few times, her complexion somewhat pale. Noticing this, Chu Li hurriedly approached to support her, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Lin Wan gently shook her head, mustering a faint smile. I'm fine, just a bit drained. Chu Li's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before she said nothing, silently offering a pill to Lin Wan. Receiving the pill, Lin Wan felt the warmth radiating from it, a wave of comfort washing over her. Chu Li's silence provided more reassurance than any words could convey. After consuming the pill, a refreshing sensation coursed through her body, alleviating much of her fatigue. Seeing Lin Wan's complexion improve, Chu Li finally felt at ease. The two exchanged smiles, their understanding unspoken. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu was supporting Su Yao, inquiring with concern about her injuries. Though Su Yao was whimsical, she exhibited a hint of vulnerability in her wounded state. Leaning against Zhuang Yu, she softly said, I'm all right, just some surface wounds. Zhuang Yu tenderly treated her injuries with gentle care, as if handling precious porcelain. Qin Shuang sat alone, meditating quietly, her cold features betraying no emotional fluctuations, yet her tightly clenched fists revealed her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and the sounds of battle erupted outside the cave. Gu Yan had returned, accompanied by a larger and more formidable group of subordinates, their presence radiating an overwhelming aura. Do you think you can escape my grasp like this? How naive, Gu Yan sneered, his eyes ablaze with vengeful flames. Although Gu Qingyang and the others had just recovered, they showed no signs of retreat in the face of this formidable foe. Gu Qingyang brandished his sword, leading the charge against Gu Yan. The two sides clashed fiercely, sword energy slicing through the air, spiritual forces colliding with deafening roars. Inside the cave, debris flew, and dust filled the air. Nearby, small creatures fled in terror from the battle shockwaves, emitting frightened cries. Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, and Chu Li all joined the fray, engaged in a fierce struggle against Gu Yan's subordinates. They coordinated beautifully, balancing offense and defense. Though outnumbered, they showed no signs of faltering. Chu Li moved like a specter, her dagger glinting with lethal precision, each strike claiming a life. Qin Shuang fought like a war deity, her sword a whirlwind that repelled adversaries one by one. The battle raged fiercely, with both sides exchanging blows, each gaining and losing ground. The confrontation between Gu Qingyang and Gu Yan reached a fever pitch, their figures intertwining, sword lights flashing, each clash releasing waves of potent energy. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Gu Yan's face. He slowly raised his right hand, revealing a swirling black orb in his palm, emanating an unsettling aura. It ends here. The voice of Gu Yan echoed chillingly within the cavern. Suddenly, the black orb in his hand erupted with blinding radiance. Chapter 53. The Beast Tide. The black orb unleashed a dazzling light, and an overwhelming force of suction instantaneously enveloped the entire cave. Gu Qingyang felt his body being uncontrollably drawn towards the orb, terror gripping his heart. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Ha, Gu Qingyang, you have ultimately met your defeat. Gu Yin laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Zhuang Yu and the others were also pulled towards this formidable force, their voices filled with dread as they called out Gu Qingyang's name, helplessly watching as he receded farther from them. Brother Qingyang, Zhuang Yu cried out in despair, her eyes brimming with reluctance and worry. Lin Wan, the noble lady, appeared pale, weakly extending her hand in an attempt to grasp Gu Qingyang, yet she could never reach him. Su Yao and Qin Shuang, equally anxious, found themselves powerless. Only Chu Li stood expressionless, but her tightly clenched fists and slightly trembling form betrayed her inner turmoil. You worthless fools, unable to even unravel such a trivial trick. Yet you dare to challenge me, Gu Yin, scoffed his subordinates, their words dripping with disdain and scorn. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A figure suddenly stood before Gu Qingyang, enduring the majority of the orb suction. It was Zhuang Yu. Brother Qingyang, you must flee. Zhuang Yu exerted her last ounce of strength to push Gu Qingyang away, only to be ensnared by the orb's pull herself. Zhuang Yu. Gu Qingyang's eyes widened in horror as he reached out in a futile attempt to grasp her, only to clutch at emptiness. Zhuang Yu was consumed by the black orb, vanishing from sight. Gu Qingyang's heart felt as though it were being torn asunder, an excruciating pain rendering him nearly breathless. His eyes blazed crimson, his entire body trembling, a surge of unfathomable rage erupting from deep within. Jiu Yin. I shall see you dead, Gu Qingyang roared, his voice laden with unrestrained malice. He whirled around, fixing his gaze intensely upon Gu Yin, his eyes aflame with vengeance. Jiu Yin was momentarily startled by the intensity of Gu Qingyang's gaze, a flicker of fear igniting within him. However, he quickly regained his composure, sneering, Is that so? You think you can kill me? What foolish delusions! Oh, do you? Gu Qingyang's voice was as frigid as the winds of the abyss. He slowly raised his right hand, in the palm of which a golden vortex began to spin languidly, emanating an aura that was both captivating and terrifying. Jiu Yin, witnessing the golden vortex in Gu Qingyang's hand, was suddenly seized by a sense of foreboding. Open, sign in space. Gu Qingyang's voice resonated deeply and powerfully, echoing like the tolling of an ancient bell throughout the cavern. The golden vortex expanded rapidly, swiftly enveloping the entire cave. An overwhelming aura, vast as the sea, began to permeate the air, suffocating all within. The faces of Gu Yin and his cohorts turned ashen, their eyes filled with dread. They felt as though they were submerged in an endless ocean, as insignificant as ants. What kind of power is this? Gu Yin gasped in horror, feeling as if an immovable mountain were pressing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Signed in 1,000,000,000 times, reward. Chaos Divine Body. Gu Qingyang's voice rang out like a divine proclamation, resounding throughout the cavern. In a flash of golden light, Gu Qingyang's body underwent a staggering transformation. His skin became translucent, akin to exquisite jade, radiating a faint golden glow. His eyes sparkled like stars, shimmering with an entrancing brilliance. An imposing aura that seemed to overlook the world emanated from him, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. Is this the power of the Chaos Divine Body? Gu Qingyang felt the surging might within him. His heart brimming with astonishment, he suddenly lifted his gaze, locking onto Gu Yin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Jiu Yin, prepare to meet your end. In a blink, Gu Qingyang appeared before Gu Yin. He raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, Gu Yan's body was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing violently against the cave wall, blood spewing from his mouth, barely clinging to life. Leader! Gu Yan's subordinates were filled with terror, unable to fathom the sheer horror of Gu Qingyang's power. Flee! They dared not linger any longer, scattering in all directions. Jiu Qingyang snorted coldly, his form vanishing once more, pursuing the fleeing minions. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, each one lethal, and in the blink of an eye, he had dispatched them all with the significant threat of Gu Yin neutralized. Gu Qingyang turned his attention to the treasures within the ruins. Utilizing the immense power of the Chaos Divine Body, he effortlessly neutralized all hazards associated with the treasures and collected them all. The onlookers gazed at Gu Qingyang with eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. "Thank you, young Master Gu," Lin Wan spoke softly. "Brother Qingyang, you are truly amazing," Su Yao exclaimed, leaping with excitement. "Jiu Qingyang, we owe this all to you," Qin Shuang said, a rare smile gracing her lips. Chu Li stood silently to the side, watching Gu Qingyang, her eyes reflecting a peculiar glimmer. Jiu Qingyang smiled gently, saying, "There is no need for thanks. It is my duty to assist." With Gu Qingyang's aid, the group not only fully recovered their strength but also experienced further enhancement. They cheered with joy, overflowing with exhilaration. "All right, it is time for us to depart," Gu Qingyang declared. Everyone nodded in agreement, following closely behind him as they exited the cavern. Just after they left, a thunderous roar of beasts suddenly erupted from outside the cave. The beast tied at Jiu Qingyang looked up towards the horizon, a grave expression crossing his face. Zhuang Yu gently tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Qingyang." Surrounded by 5 enchanting women, a warm current surged within Gu Qingyang's heart. Zhuang Yu nestled beside him, her gaze filled with reliance as she softly murmured, "Brother Qingyang, I will never leave your side again." Lin Wan tenderly adjusted his attire, whispering, "Qingyang, thank you for your constant care." Su Yao playfully winked, cheerfully declaring, "Brother Qingyang, you are simply incredible. From now on, I shall always follow you and bask in your glory." Although Qin Shuang remained as aloof as ever, the tenderness in her eyes could not be concealed as she gently grasped Gu Qingyang's hand, whispering, "Gu Qingyang, thank you." Even the usually taciturn Chu Li stepped forward, her gaze resolute as she stated, "I will always protect you." Gu Qingyang looked at them, his heart brimming with emotion. He extended his arms, gently embracing them, feeling their warmth and affection. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, as if he possessed the entire world. He softly vowed, "I will also always protect you," as the sun dipped below the horizon. Painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, it cast a warm glow upon their faces, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled comfort. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing with it a touch of coolness and a hint of unease. Just as they basked in this joy, a deep, rumbling roar of beasts echoed from afar, resonating like thunder in the valley. Soon after, ominous signs appeared in the sky. The once clear heavens darkened, heavy clouds gathered, as if something dreadful was about to descend. The whimsical Su Yao was the first to sense the anomaly. Her expression shifted, exclaiming, "This is not good. It's a warning of the beast tide's approach." Su Yao's words struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering the momentary tranquility. The smiles of the group froze, replaced by profound concern and fear. The beast tide was a catastrophic calamity for any warrior. Thousands upon thousands of demonic beasts surged forth like a relentless tide, leaving desolation in their wake, wreaking havoc upon all life. The beast tide? Gu Qingyang's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of gravity crossing his features. He raised his gaze towards the distance, where a dark line appeared on the horizon, advancing towards them at an alarming speed. The line grew thicker and longer, ultimately blotting out the sun, as though it sought to engulf the entire world. Lin Wan gripped Gu Qingyang's hand tightly, her eyes filled with trepidation. "Qingyang, what should we do?" Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, speaking in a steady voice, "Everyone, remain calm. We must find a safe place to take refuge before making further plans." Just then, Zhuang Yu, responsible for scouting ahead, returned with a pale face, breathless as she gasped, "Brother Qingyang, the beast tide is all ready." Her words were abruptly cut off by the earth-shattering roars of beasts echoing from afar. In the distance, mountains crumbled, the ground trembled, and the beast tide surged like a black flood. Jiu Qingyang tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze resolute, preparing to face the impending battle. Chapter 54. The Beast Tide. The deafening roars of beasts tore through the air, the earth quaking beneath them, distant mountains crumbling, as the black tide of beasts surged toward the human city like a deluge. Jiu Qingyang gripped his sword firmly, his gaze unwavering, yet unable to conceal the deep-seated worry etched upon his brow. Beside him, Lin Wan's complexion paled, her fingers clutching his arm tightly, turning white at the knuckles. "Qingyang, with so many demonic beasts, can we truly prevail?" Lin Wan's voice trembled. Despite being a mid-tier martial sovereign, She felt powerless and terrified in the face of the overwhelming beast tide. Xu Yao forced a semblance of calm, playfully patting Lin Wan's shoulder. "Do not fear, Sister Wan'er. With Brother Qingyang here, we shall surely triumph." Yet, her gaze towards the beast tide was fraught with unease. The scout, Zhuang Yu, had long since returned, her face ashen and her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. She had witnessed the terror of the beast tide firsthand, a force that could not possibly be resisted by human strength. Upon the city walls, soldiers stood at the ready, their palms slick with sweat as they gripped their weapons tightly. Fear spread through the ranks, and many soldiers felt their calves quaking. At that moment, Lordly, in a flurry of panic, ascended the battlements. His complexion as pale as death, and cried out loudly, "Quick! Open the city gates. I must leave this place." His actions were like adding fuel to the fire, causing the already faltering morale of the troops to shatter completely. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for what to do. "Why, Lord, are you not a general?" One of them stammered. "What more is there to discuss? Open the gates at once. The beast tide is upon us, and staying here is but a path to death." Lordly shouted hysterically, utterly disregarding the lives of the citizens within the city. Just then, the vanguard of the beast tide, swift creatures such as the gale wolves and shadow panthers, had already surged close to the fortifications, beginning their assault on the defending soldiers. These beasts moved with astonishing speed, their claws razor-sharp, and many soldiers were caught off guard, falling wounded. Observing this, Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, and others immediately rushed forward to engage the beasts in combat. "Brother Qingyang, what shall we do? If this continues, the city gates will surely be breached." Zhuang Yu exclaimed anxiously, blocking the attacks of the gale wolves while casting a worried glance at Gu Qingyang. He remained silent, his brow furrowed, his eyes sweeping across the chaotic battlefield as he rapidly devised a strategy in his mind. He understood that conventional defensive measures could not withstand such a vast beast tide. He needed to concoct a plan, an unexpected one. Suddenly, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Qingyang's eyes, and he bellowed, "Qin Shuang, here!" Qin Shuang immediately appeared at his side, brandishing a spear, her demeanor resolute and her gaze filled with determination. "Lead 500 elite soldiers to feign a flanking maneuver towards the rear of the beast tide, creating the illusion that we aim to cut off their escape," Gu Qingyang instructed solemnly. Qin Shuang hesitated for a moment but quickly accepted the command. Understood. Though she did not grasp Gu Qingyang's intentions, years of trust compelled her to execute the order without hesitation. Watching Qin Shuang lead her troops away, Zhuang Yu asked in confusion, "Brother Qingyang, what are you planning?" A subtle smile graced Gu Qingyang's lips as he gazed after Qin Shuang, explaining, "Although the beast tide is immense and appears irrational, they possess a fundamental instinct, the drive to seek benefit and avoid harm. Their targets are the resources and humans within the city. If their escape route is blocked, they will find themselves caught between a rock and a hard place, which will induce panic." Xu Yao blinked, partially comprehending, yet she voiced her concern. "But, Brother Qingyang, we have so few people. The 500 that Sister Qin Shuang took are merely a drop in the bucket. How can we?" "It is merely a show of force," Gu Qingyang interrupted, his gaze profound. "The commander of the beast tide, the beast king, though powerful, possesses limited intelligence. As long as we create sufficient commotion to make it believe we have a large army lying in ambush behind, it will hesitate and divide its forces, and that will be enough." Lin Wan remained apprehensive. "But what if the beast king sees through our scheme?" "It will not." Chu Li, having appeared behind them, spoke with an icy tone yet imbued with certainty. "The beast king is inherently suspicious and places great importance on the safety of its rear. Qin Shuang's actions will undoubtedly distract it." Gu Qingyang regarded Chu Li with approval and continued, "Our goal is not to defeat the beast tide but to buy time and await the right moment." Indeed, part of the beast tide's force was drawn away by Qin Shuang's diversion, causing the pressure on the front lines to ease significantly, and the soldiers, once despondent, began to glimpse a flicker of hope. Witnessing this, Lordly was further terrified. His spirit nearly shattered. He pointed an unsteady finger at Gu Qingyang, stammering, You are jesting with the lives of the entire city." What if the beast tide breaches the city? We will all perish. Gu Qingyang shot him a cold glance, ignoring him, and turned to Zhuang Yu and the others, asking now, the real battle begins. Are you all prepared? We are ready. Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, and Chu Li replied in unison, their eyes brimming with resolve and trust. Though Gu Qingyang's strategy appeared perilous, it instilled hope and courage within them to fight. On the city walls, the soldiers gradually regained their composure, their spirits buoyed by Gu Qingyang's calm demeanor. Perhaps this young man truly could guide them through this crisis. In the distance, Qin Shuang's contingent had approached the rear of the beast tide, brandishing their banners and shouting, creating the illusion of a vast army. The rear of the beast tide stirred, numerous beasts beginning to shift towards Qin Shuang's direction. Now is the time. Gu Qingyang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he drew his sword, pointing it at the throng of beasts below, and bellowed, "Kill!" Zhuang Yu took a deep breath, leaping onto the battlements, her sword glinting coldly. Like a swallow, she darted across the fortifications, her sword dancing in a flurry of silver light, each strike piercing the vital points of the beasts. Blood splattered, staining the city walls and her battle robe crimson. However, the beast tide surged forth like an inexhaustible tide. Despite Zhuang Yu's exquisite swordplay, she gradually felt her strength waning. Sweat soaked her garments, and her breaths grew labored. Just as she was on the verge of collapse, a figure appeared beside her like a flash of lightning. It was Gu Qingyang. His sword radiated brilliance, a vast wave of energy emanating from him. "Qingyang!" Zhuang Yu exclaimed joyfully. Gu Qingyang said nothing, merely smiling slightly as he swung his sword down fiercely. A tremendous wave of sword energy swept forth, akin to a silver rainbow, instantly clearing a wide swath of beasts that had charged up the walls. Good. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this, felt their morale surge and rallied forward, shouting as they charged in the rear. At the medical camp, Lin Wan busily tended to the wounded. Her nimble fingers deftly maneuvered through the bandages, her movements gentle yet practiced. Though she appeared calm on the surface, her heart brimmed with worry. She frequently glanced towards the city walls, silently praying for Gu Qingyang's safety. Whenever an injured soldier mentioned Gu Qingyang's valiant deeds, Lin Wan's gaze would soften, filled with admiration and affection. Young Master Gu is truly a divine being. He single-handedly holds back so many beasts, one soldier remarked in awe. Lin Wan's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes. She gently bandaged the soldier's wounds, softly encouraging, "Rest well. You will recover." As Qin Shuang's feigned assault grew increasingly convincing, the command of the beast tide seemed to descend into chaos, drawing more of their forces away and significantly alleviating the pressure on the front lines. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Qingyang led the charge, launching a counteroffensive against the beast tide. On the city walls, the battle cries resounded thunderously. Gu Qingyang led the charge, his sword gleaming like snow, each swing claiming multiple lives. He was like a god of death, wreaking havoc among the beasts, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Zhuang Yu followed closely behind, her sword whirling in a dance of death, their movements synchronized as they plunged like a dagger into the heart of the beast tide. "Wanner, there are too many casualties." In the medical camp, Lin Wan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, yet her hands worked tirelessly, swiftly tending to the injured. Her gaze remained steadfast, even in the face of such brutal scenes. She showed no sign of panic. After each soldier was bandaged, she would glance towards the city walls, silently praying for Gu Qingyang. Found it? Infiltrating deeper behind the beast tide, Su Yao's eyes gleamed with insight as she parted dense underbrush. Discovering a concealed cave, an unusual energy emanated from the cave entrance, sending a shiver down her spine. It seemed the source of the beast tide lay within. Taking a deep breath, she cautiously approached the cave. The feigned assault led by Qin Shuang was in full swing, her agile form weaving like a dragon through the throng of beasts, each strike powerful enough to send the creatures flying. Her eyes were cold and sharp, seemingly devoid of fatigue, driven solely by an insatiable thirst for battle. "Protect the Lord." Chu Li's figure flitted like a specter within the city, guarding vital installations and the trembling lordly. Though her stature was small, her strikes were fierce, mercilessly slaying any beast that dared approach. Her gaze was frigid, devoid of emotion, solely focused on her silent guardianship of Gu Qingyang. Qin Shuang's feigned attack became increasingly convincing. The command of the beast tide appeared to fall into disarray, drawing more of their forces away and significantly alleviating the pressure on the front lines. Jiu Qingyang seized the moment, shouting, "Counterattack! Drive these beasts out!" The soldiers, invigorated by a surge of morale, roared as they surged forth from the city walls to counterattack the tide of beasts. The cries of battle resounded both above and below the walls, echoing like thunder as flesh and blood were mercilessly strewn about. The onslaught of the beast tide began to wane, and signs of disarray emerged. The scales of victory appeared to tilt in favor of humanity. However, just as hope glimmered on the horizon, the sky darkened ominously in the distance. A formidable pressure descended from above, enveloping the entire battlefield. Chu Li's figure materialized beside Gu Qingyang like a specter, whispering, "It has arrived." Simultaneously, Su Yao stumbled out of a cave, her countenance pale and terror-stricken as she cried out, "Qingyang, run!" Chapter 55. The fierce battle against the beast tide. A suffocating pressure descended from the heavens, as if an invisible giant hand had tightened its grip on the sky. In the distance, dust billowed as a colossal creature approached, each step shaking the very earth. It resembled a giant bear but possessed wings. Its body cloaked in heavy black scales that exuded a chilling aura of menace. Its crimson eyes glowed like twin ghostly flames, appearing particularly terrifying against the dim sky. It was the Beast King. Lord Li's voice trembled, his face ashen, his legs weakening as he nearly collapsed to the ground. His guards rushed to support him, though they could not conceal the fear in their own eyes. The emergence of the Beast King caused the previously soaring morale to plummet. The soldiers felt their weapons become unbearably heavy, and even their breaths quickened in anxiety. "Qingyang, run!" Su Yao's voice reached from afar, tinged with despair. Having witnessed the terror of the Beast King firsthand, she understood how insignificant human power was before it. Chu Li flickered and appeared beside Gu Qingyang, her dagger glinting coldly in her hand as she urged, "I will cover you. You must flee." She knew that, in Gu Qingyang's current state, he could not possibly stand against the Beast King. Yet, Gu Qingyang stood his ground, showing no sign of retreat. "If I leave, what will happen to this city? What will happen to these people?" His voice, though calm, resonated with an undeniable resolve. The Beast King seemed to sense Gu Qingyang's provocation, unleashing a deafening roar as it flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of black lightning that charged directly at Gu Qingyang. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingyang summoned the energy within him and met the charge head-on, fully aware that this battle could lead to his demise. At the moment of their clash, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending surrounding soldiers tumbling. Despite Gu Qingyang's utmost effort, he ultimately fell short against the Beast King. Struck by its massive claws, he was hurled backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, a mouthful of blood spilling forth. Qingyang, on the city walls, Zhuangyu, Lin Wan, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li gasped in unison at the sight. Their hearts felt as though gripped by an unseen hand, making it difficult to breathe. Lin Wan dropped the vial of medicine she held, disregarding everything as she dashed down the wall to tend to Gu Qingyang. Qin Shuang clenched her jaw, her grip on her spear tightening. Her eyes filled with anger and concern. Meanwhile, Chu Li's complexion turned even paler, her form trembling slightly, struggling to maintain her hold on the dagger. Zhuangyu gazed at the fallen Gu Qingyang, a flicker of determination igniting within her. Drawing a deep breath, her internal energy surged, unleashing a powerful aura from her being. "You dare harm him, beast?" Zhuangyu's voice was icy and piercing, imbued with boundless fury. As her energy surged, her garments fluttered dramatically, and an unprecedented pressure radiated from her. Her eyes glimmered with a chilling light, as if encased in eternal ice. Facing the mountain-like Beast King, she felt no fear, but rather an intensified battle spirit. "Xintian Ice Seal," Zhuangyu cried out, forming seals with her hands, releasing waves of ice-blue light that rapidly coalesced before her into a massive ice wall. The ice wall, inscribed with intricate runes, emanated a haunting chill. This was Zhuangyu's ultimate technique, a life-saving measure she had never revealed before. She would only employ it in dire circumstances. Yet now, to protect her beloved, she unleashed her full power without reservation. The ice wall surged toward the Beast King, colliding forcefully with it. The immense impact caused the Beast King to stagger back, emitting a pained roar. A thin layer of frost appeared upon its black scales. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding soldiers could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had never encountered such overwhelming power, nor had they imagined that the usually gentle Zhuang Yu possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Even Lord Li stood agape, having underestimated her strength, believing her to be merely a decorative figure. "How is this possible?" Lord Li murmured, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The Beast King's minions, previously arrogant, were now gripped by profound fear, their bravado evaporating in an instant. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of Gu Qingyang's injury, Lin Wan's vial of medicine clattered to the ground, its contents spilling everywhere. Ignoring everything else, she sprinted toward the battlefield, her heart ablaze with urgency, each step feeling like treading upon shards of glass. The battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the cries of battle deafening. Lin Wan pushed through the throng, her gaze locking onto Gu Qingyang, who lay in a pool of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet, his breath faint, a ghastly wound marring his chest. "Qingyang," Lin Wan cried, throwing herself beside him. Tears streaming down her face like pearls from a broken string. She trembled as she reached out, gently caressing his cheek, feeling the frailty of his breath. "Qingyang, how are you? Wake up." Her voice choked with concern and despair. She grasped his hand tightly, as if trying to transfer her strength to him. Seeing Lin Wan's profound sorrow, Gu Qingyang struggled to open his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his lips. "I'm fine, don't worry." Lin Wan's tears flowed even more freely, clinging to Gu Qingyang as if afraid he might slip away from her grasp once more. Just then, two figures descended from above, landing before the Beast King. Qin Shuang and Chu Li. Witnessing that Zhuang Yu had temporarily repelled the Beast King alone, hope ignited within them. "Zhuang Yu, well done," Qin Shuang exclaimed, her spear pointing straight at the Beast King. "Now, it's our turn." Chu Li remained silent, but the dagger in her hand gleamed with a cold light, signaling her unwavering determination. The two women exchanged knowing glances and nodded in agreement before charging toward the Beast King together. "Together!" Qin Shuang called out. Her spear danced like a dragon, its tip breathing fire, each thrust radiating scorching heat. Chu Li's dagger darted like a wraith, appearing and vanishing, each strike aimed at the Beast King's vital points. The two women, one fierce and one agile, fought in perfect harmony, relentlessly pressuring the Beast King. The Beast King roared in rage, its massive form thrashing, attempting to shake off their relentless assault. Yet, Qin Shuang and Chu Li's attacks clung to it like a relentless parasite. Gradually, wounds began to mar the Beast King's body, black blood oozing forth, staining the ground beneath it. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this scene, felt their spirits soar, brandishing their weapons and erupting in deafening cheers to rally behind Qin Shuang and Chu Li. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle cries echoed into the heavens, as if seeking to shatter the very sky in the rear of the battlefield. Su Yao's brow was furrowed in deep thought. She had flipped through the map in her hands countless times. Sensing something amiss about the beast tide, as if some conspiracy lurked behind it. Something is not right. It is absolutely not right, Su Yao murmured to herself, keenly aware of an unusual presence. Scanning her surroundings, her gaze finally settled on a concealed valley in the distance. A stirring in her heart prompted her to follow her intuition, a strong sense telling her that the source of the beast tide lay there. Ignoring the danger, she resolutely sprinted toward the valley. Within the valley, an eerie aura pervaded as Su Yao advanced cautiously, feeling the surrounding air grow increasingly oppressive, as if an unseen hand were tightening around her throat. Suddenly, she halted, her gaze fixed upon a massive rock. Strange runes were etched into its surface, emitting a faint black glow. Su Yao's pupils dilated, recognizing these runes as an ancient forbidden technique capable of controlling magical beasts. Could it be? Su Yao's heart raced as understanding dawned upon her. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed from deep within the valley, sending shivers down her spine. On the battlefield, Lin Wan had tended to Gu Qingyang's wounds and administered a healing elixir. Although his complexion remained pale, his breathing had steadied significantly. Zhuang Yu, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li returned to Gu Qingyang's side, their bodies splattered with blood, yet their eyes were resolute. "Qingyang, how are you?" Zhuang Yu inquired with deep concern. Her voice tinged with a slight tremor. "I am fine." Gu Qingyang managed to force a smile, warmth and emotion swelling within him as he gazed upon the three women before him. "Regardless of the circumstances, we shall protect you," Lin Wan resolutely declared, her eyes glistening with tears. "We will surely repel the beast tide." Qin Shuang and Chu Li echoed in unison, their gazes brimming with determination. The soldiers surrounding them were moved by the depth of their feelings, each one pledging to valiantly defend their homeland and engage in a decisive battle against the incoming beasts. Gu Qingyang looked around at the gathered individuals. A powerful surge of strength coursed through his heart. He struggled to rise, his eyes radiant with unwavering resolve. "I must fight." Gu Qingyang gritted his teeth, laboring to lift his body. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his chest, momentarily obscuring his vision, yet his tightly clenched fists remained unyielding. Zhuang Yu's eyes reddened, filled with pain as she supported him. "Qingyang, do not overexert yourself. Your injuries—" "No, I can still fight," Gu Qingyang interrupted her, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. "I cannot falter. I must protect you all and safeguard this city." Though his voice was weak, it resonated with strength, inspiring everyone present. Lin Wan gently wiped the sweat from his brow, her voice soft as she said, "Qingyang, we understand your intentions, but right now, you need rest more than anything. Trust us, we can protect you and defend this city." Qin Shuang and Chu Li exchanged determined glances, resolute in their expressions. Stepping forward, Qin Shuang spoke coldly, "Qingyang, focus on your recovery. We shall handle the beast tide. I, Qin Shuang, vow to eradicate these vile creatures." Though Chu Li remained silent, she stood steadfastly beside Gu Qingyang, her dagger firmly gripped in hand, her eyes reflecting a fearless resolve, silently conveying her commitment. The soldiers around them were deeply touched by this display of emotion, and they began to chant, "We vow to defend our homeland. We vow to protect the city lord." The fervor of their voices surged like a tidal wave, echoing through the heavens. At that moment, Su Yao rushed over, breathless, her complexion pale but her eyes sparkling with excitement. I found it," she exclaimed. "I found the source of the beast tide." The crowd immediately surrounded her, anxiously inquiring about her discovery. Su Yao pointed to a location marked with a black skull on the map, speaking hurriedly, "The beast tide originates from there, a place called Yiming Valley. There are restraints controlling the magical beasts." Her revelation struck the crowd like a thunderclap, reverberating in their hearts. Lord Li's expression shifted dramatically. Trembling, he pointed at Yiming Valley on the map, stammering, "Yiming Valley. That is a legendary forbidden area. It is said to be filled with terrifying monsters." Gu Qingyang took a deep breath. Striving to suppress the tumult within his body, he looked at Su Yao, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. "Su Yao, you have done remarkably well." Pausing for a moment, he spoke with unwavering conviction. "We must venture to Yiming Valley, but your injuries?" Zhuang Yu voiced her concern, gazing at him anxiously. Gu Qingyang smiled gently, taking her hand in his, and softly reassured her, "Do not worry. I am fine. After a brief rest, we shall set out." His eyes shimmered with steadfastness, akin to an immovable mountain. As night fell, and the moon hung high, Gu Qingyang sat cross-legged, circulating his inner energy to mend his injured meridians. He felt a warm force emanating from his hands. It was Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li, channeling their energy to him. The four women stood vigil at his side, their expressions filled with concern and affection. Slowly, Gu Qingyang opened his eyes, color returning to his face. He looked upon the four enchanting women, warmth and gratitude swelling within him. "I feel much better," he began. But before he could finish, Su Yao burst in, exclaiming, "Qingyang, I discovered something new." Chapter 56. The beast tide retreats under the attentive care of his four beautiful confidants. Gu Qingyang's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. He grasped their hands, feeling the warmth of their energy flow into him. And a wave of warmth surged through his heart, I feel much better, he sincerely stated, his gaze sweeping over their worried faces. I apologize for causing you concern. At that moment, Su Yao rushed in, her face a mix of excitement and gravity. Qingyang, I found the source of the beast tide. She unfurled a hand-drawn map, pointing to a location marked with a skull. Here, Yiming Valley. I encountered some scouts who managed to escape. They reported seeing a multitude of magical beasts pouring out from this valley. The mere name Yiming Valley sent shivers down their spines. When Lord Li arrived and heard this news, his face turned ashen, and he trembled as he spoke. Yiming Valley is a perilous place. It is said to be filled with miasma and ferocious beasts. Those who enter have a 9 out of 10 chance of never returning. His words ignited murmurs among the soldiers, their morale visibly sagging. Jiu Qingyang, observing the worried expressions around him, took a deep breath and resolutely declared, I understand that Yiming Valley is fraught with danger. But we must go. Only by locating the source of the beast tide can we resolve this crisis once and for all. His gaze burned brightly, akin to a shining star illuminating the hearts of those present. Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li all clasped his hands tightly, their eyes reflecting both concern and resolve. They knew that once Gu Qingyang made a decision, no one could sway him. Thus, Gu Qingyang led the group toward the direction of Yiming Valley. The atmosphere was tense, with an air thick with anxiety. As Lord Li had warned, Yiming Valley was indeed fraught with peril. Shortly after entering the valley, they encountered a series of traps set by the Beast King. Ah! A scream shattered the silence of the valley as a soldier inadvertently triggered a trap, plummeting into an unfathomable pit. Be careful, Gu Qingyang called out loudly, but it was too late. Screams echoed again as several more soldiers fell victim to the traps. Witnessing the continuous collapse of their comrades severely undermined the morale of the group, and fear began to seep into their hearts. Lord Li was terrified, his face devoid of color as he cowered at the back of the crowd. Muttering, it's over. We shall all perish here. Even the usually composed Qin Shuang couldn't help but furrow her brow and say, Qingyang, this cannot continue. We are suffering significant losses. Gu Qingyang surveyed the chaos before him. Anxiety swelling within him, he knew he must swiftly find a way to neutralize the traps. Otherwise, they would all meet their demise here. Closing his eyes, he concentrated deeply, silently invoking a sign-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, sign-in successful. You have obtained the trap detection skill. A peculiar energy surged within Gu Qingyang, heightening his senses, rendering the surroundings vividly clear. He opened his eyes and pointed toward an open area ahead, proclaiming, there are no traps. We shall proceed from there. The group, uncertain yet hopeful, followed Gu Qingyang's lead. Indeed, they successfully evaded the remaining traps and reached the depths of the valley. Qingyang, how did you do that? Su Yao asked curiously. Jiu Qingyang smiled mysteriously, a secret. He lifted his gaze toward the shadowy depths of the valley, where a powerful aura was slowly awakening. In the murky depths, miasma swirled, visibility reduced to mere 5 meters. The group closely followed Gu Qingyang, each step taken with utmost caution as he utilized his newly acquired trap detection skill to navigate through the treacherous valley. Qingyang, you are truly remarkable, Su Yao exclaimed in genuine admiration, her face alight with appreciation. Earlier, she had feared that this mission would end in tragedy, but Gu Qingyang's performance instilled her with immense confidence. Lin Wan gazed tenderly at Gu Qingyang's back, her heart brimming with gratitude and affection. She whispered, Qingyang, thanks to you, we have made it this far. Though Qin Shuang remained silent, her grip on her sword tightened, her eyes filled with trust in Gu Qingyang. She understood that as long as he was present, they could overcome any obstacle. Even Chu Li, who had quietly protected the rear of the group, couldn't help but cast a grateful glance. Though naturally reticent, she felt a genuine sense of Gu Qingyang's strength and reliability. Lord Li was already petrified with fear, clinging tightly to the center of the group, terrified of being left behind. He watched in awe as Gu Qingyang effortlessly avoided one lethal trap after another. His heart filled with astonishment. What immense power does this young man possess? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of the valley, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. A suffocating pressure swept over them. making it difficult for the group to breathe. "It is the Beast King," Su Yao gasped, her face paling instantly. A massive figure slowly emerged from the darkness, towering over 10 meters, its body cloaked in thick, black scales, and its blood-red eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glow. The enormous axe it wielded shimmered ominously, as if capable of tearing apart anything in its path. The moment the Beast King appeared, the air around them seemed to freeze. Lordly was utterly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as he repeatedly muttered, "It's over, it's over." The Beast King's subordinates, a formidable assembly of towering demonic beasts, unleashed thunderous roars, brandishing their weapons with brazen arrogance. As if they had already foreseen the extinction of humanity. "Humans, how dare you trespass into my territory?" The Beast King's voice reverberated through the valley like a clap of thunder. "You shall all perish." Confronted by the oppressive aura of the Beast King, despair washed over the crowd. The sheer magnitude of this power was overwhelming. Could they truly overcome it? Even the typically self-assured Qin Shuang found herself gripping her sword tightly, her expression grave. Yet, Gu Qingyang stood unfazed. His gaze was resolute, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips, radiating confidence. He turned to address those behind him, speaking in a calm yet firm tone. "Do not fear, for I am here." With a swift motion, he drew his hand through the air, gently parting the void to reveal a space aglow with golden light. "The sign in space," Su Yao exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that Gu Qingyang was about to unveil his ultimate move. His eyes fell upon the depths of this space, where a powerful artifact awaited his summons. "Let me demonstrate my true strength." A glimmer of determination ignited in Gu Qingyang's eyes as he extended his hand, grasping the artifact he had retrieved from the sign in space. A crimson war spear known as Fengshen. Flames coursed along its surface, as if seeking to incinerate everything in the vicinity. Feeling the immense power emanating from the Fengshen spear, Gu Qingyang's fighting spirit ignited. "Beast, your doom is at hand," he bellowed. Transforming into a streak of lightning, charging directly at the Beast King, he wielded the Fengshen spear. Waves of searing flames erupted, the intense heat threatening to melt the very air around them. The Beast King roared in fury, brandishing his colossal axe in response. The clash of the axe against the Fengshen spear erupted into a deafening explosion, sparks flying in all directions. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, uprooting nearby trees. "Icebound for 1,000 miles, Qin Shuang cried, her sword slicing through the air, summoning frigid winds that slowed the Beast King's movements. "Vines entangle," Lin Wan shouted, as countless vines burst forth from the ground, ensnaring the Beast King's limbs and restricting his mobility. "Phantom mirage," Su Yao chimed, transforming into a multitude of illusions that danced around the Beast King, distracting him and preventing him from focusing. Chu Li stood silently behind the group, her dagger glinting with a cold light, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. Despite their collective assault, the Beast King remained formidable, roaring in rage as his dark scales shimmered ominously. Absorbing their attacks, he swung his axe, shattering the encroaching vines and ice, relentlessly pushing the group back. The battle reached a stalemate, and fatigue began to set in among the combatants. Gu Qingyang furrowed his brow, realizing the urgency of identifying the Beast King's weakness, or they would find themselves in peril. Following a furious clash, Gu Qingyang was forced back several paces. Steadying himself, he fixed his gaze on the Beast King and suddenly noticed a small patch of missing scales on the Beast King's abdomen, revealing the bright red flesh beneath. There, Gu Qingyang's heart surged with hope. He channeled his inner energy into the Fengshen spear, flames roaring to life as an overwhelming pressure radiated from it. "Fengshen strike," Gu Qingyang shouted, propelling himself like a bolt of lightning toward the Beast King's abdomen. The Beast King sensed the impending danger and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The Fengshen spear, engulfed in searing flames, plunged deep into the Beast King's belly. With a heart-wrenching howl, the Beast King collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. "We did it!" The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight. As the Beast King fell, the surrounding demonic beasts lost their cohesion and began to scatter in terror. The crisis threatening the human city had finally been averted, and the group celebrated their hard-earned victory. filled with admiration and gratitude for Gu Qingyang and the heroines. Lordly, trembling, approached Gu Qingyang, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Young Master Gu, it is thanks to you that we have been spared from disaster." Gu Qingyang gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative. The battle may have concluded, but it was merely the beginning. The massive carcass of the Beast King crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and symbolizing the dispersal of the dark clouds that had loomed over the city. The remaining beasts, bereft of their leader's guidance, retreated like a receding tide, leaving chaos in their wake. The survivors, having escaped the jaws of death, rejoiced and embraced one another, celebrating their hard-won triumph. Lordly, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched Gu Qingyang's hand, trembling with sincerity. "Young Master Gu, your great kindness will never be forgotten." Zhuang Yu hurried to Gu Qingyang's side, concern etched in her features. "Qingyang, are you all right?" Her delicate fingers brushed against the bloodied mark on his cheek, her eyes reflecting deep affection. Gu Qingyang smiled and shook his head, pulling her into an embrace. "I am fine, do not worry." Lin Wan gently tended to the wounded, while Su Yao flitted through the crowd like a joyful butterfly, sharing in the elation of their victory. Qin Shuang remained aloof, yet the faint curve of her lips betrayed her eased demeanor. Chu Li stood quietly behind Gu Qingyang, her gaze unwaveringly following him. Her eyes filled with tenderness. The atmosphere of celebration enveloped the city, yet Gu Qingyang gradually sensed an unsettling presence. He keenly detected an unusual aura permeating the air, one that did not arise from the retreating beasts, but rather from a more obscure and profound power. Releasing Zhuang Yu, he furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings. The trees bordering the city swayed gently in the breeze, producing a rustling sound, while the distant mountains lay shrouded in mist, creating an ambience that was both tranquil and eerily foreboding. "Qingyang, what's wrong?" Zhuang Yu asked, noticing his unease. Gu Qingyang shook his head, forcing a semblance of a smile. "It's nothing, perhaps just fatigue." He inhaled deeply, attempting to trace the source of the strange aura, but it eluded his grasp, flickering like a wisp. What could this power be? He pondered silently, observing the others lost in the joy of their victory. He wondered if he was the only one aware of this anomaly. Doubt gnawed at him, yet the sense of foreboding only intensified. As night fell, the jubilant crowd began to disperse, restoring tranquility to the city. Gu Qingyang stood alone atop the city wall, gazing into the distance. The night breeze caressed his garments, bringing a chill that heightened his awareness of the concealed power lurking in the shadows. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, striving to discern the origin of that force. Suddenly, he felt a wave of oppressive energy, as if invisible eyes were fixated upon him. He snapped his eyes open, locking his gaze on a distant peak. There, something was amiss. "Show yourself," Gu Qingyang called out, his voice tinged with warning. The only response was the howling of the night wind. Nevertheless, Gu Qingyang felt certain that something was hidden there. With a leap, he transformed into a flash of light, hurtling toward the mountain peak. Atop the summit, silence reigned. Gu Qingyang slowly drew the Finchen spear, its crimson flames flickering, illuminating his resolute visage. "I know you are here." He murmured, "Reveal yourself." Silence continued to envelop him. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed from the peak, sending shivers down his spine. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Gu Qingyang tightened his grip on the Finchen spear, scanning his surroundings with heightened vigilance, mentally preparing for the confrontation. Chapter 57. The beast tide retreats, yet hidden dangers lurk. The chilling laughter gradually dissipated, and a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Clad in a black robe, the figure's face obscured beneath a hood, surrounded by a menacing aura of black mist. "You are Gu Qingyang?" the figure rasped, a hint of mockery lacing its tone. Gu Qingyang offered no reply, instead tightening his grip on the Finchen spear, its tip aimed directly at the figure. "Who are you?" The figure let out a soft chuckle, as if amused by some hidden jest. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you will soon become a corpse." No sooner had the words left his lips than the dark figure lunged forward, transforming into a shadowy blur racing toward Gu Qingyang with breathtaking speed. Taken aback, Gu Qingyang swiftly swung the Finchen spear to block the attack. Clang! A deafening crash resonated as sparks flew, Jiu Qingyang felt an overwhelming force reverberate through him, numbing his grip and forcing him to stagger back several steps. What immense power! Gu Qingyang realized, recognizing that this black-clad figure's strength far surpassed any adversary he had previously encountered. The figure launched another assault, the black mist coiling like a serpent toward Gu Qingyang. He swung the Finchen spear, dispersing the encroaching darkness, yet the black-robed figure moved like a phantom, consistently appearing where he least expected it to strike. After a fierce exchange, Gu Qingyang found himself increasingly on the defensive. His clothing was torn, blood streaming from fresh wounds. "You are formidable," the black-clad figure paused, his tone laced with a hint of admiration. "But you are ultimately no match for me." Yu Qingyang panted heavily, acutely aware that he was no match for the figure cloaked in black, yet he refused to surrender. Gritting his teeth, he once more raised the burning heaven spear, steeling himself for a final confrontation. Just then, several silhouettes soared towards him from the distance. Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li had arrived. Upon seeing Gu Qingyang injured, concern etched their faces. "Qingyang," Zhuang Yu called out anxiously. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Gu Qingyang gritted through the pain, "but you all must be careful. This foe is formidable." The 5 heroines joined the fray, their presence alleviating some of the pressure on Gu Qingyang. Albeit temporarily, however, the might of the black-cloaked figure was overwhelming. Even united, the 6 of them struggled to prevail. The battle raged on for some time, and all 6 were soon drained, their bodies marred by wounds. "It seems today, you shall all perish here," the black-cloaked figure sneered, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a commotion erupted within the city. Though the beast tide had receded, new perils had emerged. The city's fortifications were severely compromised, leaving many citizens homeless and food supplies dwindling, plunging everyone into a crisis of survival. Lord Li, in a state of panic, rushed to the city wall, beseeching Gu Qingyang and the heroines for help. "Young Master Gu, esteemed heroines, I implore you to save us. We are on the brink of collapse." The weight of his words settled heavily in the hearts of Gu Qingyang and his companions. They faced not only a powerful adversary but also the urgent need to address the city's plight, intensifying their burden. The black-cloaked figure observed this with a cold smile. "It appears you have more pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now." With that, he vanished into the night. Jiu Qingyang and the others watched the direction in which he had disappeared, their hearts laden with unease. They understood that this was merely a fleeting calm, with far graver threats lurking ahead. "Qingyang," Zhuang Yu asked with concern, "what should we do now?" Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingyang replied with unwavering resolve, "First, we must address the immediate crisis." He turned to Lord Li. "Lead me to assess the situation, and of course, young Master Gu, please follow me." Lord Li responded hastily, guiding Gu Qingyang into the city, all the while lamenting, "The beast tide struck us so unexpectedly, and we have suffered tremendous losses." Gu Qingyang remained silent, listening intently, his mind racing with thoughts on how to resolve the impending crisis. He realized that this was not merely a threat to the city but a dire predicament for them all. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixated on a distant ruin. "There," he murmured. His eyes locked onto the desolate site, ravaged by the beast tide, barely recognizable from its former state. It seemed to have once been a granary. He whispered, recalling fragmented memories of the city's layout. Lord Li's expression shifted dramatically. "A granary? That's impossible. All the granaries within the city were destroyed in the early stages of the beast tide." Gu Qingyang offered no explanation, resolutely making his way toward the ruin, with the others following in confusion. Upon reaching the site, he closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and activated the sign in space. Within the space, countless flickering lights represented a variety of resources. He swiftly scanned, ultimately zeroing in on a hidden food storage marked by a special signal. His eyes flew open, a smile tugging at his lips. "I found it." He approached a corner of the ruin and shifted aside a massive stone, revealing a concealed entrance. Intricately designed mechanisms guarded the entrance, which would have been nearly impossible to detect without the sign in space's guidance. "How can this be?" Lord Li exclaimed, astonished. "I've managed this city for years and was unaware of such a hidden granary." As the entrance swung open, It revealed a trove of food supplies, some dampened but mostly intact. This discovery was undoubtedly a timely boon, prompting cheers of joy from the citizens, their admiration for Gu Qingyang overflowing. Lord grasped Gu Qingyang's hand in excitement. "Young Master Gu, you are truly our savior." Though the immediate crisis had been averted, Gu Qingyang remained vigilant, aware that the sign in space had hinted at lurking dangers within the city. Just then, a chilling scream shattered the momentary peace. Shadows darted among the crowd, moving with astonishing speed, their claws slashing through the air, leaving several isolated citizens sprawled in pools of blood. "Careful, it's the shadow demons." Qin Shuang reacted first, drawing her sword with a fierce cry as she charged towards the shadows. Shadow demons, beasts that fed on shadowy energy, moved with deceptive grace, launching rapid attacks that were exceedingly difficult to counter. Qin Shuang was like a bolt of lightning, her sword glinting with lethal precision. With a single stroke, she cleaved one demon in half, dissipating it into black mist. Yet, more shadow demons emerged from the darkness. Swarming like pests, their relentless assaults overwhelming. Despite her formidable strength, Qin Shuang began to feel the weight of their numbers. One demon seized the opportunity, raking its claws across her arm, leaving deep, crimson gashes. Qin Shuang Yu's heart raced at the sight, and she rushed to provide aid. With her whip in hand, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, driving back several demons that threatened Qin Shuang. The two stood back to back, fending off the relentless attacks of the demons. Their synergy was palpable. One focused on offense while the other concentrated on defense, effectively neutralizing the onslaught. As they fought, their eyes often met, filled with trust and understanding. Witnessing this camaraderie filled Gu Qingyang with warmth. He tightened his grip on the burning heaven spear, poised to join the battle. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura approaching. "It's here," he murmured, his gaze fixed on a looming shadow outside the city. Zhuang Yu furrowed her brows, her heart clenching at the sight of the blood on Qin Shuang's arm. With a fierce shout, she wielded her whip, creating a barrier of wind that pushed back the encroaching demons. "Qin Shuang, are you all right?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly with concern. Qin Shuang shook her arm, blood dripping from her sword and staining the ground like ominous blossoms. "I'm fine," she replied coldly. Though her gaze softened slightly, "Thank you, Zhuang Yu." The two formed a formidable duo, their backs pressed together in a balanced offensive and defensive formation. Zhuang Yu's whip danced like a dragon, repelling the approaching demons, while Qin Shuang's strikes were swift and lethal, targeting the demons' vital points, leaving a trail of dissipating black mist in her wake. Their cooperation was seamless. In the exchange of glances, they understood each other without the need for words. Gu Qingyang watched as the two fought side by side, a surge of warmth swelling in his heart. Their trust and synergy reassured him. Taking a deep breath, he summoned flames to engulf the burning heaven spear. Ready to join the fray, when Lin Wan's anxious voice called out, "Qingyang, be careful." He turned sharply, noticing even more shadow demons surging forth from the shadows, like a tide threatening to engulf them. Simultaneously, the powerful aura outside the city drew nearer. Its oppressive presence suffocating. "Waner, Yaoer, Lier, let us move together," Gu Qingyang bellowed, his figure darting toward the horde of demons. Lin Wan, Su Yao, and Chu Li followed close behind, each showcasing their unique abilities as they engaged in fierce combat against the shadow demons. Lin Wan's jade flute emitted a melodious sound, imbued with potent healing energy that mended the wounds of the injured while disorienting the demons. Su Yao commanded ethereal butterflies that danced gracefully through the air, occasionally releasing lethal clouds of poison among the demons. Meanwhile, Chu Li moved like a wraith, her daggers silently reaping the lives of the demons without a trace. Jiu Qingyang, holding the burning heaven spear, resembled a deity of war. As he swung the spear, flames roared, incinerating any demons that dared to approach. His piercing gaze locked onto the powerful aura outside the city, an unsettling feeling brewing within him. With their combined strength, the number of shadow demons began to dwindle, and the surrounding citizens, witnessing their valor, erupted into cheers, filled with renewed hope for the future. However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted, the formidable aura from outside the city finally materialized, A colossal figure emerged from the shadows, resembling a giant ape, its body cloaked in black scales, eyes glowing a menacing red, radiating a terrifying ferocity. "What manner of monster is this?" Lord Li gasped in horror, his voice trembling. Jiyu Qingyang felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He sensed that this creature's power surpassed even that of the Beast King. He gripped the burning heaven spear tightly, determination surging within him, ready to confront the threat. As the group deliberated on how to tackle this mysterious beast, a shadowy visitor approached the city. Cloaked entirely in black, his visage obscured, he advanced slowly towards them. Chapter 58. The mysterious visitor, the figure in black, drew closer, each step echoing ominously in the hearts of the onlookers, the stifling atmosphere nearly suffocating. He was enveloped in a peculiar energy that rendered him inscrutable. Lord Li, his voice quivering, pointed at the cloaked figure, stammering, "Who are you?" The black-cloaked figure disregarded Lord Li, instead scanning the gathered crowd before finally fixing his gaze on Gu Qingyang. A raspy voice emanated from beneath the hood. "Gu Qingyang, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation." Jiyu Qingyang furrowed his brows slightly. The fact that this individual knew his name heightened his sense of vigilance. "May I inquire as to who you are?" The figure cloaked in black chuckled softly. "There is no need for you to know my identity. What you must be aware of is that I have come to deliver a message, one that pertains to the very survival of this city." "What message?" Zhuang Yu stepped forward, her tone icy. She instinctively sensed that the visitor bore ill intentions. The black-cloaked figure did not respond directly. Instead, he slowly raised a hand, pointing toward the monstrous creature resembling a giant ape outside the city. "That is merely the beginning of this calamity." "Beginning?" Lin Wan covered her mouth in alarm, her eyes filled with concern. "Is there an even more dreadful disaster looming?" The black-cloaked man spoke in a grave tone. "An ancient curse is about to befall this city, one far more terrifying than the beast tide. If the means to lift this curse are not found, this city, and indeed this entire continent, will face utter annihilation." His words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, and despair began to spread among them. Mayor Li collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Xu Yao clenched her fists, suppressing the fears swelling within her. "A curse? What kind of curse could it possibly be?" Qin Shuang and Chu Li exchanged solemn glances. Although seasoned warriors, they too felt a sense of helplessness in the face of this unknown curse. Only Gu Qingyang, after a brief moment of shock, swiftly regained his composure. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute as he looked at the black-cloaked figure. "Since you are aware of the curse, you must also know how to lift it, correct?" The black-cloaked man remained silent, instead extending a skeletal hand from within his cloak, offering Gu Qingyang a black stone. "Find the source of the curse. Place this stone there, and the curse shall be undone." Gu Qingyang grasped the stone. It was cold to the touch, emanating a strange aura that sent a chill through him. He looked up at the black-cloaked figure, only to find he had vanished, leaving behind only a faint wisp of black mist in the air. Who could he be? Zhuang Yu approached Gu Qingyang, her voice LOW. Jiyu Qingyang shook his head, his gaze fixed on the black stone in his hand. "I do not know, but since he has given us hope, we must seize it." He lifted his head, his gaze unwavering now. "We must swiftly locate the source of the curse." He turned to the group, his tone steady. "Warner, continue treating the injured. Yaoer, you are in charge of investigating the situation within the city. Qin Shuang, Chu Li, accompany me outside the city to conduct our investigation." "Understood," the group responded in unison, their eyes rekindled with a glimmer of hope. Jiyu Qingyang clutched the black stone tightly in his hand and turned to stride toward the city gates. He understood that an even greater challenge awaited him. With the black stone in hand, Gu Qingyang's profound gaze shone with wisdom. He was not intimidated by the ominous news brought by the black-cloaked figure. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation. "Since you have informed us of the curse's existence, you must certainly be aware of its precise mechanism and the detailed steps required to lift it." His tone was steady, carrying an undeniable authority. The black-cloaked figure seemed taken aback by Gu Qingyang's composure. After a moment of silence, his raspy voice echoed once more. "The curse originates from an ancient battle, a congealed resentment of the defeated side, which will erupt on the night of the full moon. Only by locating the tainted sacred relic and purifying it with this black stone can we avert disaster. Jiyu Qingyang pressed further. Where can the sacred relic be found? What are its characteristics? His incisive inquiries pushed the black-cloaked man, shrouded in shadows, to reveal a flicker of uncertainty. The sacred relic is hidden within the forbidden grounds to the west of the city. Its exact location remains unknown. It emits a faint aura of malevolence, perceptible only to those with pure spiritual power. After speaking, the black-cloaked figure seemed to waver again, as if contemplating an escape. Wait! Gu Qingyang's commanding voice boomed, instantly enveloping the area in an overwhelming pressure. The women were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a forceful side of Gu Qingyang, their eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Lin Wan's heart raced. She unconsciously moved closer to Gu Qingyang, softly urging, "Qingyang, please be careful." Her hair brushed against his cheek, leaving a delicate fragrance that filled the air with a sweet essence. Su Yao and Qin Shuang exchanged glances, each detecting a subtle hint of jealousy in the other's eyes. Feeling Lin Wan's concern, Gu Qingyang felt warmth surge within him. He gently nodded at her, reassuring, "Rest assured, I will protect everyone." He then turned his gaze back to the black-cloaked figure, his voice sharp. "Since you possess such knowledge, you must be inextricably linked to this matter. Why not remain and face this crisis with us?" The black-cloaked figure fell silent, the shadow of his hood obscuring his expression. The swirling black mist around him suggested a fierce internal struggle. Just then, Su Yao exclaimed, "Brother Qingyang, look!" She pointed toward the western direction, where an eerie black mist was rising, resembling massive tentacles slowly creeping toward the city. "This is bad. The curse has erupted prematurely." Gu Qingyang's expression changed instantly as he stored the obsidian away in his spatial ring. "We must go." He waved his hand and led the group racing toward the western route. Chu Li silently trailed at the end of the line, her deep gaze fixed on Gu Qingyang's retreating figure. Her heart heavy with worry. She sensed that matters were far from simple. The black-cloaked figure seemed to have ulterior motives. Suddenly, the black-cloaked figure let out a chilling laugh, abruptly throwing back his hood to reveal a grotesque visage. "Gu Qingyang, prepare to die." He conjured a sphere of black energy in his hand and hurled it violently toward Gu Qingyang. "Be careful," Chu Li shouted, her form flashing forward to shield Gu Qingyang. She unleashed a fierce sword aura from her weapon, colliding with the energy sphere, resulting in a deafening explosion. The impact knocked Chu Li back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She gazed unwaveringly at the black-cloaked figure, her voice icy. "You shall not harm him." The black-cloaked figure's twisted face was now exposed, revealing a countenance filled with hatred, clearly a remnant of the beast tide's forces. "Gu Qingyang, your kind has destroyed everything we held dear. Today marks your demise," he bellowed, as the sphere of black energy swelled ominously once more, radiating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. Chu Li moved like lightning, her sword dancing through the air, engaging the black-cloaked figure in fierce combat. Her form was agile, her swordplay exquisite, each strike infused with lethal intent. However, the black-cloaked figure's power far exceeded her expectations. The energy sphere he wielded appeared inexhaustible, each attack carrying a devastating force. Chu Li gradually felt overwhelmed, her body bearing multiple injuries. "Chu Li, retreat." Gu Qingyang's voice thundered like a clap of thunder. He flashed forward, placing himself protectively in front of her. Gu Qingyang's decisive action warmed Chu Li's heart, yet anxiety clouded her thoughts. She understood the black-cloaked figure's strength was unfathomable. Even Gu Qingyang might struggle to secure victory. Jiyu Qingyang's expression grew grave as he sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the black-cloaked figure. And he dared not let his guard down. Focusing his mind, he activated the sign-in space. Sign-in. Ding. Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained Celestial Battle Chi. A surge of overwhelming power flooded into Gu Qingyang's body, his aura skyrocketing, surrounded by a radiant golden glow, as if a celestial being had descended. His eyes sparkled with newfound confidence. The black-cloaked figure, startled by Gu Qingyang's sudden increase in strength, felt a flicker of fear. Yet, he remained undeterred, launching the energy sphere once more. Jiyu Qingyang snorted disdainfully, sweeping his hand to unleash a wave of golden energy that collided with the energy sphere. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere was instantly shattered, dissipating into countless wisps of black mist. The onlookers stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Without pausing, Gu Qingyang darted forward, appearing before the black-cloaked figure and delivering a powerful punch. The black-cloaked figure had no time to react before the blow struck his chest, sending him crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. How is this possible? The black-cloaked figure gazed at Gu Qingyang in disbelief, terror evident in his eyes. He could never have anticipated such terrifying strength from Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang advanced step by step toward the black-cloaked figure, his gaze icily fixed. "Oh, you have any final words?" The black-cloaked figure's eyes glinted with malice as he struggled to rise, only to find himself utterly drained of strength. Gritting his teeth, he spat, "Gu Qingyang, you shall wait, we will return." Before he could finish, the black-cloaked figure breathed his last, his body gradually dissolving into black mist. The crowd, finally snapping out of their shock, surrounded Gu Qingyang, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence. "Qingyang, are you all right?" Lin Wan asked with concern. "I am fine." Gu Qingyang offered a faint smile as he turned his gaze toward the western part of the city, where a strange black mist still lingered. "This curse appears to be far more intricate than we had anticipated." He retrieved a piece of obsidian from his storage ring, the stone emanating a faint ghostly glow as if guiding him toward something. With profound eyes, Gu Qingyang silently pondered. Obsidian, holy relic, forbidden ground. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to a concealed valley in the distance. Perhaps there lay the answers we seek. He stepped forward, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Behind him, the 5 female leads followed closely, their expressions resolute, hearts brimming with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation for the unknown. The air seemed to still carry the chilling words of the robed figure before his demise, echoing like an incantation in the minds of the group. Chapter 59. Breaking the curse. Gu Qingyang halted at the entrance of the valley, the obsidian in his hand flickering with a ghostly light, subtly resonating with an unseen force deep within the valley. "This is the place," he declared with conviction, as he stepped into the valley. The 5 female leads closely followed, each bearing distinct expressions. Zhuang Yuxiu furrowed her brows with concern, gazing worriedly at Gu Qingyang's retreating silhouette. Lin Wan bit her lip, silently offering prayers for him. Su Yao curiously surveyed her surroundings, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Qin Shuang remained as cold as frost, yet the grip on her sword hilt betrayed her inner tension. Chu Li, like a shadow, silently guarded Gu Qingyang from behind. The valley was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura, towering trees shrouding the sky, the air imbued with a faint scent of decay. As they ventured deeper, they discovered that this place was indeed an ancient ruin, remnants of walls and broken structures narrating tales of a once glorious past, now reduced to mere fragments, evoking a sense of melancholy. "Be cautious, there seems to be a trap here," Lin Wan cautioned, her keen senses detecting an unusual energy flowing through the AI art. No sooner had she spoken, the ground suddenly cracked open, and several sharp stone spikes shot up from below. Targeting the group, Gu Qingyang reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Wan aside just in time to evade the attack. "Everyone, be wary. This ruin is rife with traps and mechanisms." As they pressed on, the power of the barriers within the ruins grew increasingly potent. This force did not attack directly but silently drained their stamina and spiritual energy, rendering them vulnerable. Their once vigorous strides gradually became labored, even their breaths turning shallow. "This barrier is peculiar. I feel my spiritual energy dissipating." Qin Shuang remarked, her complexion paling. Known for her formidable combat prowess, she now felt inexplicably weak. "I feel it too. It's as if something is siphoning away my essence," Zhuang Yu echoed, her previously rosy cheeks now appearing wan. Even the usually vibrant Su Yao fell silent, closely trailing Gu Qingyang, her small face etched with concern. "Qingyang, should we continue forward?" Lin Wan asked anxiously, noticing Gu Qingyang's own pallor, her heart heavy with worry. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath, feeling the relentless drain of spiritual energy within him. He understood that if they continued this way, they would inevitably be consumed by the barrier's force. we cannot abandon our quest. The method to break the curse must lie deep within these ruins, Gu Qingyang asserted, his gaze firm. He turned to Su Yao. Su Yao, have you discerned anything? Su Yao knitted her brows in concentration, having been observing their surroundings intently in search of a means to unravel the barrier. The power of this barrier seems to follow a certain rhythm. It feels like it's breathing, she said uncertainly. Breathing? Gu Qingyang inquired, perplexed. Su Yao nodded, pointing ahead. Look at the runes on those stone pillars. Their glow seems to pulse in a rhythmic pattern, akin to breathing. Gu Qingyang followed her finger, indeed noticing that the luminescence of the runes followed a discernible cadence. Perhaps this is the key to breaking the barrier, a spark ignited within Gu Qingyang. He looked to Su Yao, continue observing the patterns of these runes. Let us see if we can discover a way to dismantle this barrier. Su Yao nodded earnestly, recognizing that their hopes relied heavily on her insight. She took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the flickering runes, her mind racing to identify the underlying rhythm. Wait, Su Yao suddenly exclaimed. I think I know what to do. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the frequencies of these runes seem chaotic, they actually follow a specific rhythm. If we can step in time with this rhythm, we can evade the barrier's attacks. Her revelation invigorated the group, as if a sliver of dawn had broken through the darkness. Gu Qingyang regarded her with admiration, then commanded, All right, Su Yao, you take the lead. We will follow your rhythm. Su Yao nodded, inhaling deeply as she began to guide the others through the ruins. She observed the flickering frequencies of the runes while directing the group to move forward. Retreat, shift left, and turn right. Initially, they struggled to adapt, but as Su Yao grew more adept in her guidance, they gradually grasped the rhythm, their steps becoming lighter. 3 steps forward to the left. Su Yao's clear voice echoed through the ruins. The group complied, deftly avoiding the stone spikes that erupted from the ground. Step back, 2 steps, Su Yao commanded again. They swiftly retreated, narrowly escaping the descending boulders from above. Su Yao's commands were precise and decisive, deftly navigating them through the treacherous ruins, transforming an initially perilous journey into one of ease. Lin Wan watched in awe at Su Yao's nimbleness, her eyes filled with admiration. Su Yao, you are truly remarkable. Even the usually haughty Qin Shuang could not help but nod in approval, a flicker of respect crossing her features. Under Su Yao's leadership, they finally arrived at the heart of the ruins. A grand ancient altar stood before them, radiating a gentle golden light, an aura of sanctity permeating the air. This is it, Gu Qingyang exclaimed, feeling a powerful force emanating from the altar. However, as they approached, a deafening roar suddenly reverberated through the air, and a colossal figure emerged slowly from behind the altar. This guardian beast was immense, its body covered in hard scales, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Its crimson eyes fixated on the group, issuing low growls that threatened to rend them to shreds at any moment. Ice the guardian beast. Zhuang Yu's expression shifted, sensing the creature's formidable strength, far surpassing any adversary they had previously encountered. I'll handle this, Qin Shuang shouted, her form flickering as she transformed into a blur, charging towards the guardian beast. Zhuang Yu followed closely, the two launching a fierce assault against the creature. Swordlight flashed and blade shadows danced as powerful energy surged through the ruins. Yet, the guardian beast's defenses were exceedingly robust. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, they failed to inflict any significant damage. Conversely, the beast's counterattacks were ferocious, each strike carrying an earth-shattering force. Gradually, Qin Shuang and Zhuang Yu found themselves at a disadvantage, sustaining varying degrees of injuries, their breaths growing labored. We can't continue like this. We must find a way to breach its defenses, Zhuang Yu urged anxiously. At that moment, a glimmer ignited in Gu Qingyang's eyes. He sensed that the cooldown for the signing space had concluded. Wait, he said solemnly, I have a plan. Gu Qingyang took a deep breath and silently intoned the signing command. In an instant, the signing space burst forth with golden light, revealing an ancient jade ruyi in his grasp. This jade ruyi, resplendent and carved with intricate dragon and phoenix motifs, contained a vast power, as if embodying the very principles of heaven and earth. This is the Chaos Ruyi, Gu Qingyang exclaimed, a flicker of excitement lighting his eyes. The The Chaos Rui was an ancient artifact capable of wielding the power of chaos, significantly amplifying the user's offensive capabilities. Qin Shuang, Zhuangyu, catch. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyang tossed the Chaos Rui to the two. As they caught it, a surge of powerful energy flooded into their bodies, instantly replenishing their previously depleted vital energies, even surpassing their prior strength. What treasure is this? Qin Shuang marveled, her eyes wide with astonishment as she felt the potent energy emanating from the Jade Rui. Don't ponder it now. Use it to attack, Gu Qingyang urged decisively. Exchanging glances, Qin Shuang and Zhuangyu nodded in unison. They infused their vital energies into the Chaos Rui, which immediately blazed with brilliance, unleashing a torrent of chaotic power that transformed into two razor-sharp assaults aimed at the Guardian Beast's vulnerabilities. Roar. The Guardian Beast emitted a pained roar, its resilient scales cracking under the onslaught of chaotic energy. Blood seeped from the fissures, staining the ground around it a deep crimson. With its defenses breached, Qin Shuang and Zhuangyu seized the opportunity to launch a renewed assault. Sword energies surged and blades glimmered, powerful strikes cascading upon the Guardian Beast like a torrential storm. As its injuries mounted and its breath grew shallow, it ultimately collapsed with a thunderous crash. With the beast's fall, the golden radiance atop the altar intensified, and a sacred power began to emanate outward. Gu Qingyang sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation and immediately understood that the key to lifting the curse lay upon this altar. He hastened to the altar, seated himself cross-legged, formed seals with his hands, and began to chant incantations. A formidable force surged from within him, infusing the altar. The golden light upon the altar blazed ever brighter, ultimately transforming into a pillar of light that soared into the heavens. A powerful wave of energy swept forth, enveloping the entire city. The surrounding gloom gradually dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. The once lifeless city was instantaneously revitalized. The citizens emerged from their hiding places, gazing at the miraculous scene with eyes filled with joy and gratitude. The curse has been lifted. Lord Li, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as he led the populace in kneeling before Gu Qingyang and the others, expressing their heartfelt thanks for their salvation. Lin Wan, Su Yao, and Chu Li approached the altar, gazing at Gu Qingyang with admiration and affection. Gu Qingyang slowly opened his eyes, fatigue flickering within them, yet also a sense of fulfillment. Rising to his feet, he offered a gentle smile to the crowd. Having experienced this event, the strength of Gu Qingyang and his companions had notably increased, especially Gu Qingyang, who, after wielding the chaotic artifact, had gained a more refined mastery over his powers, elevating his prowess to new heights. However, this mystical continent was fraught with peril, and they knew this was merely a new beginning in the future. They would face even more challenges and unknowns. Chapter 60. A clever strategy to break the deadlock. Just as the joy of lifting the curse had not yet fully dissipated, the earth began to reverberate with a low, ominous rumble, akin to the thunderous gallop of 1,000 steeds, approaching from afar. On the horizon, a black tide surged forth, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was a beast horde. A vast multitude of monstrous beasts surged toward the city like a dark deluge, roaring and howling, exuding a ferocious and violent aura. The faces of the soldiers atop the city walls paled, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Some of the new recruits were so frightened that their legs wobbled, unable to resist taking a few steps back. How can we fight against so many? A young soldier's voice trembled with fear. Lord Li was even more terrified, his face drained of color as he cowered in the watchtower, muttering incessantly, "It's over. It's really over this time." He did not dare to peek outside to witness the scene beyond the walls. Observing this, Zhuangyu, standing at the fortifications, furrowed her brow, a sense of worry welling up within her. She turned to Lin Wan beside her and spoke in a grave tone. "Wanner, it seems this beast horde is fiercer than any we have faced before." Lin Wan nodded lightly, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, but we cannot falter. We must protect this city." She began directing the medical team, preparing to tend to the wounded at any moment. Su Yao dashed about on the city walls, observing the movements of the horde, seeking to identify their weaknesses. As she watched, she murmured, "Strange. these beasts seem even more frenzied than before. There must be a reason behind it. With her sword in hand, Qin Shuang's eyes were cold as she stared ahead, ready for battle at any moment. Where is Qingyang? He should have appeared by now, she remarked softly, a hint of urgency in her tone. Hidden in the shadows, Chu Li silently observed everything, her dagger gripped tightly, always prepared to protect Gu Qingyang. Though she remained silent, the glint of determination in her eyes revealed her resolve. The beast horde drew ever closer, their deafening roars threatening to collapse the city walls. The soldiers atop the walls grew increasingly frantic, some even beginning to sneakily retreat into the city. Stand your ground? Who dares to flee in the face of battle shall face military justice, Zhuang Yu barked, managing to temporarily stabilize the soldiers' morale. Yet she understood that with just the few of them, it was impossible to withstand such a massive horde. At that moment, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the throng of beasts. It was an enormous lion-like creature, radiating a powerful pressure. It was the Beast King. It roared towards the sky, shaking the very earth. Humans, tremble. Your end is nigh. The Beast King's voice dripped with scorn and cruelty. Faced with such a formidable foe, the soldiers on the walls fell into utter despair. However, at this critical juncture, Gu Qingyang did not appear on the walls as everyone had anticipated. Instead, he commanded, all the elderly, weak, and women and children, immediately gather at the central square. Gu Qingyang's voice resonated throughout the city, imbued with an undeniable authority. His command echoed through the amplification array, reaching every ear within the city. Rather than charging into battle as usual, he began organizing the elderly, weak, and children to relocate to safety. A decision that bewildered many. Lord, shouldn't we be organizing our forces to resist the beast horde? Why is one soldier bravely questioning Lordly? Before he could finish, Lordly interrupted him in a panic. Don't ask me. I know nothing. Just listen to young Master Gu. Lordly trembled in the watchtower, his voice shaking as if he might burst into tears at any moment. His cowardly demeanor only heightened the anxiety of the surrounding soldiers. Zhuang Yu and Qin Shuang exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Gu Qingyang's intentions. Only Su Yao's eyes sparked with a glimmer of realization, and she immediately turned and ran towards the direction of the beast horde. Though the citizens were frightened, they complied with Gu Qingyang's instructions, beginning to orderly make their way to the central square. Some grumbled, while others wept, creating a scene of chaos. What is he trying to do? Is he really going to abandon the fight? An elderly man quavered, his voice filled with despair. That won't happen. I believe that young Master Gu surely has a plan, a young woman asserted, her eyes shining with hope. As the crowd murmured. Su Yao returned, breathless and beaming with excitement. I've discovered something. I've discovered something, she shouted, capturing everyone's attention. What have you found? Gu Qingyang asked calmly, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The attack routes of the beast horde follow a pattern. They are not attacking randomly, but are advancing along fixed paths, Su Yao exclaimed eagerly, detailing her observations to Gu Qingyang. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyang's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. So it is true, he murmured, then began to redeploy defensive forces, concentrating their might along the critical routes that Su Yao had identified. All warriors, proceed to the designated positions immediately according to my instructions. Ensure that these key points are firmly held. Gu Qingyang's voice rang out once more, this time filled with confidence and determination. Although the crowd still did not fully comprehend Gu Qingyang's intentions, they chose to trust him and swiftly took action. The beast horde arrived as scheduled, crashing violently against the city walls. Yet this time, humanity's defenses appeared remarkably robust. The concentrated defensive forces struck like daggers, piercing the heart of the beast horde. The initial wave of the horde was successfully repelled. Cheers erupted from the soldiers atop the walls, who had anticipated certain death but were astonished to find themselves able to fend off the assault. Their gazes toward Gu Qingyang were filled with admiration and gratitude. Young Master Gu is truly a genius. Indeed, if it weren't for young Master Gu, we would have been doomed. The praises of the crowd rose in a chorus. Yet Gu Qingyang remained unperturbed, his gaze fixed on the beast horde outside the walls, knowing that the real battle was only just beginning. True, The first wave of the attack was successfully repelled. Gu Qingyang allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, but his expression darkened as he commanded, "Relay the order. All defense points must bolster their vigilance. Be wary of the next wave of the beast horde." No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the horde. Following the deafening roar, the very earth seemed to tremble. From the depths of the horde, several massive and ferocious elite beasts, like arrows released from a bow, veered around the main battlefield, charging straight toward the human fortifications' flank. Their speed was astonishing, closing in on the walls in the blink of an eye. This is bad. They intend to break through from the side. Zhuang Yu's gaze sharpened, and with a fierce cry, her long sword erupted with dazzling brilliance as she charged forward to confront one of the elite beasts. Qin Shuang swiftly followed, her figure flickering like a specter, as her dual daggers transformed into a glimmering arc of cold light, engaging another elite beast in a fierce battle. The assaults of the two female generals were extraordinarily fierce, their sword and dagger energies intertwining and slicing through the surrounding air into fragments. However, these elite beasts were no ordinary foes. Their tough hides and robust physiques allowed them to move with agility, standing their ground even against the formidable mid-stage martial sovereigns. Their defenses were so formidable that ordinary attacks struggled to make an impact. While fending off the elite beast's relentless onslaught, Zhuang Yu shouted a warning to Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, her piercing gaze meticulously observing the movements of the elite beasts in search of their vulnerabilities. Suddenly, she noticed that the elite beasts instinctively shielded their eyes during their attacks. Their weakness lay in their eyes. With a sharp cry, Qin Shuang darted aside, evading the elite beast's strike, while her dual daggers shot forth like twin bolts of lightning, aiming directly for the beast's eyes. A piercing howl erupted from the elite beast as its massive form collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the surrounding soldiers' spirits soared, erupting into cheers. Encouraged by the sight, the soldiers intensified their attacks, successfully repelling several more elite beasts. Meanwhile, the pressure on the front lines grew increasingly daunting. The tide of beasts surged like an unrelenting wave, coming in endless waves. Jiyu Qingyang's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that if this continued, humanity's defenses would inevitably crumble. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Sign-in successful. Acquired War God Technique. A surge of joy filled Gu Qingyang's heart. The War God Technique was a unique skill capable of boosting morale and enhancing combat prowess. He immediately imparted the technique to the soldiers around him. As the technique activated, a powerful aura emanated from the soldiers, rejuvenating their weary bodies with newfound strength. Kill! The soldiers roared with thunderous fury, charging once more into the beast tide like tigers descending from the mountains. Under the influence of the War God Technique, their combat effectiveness surged dramatically, stabilizing what had been a precarious front. However, just as victory seemed within reach, a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the beast tide. From within the horde emerged a colossal beast, its size several times greater than that of ordinary beasts. Radiating an aura of terror, it was the leader of the beast tide, the Beast King. With blood-red eyes sweeping across the battlefield, it glared with fury and murderous intent. "Humans, how dare you obstruct my path?" The Beast King's voice thundered like a storm, reverberating in the ears of all present. Upon witnessing the Beast King personally join the fray, Gu Qingyang's expression darkened. He knew that the true trial was only just beginning. Taking a deep breath, he turned to his comrades and commanded, "Prepare for battle." Before his words could fully settle, the Beast King let out a furious roar, leading a formidable group of beasts like a black torrent, charging toward humanity's defensive fortifications. Chapter 61. The fierce battle against the beast tide, the black torrent, accompanied by the Beast King's wrathful howls, surged toward humanity's defenses like a raging river breaching its banks. Gu Qingyang stood resolute at the forefront, his long sword slicing through the air as he carved a bloody path through the beast tide. Beside him, Qin Shuang moved with grace, her spear striking true, claiming the lives of several beasts with each thrust. Empowered by the War God Technique, the soldiers unleashed astounding combat prowess, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the beasts. However, the Beast King's strength was terrifying. Each swipe of its claws unleashed a violent energy that sent soldiers reeling. Damned humans! How dare you stand in my way? The Beast King roared, its massive form rampaging through the ranks, leaving devastation in its wake. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Gu Qingyang, brimming with disdain and murderous intent. You think you can challenge me? You are utterly deluded. Gu Qingyang felt the weight of the disparity between himself and the Beast King. Yet he knew he must hold his ground. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of true energy within him, his long sword glowing brilliantly as he charged toward the Beast King. Deluded, the Beast King sneered, its colossal claws sweeping toward Gu Qingyang with ferocious wind. Gu Qingyang narrowly evaded the strike, but the residual force sent him crashing backward, blood spilling from his lips. Qingyang, upon witnessing Gu Qingyang's injury, both Qin Shuang and Zhuang Yu cried out in alarmed eye in the distance. Lin Wan, tending to the wounded, dropped her medicine bottle in shock. Her face paling instantly, Xu Yao halted her reconnaissance, her gaze fixated on Gu Qingyang. Worry etched in her eyes. Even Chu Li, who had been silently guarding the rear, tightly gripped her dagger, her heart racing in trepidation. Hidden behind the city walls, Lord Li trembled, repeatedly muttering, "It's over, it's over, we're done for." The Beast King's minions, seeing Gu Qingyang wounded, erupted into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, with such meager strength, you dare challenge the Beast King, truly ignorant of your own mortality. Beast King, you are magnificent. Kill this human and let them know our might. Foolish humans, prepare to meet your end." The Beast King laughed triumphantly. "Humans, do you see this? This is your fate. Submit to me, and I may spare your life." Wiping the blood from his lips, Gu Qingyang's eyes glinted with determination. Struggling to stand, he pointed his sword at the Beast King, declaring, "To think you could make me submit is but a dream." Seeing Gu Qingyang injured, Zhuang Yu's heart filled with worry and pain. Ignoring her own safety, she shouted, "Qingyang," and dashed toward him. As she witnessed Gu Qingyang spewing blood, her heart felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand. She charged onto the battlefield, focusing solely on that blood-stained white figure. The beast tide seemed to vanish from her sight as she burst forth, radiating brilliant golden light, carving a path through the horde with the speed of a golden lightning bolt. "Qingyang," she cried, her voice trembling with uncontainable worry. Qin Shuang, witnessing Gu Qingyang's injury, felt a surge of fury. An icy murderous intent emanated from her, and her spear danced with renewed ferocity, its tip exuding a chilling light, akin to an enraged dragon aiming for the Beast King's head. "You dare harm him!" Qin Shuang's voice was cold as ice, each word dripping with profound hatred. Her previously calm eyes now blazed with righteous fury, as if they could incinerate the Beast King where he stood. Meanwhile, Xu Yao closely monitored the battlefield's dynamics from the rear. Her analytical mind dissected the Beast King's movements and attack patterns. At last, she noticed a small patch of missing scales on the Beast King's abdomen, its sole vulnerability. Without hesitation, she relayed this discovery to Qin Shuang through a special communication technique. Receiving Xu Yao's message, Qin Shuang's heart leapt with joy. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Beast King's attack, she moved like lightning, her spear transforming into a streak of golden light aimed directly at the Beast King's weak point. With a roar of agony, the Beast King staggered back involuntarily, having never anticipated that this seemingly weak human could discern its vulnerability and strike with such precision. The Beast King's bellow reverberated through the surrounding horde, momentarily stalling their assault. Finally, Zhuang Yu reached Gu Qingyang's side, helping him to his feet. "Qingyang, are you all right?" she asked anxiously, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Gently inspecting his wounds, her eyes brimmed with concern. Gu Qingyang forced a smile. "I'm fine, just a minor injury." He didn't want to worry Zhuang Yu, suppressing the pain coursing through him. "Fine?" Zhuang Yu's tears spilled over, falling onto Gu Qingyang's face. "You've spat blood. And you say you're fine." She produced a healing elixir, intent on feeding it to him. At that moment, the Beast King, enraged, unleashed a deafening roar, the very air around them seeming to rip apart. Bloodlust flickered in its eyes as an overwhelming power surged from its massive form. Swinging its colossal claws, it aimed a devastating blow at Qin Shuang and Zhuang Yu. The two women joined forces to block the attack, but the Beast King's might was overwhelming, pushing them to their limits. Suddenly, a shadowy figure descended from the heavens, placing itself before Qin Shuang and Zhuang Yu. Chu Li. Chu Li appeared like a wraith, her twin blades shimmering with a ghostly glow as she stood guard before them. Bracing against the Beast King's cataclysmic strike, with a thunderous crash, the ground trembled, and though Chu Li groaned, blood trickling from her lips, she remained steadfast, like a guardian deity, resolutely protecting the two behind her. Leer! Zhuang Yu gasped, concern flooding her expression. Chu Li shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on the Beast King. I am here to lend you my strength. She did not bring mere soldiers, but rather the elite forces from the Lord's Manor, each one exceptional and rigorously trained. They formed a unique battle formation, skillfully neutralizing the Beast King's assaults, granting Qin Shuang and Zhuang Yu precious moments to catch their breath. The Beast King, infuriated, had not anticipated that these human ants would prove so tenacious. Unable to be subdued for so long, he let out a thunderous roar, a surge of even wilder power erupting from within, causing the surrounding air to distort as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. Lowly humans, perish. Qin Shuang and Zhuang Yu felt the terrifying aura emanating from the Beast King. Their expressions growing grave. They understood that the Beast King was now fighting for its life. Shuanger, be careful, Chu Li cautioned. Qin Shuang nodded, her spear dancing in her grasp, its tip exuding a chilling gleam, resembling a silver dragon aiming directly for the Beast King's head. Chu Li's dual blades transformed into flickering shadows, coordinating with Qin Shuang's strikes to relentlessly target the Beast King's vulnerabilities on the battlefield. The clashing of blades and the cries of battle reverberated through the air. Although the elite soldiers' formation could not inflict fatal damage upon the Beast King, it effectively restrained its movements, allowing Qin Shuang and Chu Li to concentrate their attacks. At that moment, Lin Wan's figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Ignoring the injured she was tending to, she rushed forward with precious healing elixirs. Upon hearing of Gu Qingyang's injury, her heart raced with urgency, longing to be by his side immediately. Qingyang. Lin Wan's voice trembled as she navigated through the crowd to reach Gu Qingyang, her eyes filled with concern and pain. Without hesitation, she swiftly retrieved the healing elixir and administered it to him. The elixir dissolved upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his body. Gu Qingyang's complexion gradually improved, and his breathing steadied. Waner. Gu Qingyang weakly spoke, his gaze brimming with gratitude. Lin Wan gently caressed his face, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. It's all right. You're going to be fine. After taking the elixir, Gu Qingyang felt his injuries beginning to mend, sensing the restoration of his strength. A glimmer of resolve igniting in his eyes, he struggled to rise, but Lin Wan held him back. Rest well, we will handle things here. Gu Qingyang gazed at the valiant figures fighting before him, his heart swelling with emotion. He knew he could not afford to fall again. The Beast King, frustrated by its inability to prevail, roared in rage. Taking a deep breath, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy surged into its body, causing it to swell, its presence becoming even more terrifying. Its eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, fixated on Gu Qingyang, intent on murder. You brat, I will see you dead. The Beast King's voice dripped with fury and malice as it leaped into the air, its massive form blotting out the sun as it charged toward Gu Qingyang. Chu Li's expression shifted. This was dire. In a flash, she positioned herself before Gu Qingyang. Chapter 62. Fierce Battle with the Beast King. Chu Li moved like lightning, standing guard before Gu Qingyang, her sword dancing in the air, the blade radiating a frosty glimmer. However, the Beast King's power was overwhelmingly immense, and Chu Li's strikes merely slowed its advance. The Beast King's colossal claw swept down, sending Chu Li staggering back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Chu Li, Lin Wan gasped, a soft glow enveloping Chu Li as she cast a healing spell. I am fine. Chu Li wiped away the blood, her resolve unwavering. I must protect young Master Gu. The Beast King unleashed a deafening roar and charged once more at Gu Qingyang. Its eyes gleamed with mockery and cruelty, as if it could already envision Gu Qingyang being torn to shreds. The surrounding soldiers and townsfolk watched in terror, aware that if Gu Qingyang fell, their last glimmer of hope would vanish. Lordly, pale with fear, cowered at the back of the crowd, trembling as he muttered, "It's over. It's all over." Gu Qingyang, having just begun to recover, felt a wave of helplessness at the sight of the Beast King's overwhelming assault. He understood that in his current state, he could not withstand the Beast King's onslaught. "Brother Qingyang," Su Yao cried anxiously, "you must hold on. Young Master Gu, we will assist you." Zhuang Yu and Qin Shuang rushed forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Li, attempting to repel the Beast King's advance. Yet their strength paled in comparison to that of the Beast King. Each of its strikes carried the force of cataclysmic destruction, and they could only barely fend off its attacks, sustaining injuries in the process. "Ha ha, a bunch of ants daring to obstruct this king." The Beast King laughed maniacally, disdain evident in its eyes. "Today, you shall all perish." It swung its massive claws again, sending the four of them flying. Gu Qingyang surveyed the scene before him, despair flooding his heart. Was he truly destined to die here? Just then, a thought struck him. He still had a powerful artifact, the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror, yet to be utilized in his inventory. With a surge of determination, he summoned the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror. As it manifested, brilliant rays of light erupted forth, an overwhelming power emanating from the mirror that caused the very space around it to tremble. Even the Beast King sensed the threat of this power, halting its attack, confusion flickering in its eyes. "What is this?" The Beast King stared at the mirror in Gu Qingyang's grasp, a sense of foreboding rising within. Holding the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror, Gu Qingyang's eyes sparkled with resolve. "Do you wish to know what this is?" A slight smile graced his lips. "Then allow me to demonstrate its might." As he wielded the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror, its surface shimmered with dazzling lightning, an overwhelming celestial authority radiating outward. The Beast King, sensing this power, looked on with uncertainty, aware of the destructive force contained within the mirror. "Let me show you the wrath of the heavens," Gu Qingyang shouted. The Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror glowing with intensity, bolts of thick lightning dancing like silver serpents, striking toward the Beast King. The Beast King roared in fury, black energy swirling around it, forming a barrier in an attempt to withstand the lightning assault. However, the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror was too formidable. The lightning effortlessly pierced through the barrier, crashing into the Beast King. Roar. The Beast King let out a pained howl, its massive form recoiling under the relentless assault of lightning. It had not anticipated that this seemingly weak human possessed such a powerful artifact. Gu Qingyang pressed the advantage, commanding the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror as torrents of lightning rained down upon the Beast King. The creature's roars grew weaker, its black energy dissipating. The onlookers were left in awe, having never witnessed such overwhelming power. Lordly, paralyzed with fear, sank to the ground, muttering to himself, "A miracle. This is a miracle." The five women, Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li, held expressions of concern, yet a glimmer of hope flickered within their eyes. They knew Gu Qingyang was their final hope. Should he falter, they would lose everything. The Beast King, battered by the onslaught of lightning, was left grievously wounded, its breath shallow, its eyes filled with resentment and rage. Yet it was powerless to resist. It realized it had been defeated by a human it had never regarded as a threat. "Impossible, I cannot be defeated." The Beast King let out one last roar, attempting a final struggle. Gu Qingyang chuckled coldly, the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror glowing radiantly once more, a bolt of lightning even thicker than before shooting forth from the mirror, aimed directly at the Beast King's head. Boom! A colossal explosion resounded as the Beast King's skull was obliterated, its enormous body crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired. The mighty Beast King had been vanquished by Gu Qingyang. As the dust settled, Gu Qingyang's figure emerged, holding the Nine Heavens Thunder Mirror, radiating a powerful aura as if a celestial being had descended. "It's over," Gu Qingyang said softly, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Brother Qingyang." Su Yao was the first to react, rushing to Gu Qingyang's side, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Gu Qingyang replied with a smile. Shaking his head, the other women quickly gathered around him, their eyes brimming with care. Young Master Gu, you are incredible. Lord Li also approached, a fawning expression on his face. Jiu Qingyang ignored him, instead gazing into the distance where the beast tide was disbanding. Without the Beast King's command, they fled like headless flies. It appears the source of the beast tide lies with the Beast King, Gu Qingyang murmured. Suddenly, he felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into him and turned to see the 5 women channeling their strength into him. You all? Gu Qingyang looked at them in astonishment. Brother Qingyang, we believe in you, Su Yao declared resolutely. Let us together put an end to this calamity, Shuangyu added. Feeling the surge of power within him, Gu Qingyang's heart swelled with gratitude and strength. He lifted his head, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. Very well, let us together bring this to a close. He lifted the Jutian Suan Lij Ing in his hand, and a dazzling beam of light shot skyward in the distance. A mysterious figure observed this spectacle, eyes wide with astonishment. The radiant light did not emanate from the Jutian Suan Lij Ing, but rather burst forth from Gu Qingyang himself. The powers of 5 women converged within him, resonating and surging to form an unprecedentedly formidable energy. Jiu Qingyang felt his meridians swell, power erupting like a volcano. And he let out a howl that reverberated throughout the cosmos. The brightness of the Jyotian Suan Lij surged, seemingly responding to its master's fervent battle intent. Within the mirror, lightning roiled, transforming into a colossal thunder dragon that roared and lunged at the Beast King's shattered form. No, this cannot be, the Beast King bellowed in despair, never having anticipated that it would be vanquished by one it deemed an insignificant ant. The Thunder Dragon, imbued with cataclysmic power, engulfed the Beast King entirely. A profound silence enveloped the realm, save for the lingering echoes of thunder. With the loss of their leader, the beast horde descended into chaos, scattering in all directions. The source of the beast tide lay in the tranquil valley to the northwest. Su Yao pointed urgently in that direction, where a thick aura of malevolence was gradually dissipating. Without hesitation, Gu Qingyang transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the tranquil valley. The 5 women followed closely, knowing that the resolution of the beast tide crisis hinged upon this very moment. Within the tranquil valley, a massive altar, etched with bizarre runes, pulsed with residual dark energy. Jiu Qingyang instantly recognized this as the origin of the beast tide. Without a moment's pause, he struck out. The Jyotian Suan Lij Ing shone once more, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the altar. The runes flickered erratically before shattering completely, the dark energy dissipating in tandem. At last, it was over. Jiu Qingyang exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. As the source of the beast tide was eradicated, the panicked beasts around gradually calmed and dispersed. The beast tide surrounding the human city vanished entirely, and jubilant cheers erupted among the people, their hearts brimming with the joy of survival. Lord Li led the crowd in expressing their most sincere gratitude to Gu Qingyang and the 5 women, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. Hailing them as heroes who saved the city, Gu Qingyang gazed at the reveling crowd. A sense of solace washed over him. He knew that this crisis had finally passed. Back in the makeshift dwelling, he lay upon a modest bed, surrounded by the 5 women, their eyes filled with concern. Zhuang Yu gently wiped the sweat from his brow, while Lin Wan tenderly massaged his aching shoulders. Su Yao chattered excitedly about the battle they had just fought, and Qin Shuang silently observed him, her gaze brimming with affection. Chu Li stood quietly by, vigilantly guarding them. Feeling the warmth enveloping him, Gu Qingyang was filled with tranquility and happiness. He closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful force surging within him. It seemed that the energies of the 5 women resonated with his own, and unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had subtly advanced. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the 5 women also recognized this surge of power, their own cultivation levels having risen as well. It appears that this crisis has bestowed upon us considerable benefits, Gu Qingyang said with a smile. Indeed, our strengths have all grown significantly, Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. The group exchanged knowing smiles, their hearts filled with anticipation for the future. As night deepened, the city gradually returned to tranquility. Gu Qingyang lay in bed, gazing out at the luminous moonlight, yet his heart remained restless. He recalled the lingering dark energy he had sensed in the tranquil valley, although it had been obliterated. He felt an unsettling notion that something else lay hidden in the shadows. Turning to the 5 women beside him, he noted that they had all fallen into a deep slumber, their faces adorned with serene smiles. Gu Qingyang quietly rose, moving to the window and gazing into the distance, a grave expression crossing his features. "It seems this battle has only just begun," he murmured softly, before stepping through the door and disappearing into the night. Chapter 63. The initial respite from the beast tide. As the beast tide receded, the air was thick with the scent of blood and gunpowder, and the battered city walls bore witness to the ferocity of the battle. The city began its reconstruction, survivors wearing expressions of relief as they commenced clearing the rubble and mending their homes, eyeing the makeshift dwelling. Gu Qingyang lay on a simple bed, his body wrapped in bandages. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, sleep eluded him, his mind replaying the scenes of combat against the beast tide. Zhuangyu sat by his bedside, her eyes filled with love and concern. She gently caressed Gu Qingyang's face, her voice soft as she said, "You truly frightened us." Her fingertips glided across his skin, bringing an electrifying warmth that enveloped him in an unprecedented comfort. Lin Wan approached with a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Her smile gentle as she said, "Qingyang, please drink this. It will aid your recovery." She brought the soup to his lips, carefully feeding him sip by sip. The bitterness of the soup was mingled with a hint of sweetness, akin to Lin Wan's tender nature, penetrating deep into Gu Qingyang's heart. Meanwhile, Su Yao babbled animatedly about the amusing encounters she had during her investigation of the beast tide source, striving to lighten the tense atmosphere. Occasionally, she made silly faces, coaxing a faint smile from Gu Qingyang. Qin Shuang stood a bit farther away, silently watching him, her eyes revealing a barely perceptible tenderness. Although she did not express her concern as openly as the others, her tightly clasped hands betrayed her inner anxiety. Chu Li remained in the corner, quietly watching over him, like a loyal knight safeguarding her king. Surrounded by their warmth, Gu Qingyang felt a surge of emotion. He reached out, grasping Zhuangyu's hand and softly said, "I'm fine. I didn't mean to worry you." His gaze swept over the other women, filled with affection and gratitude. "Thank goodness you're all right." Zhuangyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she tightened her grip on his hand, as if channeling all her worries into that hold. The other women gathered around, enveloping Gu Qingyang in a protective embrace. This close contact quickened his heartbeat, the air thick with an ambiguous tension. He felt a warmth flush his cheeks, an inexplicable happiness swelling within him. Under their attentive care, Gu Qingyang's injuries healed at an astonishing rate. He sensed a slight increase in his strength, which filled him with confidence about the future. Rising to his feet, he cast a resolute gaze into the distance and declared, "I feel much better. We must continue investigating the source of the beast tide." He pushed open the door and stepped outside. In the moonlight, his figure appeared particularly imposing, radiating a formidable aura. "Wait for me." As Gu Qingyang opened the door, the night breeze brushed against his face, carrying a hint of early autumn's chill. Zhuangyu, Lin Wan, Su Yao, Qin Shuang, and Chu Li followed closely behind, their eyes fixated on Gu Qingyang, filled with concern and admiration. "Qingyang, are you truly all right?" Lin Wan inquired with genuine worry, her voice as soothing as a gentle stream, capable of easing all pain. Gu Qingyang smiled slightly, taking Lin Wan's hand in his own and reassuring her, "Rest assured, I have fully recovered, and I feel even stronger than before." He circulated his energy, and a powerful aura erupted forth, rippling outward and startling a few night birds perched in the trees. Upon sensing the formidable energy radiating from Gu Qingyang, the women exchanged glances of surprise and delight. Qin Shuang exclaimed, "Qingyang, your strength has significantly improved. It is truly admirable." Gu Qingyang humbly smiled, replying, "I owe this all to your care. Without your support, I wouldn't have healed so swiftly in the days that followed." The city embarked on its reconstruction efforts. Gu Qingyang and the women joined in, assisting the townsfolk in rebuilding their homes. Their presence undoubtedly infused new vitality into the battered city. The grateful citizens flocked to express their thanks to Gu Qingyang and the women, presenting a plethora of precious gifts which piled high, spiritual herbs, treasures, and delectable foods. Their admiration for Gu Qingyang and his companions was palpable, their eyes shimmering with respect and gratitude. An elderly man shakily approached Gu Qingyang, his voice trembling with emotion as he said, "Thank you, benefactors, for saving our city. You are our great saviors." The common folk echoed their sentiments, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Sensing the fervor of the populace, Gu Qingyang and his companions were enveloped in a warmth and profound emotion. They realized that their efforts had not been in vain. They were safeguarding not merely a city but the hopes and futures of countless individuals. This feeling of being needed and acknowledged imbued them with a sense of worth and purpose. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy and emotion, Su Yao brought forth a disquieting revelation. She had been diligently compiling information regarding the beast tide, striving to uncover its origins. After perusing a plethora of ancient texts and records, she discovered some anomalies. According to these accounts, the scale and intensity of this beast tide far surpassed any previous occurrences, and there were creatures within it that had never been seen before. An unsettling development. With a grave expression, Su Yao declared, "I suspect the beast tide may not yet be fully over." Her voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the ears of those present, instantly transforming the previously relaxed atmosphere into one of tension. Gu Qingyang's countenance also grew somber as he replied, "Su Yao, continue your investigation and inform us of any findings immediately." He raised his gaze toward the horizon, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "It appears we have a more arduous task ahead." His hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword at his waist. Under the night sky, the sword's gleam flickered ominously. Su Yao's revelation was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of concern through the group. The light-hearted smiles on their faces gradually faded, replaced by gravity and apprehension. Lin Wan gently tugged at Gu Qingyang's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern. "Qingyang, will there truly be more danger?" "Indeed," a soldier tasked with guarding interjected cautiously, his tone tinged with fear. "We have only just managed to repel the beast tide. Must we now face another?" He had witnessed the terror of the beast tide firsthand and was still haunted by the memory. Gu Qingyang placed a reassuring hand on Lin Wan's, offering her a comforting glance, then surveyed the others, stating resolutely, "Su Yao's discovery is not without merit. We must prepare for the worst. However, there is no need for excessive worry. We will confront any challenges that arise." Despite his steadfast tone, Gu Qingyang harbored a gnawing unease. The magnitude of this beast tide was unprecedented, and should there be a sequel, it would likely prove even more troublesome. At that moment, unexpectedly, Lord Li approached them. He had shed his previous timid demeanor and, with a serious expression, pledged his full support to Gu Qingyang and his companions in confronting any potential subsequent crises, offering all necessary resources and manpower. "Thanks to you and the valiant heroines, our city has been preserved," Lord Li proclaimed passionately, as if transformed. "Previously, I admit I was somewhat fearful, but now I understand that only through unity can we overcome all hardships." Gu Qingyang, though surprised by Lord Li's transformation, gratefully accepted his support. After all, in the face of unknown dangers, any assistance was invaluable. It was indeed heartening to witness Lord Li's newfound resolve. "We shall spare no effort in ensuring the safety of this city." Gu Qingyang vowed earnestly. However, beneath the exuberant celebration and fervent promises, an undercurrent of discontent was brewing. Some formerly subordinate families within the city now regarded Gu Qingyang and his companions' reputation and influence with suspicion. Just because they fortuitously repelled a single beast tide, do they truly consider themselves saviors? A finely dressed man scoffed disdainfully. "I believe Gu Qingyang is nothing special. Perhaps he has employed some questionable means. Indeed, an outsider. Why should he receive such attention from Lord Li?" Another man chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Although these murmurs did not reach Gu Qingyang's ears, they were perceptibly captured by Chu Li, who had silently stood guard beside him. Her brows furrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flickering in her eyes, yet she remained silent, subtly drawing closer to Gu Qingyang, resembling a vigilant leopard ready to protect her prey. In the stillness of the night, Gu Qingyang stood before the window, gazing at the inky sky, his mind swirling with thoughts, Xu Yao's discovery, Lord Li's transformation, and the surging undercurrents within the city filled him with unease. He understood that this crisis was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He turned to the steadfast Chu Li behind him, his gaze resolute. Chu Li, we must pay a visit to Xu Yao. Chu Li nodded, asking no further questions, merely following him silently. The two figures vanished into the night, leaving behind a faint air of tension. Jiyu Qingyang opened Xu Yao's door to find her deep in contemplation over a map. What have you discovered? Xu Yao pointed to a valley circled prominently on the map, her expression grave. I suspect the source of the beast tide lies here. Chapter 64. A further investigation into the beast plague. Xu Yao's fingertip hovered over the valley marked in bold ink on the map. Her brow furrowed in concern. Jiyu Qingyang's gaze fell upon the valley, his eyes deep and contemplative. After a moment's reflection, he decisively announced, "Time is of the essence. We shall depart immediately." Chu Li remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Jiyu Qingyang quickly summoned Zhuang Yu, Lin Wan, and Qin Shuang. Upon learning they were to venture into the potential area of the beast tide once more, a flicker of worry crossed Zhuang Yu's face. She gently grasped Gu Qingyang's sleeve and spoke softly, "Qingyang, please be cautious on this journey." Lin Wan, ever pragmatic, began preparing extensive healing potions and emergency supplies, meticulously checking every detail. Qin Shuang maintained her usual poised demeanor, though a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. The group of 6 set forth into the darkness before dawn, heading toward the marked valley. An atmosphere of tension permeated the air, with everyone on high alert, vigilantly observing their surroundings. True to Gu Qingyang's expectations, they soon encountered remnants of the Beast clan. Though individually weak, their sheer numbers and ferocious attacks were driven by some mysterious force as they charged recklessly toward the group. "Be careful, these beasts are behaving strangely," Xu Yao called out, her staff glowing as she unleashed precise magical attacks upon the throng of beasts. Zhuang Yu immediately conjured a protective energy shield, encasing the group within. The shield reverberated with the sound of relentless impacts, revealing the ferocity of the beast's assault. Even under Zhuang Yu's protection, the group could feel the heart-stopping force of the onslaught. "Are these creatures insane?" A soldier responsible for reconnaissance exclaimed, his face pale with fright. "Their reckless attacks are terrifying." Another soldier echoed, "Yes, though these beasts are usually fierce, they have never been this frenzied. It feels as if they are being controlled by something." Inside the shield, Lin Wan anxiously tended to the injured soldiers, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She cast a worried glance at Gu Qingyang, only to find him remarkably calm, as if everything was well within his control. Faced with the surging tide of beasts, Gu Qingyang refrained from immediate action, instead quietly observing, seemingly searching for something. Suddenly, his expression sharpened as he focused on a shadow lurking behind the beast horde. "Warning, be cautious, something lurks there." No sooner had he spoken than a dark figure dashed from the shadows, moving with astonishing speed toward Chu Li at the rear of the group. Chu Li's eyes narrowed, and her dagger gleamed coldly. With the swiftness of a striking serpent, she aimed for the shadow's throat. However, the shadow deftly evaded this lethal strike. Only then did the group discern that the shadow was a sleek, pitch-black feline beast, its form agile, eyes glowing crimson, exuding a terrifying aura, a shadow leopard. "It's a 4th-tier beast," a soldier exclaimed, his voice tinged with a slight tremor. The 4th-tier magical beast was equivalent to a formidable warrior among humans, and the shadow leopard was renowned for its speed and stealth, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. After evading Chu Li's attack, the shadow leopard chose not to engage further, instead retreating once more into the shadows, lying in wait for the opportune moment. This heightened the tension among the group, as if a sharp blade hung ominously above them, poised to descend at any moment. Qin Shuang took the lead, her striking visage betraying no hint of fear. The long sword in her grasp danced like the wind, its blade radiating a fierce aura as she effortlessly dispatched the surrounding lower-tier beastkin. Her cold elegance was fully displayed in the heat of battle, each swing of her weapon claiming the lives of multiple beasts, leaving the onlookers in awe. Zhuang Yu stood by, assisting Qin Shuang by erecting a defensive barrier to safeguard their flanks. However, a powerful beast managed to breach their defenses, charging directly towards Su Yao. Unfazed, Su Yao adeptly utilized her surroundings to evade the attacks, seizing opportunities to counterstrike, her cleverness earning admiration. Lin Wan remained at the rear, tirelessly healing her injured comrades. Though a flicker of worry crossed her face, her hands moved with remarkable steadiness, instilling a sense of profound reassurance in those around her. Jiyu Qingyang continued to observe the battlefield quietly, his gaze fixed on the area where the shadow leopard appeared. He recognized that the shadow leopard posed the real threat and needed to be dealt with swiftly. At that moment, the shadow leopard re-emerged, striking towards Zhuangyu with lightning speed, its sharp claws glinting ominously. Although Zhuangyu reacted just in time, the claws still grazed her arm, instantly staining her garments with crimson blood. Zhuangyu! Gu Qingyang's heart raced at the sight. He finally sprang into action, his figure flickering as he appeared before Zhuangyu, delivering a powerful palm strike towards the shadow leopard. Caught off guard, the shadow leopard was struck by Gu Qingyang's blow, letting out a piercing cry as it was sent hurtling backward. Witnessing this, the morale of the group surged, and they intensified their attacks. Yet, at that moment, a deafening roar echoed from afar, causing the very ground to tremble. A chill ran through everyone as a profound sense of unease washed over them. "This is bad. It's the Beast King," Lordly exclaimed, his face ashen with fear. Jiyu Qingyang gazed into the distance, where a colossal figure approached with alarming speed, emanating a terrifying oppressive force that made it difficult for the group to breathe. Taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. "It seems the true battle has only just begun," he murmured, preparing to confront the impending threat. The Beast King's mountainous form drew nearer, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating, its blood-red eyes filled with a ravenous thirst for blood. Lordly collapsed to the ground, muttering, "It's over. Everything is over." The other soldiers also turned pale, their hands trembling around their weapons. Qin Shuang's expression turned grave. She understood that against such a formidable foe, their chances of victory were slim. Yet, rather than retreating, she tightened her grip on her sword, her gaze resolutely fixed on the advancing Beast King. "Frost, protect everyone," Gu Qingyang's voice rang out in Qin Shuang's ears. Steady and powerful, as if imbued with a magical force that calmed her previously frayed nerves. Jiyu Qingyang inhaled deeply, a flash of brilliance igniting in his eyes, at the critical juncture of life and death. The system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind. "Sign-in successful. You have obtained Wind Talisman." The Wind Talisman, a treasure that temporarily enhances speed, was precisely what they needed in this dire situation. "Heaven helps me." Gu Qingyang rejoiced inwardly, swiftly bestowing the talisman's power upon his comrades. In an instant, everyone felt as if their bodies had become weightless. Their speed drastically increased, transforming their once cumbersome movements into swift, graceful strides. Qin Shuang was astonished to discover that her speed had multiplied several times over, allowing her to deftly evade attacks that had previously seemed unavoidable. "What a miraculous power!" Su Yao exclaimed with excitement as she nimbly darted through the throngs of beasts like a wraith, leaving the beast kin bewildered. With the enhancement of the Wind Talisman, their combat prowess soared, and the precarious situation shifted dramatically. They transformed into bolts of lightning, weaving through the beast horde, their weapons becoming deadly blades that relentlessly reaped the lives of the beasts. The Beast King observed this spectacle, a flicker of surprise illuminating its crimson gaze. Unprepared for the human's newfound capabilities, It let out an enraged roar, its massive form launching toward Gu Qingyang. Anticipating the assault, Gu Qingyang evaded the Beast King's attack, simultaneously thrusting his sword with lethal intent towards its abdomen. Roar! The Beast King howled in agony as Gu Qingyang's blade sliced a deep gash into its belly, blood gushing forth. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Beast King's injury, Qin Shuang, Zhuangyu, and the others unleashed their. Su Yao's voice trembled slightly. She had never encountered such a brutal battle, and her heart was overwhelmed with fear. Gu Qingyang remained silent, gripping his long sword tightly, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He understood that this was a life-and-death struggle. They must give their all to seize even a glimmer of hope. At that moment, a chilling light flickered as Chu Li moved. She surged forth like a streak of black lightning cleaving through the somber sky. The dagger in her hand glimmered with an eerie radiance, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed among the beast horde. The previously taciturn girl now erupted with astonishing combat prowess, her figure elusive and every strike precise and lethal, as if she were the harbinger of death itself. How could this be? She is so formidable. The two orc leaders stared in disbelief at the scene before them, their eyes filled with terror. They could never have imagined that this seemingly inconspicuous maiden possessed such terrifying strength. Chu Li's sudden outburst greatly bolstered the morale of their comrades. Although Lin Wan primarily excelled in healing, she did not shy away from the fight. With her hands forming seals and incantations on her lips, a gentle green light coalesced in her palms, manifesting waves of healing energy that not only mended her allies' wounds but also inflicted damage upon the foes. This unexpected method of attack caught the orcs off guard. "Well done, Wanner." Gu Qingyang cast an appreciative glance at Lin Wan, his long sword dancing with renewed ferocity, the sword energy slicing through the surrounding beasts. Zhuang Yu, Su Yao, and Qin Shuang also rallied their spirits, fully immersing themselves in the fray. Zhuang Yu's defense was as solid as a fortress, repelling every attack. Su Yao's agile movements allowed her to weave through the beast horde, her short sword striking with deadly precision, extinguishing the lives of the orcs. Qin Shuang, resembling a female war goddess, wielded her long sword with unmatched prowess, her sword energy sweeping all before her. "The cursed humans! You shall all perish!" the Orc King's trusted general roared. Swinging a massive wolf-tooth club towards Gu Qingyang, Gu Qingyang sidestepped the attack, swiftly countering with a backhanded slash of his sword. A sharp blade of energy severing the orc's arm, blood sprang forth. The orc emitted a pained cry, the wolf-tooth club clattering to the ground. "Your era has come to an end," Gu Qingyang stated coldly, his long sword slicing through the air once more, a brilliant flash of light severing the orc's head, blood gushing forth. Witnessing this, another orc leader was struck with sheer terror and turned to flee, attempting to escape. Not so easily. Chu Li's figure appeared like a wraith behind the orc, her dagger gliding across its throat. Leaving a trail of crimson, the orc gasped and collapsed to the ground. With the deaths of the two orc leaders, the remaining beasts lost their will to fight, scattering in all directions, though not pursue a fleeing enemy. Gu Qingyang halted the eager pursuers. "Let us rest first and then return to the city." Everyone nodded in agreement, sitting on the ground to recuperate. Gu Qingyang sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his consciousness in the signing space. System, sign in, ding, congratulations, host, for a successful sign-in, reward acquired. Weakened divine talisman. Gu Qingyang's heart leaped with joy as he opened his eyes, revealing a golden talisman in his hand. The talisman radiated immense power, sending a shiver of exhilaration through him. He lifted his gaze towards the distance, a gleam of determination sparkling in his eyes. "It seems the real drama is only just beginning," he murmured. The valley was thick with the stench of blood, the setting sun casting a crimson hue over the scene of devastation. Gu Qingyang slowly rose, clutching the golden weakened divine talisman, its mysterious glow swirling as if harboring world-shattering power. He inhaled deeply, his gaze piercing, locking onto the Orc King in the distance who was rallying the remaining beasts to resist. The Orc King, towering at 3 zhang, resembled a massive bear, its body encased in thick black scales. Emanating an oppressive aura as it wielded its gigantic axe, gusts of wind erupted, uprooting nearby trees. Its subordinates, a horde of remaining beasts, charged fearlessly towards the human warriors, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. This Orc King is indeed formidable. Qin Shuang, sword in hand, braced against the Orc King's onslaught, her delicate face marred by concern. "Indeed, its power seems even greater than before," Su Yao remarked anxiously while evading the beast's attacks. Lin Wan, from the rear, continuously released healing waves, mending the wounds of her injured comrades, though beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, clearly indicating her immense exertion. Even the usually composed Zhuang Yu exhibited signs of urgency. Her shield, while sturdy, was beginning to show signs of strain against the Orc King's ferocity. Qingyang, do you have a plan? Zhuang Yu looked towards Gu Qingyang, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Jiu Qingyang smiled slightly, confidence flashing in his gaze. Rest assured, I have a solution. He raised the weakened divine talisman high, invoking its power. The golden talisman instantly transformed into a beam of light, hurtling towards the Orc King. Sensing danger, the Orc King let out a furious roar, attempting to evade, but the golden light was too swift, striking it instantly. The Orc King's massive form shuddered violently, its black scales dimming, and the oppressive aura significantly diminished. The giant axe in its grasp became cumbersome, its swinging speed noticeably slowed. A golden opportunity. Gu Qingyang bellowed, his long sword radiating brilliance as he charged towards the Orc King like a bolt of lightning. The others, invigorated, rejoined the fray. The effects of the weakened divine talisman were immediate. The Orc King's power drastically waned, rendering it unable to withstand the onslaught. Gu Qingyang's long sword danced like a dragon, leaving gashes upon the Orc King's body. Blood splattering everywhere. The Orc King roared in agony, its eyes filled with resentment and despair. It could never have anticipated its defeat at the hands of these humans. Finally, under the force of Gu Qingyang's final, fierce strike, the Orc King's colossal form crashed to the ground, stirring clouds of dust. With the Orc King's fall, the remaining beasts utterly lost their will to fight, fleeing in every direction in the valley. Only the jubilant cheers of the human warriors echoed. We have won. The beast tide has been thoroughly vanquished. The crowd erupted in celebration, reveling in this hard-fought victory. Jiu Qingyang stood at the center of the valley. Gazing at the elated throng, a smile gracing his lips, he looked up at the sky, silently declaring, I am ready for the new challenges that lie ahead. Upon returning to the city, Gu Qingyang and his companions were greeted with a hero's welcome. Lord Li personally emerged to receive them, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles. Heroes, you have worked tirelessly. It is thanks to you that we have turned the tide. Gu Qingyang merely nodded, ignoring Lord Li's flattery. He turned to the lovely companions beside him and suggested, let us return and rest. After returning to their lodgings, Gu Qingyang, however, did not relax. He felt an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Approaching the window, he gazed into the distant sky, murmuring to himself, beneath this calm, there seems to lurk a greater crisis. Suddenly, he turned to Chu Li. Chu Li, do you sense anything unusual? Chu Li gently shook her head. Her brows slightly furrowed, a faint mist swirling around her, as if she were merging with the surrounding environment. There is nothing unusual. All is quite peaceful. Her voice was soft yet carried a barely perceptible chill, reminiscent of a breath of winter AI art. Jiu Qingyang's brow furrowed deeply. Chu Li's perception was usually acute, and if she sensed nothing amiss, could it truly be that he was overthinking? He approached the table. Lifting a cup of tea, taking a delicate sip, the aroma was rich, yet it failed to ease his taut nerves. In the city, the atmosphere of celebration persisted for several days. The victorious procession was met with a hero's tribute. Surrounded by flowers and applause, each face glowing with the joy of triumph, Jiu Qingyang and the 5 heroines' names echoed throughout the streets, becoming the stuff of legends. In recognition of their accomplishments, Lord Li organized a grand celebration feast. During the banquet, Gu Qingyang engaged in lively conversation, exuding confidence and composure in every gesture. Each of the 5 heroines brought their unique charm to the table. Zhuang Yu's aloofness, Lin Wan's tenderness, Su Yao's vivacity, Qin Shuang's gallantry, and Chu Li's enigma captivated countless admirers. The battle against the beast tide not only elevated their renown but also significantly enhanced their abilities. In the heat of combat, they continuously surpassed their limits, each brushing against the pinnacle of the mid-level martial sovereign stage, with faint signs of impending breakthroughs. Especially Gu Qingyang, with the aid of the Sinan system, he had acquired a powerful artifact, the Heavenly Origin Battle Armor, which not only boasted astonishing defensive capabilities but also amplified his strength, allowing him to navigate battles with greater ease. After the celebration feast, Gu Qingyang and the 5 heroines returned to their lodgings. The rewards from this venture were monumental. Su Yao exclaimed excitedly, playing with an inner core obtained from the Orc King. her eyes sparkling with anticipation. With this inner core, I will soon break through to the late martial sovereign stage. Indeed, this was all thanks to Qingyang, Lin Wan remarked gently, her gaze filled with gratitude as she looked at Gu Qingyang. Humph, I suppose you have some merit after all. Zhuangyu, despite her words, wore a barely perceptible smile upon her face. Qin Shuang stood quietly to the side, gazing at Gu Qingyang with eyes brimming with admiration. Only Chu Li maintained her silence, yet the gaze she directed towards Gu Qingyang held an ineffable tenderness. Gu Qingyang surveyed the 5 enchanting women before him, his heart overflowing with joy and contentment. He understood that they had arrived at a new starting point. The road ahead was long, and together they would confront numerous challenges and achieve even greater glories. At that moment, a rapid knock at the door shattered the tranquility. A man clad in black, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, appeared at the threshold. "May I inquire if young Master Gu Qingyang is present?" His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with an air of mystery. Chapter 66. Ready for action, the man lifted the edge of his hat, revealing a pair of eyes as profound as the night. The divine artifact is about to manifest, and the winds of change shall sweep across the Tianqian continent. His voice, though low, resonated like thunder in the ears of the gathered company. This sudden revelation struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring waves of alarm. The joyous atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a weighty tension. A divine artifact? Gu Qingyang's expression sharpened, for he understood the formidable power that such artifacts entailed. Supreme power beyond measure. Zhuangyu's playful demeanor vanished, her brows knitting in concern. "So it seems we must prepare for busyness once more." She approached Gu Qingyang, gently grasping his hand, offering him silent support. Lin Wan sighed softly, a flicker of worry flashing in her gentle eyes. "However, we have just endured a beast tide, and everyone's spiritual energy has yet to fully recover." "Indeed, Brother Qingyang, the toll from this beast tide has been substantial," Su Yao added, her usual vivacity replaced by solemnity. Qin Shuang, gripping her sword with determination, declared, "Regardless, we must strive to obtain the divine artifact." Her very essence was imbued with a warrior's blood, instinctively yearning for potent strength. Chu Li remained silent, yet she subtly tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand, her eyes betraying a resolve to protect. Gu Qingyang scanned the group, inhaling deeply before speaking in a grave tone. "I understand your concerns, but the matter of the divine artifact is of utmost importance. We must devote ourselves entirely. Our immediate priority is to swiftly restore our strength and prepare comprehensively." The others nodded in agreement, comprehending both Gu Qingyang's resolve and the weight of their responsibilities. At that moment, an unexpected figure appeared. Lordly of the city, he hurriedly approached Gu Qingyang, breathless as he exclaimed, "Young Master Gu, I have heard about the divine artifact." The group fell silent, astonished. Lordly had previously been timid and fearful, cowering behind the city walls, yet here he was, stepping forward with unexpected boldness. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. "Young Master Gu, this time I shall not recoil. I will gather supplies for you." Gu Qingyang narrowed his eyes, a hint of perplexity stirring within him. Was this truly the same timid Lordly? Standing tall, Lordly's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented resolve. "I shall not falter this time. I will procure whatever you require." The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this truly the same Lordly who had once trembled at the sight of beasts? Gu Qingyang raised an eyebrow with intrigue, realizing that the crisis of the beast tide had not been without its silver lining, as it seemed to have awakened this city lord. "Well done, Lordly," he said with a hearty smile. A plan already forming in his mind, he turned to the others, stating, "Next, we must expedite the restoration of our strength to prepare for the new challenges ahead." Upon returning to his residence, Gu Qingyang activated the sign in space. Multicolored lights danced around him, revealing a dazzling array of rare treasures. A confident smile graced his lips. With this sign in space, restoring strength was but a trifling matter.